In an era of decline, a Taoist practitioner unexpectedly finds himself in a vastly different realm governed by powerful laws. Is this a stroke of fortune or a twist of misfortune? Is it merely a coincidence or a preordained conspiracy? This experienced cultivator, unable to wield magic, must navigate a perilous world rife with intrigue, monstrous beasts, and formidable foes. How shall he chart his course in such treacherous surroundings? This narrative unfolds as a tale of joy and sorrow, depicting the journey of a seeker of truth steadfast in faith, traversing a path fraught with challenges. It is the story of a disciple of the Tao forging a legacy in an alien world. Chapter 1. The New World of Martial Arts. The natural world is steeped in profound mystery, a truth that no one can dispute, not even the divine. Life itself is equally enigmatic, a sentiment universally acknowledged. Within every living being lies a complexity more intricate than the most sophisticated machinery. Who can claim it is not shrouded in mystery? Yet, neither of these wonders can compare to the enigma of the soul, which stands as the true embodiment of mystery. Lin Shu had long regarded Zhuangzi's butterfly dream as merely a philosophical proposition. However, upon facing his demise during a violent surge of vital energy while exploring the cosmos, he found himself in this new realm, merging with the soul of his unfamiliar body. It was then that Lin Shu understood the essence of Zhuangzi's metaphor. Zhuangzi is the butterfly, and the butterfly is Xuanmen. When the butterfly perished, its soul returned to its essence. Thus, Xuanzi experienced a dream that straddled the line between reality and illusion, much like Lin Shu's own dream of relentless striving for enlightenment in a world of decline, wherein he had found little success. The only distinction lies in the beauty of Zhuangzi's dream compared to the harshness of Lin Shu's, where the former could be recounted for posterity, while the latter remained unutterable. Lin Shu's ability to adapt swiftly to his new circumstances stemmed from the realization that he could never return to Earth, rendering any longing for it futile. Instead, he should celebrate the fact that his soul retained a fragment, allowing him to exist in this new realm, grateful for its safe return from a distant plane of existence, where the path to understanding the Tao seemed infinitely distant. How fortunate! Nonetheless, misfortune lingered, witnessing the sorrow of a young, beautiful girl, presumably his sister, brought forth the understanding that this new world was not a paradise for him, but rather perilously close to the abyss. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. The greater misfortune lay in the realization that the soul inhabiting Lin Shu's body appeared to be innately deficient, for his initial memories painted a disturbingly simplistic view of this world. Food, entertainment, fear, and his sister, these were the only categories his mind could conjure. How naive! 18 years of life, and yet he had remained blissfully ignorant. As he observed his sister, weeping on the sofa across from him, Lin Shu strained his sluggish mind to comprehend the cause of her tears while scrutinizing the beautiful yet unfamiliar girl. With a heart-shaped face and crescent-shaped brows, her eyes were obscured, her petite nose delicately upturned, and her lips slightly full. Her cheeks were flushed, likely from crying, and her short, dark hair was adorned with two blue clips holding back her bangs. Her figure was commendable, undeniably curvaceous, her fair thighs exposed by her shorts, revealing a delicate complexion. Her straight calves and neatly arranged toes curled in tension, adding an air of endearment to her appearance. Overall, the girl seemed youthful and exuded a charm that suggested competence. In Lin Shu's limited memories, she was his only family, indicating a sibling bond forged in mutual reliance, as a brother with perceived shortcomings. How could this capable sister, who had raised him, be anything less than remarkable? However, why did she weep? This seemed connected to something a powerful elderly woman had mentioned to him. Through fragmented complaints from his sister, it appeared he was destined to depart for some rural locale, hence her tears. Lin Shu surveyed his surroundings, noting the modernity of the home. Soft light emanated from the walls, and a window offered a glimpse of the world outside, where familiar 7- or 8-story buildings stood robustly, contrasting sharply with the slender architecture of Earth. These structures tapered upwards, suggesting their bases were located on the ground floor. Between the buildings lay trees, grass, and flowing water, with pathways that hinted at a lack of automobiles. The streets were paved with stone, primarily designed for pedestrians. Occasionally, Children glided past on floating boards, hinting at the novelty of this realm. A spark ignited in Lin Shu's eyes as he recalled various modes of transportation from his memories, and a smile crept onto his lips. So, this was a world of martial prowess. His sister, Lin Xuan, observed her oblivious brother, blissfully unaware of the solitary and perilous journey that awaited him, and felt a surge of frustration and heartache. Her beloved brother, whom she had nurtured with all her effort, was about to embark on an uncertain path, possibly forever severing their bond. How could he exhibit such ignorance? Perhaps it was for the best better to be blissfully unaware than to endure the pain she felt. A.S. Lin Shu turned to see the complex emotions etched on his sister's face and the disappointment in her gaze. He felt a pang of guilt. Regardless of the circumstances, she was the one who had cared for him. How could he disregard her feelings? Just as he prepared to offer her some comforting words, he noticed she had already collected herself and began to impart a stream of practical advice for living independently. Her instructions seek quickly to avoid hunger, don't sleep in clothes, listen to authority figures, and avoid disputes sounded less like the counsel of a young woman and more akin to the admonitions of a matron. Lin Shu listened intently, nodding occasionally, a warm smile gracing his lips. Seeing her brother's innocent eyes and familiar smile, Lin Xuan instinctively wiped the drool from his mouth, cupping his face and gazing at him intently, only to be overwhelmed by tears. Why did the law condemn her brother to a farm? At this juncture, it is worth elucidating the unfortunate realities of Lin Shu's situation. This world had evolved over nearly 10 millennia into a highly developed civilization, ostensibly governed by the rule of law, though the truth of this assertion would require further exploration at least. That was the facade presented to the world. The world is vast, encompassing numerous nations, each awaiting Lin Shu's gradual exploration. Within these countries, individuals are stratified into various tiers. The rationale behind this classification is rather straightforward. In this realm of heightened martial prowess, those endowed with formidable abilities cannot be expected to access the same resources as ordinary individuals. The categorization of humanity is based on one's capacity to harness the energies of this world. Those who can utilize energy to its fullest potential are termed as mages, followed by various practitioners such as warriors, scholars, alchemists, cultivators, and healers, collectively forming the citizenry, often referred to as the magic receptors. The bottom tier are the commoners, often labeled as the impoverished or the non-magic receptors, who are nearly incapable of harnessing natural energies. The former group comprises a mere 20% of the total population, while the latter constitutes a staggering 80%, effectively illustrating the principle of the 80-20 rule. This class division is not artificially imposed, but rather a natural consequence of existence. Thus, there is little merit in lamenting one's fate. However, through the advancement of civilization over the years, the elite citizenry has come to realize that they cannot indefinitely exploit the commoners, for both groups are interdependent. Consequently, the commoners have been afforded legal protections. Due to their heightened receptivity to energy, citizens often exhibit lower birth rates, and their offspring do not necessarily inherit citizenship. In fact, the majority of new citizens emerge from the ranks of commoners. Thus, amidst the friction between these two classes, a semblance of harmony has gradually emerged. Nevertheless, given their differing contributions to society, the resources each class enjoys diverge significantly. Naturally, those with wealth can procure resources, while those without must strive to contribute to society through their labor. Hence, every commoner is compelled to work, with these roles typically organized by a management committee in conjunction with the government. This committee, ostensibly a self-governing body of commoners, is well understood by all to operate under a different reality. In Lin Shu's memory, the powerful woman, he recalled, was merely a staff member of the management committee in the Golden Beetle community of the Western District. Lin Shu, lacking influence, was merely a student at a prestigious magical academy, studying light magic while supporting her younger brother through various odd jobs. She did not possess sufficient funds to exempt him from labor, leading her to helplessly watch as her somewhat dim-witted brother was dispatched to a distant farm for agricultural work. According to the law, unless one accumulates enough money, a return to the city is forever barred. Although Lin Shu harbored hopes of earning enough to bring her brother back, this depended on the unfortunate condition that he remained alive until then. "Brother, I have prepared the clothes and food for your journey. Is there anything else you wish to take? I've packed your beloved wombat plush toy that you cuddle with at night. Lin Shu said, wiping away her tears and smiling at her brother. At last, Lin Shu uttered the first words upon arriving in this world. Those two books, despite his illiteracy, the poor child, tragically unaware of his own limitations, had deduced from the worn condition and illustrations on the covers that these were indeed fundamental texts, frequently perused by his sister. Thus, he fostered a desire to understand this world through their pages. Lin Shu's surprise. Tears streamed down her face as she followed her brother's pointing finger to the books he sought. These were the very volumes she often perused, and it became evident that her brother wished to possess them as a tangible connection to her. Who could say he was foolish? He understood far more than anyone realized. Overcome with emotion, Lin Shu embraced her brother and wept, while Lin Shu, perplexed, pondered the newfound significance of those two seemingly simple books. Chapter 2. Going to the countryside, Lin Shu finally comprehended that he was to be dispatched to the countryside to cultivate land. Although this outcome left him somewhat speechless, he did not feel an overwhelming sense of dread. Rather, he harbored a peculiar anticipation. However, upon witnessing his sister and aunt, Appo's expression of profound sorrow, akin to a painful farewell, Lin Shu sensed an ominous premonition. Was the journey to the countryside truly a harrowing ordeal? The following day marked the departure. As he boarded a cigar-shaped transport vessel sent by the management committee to the urban transit hub, Lin Shu realized that this indeed felt like a parting of life and death. The atmosphere was rife with anguished cries. This was Lin Shu and Appo's first encounter with such a grand spectacle of the new world, a vast square filled with enormous floating airships adorned with fearsome dragons, their hulls shimmering with radiant halos, which were undoubtedly manifestations of magical energies. When it was time to board, Lin Tian helped her brother hoist the colossal backpack, enchanted with a levitation spell, capable of holding hundreds of kilograms. Observing his brother's calm, yet excited demeanor, Lin Tian felt a tumult of emotions welling within her, sorrow overwhelming her heart. Though they were not blood relatives, she had raised this child with her own hands. The imminent separation weighed heavily upon her. Embracing her brother tightly, Lin Tian and Appo's silent tears soaked Lin Shu and Appo's shoulder and neck. Sister, I will take good care of myself. Do not worry. He reassured her. Yes, we will meet again, right? She replied. Yes, we certainly will. Gently pushing Lin Tian away, Lin Shu turned and rushed toward the boarding steps amidst the shouts of the staff. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, he glanced back and spotted a familiar, beautiful face in the crowd. Seeing her tear-streaked cheeks, he beamed a wide smile, raising his hand vigorously to wave, mouthing words he could not convey due to the cacophony surrounding him. What did you say, brother? Lin Tian shouted, straining to hear as she pushed through the throng. But Lin Shu had already vanished into the airship's cabin with the tide of people. Lin Tian wept bitterly. The airship swiftly disappeared from the sight of those gathered to bid farewell to their loved ones. Inside, the administrator was calling out names from a list, organizing the group members for departure. This was a large cargo airship tasked with transporting personnel southward, reaching as far as the Moon Lake region, beyond which lay untamed primordial forests. Such a grand vessel would not deliver each individual to their precise destination, but would follow a predetermined route, with smaller transport boats completing the final mile. The groups formed now would later board different vessels. Lin Shu found himself assigned to a small group of only 3 individuals, a realization that filled him with trepidation. He was likely destined for the most remote and desolate reclamation farm. In fact, Lin Shu had done some research the previous night, inquiring with his sister about the reasons behind his labor assignment and the specifics of his placement. The staff unceremoniously ushered the trio into a cramped, windowless room, cluttered with various large items of unknown origin, and informed them that they were responsible for their own meals and lodging. The restroom was located at the end of the hallway, and the flight would last 2 days and 2 nights, with a transfer to a transport boat the following morning. They were warned not to wander, lest they face severe punishment, before the staff departed, casting Lin Shu a peculiar glance. Surveying his surroundings, Lin Shu noted the small, enclosed space, devoid of windows, filled with large, indistinct objects. After assessing the environment, he instinctively chose a corner to set down his oversized backpack. He glanced at his 2 companions, who exuded an aura of malice and hostility, their eyes glinting with hatred. realizing he was smaller in stature. Lin Shu decided it wise to keep a low profile. "Hey, kid, what an amp, Oppos, is your name?" The stocky one sneered, squatting down to leer at Lin Shu. Lin Shu," he stammered. With a resounding slap, the heavy-set boy struck Lin Shu and amp, Oppos' tender face, leaving it red and swollen. Lin Shu felt a buzzing in his ears and a dizzying sensation in his head. His arms barely able to rise above his shoulders in a futile attempt to defend himself. Given the situation, he sighed inwardly. In any world, the weak would inevitably be bullied. It was a universal truth, and he had no grounds for complaint. Curling into a ball, he silently signaled his acceptance of their aggression. The taller one chuckled sinisterly, seizing Lin Shu and amp, Oppos' backpack and dumping its contents onto the floor, cackling as he rummaged through the spoils, claiming the edible and useful items, even tearing apart a stuffed toy in his glee. They kicked Lin Shu a few times, but as he remained unresponsive, their amusement waned, and they retreated to their own corner to enjoy their ill-gotten gains. Once the two had distanced themselves, Lin Shu slowly uncurled, gathering the scattered items from his backpack, salvaging what he could, even attempting to repair the torn stuffed toy before stuffing everything back inside. Approaching the pair, he implored, "Please, share some of your food with me. Otherwise, I shall starve." The stocky boy leapt up, kicking Lin Shu and amp, Oppos' already braced arm with force, sending him sprawling to the ground. Lin Shu immediately curled up again, allowing them to pummel him further. After a while, the tall one tossed a few loaves of bread at Lin Shu, muttering curses as he returned to his own pile, where he pulled out a magical gaming device and began playing with it. The stocky boy spat on Lin Shu, cursing as he too retreated. Lin Shu gradually unfurled himself, grabbing the bread while casting a sidelong glance at the two. Such individuals were hardly worth concern. Those who sought to assert dominance through violence were often the most cowardly and ineffectual. Dealing with such bullies did not necessarily require physical confrontation. Although taking them on would be easy, Lin Shu refrained from any plans of retaliation, aware that he was still unfamiliar with the surroundings. A misstep could have irrevocable consequences. After all, this was not Earth, and he was not merely a practitioner of the Tao. Reflecting on the phrase practitioner of the Tao, Lin Shu despondently settled into a corner, wiping away the grime from his body before sinking into contemplation. As a practitioner of the Tao, arriving in this evidently martial world, suffused with vibrant life energy, or perhaps one could call it vital essence, how could he not feel exhilarated and inspired? Regrettably, following his attempts the previous night, Lin Shu was utterly bewildered. His soul was undeniably powerful, having honed his spiritual essence in his past life. The absence of vital energy on Earth rendered his efforts in cultivating chi fruitless, leading him to focus solely on refining his spirit. Perhaps it was precisely this reason that allowed Lin Shu and amp, Oppos' spiritual essence, or soul, to traverse the cosmos intact into this new world. The strength of the soul, which is the essence of the spirit, bestowed upon him the remarkable ability of introspection. As for the external perception of the spirit, that was a concern for another stage of cultivation. This body bestowed upon Lin Shu another delightful surprise, the ease with which he could enter a meditative state. Perhaps it was due to the simplicity of his mind, or maybe the connection between his soul and brain was rather tenuous. In any case, the speed at which he attained this state was almost instantaneous. However, upon delving into introspection, Lin Shu was taken aback to discover that his bodily structure was entirely dissimilar to that of Earthlings. Although their exteriors appeared strikingly alike, the internal organs and systems differed vastly. Not to mention, while Earthlings possess 5 major organs, the inhabitants of this world are endowed with 8. As for meridians, they were irrelevant here. Lin Shu lamentably realized that the knowledge he acquired as a disciple of the Tao seemed far from the fabled techniques of dragon slaying. It appeared to be nothing more than a series of meaningless memories. It became clear that if he wished to rise in this world, he must learn the cultivation practices inherent to it. The challenge lay in the fact that the foundation of cultivation here was the magic receptor, a quality he decidedly lacked. Thus, the prospects for Lin Shu and amp, Oppos' future appeared exceedingly bleak. In comparison to the dejection weighing on his heart, the physical pain he endured was trivial. In his previous life, as a martial artist, he had sustained injuries almost daily. Such discomforts were hardly worth mentioning. However, the thought of martial arts rekindled a flicker of hope in his eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished. After all, this realm boasted the profession of warrior, and their martial techniques were undoubtedly extraordinary. Furthermore, these warriors were magic receptors, capable of wielding a myriad of skills powered by energy. It was impossible to triumph over them using mere physical prowess. Lin Shu felt a pang of regret. Had he known that his journey along the Tao would lead him to this point, he would have dedicated his life to mastering physical cultivation. Alas, it was too late for regrets, and the efficacy of witchcraft remained uncertain. After much contemplation, Lin Shu recognized that his only remaining advantage lay in his primordial spirit. Given the ambiguous circumstances he faced, it seemed unlikely he would discover a superior path in the immediate future. However, before pursuing other avenues, he resolved to refine his primordial spirit. If he could cultivate it to a level of external awareness, he would surely gain a deeper understanding of the so-called magical energy in this realm. Perhaps then, he might uncover a viable path for his own cultivation. With newfound determination, Lin Shu cast a furtive glance at the two fools who had fallen asleep from boredom and, undeterred, entered a state of meditation. He set aside concerns about his physical condition and instead devoted himself to the cultivation of his primordial spirit. How does one cultivate the primordial spirit? The answer is quite simple: through visualization and contemplation. This involves observing one's memories, simulating certain scenarios, and engaging in focused thought. These methods essentially boil down to a repeated refinement of concentrated thought. The so-called soul or primordial spirit is a conglomeration of thoughts. When this aggregation reaches a sufficient degree of density, the primordial spirit manifests. Lin Shu oscillated between sleep and wakefulness, occasionally receiving a beating from those two imbeciles. And before he knew it, 2 days had passed. Chapter 3. Human nature is the same. When the administrator reappeared, he looked at Lin Shu, whose face was bruised and battered, with a malicious smile. Lin Shu resignedly acknowledged that regardless of any internal differences in human anatomy, human nature remains universally consistent, equally vile. Come, follow me to the transport vessel. It will take another 3 hours to reach Moon Lake No. 6 farm. How unfortunate. Lin Shu couldn't and oppose to comprehend why he felt unfortunate. Yet he certainly would not inquire. Meanwhile, the two individuals accompanying him displayed expressions of palpable fear. The transport vessel was considerably larger than the urban transport crafts, with an olive-green upper section and a pale blue lower half, measuring approximately 50 to 60 meters in length. From the exterior, it appeared robust, adorned with several circular windows, which were protected by retractable armored plates, perhaps indicative of military use. Frankly, Lin Shu was uncertain whether this world frequently experienced warfare, but the artillery-like apparatus surrounding the vessel certainly suggested as much. Lin Shu sensed that his sister had concealed certain truths from him. From the fearful gazes of those two individuals, he discerned that his journey and future life as a farmer might not be as straightforward as he had anticipated. The transport vessel flew at a modest altitude, just above the treetops, allowing Lin Shu to observe the trees and flocks of birds soaring above the forest. This was his first close encounter with the wild trees of this world, which appeared towering, definitely exceeding 30 meters in height. Their broad leaves indicated ample sunlight, a fact corroborated by the warm temperatures. The birds, too, were substantial, with wingspans often exceeding 2 to 3 meters. Surely, these creatures posed no threat to humans? The journey proceeded smoothly, devoid of any alarming incidents. Upon disembarking, Lin Shu distinctly noticed the two individuals exhale in relief. Moon Lake No. 6 farm sprawled across an expanse of 20,000 hectares, housing nearly 5,000 residents. It represented the southernmost frontier of Summer Country, its name deriving from its proximity to Moon Lake. The designation No. 6 stemmed from the fact that there were 6 reclamation farms from the nearest city, Liuhe City, to this location. These farms relied on airships for their connections with the outside world. Merchant caravans also depended on airships for transit. Overland travel from No. 6 farm to No. 5 farm spanned 300 kilometers through forests and mountainous terrain. In this world, there were no railways. Transportation was solely reliant on airships. The reclamation farm lacked a dedicated transport hub, instead featuring a vast square where the transport vessel appeared diminutive. Awaiting their arrival were a young man and an elderly gentleman, surrounded by curious onlookers, including a few children and their families, who were preparing to board the transport vessel for school. These children, likely magical receptors, radiated excitement, while their parents exhibited a mixture of reluctance and anticipation. The two men swiftly exchanged pleasantries, and under the envious and jealous gazes of Lin Shu and the two individuals, The children joyfully boarded the airship, which ascended rapidly, vanishing beyond the treetops. It dawned on Lin Shu just how swift the airships truly were. All right, Lao Jiang. These are your 3 new group members. Take good care of them. It's not easy to find replacements these days. Don't let them disappear again so soon. The young man tore a slip from his list and handed it to the elderly man. Upon noticing the dirt beneath the elder and amp, Apos' fingernails, the young man felt a wave of nausea. Lao Jiang grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth that made the young man recoil and hastily depart. Turning to the newcomers, Lao Jiang and amp, Apos' previous obsequious demeanor vanished, replaced by a cold scrutiny. The 2 ruffians were easy to handle, but this seemingly innocent boy appeared to be simple-minded. Yet, he seemed ineffectual, having been beaten so badly yet displaying no signs of discontent or complaint. Truly a simpleton. How unfortunate to have received such useless replacements this year. However, it and amp, Apos, better than having none at all. With some training, they might prove somewhat useful. From this moment forth, you shall be members of my production group 27 at No. 6 Reclamation Farm. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lao Jiang. You are Lin Shu, correct? Lin Shu tightened his grip on his backpack and nodded vigorously. Satisfied, Lao Jiang smirked before directing his gaze toward the 2 individuals. Which of you is Du Jinxiu? I am. The stout one replied proudly. And you must be CF Futsai. Excellent. I must warn you both. This is a reclamation farm, and I am your superior. Should you dare to stir trouble in my presence or engage in underhanded schemes. Here, Lao Jiang pointed a grimy finger at Lin Shu, flexing his muscular arm as he grinned menacingly. I shall make you regret it. Understood. The 2 individuals replied listlessly, uncertain if the warning had truly registered. Lao Jiang, indifferent, slapped Lin Shu's shoulder, causing him to stumble forward, nearly collapsing onto the hard, concrete-like ground, his shoulder ablaze with pain. Come on, worthless. Don and amp, Apos, worry. I will train you to be as robust as I am. By the time I and amp, Apos, am done. Even your mother one and amp, Apos, recognize you, haha. Lin Shu shot a glance at Lao Jiang and then at the 2 grinning individuals. Tightening his backpack, he moved forward, muttering. I don't have a mother. Hurry up. Can't you 2 think for yourselves? A production group comprises 50 individuals, including laborers and women. Lao Jiang and amp, Apos' group included some already married, but children were not counted. Lin Shu pondered the implications of natural population growth. Even if some children left for opportunities due to their magical abilities, it shouldn't and Apos' lead to a significant population decline, unless there were factors causing such a decrease. Was farming in this alternate realm fraught with risks? Lao Jiang led the 3 to their quarters, situated within a larger village-like settlement. The irregularly distributed houses were arranged according to the terrain and waterways. Lao Jiang pointed to a signpost at an intersection. Take note. Group 27. Memorize this sign. And you 1 and amp, Apos, stray off course, especially you. He directed a pointed look at Lin Shu, who studied the characters on the sign closely. The 5 characters were clearly from a pictographic writing system. Following Lao Jiang and amp, Apos' instructions, Lin Shu diligently committed the characters to memory. Feeling a rush of emotion, he had finally recognized a few words. Of course, these were not the first characters he had learned. The titles on the covers of his sister and amp, Apos' books, Beginner and amp, Apos' Cultivation and Understanding Our World, were the first. Observing Lin Shu and amp, Apos' expression, Lao Jiang and amp, Apos' demeanor shifted to one of incredulity. You can't possibly be illiterate? Indeed. Is there truly someone who cannot read? The legendary illiterate. The 2 individuals erupted into laughter, while Lao Jiang scrutinized Lin Shu as if he were a rare specimen. Hasn't an amp, Apos' compulsory education been in effect for over 1,000 years? Is there anyone left who can and amp, Apos, read? A rare creature indeed. You and amp, Apos, never been to school? Lin Shu pondered earnestly before nodding. I believe I have. Then how can you be illiterate? I must have forgotten. Lao Jiang was rendered speechless, while the 2 individuals were rolling on the ground with laughter. Lin Shu regarded them quizzically. Was it truly that amusing? After all, there were many illiterate individuals on Earth. You need to learn to read quickly, otherwise, you and amp, Apos, be unable to work. No one here will have the luxury of babysitting you. Oh. As old Jiang walked, he began to elucidate the circumstances of the production team, which was tasked with cultivating 120 hectares of land, primarily growing pearl rice and yellow flower forage. These two crops required crop rotation, and the production was intensive, resembling the communal system of the celestial empire on Earth. Within the group, there existed a mess hall for single individuals, while those with families prepared their own meals, with all food and supplies to be purchased at their own expense. The living quarters were relatively spacious, with each person having a small yard, allowing for the possibility of raising a few game birds to supplement their sustenance. Drinking water was sourced from the river, purified through a magical array before consumption. As for electricity, this world did not possess such a commodity. Cities operated on a magical energy network. And even this frontier farm had its own miniature version, providing power for 4 hours each night. Alternatives to telephones and the internet existed, yet these required magic for utilization, rendering them inaccessible to the common folk. The pinnacle of magical technology was embodied in the magical energy gaming device held by Xie, a fully 3D virtual projection gaming apparatus. Impressive indeed. Well, that summarizes the basic situation. Each of these 3 yards bears your names. This one is yours, Lin Shu. I recognize my own name. He retorted. You are not required to work today. Assemble at the square at 6:00 and amp. Oppos, clock tomorrow morning for work. This account card is yours, and it can be used at the Group S mess hall, the farm and amp, Oppos, S bathhouse, barbershop, and even at the large department store in the city. It contains your prepaid wages for this month, so use it sparingly. Once it's gone, you will face hunger. Lin Shu silently accepted his account card. Resembling a bank card from Earth, albeit thicker and crafted from a sturdy metallic material, feeling somewhat weighty in his hand. The account card was for personal use only. If lost, it could not be utilized by others. Therefore, if you find someone else and amp, Oppos, S card, it is best to return it to me. Do you understand? Old Jiang cast a meaningful glance at the 2 individuals, and seeing no objections, prepared to turn away. Suddenly recalling something, he pivoted back, catching Du Jinxiong casting a malicious glance at Lin Shu. Old Jiang smiled ominously. By the way, on the tables in your rooms, you will find a copy of the farm regulations. I hope you will familiarize yourselves with it promptly. Otherwise, when you violate the farm rules and face severe punishment, do not blame me for not having made it clear. I must remind you, there is a primary court on the farm that can impose corporal punishment. Lin Shu was left dumbfounded. But I cannot read. Chapter 4. Good people are everywhere. Lin Shu Kuden and amp. Oppos. T help but reflect that, regardless of the world, there are indeed good people. Old Jiang is truly a good man. Hello. Are you Lin Shu and amp. Oppos, S elder brother? The boy knocking at the door appeared to be around 10 years old, robustly built, with a sun-kissed, dark complexion. His wide grin revealed the patterns on his molars, and his eyes crinkled into 2 cheerful black crescents. Coupled with his bushy eyebrows, it appeared as though 4 fuzzy caterpillars were crawling across his face, which was quite amusing. Moreover, this child was a quintessential chatterbox. After a fluent self-introduction, he enthusiastically shared details about his family. If Lin Shu hadn't interjected, he might have even introduced his entire lineage. I am Lin Shu. Hello, Niu Xiaoyou. What brings you here? Well, old Jiang told me that you cannot read, so I'm here to help explain the 129 farm regulations. If you accidentally violate any, that could be quite serious. Niu Xiaoyou's smile faded, and he assumed a grave demeanor, especially when he uttered the word serious. The expression on his face was genuinely pained and earnest. Lin Shu silently praised. What a delightful child. Old Jiang. Such a good person. And you, little brother Niu Xiaoyou. Splendid. Come on in. The modest courtyard was tidy, suggesting it had been recently cleaned. Upon closer inspection, Lin Shu discerned traces indicating that a young person had recently inhabited the space, leaving behind evidence of a rather careless lifestyle. However, this only deepened Lin Shu and Oppos' curiosity. Why would a young person suddenly hasten to leave the farm, even forgetting a few coins hidden in the bed frame? As Lin Shu pondered the unexpected discovery of 3 coins, Niu Xiaoyou arrived. The 2 settled in the simple room furnished with a bed, a sturdy square table, 4 wooden stools, a wooden wardrobe, and a cheap magical lamp affixed to the wall. The only other feature was a window. Seated across from each other, Lin Shu scrutinized the dark-skinned boy, while Niu Xiaoyou curiously examined the pale, slender figure of the city boy, who appeared slightly shorter and somewhat dazed. If 2 adults were to engage in such mutual scrutiny, it would seem rather peculiar. However, in the realm of children, this was entirely normal. Lin Shu, having been a practitioner of the mystical arts in his past life, and now a simpleton in this one, remained unfazed by the oddity of the situation. After a prolonged period of mutual observation, Niu Xiaoyong broke the silence, his tone shocking. "Are you a fool?" "Old Jiang said you're a fool." Lin Shu instantly retracted the good person card he had awarded old Jiang in his mind. Old Jiang was certainly not a good person. Lin Shu opened his mouth, realizing that since arriving in this world, he had likely ceased to be considered a mentally challenged child. However, the definition of fool was broad. The intellectually disabled could be called fools, the ignorant could be fools. And sometimes, even good people might be deemed fools. Thus, the clever Lin Shu found himself in a quandary. Was he truly a fool? Given his current ignorance of this world, he could undoubtedly be categorized as a fool, indeed, a high-level fool. Yet, it seemed overly simplistic to define himself so. Just as Lin Shu grappled with how to respond, Niu Xiaoyong's expression shifted to one of sudden understanding, indicating that the answer no longer required Lin Shu's input. Kind-hearted Niu Xiaoyong promptly resolved to shift the awkward topic. "Never mind, I understand." "So, you really cannot read?" Lin Shu sighed inwardly, aware that in this child and Oppos, eyes, he had undoubtedly etched the word fool into his forehead. Nevertheless, the second question was rather easy to answer. "Yes." "Have you never been to school?" Lin Shu rolled his eyes, sifting through the limited active neurons in his brain for a considerable time before he helplessly conceded. "I must have attended, right?" Niu Xiaoyong sighed with pity, having resolved to take good care of this foolish elder brother. "All right then, I will read through the farm regulations. And if you have any questions, just ask, okay? Good. But could you sit beside me while you read?" Lin Shu's intention was simple. This way, he could learn a few characters. However, upon hearing this, Niu Xiaoyong beamed with delight, interpreting it as a sign of trust from Lin Shu. Their rapid camaraderie reaffirmed his charm. Perhaps he could recruit this foolish brother into his adventure group. Skipping class today had truly been worthwhile. Had Lin Shu known that Niu Xiaoyong had been caught skipping class by old Jiang, who had then assigned him to this task as a form of punishment, he would undoubtedly have to reassess his opinion of Niu Xiaoyong's good person card. Niu Xiaoyong happily settled beside Lin Shu, opened a thin booklet, and extended a grimy finger, its nails caked with dirt, towards the pages. Upon noticing Lin Shu's odd gaze, Niu Xiaoyong felt a bit embarrassed. "Wait a moment. I haven't washed my hands yet. I'll go wash them first. The teacher said we must wash our hands before touching books if they're dirty, huh?" Niu Xiaoyong dashed into the restroom, evidently familiar with the layout of the house. Yet, Lin Shu noted that the houses in the village varied significantly. Even the homes of the local ruffians seemed to differ from his own. This suggested that Niu Xiaoyong had indeed visited this room before. Before long, Niu Xiaoyong returned. Hands washed clean. There was no doubt that the water here was tap water of excellent quality, as the storage container held river water treated by a purification array, akin to distilled water. Niu Xiaoyong proudly presented his hands to Lin Shu, who smiled in response. Niu Xiaoyong then resumed his seat, pointed at the characters in the booklet, and began to read aloud, one by one. Lin Shu had encountered many regulations in his life, and during his decades on Earth, such rules were ubiquitous. However, the farm regulations were particularly intricate, referencing a multitude of legal codes. It was evident that due to the remote location of the reclamation farm, there existed a sense of operating on the fringes of legal authority. Many farm rules directly exercised the powers typically reserved for enforcement agencies, such as corporal punishment. The farm management had the authority to detain individuals for up to 10 days and could impose whippings for offenses. As for wage deductions and mandatory labor as penalties, these were self-evident. In simple terms, within the farm, one was expected to dutifully heed the foreman's commands and work diligently. Otherwise, one risked breaching the farm's regulations. Moreover, the farm regulations contained a plethora of inexplicable clauses, such as prohibiting individuals from leaving the designated blue-marked area without permission. Was the farm a prison, restricting freedom of movement? Additionally, there was a ban on wearing red clothing. What was the reasoning behind that? Restrictions against lighting fires outdoors, creating loud noises, or carrying reflective or luminous objects were also stipulated. Niu Xiaoyong, parched from reading aloud, rushed to take a few gulps of water before returning to the table, where he found Lin Shu lost in thought, not truly dazed but diligently reviewing the characters he had just learned. Grateful to the predecessors of this otherworldly realm, he noted that they utilized similar phonetic characters, allowing him to correlate them with the familiar Chinese characters. In such a short span of time, Lin Shu had already recognized 200 to 300 characters. "Do you understand?" Lin Shu blinked. thinking he should indeed understand, right? However, the notion of comprehension should not be merely confined to understanding the literal meaning, should it? Observing Lin Shu and Apos' look of confusion and hesitation, Niu Xiaoyong gritted his teeth and said, "Very well, I shall read it once more." Ah, such a delightful turn of events. Lin Shu rejoiced, for this meant he could learn even more characters. Thus, the unfortunate Niu Xiaoyong proceeded to read that seemingly thin yet excruciatingly difficult booklet once again, his throat feeling as if it might ignite. He lamented that this was indeed a greater loss than attending class. Lin Shu felt a tinge of embarrassment. Although he had acquired a considerable number of characters this time around, even managing to decipher the booklet with a blend of guessing and bewilderment, his spirit had been honing itself. While his physical brain was not particularly adept, the memory of his spirit was remarkably impressive. If it were familiar Chinese characters, Lin Shu was absolutely confident in his ability to remember them effortlessly. In truth, after Niu Xiaoyong had read the booklet twice, Lin Shu was indeed able to recite the entire text from memory. Subsequently, he could verify his understanding, and for the most part, he grasped the words, though the nuances of their meanings required careful contemplation. After all, these were not Chinese characters, and their extended meanings could not simply be substituted with those of Chinese characters. Surely, in this world, there must exist something akin to a dictionary? Watching Niu Xiaoyong rush off to drink a bellyful of water, Lin Shu noted his somewhat hoarse voice and felt reluctant to ask him to repeat the task once more. So, in response to Niu Xiaoyong and Apos' eager gaze, Lin Shu nodded emphatically. Understood. Truly understood? Indeed, truly. Splendid. I am utterly exhausted. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Lin Shu beamed, raising the account card in his hand. Niu Xiaoyong and Apos' eyes sparkled with joy as he nodded vigorously. Can I bring my sister along? Ah, your sister as well? Let us all go together. Very well. If you have no further questions, I shall head back to fetch my sister. It is nearly dinner time. I will take you out to eat, and then we can stroll through the shopping street. If there is anything you wish to purchase, now would be a good time to plan. Niu Xiaoyong assumed an air of someone experienced, which puzzled Lin Shu. Upon observing his deliberate demeanor, he realized that Niu Xiaoyong was merely mimicking the speech of others. Nevertheless, it was indeed a splendid suggestion. Who knows, perhaps they might even find a dictionary. Chapter 5. A novel world. Early the next morning, Lin Shu, who had spent the previous night poring over his dictionary, was abruptly awakened by the resounding chimes of a bell. It turned out that the village offered a wake-up service. Hastily rising from his slumber, he donned the work attire he had received the day before. This outfit enveloped him tightly, complete with a hood that left only his face exposed. Lin Shu found it perplexing that such clothing was necessary for farming in this world. Perhaps it was merely a matter of custom. During breakfast, Lin Shu had a pheasant egg snatched away by Du Jianxiong, who carelessly discarded the eggshell into Lin Shu's bowl of rice porridge. Of course, it was not the precious pearl rice reserved for citizens. That was a luxury that only the farmers could dream of, who settled for ordinary yellow millet instead. Lin Shu merely glanced at the two troublemakers before returning to his meal, an embodiment of patience and forbearance. The other villagers observed the scene as if it were a performance, and though a few were clearly displeased, none dared to intervene, wary of inciting trouble. To the elderly onlookers, such petty mischief seemed utterly trivial, merely a source of mild amusement. Du Jianxiong and Apos' ire was palpable as he watched Lin Shu's indifference, a trait that had infuriated him ever since their encounter aboard the airship. Each time Du Jianxiong witnessed Lin Shu being bullied, his insatiable rage simmered within him, longing to throttle the obnoxious little fool. Xie Fucai caught sight of the furious Du Jianxiong just as the slightly stooped figure of old Jiang appeared at the door of the cafeteria. He cast a glance at the two miscreants and approached them, inquiring, "Have you two been feeling a bit too mischievous?" Xie Fucai, grasping Du Jianxiong by the collar, turned silently to leave, while Lin Shu continued to eat his breakfast without lifting his gaze. "Did Xiaoyong visit you yesterday?" "Yes." "Did he explain the farm's rules to you?" "He did." "Do you remember them?" "I do." "Really remember?" "Absolutely." "Well then, let me test you. What is the 71st rule of the farm?" The 71st rule states that no crops produced in the fields, nor any tools used during production, may be concealed without authorization. Failure to comply will result in punishment as outlined in the criminal law for theft of property. And what is the 6th rule? The 6th rule prohibits disobeying the orders of the manager while working, if there are any disputes regarding the manager and Apos' commands or actions. The concerned individual may report to the Superior Management Committee afterward, and the manager must not obstruct the individual's right to voice their concerns. Not bad. Your memory is quite impressive. They say even fools have their peculiar talents. Who would have thought yours would be a good memory? All right, now off to work. Old Jiang patted Lin Shu on the shoulder, causing him to stumble slightly, which elicited a hearty laugh from old Jiang. The workers lined up in their respective groups, following the floating flatbed vehicles loaded with tools as they exited the farm's gates. The farm was enclosed by a green wall, and the entrance bore green and blue markings, indicating that beyond the gates lay the blue zone. Along the roadside, massive black bovine creatures awaited, each group receiving a varying number of these black cows. Indeed, these creatures were as large as elephants, sporting a pair of curved horns, aptly named black cows. In the distance, smaller herds of gray bovine animals could be seen, presumably the carnivorous gray cows. At the front and back of the line were two individuals dressed in tight-fitting combat uniforms reminiscent of soldiers on Earth, though they wore broad-brimmed hats instead of helmets. Perhaps for sun protection? Lin Shu curiously observed them, but they seemed to possess a keen awareness. Whenever he gazed too long, they would turn to look at him, prompting Lin Shu to hastily avert his eyes. One individual was seated in a floating vehicle, tasked with driving the massive transport. Their attire was similar, leading Lin Shu to speculate that they might be the so-called professionals or perhaps even mages. However, weren't mages typically robed? Among the group, familiar faces engaged in hushed conversations, seemingly accustomed to this way of life, their expressions relaxed. In contrast, Lin Shu sensed a certain tension emanating from the five in combat attire, evident in their movements, a detail he was astute enough to notice. Soon, they arrived at the fields, a vast expanse of farmland divided into units of 1 hectare, interspersed with paths and irrigation ditches. Old Jiang swiftly issued commands, and everyone instinctively retrieved their tools. Lin Shu found himself holding a spiked rake. Despite having lived 2 lives, he had never farmed before, leaving him staring blankly at the rake, inadvertently solidifying his reputation as a fool. Before long, the 50 laborers were divided into 5 groups, each leading a cow and harnessing it with a plow-like apparatus, which appeared to be made of metal and had clearly been enchanted to reduce its weight. You two, go over there and follow old Huang, Xiefucai. You follow old Tang, and you, fool, follow old Zhuang. Use your rake to break up and level the soil turned by the plow. Move quickly and keep pace with the black cow. Do you understand? Understood. All right, get to work. The labor commenced in the fields, while the individuals in combat attire spread out to the corners of the field, with one trailing behind. Lin Shu noted that among them were 2 women and 3 men, who appeared to be monitoring the situation, their demeanor suggesting a state of vigilance that made Lin Shu feel a twinge of anxiety. Reflecting on the inexplicable rules and the despairing expressions of the 2 troublemakers upon their arrival, as well as his sister and Apos' grave attitude towards their separation, Lin Shu began to consider that farming in this alternate realm might indeed be a perilous endeavor. With Lin Shu and Apos' slender arms and legs, keeping pace with the robust black cow proved to be quite a challenge. Observing his fellow group members, he noticed that each was responsible for a specific width, with his own being notably narrower. Since he had already received preferential treatment, Lin Shu felt it inappropriate to voice any complaints, and thus he diligently wielded his rake, while simultaneously observing others in hopes of gleaning some technique to expedite the task and conserve energy. Unfortunately, there was no significant trick to it. While some minor techniques for efficiency existed, at its core, it remained a labor-intensive job. The plowed earth was riddled with plant roots, complicating the task of breaking the soil into manageable pieces. Lin Shu pondered why those roots were not removed. However, such questions could not be posed at the moment, as everyone was engrossed in their work. Lin Shu struggled to keep up with the pace, his hands and feet soon aching, but he dared not slacken his efforts. Even the thought of resting was out of the question without explicit permission. He gritted his teeth and persevered. When the break finally arrived, Lin Shu took a sip from his water flask while examining the raw skin on his palms beneath his gloves. What a miserable sight. This was only half a day and Apos' toil. How and Apos' it going? Does it hurt? Old Zhuang, a middle-aged man with a perpetually cheerful demeanor, approached. His round, sun-kissed face was adorned with stubble, and his eyes sparkled with warmth, making him appear quite affable. It hurts. Here, use this ointment. It will heal quickly, and once the skin has shed, it will be less prone to peeling again. Oh, thank you. May I ask something? Go ahead. As Lin Shu inquired, he applied the ointment to his hands. Upon contact, the salve imparted a scorching sensation akin to placing his palm over an open flame. However, this intensity soon transformed into a tingling numbness, followed by a rapid healing of his wounds, which sprouted a new layer of skin. Remarkably, this fresh skin appeared even more resilient, possessing a certain firmness to the touch. Must we not remove the roots in the field? He asked. Those are the roots of the yellow flower grass, the very fodder the gray cattle are grazing upon. After being soaked in moisture, they become the finest fertilizer for the land. How could we possibly discard them? I see. But why does this ointment harden the skin? How peculiar, Lin Shu mused. This salve is specifically formulated for such purposes. It is colloquially known as the farmer's treasure. Lin Shu grinned. Yet a sense of unease crept over him. The farmer's treasure? Unlike the skincare products used by citizens that make the skin softer, this is quite the opposite. Be cautious not to drink too much water, lest you tire more easily while working, and the constant need for relief can be bothersome. He observed as he glanced around at his companions, who sipped water in measured amounts, especially the women who drank sparingly. Lin Shu found this puzzling. Was it not permissible to relieve oneself in the fields? It seemed there were no such stipulations. One cannot leave this plot of land during work, if one must depart. It is imperative to do so under the protection of the apprentice mage over there. If you continually trouble the mages, it may lead to their annoyance, he was informed. Lin Shu shivered, bewildered. Protection? Why is such a safeguard necessary? Are there wild beasts lurking about? What a naive child you are. This area is adjacent to the wild rainforest, thus it is inevitable for wild creatures, even magical beasts, to roam here, particularly those aerial monstrosities. Hence, these curious regulations are in place. Do not treat them lightly. Remember this well and adhere strictly. Those who fail to comply, without the need for the old ginger's punishment, may find themselves devoured by the magical beasts. Although Lao Zhuang wore a smile, his eyes betrayed a peculiar sorrow and helplessness, along with a profound wariness. His words, though somewhat exaggerated, held a kernel of truth. Magical beasts indeed posed a real threat to human life. Recently, 2 young souls from Group 27 had perished, and he harbored no desire for this seemingly naive child to swiftly become a mere shell of a corpse. Lin Shu involuntarily shuddered. Indeed, farming proved to be a perilous occupation. Chapter 6. The perils of this world. 1 hectare of land may appear substantial, yet with the concerted efforts of 50 laborers, it was swiftly turned over. To enhance productivity, it became imperative to divide the workforce. Some would continue to till an adjacent field, while others were tasked with opening the irrigation channels along the field and Oppo's edges to saturate the land. Lin Shu, Xie Futsai, you 2 stay here to monitor the sluice gate. Once the entire field is sufficiently irrigated, close the gate. Be vigilant while releasing the water. Do not allow those predatory black-toothed fish to enter the paddy, as they will devour the seedlings of the precious rice. Remember, if you let those fish in, I shall flay the skin from your backs. In truth, there was a barrier net at the sluice, but those cunning little fish would gnaw through the fine hemp netting. Hence, someone needed to remain vigilant. Should the fish congregate and attempt to breach the net, they must be dispersed. Understood. Rest assured. Old Jiang, noting both had acquiesced, cast a lingering glance at Lin Shu, who was intently observing the sluice and Oppo's barrier, before turning to leave. After a few steps, he recalled something and turned back. Do not leave this sluice. Even if you must relieve yourselves, do so where you stand. The distance to the sorcerers is not great. They can protect you, should you venture too far. In the event of trouble, none shall come to your aid. Lin Shu nodded vigorously, while Xie Futsai, somewhat impatiently, waved his hand, indicating he was well aware of such common sense. Old Jiang shot Xie Futsai a disapproving glare and mumbled as he walked away. Hey, fool, keep watch here. If a single fish gets through, I will flay you alive. Did you hear me? As he spoke, Xie Futsai kicked Lin Shu in the rear. Lin Shu, who had been crouching and observing the little fish in the irrigation channel, stumbled and nearly fell in, but fortunately caught himself on the raised sluice gate. Lin Shu bore no sign of discontent or anger, merely muttering, "Oh, what a fool. Bullying you brings no satisfaction. Useless." Xie Futsai plopped down on the bank, rubbing his sore back. Though his scraped hands could be healed with magical potions, the aches in his body were beyond remedy, and the esteemed sorcerers would certainly not waste a restoration spell on someone like him. Lin Shu, wielding a stick, seemingly scavenged from the ground. dipped it into the water to disturb the small black fish. The fish, surprisingly audacious, even attempted to bite at the branch in his hand. Lin Shu couldn't and oppose. Help, but wonder if a person were to fall into the water, would these little fish pose a lethal threat? Danger truly lurks everywhere. After toying with the fish for a while, Lin Shu intended to lift his gaze to observe the activities in the other field when suddenly, a familiar yet foreign sensation surged within him. What could this be? No. This is a warning from my spirit regarding impending danger. It is a soul attack. Lin Shu was astonished. How could he be unexpectedly subjected to a soul attack? Instinctively, he unleashed a familiar spell from his past life, the soul binding technique. Soul attacks are extraordinarily enigmatic forms of assault, yet they invariably involve sustained control. This implies that, upon experiencing a soul attack, one's spirit is being intertwined and entangled with another's, a phenomenon referred to as soul entanglement. The soul binding technique serves as a countermeasure. This technique can indeed be initiated proactively. Its hallmark is speed. Moreover, it is non-injurious, meaning it does not harm the target and oppose spirit, but serves to intimidate. As a defensive tactic, the aim is to disrupt the assailant and oppose attack. Lin Shu had no way of knowing whether his soul binding technique was effective. Yet the sensation of being scrutinized vanished in an instant. He quickly raised his head, following the source of that gaze, and discerned something transparent hurtling toward him. Fortunately, his keen observational skills allowed him to perceive this nearly invisible entity, which was now soaring through the air at a considerable angle and speed, accompanied by a massive black-headed eagle. Get down! An urgent shout from an unknown source propelled Lin Shu instinctively to the ground. Although he could not see, his spirit once again detected the ominous eyes fixated upon him. Yes, it was indeed the enormous black-headed eagle. Why was it attacking him? And what was that nearly transparent object? Would he evade it by lying low? Lin Shu failed to notice that, in this moment of peril, his thoughts had sharpened dramatically, far surpassing his usual sluggishness, as if he had been unshackled and was now soaring in clarity. There was no time for distractions. He invoked the soul-binding technique once more, determined to escape the eagle's gaze. Lin Shu was confident that if the nearly invisible attack originated from the black-headed eagle, it was not a soul attack, but rather a means of locking onto him. It resembled the sensation a sniper experiences when zeroing in on a target, a feeling Lin Shu was well acquainted with from his past encounters with skilled marksmen. Boom! That unseen attack grazed Lin Shu's body, crashing into the paddy just a step away. Lin Shu reflexively turned, witnessing a crescent-shaped blade, nearly half a meter wide, plunge into the water, cleaving it apart and carving a deep scar into the mud beneath, sending a spray of water and muck high into the air. His peripheral vision caught sight of Xie Futsai, who sat frozen in shock on the bank as the splashed mud sent him tumbling backward, causing the magical energy gaming device in his hand to soar aloft, the crystalline projection shimmering with light. Wind binding technique. Electric arrow. Approximately 30 meters away, a novice sorceress, adept in wind magic, attempted to attack the wind element black-headed eagle, a ludicrous notion. Thus, she opted for a control spell to disrupt the air around the eagle, diminishing its agility and creating an opportunity for her companion to strike. Indeed, another sorcerer, 100 meters distant and wielding electric magic, promptly launched an electric arrow. The black-headed eagle, agile and slippery, sensed the danger, retaliated with one last attack, then executed a sharp maneuver to evade the swiftly approaching electric arrow, diving and veering away, skimming the tips of the yellow pasture grass before ascending into the sky. Boom! The second wind blade, swifter and closer, sent an even greater spray of water, glistening droplets mingling with dark mud and scattered grass debris, obscuring the view of all, leaving those on the ground oblivious to their fate. Stay calm, everyone. Gather around me. A sorceress in the field called out, rousing the stunned group from their stupor. Splash! Mud and water splashed several meters high, crashing down to reveal two figures lying on the embankment. Due to the distance, the farmers remained unaware of the fate of the two individuals, and some women began to weep softly in fear. Wen Yu, Wang Mao Xian, go assess the situation and maintain vigilance. Zhang Huan, Lu Yongyan, rally to me and stay alert. Yes, the nearest was Wen Yu, a wind mage, who had cast aside her sun hat. To her surprise, she wore a helmet resembling a bulletproof design, crafted not for ballistic protection but to guard against splash damage. This magical equipment was also integrated with a communicator, A passive alert system and real-time recording devices. Indeed, it was a valuable piece of gear, though every apprentice mage on the farm was issued one. When you appeared quite ordinary, with a sturdy pair of glasses perched on her nose, secured by a string at the back of her head. Her features were well-defined. Though her nose and mouth were somewhat prominent, her eyes small, and her brows short and thick. Her skin was fair, yet speckled with freckles. The brief and intense battle had left her emotions heightened, her cheeks flushed, making the freckles even more pronounced. She glanced back at Wang Maoxian, who was swiftly approaching through the water, signaling that everything was under control. When you turned back and cautiously approached the scene of the incident, upon observing the situation, her thick brows furrowed slightly as she scrutinized the two figures on the ground. After examining the landing points of the two wind blades from the black-headed eagle, she suppressed her surprise, straightened up, and waved her hand, signaling that all was well. Then, through the communicator on her helmet, she whispered, "The two wind blades from the black-headed eagle missed their targets. The individuals are unharmed." "They missed the targets?" "Indeed." "Very well, I understand. I will send 2 people to check on them while you investigate the cause of the black-headed eagle and Oppo's attack." "Understood." Relieved to hear that both individuals were safe, Lao Jiang felt a surge of anger and frustration. "Lao Huang, come with me. This is truly worrisome." Upon arriving at the scene, they found Lin Shu seated on the ground, tidying his clothes, while Xie Kai remained unconscious. Lao Jiang, irritated, kicked Xie Kai several times. "Stop pretending to be dead. Get up." Xie Kai, evidently startled, had merely fainted from shock after being drenched in mud. As Lao Jiang and Oppo's kicks roused him, he screamed in terror, help! There are magical beasts!" Chapter 7. Heartfelt confusion with a resounding slap. Lao Jiang struck Xie face twice, leaving Lin Shu feeling a twinge of discomfort, though it was somewhat satisfying. "Silence, unless you wish to meet your demise." Lin Shu blinked his clear eyes at Xie, who was desperately covering his mouth, his face pale with fear. A trickle of blood seeped through his fingers, but Lin Shu nonchalantly diverted his gaze, meticulously reflecting on the recent events, particularly the subtle gestures of the female mage. Lao Jiang glanced at Lin Shu, whose face was smeared with mud, yet wore a calm expression, and then cast a sidelong glance at the female mage nearby, asking with amusement, "Arin and Oppo's. You afraid, Lin Shu?" I mean, you were almost killed by a magical beast. Are you not afraid?" "Magical beast," Lin Shu replied vacantly, raising his head to search for the creature in the sky. At that moment, he realized that the small dark dots above were perilous beings capable of taking lives at any moment. Lao Jiang chuckled bitterly and shook his head. "Truly, a fool has a fool and Oppo's fortune. To escape death in such a manner is sheer luck." However, Lin Shu did not share this sentiment. It was evident that the black-headed blade hawk, referred to by the female mage, was summoned by Xie. The glow from his magical gaming device had undoubtedly attracted the hawk and Oppo's attention, as many flying creatures are drawn to luminous objects. This was precisely why the farm and Oppo's regulations forbade carrying highly reflective or luminous items in the wild. Yet, Xie was courting death. Why did the hawk target him with its wind blades? This seemed illogical. Was the hawk and Oppo's vision impaired? If so, how could it spot the glowing object from such a height? Whose magical device was this? When you raised the device in her hand, her palm pressed against the crystalline surface to prevent any glare, her expression chilling enough to freeze one in place. Xie trembled, his gaze involuntarily shifting towards Lin Shu. "No, it's not mine." Xie shook his rigid neck vigorously, his eyes darting away in evasion. "Humph. Lying before a mage is the most foolish act. I see you are the real fool. If we use time reversal magic to confirm your deceit, it would not merely be a violation of farm rules, but a grave crime of deceiving a mage. Think carefully before you answer again. Whose is this?" When you and Oppo's lips curled into a cold smile, and Lin Shu thought her demeanor was quite imposing. If only her face were free of freckles and she lacked those ridiculous glasses, she would be perfect. When you evidently noticed Lin Shu and Oppo's curious gaze, yet she disregarded him. The fool showed no reaction to being framed, perhaps due to his lack of understanding in such complex matters. Reflecting on her earlier doubts, when you couldn't and Oppo's help but find it amusing. However, if he were innocent, why did the black-headed blade hawk miss its 2 attacks? Such a phenomenon was exceedingly rare. Even a novice mage would likely struggle to evade the hawk and Oppo's ambush in such circumstances. I'm not involved. Spare me. I had no idea it would turn out this way. The situation became clear. The luminous magical device attracted the black-headed blade hawk. This item would be handed over to the management committee. The matter concerning their group would be handled amongst themselves. Damn it! Lao Jiang kicked Xie Fucai to the ground and delivered several more kicks. Xie Fucai could only curl up, cradling his head and stifling his cries. Get up and get to work. The punishment will be decided by the management committee. Damn, this will bring me trouble. Lao Huang. Stay here with Lin Shu and watch the sluice gate. Thank you, esteemed mage. Let us continue our work. When you nodded indifferently, picked up the straw hat from the ground and placed it back on her head, her gaze drifting again towards Lin Shu. Here it comes. Lin Shu distinctly felt the approach of her soul energy, as if she were scrutinizing and studying him. Lin Shu dutifully restrained his own spiritual presence, though it was unnecessary, as his spirit could not be perceived externally. Lin Shu was puzzled as to why individuals in this world could so easily project their souls. Even a magical beast could do so, yet he could not. Did this imply that his spirit was inferior to that of a black-headed blade hawk? Everything returned to normal. Lao Huang, a taciturn individual, sat quietly by the sluice gate, occasionally glancing at the barrier or gazing at the sky. Meanwhile, Lin Shu silently observed the small fish in the water, deeply contemplating the recent events. To claim that Lin Shu was unafraid would be a lie. However, in his previous life, he was a practitioner of esoteric arts, having faced life-and-death situations countless times. Thus, he had grown accustomed to moments when death brushed past him, enabling him to swiftly return to tranquility. If he were merely a boy, he would undoubtedly be terrified at this moment. Yet, Lin Shu was unsure how to express his fear. If poorly performed, it could reveal a flaw, so he opted to display an unaffected demeanor, as it felt the most genuine, and thus would be most readily accepted by others. Fortunately, by doing so, Lin Shu navigated through the ordeal safely, simultaneously avoiding the danger of attracting Wen Yu and Appo's attention. The recent incident was indeed difficult to explain. As to why both wind blades missed their target was a valid cause for suspicion for both parties involved. However, Lin Shu and Appo's composed demeanor effectively concealed this doubt. Indeed, the second miss of the black-headed blade hawk was still due to Lin Shu and Appo's interference. The reason he could successfully disrupt the hawk and Appo's wind blade attack was entirely because the hawk engaged its soul energy to lock onto its target, also referred to as spiritual energy. Lin Shu and Appo's counteraction cleverly exploited the hawk and Appo's active soul contact. If relying solely on Lin Shu and Appo's spiritual energy, his imperceptible spirit could not attack the hawk on a spiritual level, which remained a puzzling question for Lin Shu. Lin Shu and Appo's eyes followed the movements of the small black fish in the water, a task he could accomplish with ease. To Lao Huang, it appeared as if Lin Shu was keenly interested in the fish. In truth, Lin Shu was meticulously replaying the events that had transpired. It all began with a rising sense of vigilance, followed by the sensation of being watched, the wind blades revealed by distorted light, and finally, the imposing figure of the black-headed hawk, which seemed to be enveloped in a faint azure aura, similar in color to the wind blades he had observed up close. Was this a magical aura? No. It seemed that when the apprentice mage when you cast her spell, she too bore a faint aura, though slightly deeper in hue. Perhaps this was not a magical aura but merely an illusion of Lin Shu and Appo's sight. Otherwise, how could a hawk and Appo's aura resemble that of a human? Wait a moment. Could Wen Yu also be a wind mage? Indeed, the spell she uttered was wind binding technique. That's right. She is also a wind mage. Thus, the azure aura was a manifestation of magic activation. This implies that during the activation of magic, the human eye can perceive the magical aura. But what is this magical aura? Is it the result of magical energy agitating and refracting light within a certain area? It was still the dissipated energy released due to the excitation of energy. Lin Shu recalled seeing the exterior of the floating airship, which seemed to be enveloped in various colored magical auras, visible even at night. Thus, it appeared that when magical energy was activated, it emitted light, with the different hues representing distinct magical energies. A faint smile graced Lin Shu and Appo's lips. Having been in this world for a few days, he finally began to discern some of its subtle rules. Beside him, Old Huang also smiled gently. and Lin Shu and Amp, Oppos. S pure smile seemed to reflect upon the swimming fish in the water, appearing crystal clear and pure, cleansing the hearts of those who beheld it. However, Lin Shu and Amp, Oppos. S joy was fleeting, for he soon realized that his thoughts were flawed. This was not scientific. If magic emitted light during its activation, every mage would resemble a beacon, practically announcing their presence to their foes. After so many years of research and refinement in magic, one would expect innovations to address this very issue, much like the efforts of weapon experts on Earth who have dedicated themselves to creating silent and invisible firearms. Could it be that the people in this world lacked such urgent aspirations? Impossible. If casting spells were so perilous, mages would undoubtedly become accustomed to casting spells discreetly. Yet, in the recent battle, Lin Shu did not observe any of these mages attempting to conceal their forms. Not even a hint of such inclinations was evident. This indicated that they had no intention of casting spells covertly. Thus, the answer was singular. The magical auras emitted were imperceptible to others, or rather, not everyone could perceive them. Only those possessing a powerful spiritual essence, like Lin Shu, could see them. In essence, what Lin Shu perceived was something akin to the soul's layer, ultimately discovered through vision. Lin Shu understood that vision was more adept at sensing and emitting energies from the soul's layer. Otherwise, the eyes would not be referred to as the windows to the soul. With this realization, Lin Shu resolved his initial confusion regarding how even a black-headed blade eagle could project its soul energy externally. It harnessed magical energy, utilizing the omnipresent magical force to channel its soul energy, thus executing an attack lock based on that soul energy. The remaining challenge lay in verification. Yet Lin Shu could not sense or control magical energy, making it impossible for him to confirm this hypothesis unless the black-headed blade eagle made another appearance. A prospect Lin Shu dared not entertain. In fact, now that Lin Shu grasped the general nature of the situation, he felt less fear towards the assassins soaring in the skies. During the black-headed blade eagle and Oppos' attack, he had not been devoid of means to retaliate. The methods of soul attack were not limited to the gentle spirit binding technique alone. Chapter 8. Stepping forward again, the day's labor concluded without incident. As everyone gathered once more and formed a line to commence their return journey under the dusky sky, the weary workers engaged in light-hearted conversation, yet some remained notably silent. Lin Shu understood their sentiments well. Individuals often bear various pressures, stemming from fears and dissatisfaction. The perilous life of farming undoubtedly imposed immense strain on each heart. Some alleviated this burden through social interaction, while others silently bottled it up within. In contrast, the few women who occasionally wiped away tears seemed to release their burdens more thoroughly. Those who appeared calm and mute were, in fact, accumulating the most perilous emotions. It was uncertain whether this world had any psychological studies in place, but given the commoner's status, it was likely that even if such practitioners existed, these impoverished souls could not afford their services. Perhaps there were religious establishments like churches, Lin Shu thought, glancing towards the distant farmlands. Although he could see some tall structures, they were evidently defensive fortifications. Previously, Lin Shu hadn't grasped this concept and had not considered that direction. Now, it was clear that these were likely watchtowers or magical spires. Along the way, Lin Shu noticed 3 individuals who kept their eyes on him. One was Wenyu, the sorceress who seemed to cast furtive glances in his direction, despite her wide-brimmed hat. The mixture of her spiritual energy allowed Lin Shu to sense her scrutiny without turning around. The other 2 were Xie Kai and Du Jianxiong, who evidently attributed this morning and Oppos' horrifying incident to Lin Shu. Many people, or perhaps most, were inclined to shift their blame onto others, easily convincing themselves that the fault lay elsewhere, perceiving themselves as the most righteous and wronged in a world filled with villains. From their venomous gazes, Lin Shu discerned that they viewed him as the worst of culprits. Reluctant to let his dinner be spoiled, especially after a day of labor that had left him ravenous, Lin Shu swiftly evaded the 2 and returned to his small courtyard. Lin Shu, you're back? Xiaoyong, what brings you here? I was waiting for you. I heard you almost got eaten by a magical beast today. How did you escape that horde of black-headed blade eagles? Although Niu Xiaoyong intended to express concern for his friend, his tone revealed a stronger sense of curiosity, which made Lin Shu chuckle. What are you laughing at? Aren't you scared? There was only one. What? Are you saying there was just a single black-headed blade eagle? Niu Xiaoyong appeared thoroughly disappointed. Having completely forgotten his original purpose of checking on his friend, now lamenting the lack of magical beasts. Let us go inside. I'm hungry. Want to share some meat buns? I have plenty. Sure. But wait, wash your hands first. The teacher said we must wash our hands before eating. All right. Niu Xiaoyong had just devoured a bun and regaled Lin Shu with tales of his past encounters with magical beasts when his little sister called him back. The pallor of his face revealed that his absence from school might have been reported. After finishing his meal, Lin Shu hesitated to use the magical lamp, as it required payment. Instead, he lit a candle purchased from the local grocery store yesterday. Clearly, the shopkeeper was a charlatan. He had claimed that the candle would burn brightly, emit a pleasant fragrance, and produce no black smoke, but the reality was the complete opposite. Such unscrupulous merchants surely transcended dimensions. Lin Shu positioned his dictionary beneath the candlelight, with introduction to basic cultivation and understanding our world beside him. He slowly opened Understanding Our World, reading carefully while searching for unfamiliar characters. After a night of diligent effort, he was now able to read it with relative ease. This book proved invaluable to Lin Shu. The world was vast, and from the descriptions within, it was evident that it was significantly larger than Earth, containing oceans that covered approximately 1/3 of the planet's surface, alongside 5 continents named according to cardinal directions. Lin Shu's homeland, the Xia Kingdom, was situated in the southern part of the eastern continent, and this planet was named Green Star. The eastern continent alone boasted over 40 nations and countless races, stretching over 100,000 kilometers from its easternmost to westernmost points. The planet's circumference measured over 700,000 kilometers. Although it remained uncertain whether this kilometer equated to Earth's, Lin Shu sensed that the measurement units here might be somewhat larger. Since civilization's dawn, this world had been embroiled in continuous warfare. Initially, conflicts arose between the nations of the continent, later escalating to battles between continents. The rapid development and application of magical abilities stemmed from these wars, leading to the establishment of the current occupational hierarchy that persists to this day. A millennium ago, the invasion war began, halting the intercontinental conflicts as the inhabitants unified against external threats. For over 1,000 years, warfare had never ceased, resulting in pronounced social stratification, as only those with capabilities could contribute to the planet's welfare, thus deserving greater resources and respect. As for the nature of the dimensional wars, Lin Shu could only speculate. The book mentioned numerous invading dimensions in passing, such as the Elven Realm, the Demon Realm, and the Underworld. However, Lin Shu believed these should not be classified as dimensional wars. Unless he misunderstood the terminology, they resembled interstellar conflicts, with these alien beings merely visitors from other worlds, not entities capable of interdimensional travel. Such travel required a pure spirit, as the fundamental material laws varied across dimensions, rendering the transfer of matter across them implausible. In summary, this world was vast and perilous. To thrive within it, one must grow stronger, lest they be perpetually oppressed. Having finished the moderately thick children's book, Lin Shu glanced at the clock on the wall. The night had deepened. Rubbing his eyes, he beheld the delicate characters on the page, realizing this was an introductory textbook, a relic from his sister. Her handwriting evoked a sense of warmth and nostalgia, and as he gently traced the letters, Lin Shu imagined his sister's charming visage as a child, causing him to smile. Not in haste to peruse the preliminary cultivation book, Lin Shu decided to thoroughly digest his understanding of this world. He was no longer an impetuous youth and recognized the importance of discerning what required urgency and what could wait. Stepping outside, Lin Shu beheld a grand moon illuminating the night sky, providing ample light for reading, albeit with some effort. Interestingly, this slightly reddish moon was just one of the night's rulers. Towards the eastern sky hung a smaller, quarter-sized blue moon. According to the text, there was yet another moon that perpetually concealed itself behind the larger one, revealing itself only once a year. These 3 moons were aptly named Red Moon, Blue Moon, and Dark Moon. Gazing upwards for a considerable time, Lin Shu let out a sigh, not out of nostalgia for Earth, but rather in lamentation of his identity as a disciple of the mystical sect and the uncertainties that lay ahead. The mystical sect is a school of cultivators who pursue the Tao, distinct from mere methods. Therefore, it transcends the realms of law and technique, delving into the profound relationship between the human spirit and the essence of the universe. Yet, the path of cultivation is paradoxically initiated by mastering techniques, followed by laws. and ultimately culminating in the pursuit of the Tao. In his previous life, Lin Shu was merely an adept in the techniques and laws of the mystical sect, far from the Tao itself. He never anticipated that one day he would be thrust into this new realm, where the techniques and laws were entirely different. Even in the absence of high-energy phenomena like magic, the sight of 3 moons revealed to Lin Shu that the laws of this universe diverged vastly from those of Earth. In essence, the system of mystical techniques on Earth, ranging from Tai Chi to the 8 trigrams, and then to the Book of Changes, belongs to the realm of the Tao. Following that are the practices, Tao laws, formations, strange gates, evasion techniques, talismans, and various arts, which constitute the levels of an amp, oppos, law and amp, oppos, and an amp, oppos, technique and amp, oppos. To illustrate, within formations exists the presence of the Tayin, which signifies the moon. If one were to apply Earth's formation theories here, one might ponder which of the 3 moons represents the Tayin, and how the formation should be transformed accordingly. Thus, apart from the theoretical level of the Tao, all other systems of magical theory have completely collapsed in this realm. If Lin Shu wished to maintain his identity as a disciple of the mystical sect, he would have to rely on Yi to reconstruct his system of techniques. Otherwise, he would have to abandon the theories of the mystical sect and adopt the cultivation system of this realm. The dilemma, however, was that his current body seemed to be devoid of any magical receptivity. Practicing seemed futile. Amidst this dark uncertainty, a glimmer of hope emerged. Today, Lin Shu successfully unleashed a soul technique. In other words, the soul is eternal, irrespective of the plane one inhabits, and regardless of how the and oppos, law and oppos, manifests in that plane. The soul transcends these laws, indicating that the soul exists on the same plane as the Tao. Though today's soul technique could only be invoked under special circumstances, it provided Lin Shu, who had been feeling utterly lost, a flicker of hope amidst the darkness. Chapter 9. Commencing the refinement of the body the following morning. Despite Lin Shu and amp, oppos, best efforts to evade the 2 troublemakers, they relentlessly sought to provoke him, leaving him unsatisfied with his breakfast. During the assembly after breakfast, old Jiang announced the punishment for Xie Fucai, 10 lashes in public and a deduction of half a month's salary. A leniency granted due to it being his first offense and his unfamiliarity with the rules. Lin Shu watched with a sense of schadenfreude. This fate was far worse than his own hunger. Wen Yu was observing Lin Shu, who in turn was keenly watching her. He aimed to uncover the secret behind the mage's effortless projection of soul energy through careful observation. However, Wen Yu's scrutiny of Lin Shu was casual, almost subconscious, executed with great subtlety and speed, rendering it undetectable to him. Whenever Wen Yu shifted her gaze away, Lin Shu would attempt to look back, only to find that her soul energy had already retracted. Before long, Lin Shu identified a more intriguing subject of observation, the individual operating the floating vehicle. Based on yesterday and Oppo's performance, Lin Shu surmised that this person was the leader of the 4 apprentice mages. The faint yellow glow emanating from him suggested he was an earth mage. Yet the magical energy radiating from the control panel of the floating vehicle appeared as a light blue, indicative of wind magic. Clearly, the vehicle contained a mechanism for energy conversion. While Lin Shu felt a surge of curiosity, the focus of his observation remained on the mage himself. Lin Shu lowered his head slightly, opting to perceive the mage's aura through his spirit rather than through direct vision, trying to discern the soul energy that radiated from him. However, no amount of scrutiny allowed him to distinguish between the mage and Oppos' soul energy and the luminous magical energy. In essence, the 2 energies were inextricably intertwined, a phenomenon easily explicable by the inherent differences between soul energy and material energy. If the fusion of soul and material energy was indeed so profound, it must occur at a remarkable speed, reminiscent of the way one channels the natural energies of heaven and earth using their spirit in esoteric practices. Yet, the mage and Oppos' technique for harnessing these energies appeared distinct. The so-called magic was merely a skill in which the mage employed his spirit to manipulate the natural energies, albeit under a different nomenclature, magical energy. Returning to the matter of energy fusion, such rapid amalgamation necessitated an exceptionally high intensity of spirit. Even Lin Shu and Oppos' own spirit could not achieve such a swift integration with the natural energies of the earth. As for the energies in this realm, he sensed not at all. This presented a clear paradox. While Lin Shu would not claim his spirit was stronger than that of the apprentice mages, It certainly surpassed that of the black-headed eagle. Otherwise, he would not have so easily evaded its grasp with his soul-binding technique. Why, then, could the black-headed eagle manipulate magical energy with its soul energy, while Lin Shu could not? As he walked, Lin Shu silently pondered these questions, realizing they were not easily resolved. He was merely passing the time. The day and Apos' labor mirrored that of the previous day, but old Jiang seemed to deliberately favor Lin Shu by assigning him to the front to learn how to handle the black cattle. In truth, black cattle are gentle creatures, timid to the point that a sharp rebuke would cause them to lower their heads. Thus, leading them was a rather effortless task, traditionally assigned to women. Lin Shu and Apos' sudden involvement in this role could be perceived as encroaching on their territory. Given old Jiang and Apos' astuteness, it was surprising he would make such a misstep. During the midday break, a woman approached old Jiang to apologize, showering him with cautious smiles. In the afternoon, Lin Shu returned to the team organizing soil. Although he was unaware of the dynamics between old Jiang and the woman, it was evident that old Jiang had triumphed once again. The sun overhead blazed relentlessly, and Lin Shu and Apos' straw could not fully shield him from its intensity. It was then that he understood why mages wore large hats over their magical helmets, primarily for sun protection. Yet, considering how tightly they donned their gear, wouldn't they feel overheated? Lin Shu was drenched in sweat, but dared not remove his hat or shed any clothing, reasoning that there must be a rationale behind the farm and Apos' regulations. Perhaps there were beasts sensitive to the scent of sweat lurking nearby, and a moment and Apos' carelessness could spell danger. Contemplating life-threatening peril, Lin Shu gazed skyward, where numerous small black dots flitted among the clouds. He wondered why so many mages inhabited the farm, yet never took the initiative to eliminate these hazardous beasts. Perhaps there were deeper reasons at play. While Lin Shu remained oblivious to them, he dared not flout the rules of this realm, which was 1,000 times more perilous than Earth. Suddenly, a sharp impact struck Lin Shu's shoulder, causing him to stumble forward. As he sought to regain his balance, he unexpectedly tripped over a leg that had appeared beneath him. Despite his keen eyesight, his body was unable to keep pace with his thoughts, and to his astonishment, he fell face first into the mud. Silently, Lin Shu rose from the ground, his face smeared with dirt, his mouth full of mud and grass roots. He retrieved his hat, while wiping his face with his sleeve. "My apologies, just tripped," Du Jixiong said, though a smug and mocking expression lingered on his face. Lin Shu shot him a glance and resumed his work, adopting a dismissive attitude that ignited Du Jixiong's fury. Yet he refrained from retaliating, while nearby youths stifled their laughter at Du Jixiong's embarrassment, further fueling his ire. Gripping the handle of his rake tightly, he struck the soil before him with the force of his frustration, as if it were Lin Shu's head. Curse it all. One day, Lin Shu cast a sidelong glance at Du Jixiong, then followed his gaze to Xie Fucai, who appeared somewhat dispirited. He caught a glimmer of malice in Xie Fucai and Apos' eyes. These two could not be allowed to remain. But how could he rid himself of them without incurring trouble? It was essential to acknowledge that this realm possessed extraordinary magic. Lin Shu was unsure what spells might reveal hidden truths. Notably, the time reversal magic when you had mentioned yesterday sounded particularly ominous. Moreover, when Lin Shu spoke of not allowing them to persist, he did not merely imply teaching them a lesson. He sought their complete and utter physical obliteration to ensure peace of mind. Lin Shu had never been a virtuous soul, and while the first 18 years of his life may have suggested otherwise, he would no longer adhere to such ideals. Furthermore, his recent fall had revealed a newfound clarity in his mind. The rustiness he had felt was gone. His thoughts flowed rapidly, allowing him to perceive even the minutest details of Du Jixiong and Apos' actions and expressions with startling clarity. Ironically, in this heightened state of awareness, Lin Shu watched helplessly as he plunged headfirst into the mud, a truly wretched experience. Lin Shu felt a blend of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the gradual restoration of his cognitive speed, aligning more closely with that of his spirit. This indicated that the child's brain function was normal, and quite remarkable at that. Perhaps his intellectual challenges originated from a spiritual realm. On the other hand, the dissonance between his rapidly processing thoughts and the sluggishness of his physical body was exceedingly jarring. This lack of harmony not only caused discomfort, but, in a world fraught with peril, could even pose a threat to his safety. It seemed imperative for him to engage in rigorous physical training. With determination, Lin Shu wielded the rake, embracing labor as a means of training. Work had always been the most effective method for honing one's skills. He recalled the techniques of cold weaponry from his previous life and applied them to his raking motions, focusing on control, precision, and speed. Gradually, Lin Shu, accustomed to the rigors of cultivation, immersed himself in the world of physical exertion, keenly observing the disparity between his spirit and body, continually adjusting his movements to achieve a more seamless integration. Old Jiang, who was patrolling the area, quickly discerned something amiss with Lin Shu. The most disconcerting aspect of human nature is comparison, with only a person separating Lin Shu from Du Jinxiang. The artistic finesse of Lin Shu's laborious actions starkly contrasted with the clumsy, blood-boiling motions of Du Jinxiang. The difference was as glaring as the lipstick mark on Old Zhang and Amp Appo's bald head. Old Zhang furrowed his brow but soon relaxed. It is often said that fools, being undistracted, excel at simple tasks, frequently outperforming their more capable counterparts with their unwavering focus and enthusiasm. The ease on Lin Shu and Amp Appo's face and the intensity in his gaze revealed that he was genuinely relishing the joys of labor. Old Zhang grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth, pleased with the progress Lin Shu was making towards becoming a competent farmer. Two others shared a similar conclusion. One was the apprentice magician team leader, who shadowed the farmers for protection. He was still troubled by the previous day and Amp Appo's failure of the Black Blade and Amp Appo's continuous shots, and thus kept a watchful eye on Lin Shu. He noticed Lin Shu's meticulous observation of the farmers and Amp Appo's actions and his gradual adaptation of those movements, leading him to the same realization as Old Jiang. Fools indeed possess a remarkable concentration. As for the last individual, her smile held an enigmatic undertone, hinting at deeper meanings beneath her apparent understanding. Chapter 10, Cultivation System. Another uneventful day passed. In the evening, Lin Shu, as per his usual routine, purchased some buns and returned to his room to eat. According to the farm and Amp Appo's regulations, trespassing into another and Amp Appo's residence is a grave offense, punishable by being charged with burglary, which could result in a lifetime of forced labor without compensation. Hence, Lin Shu harbored an inexplicable sense of security regarding his home. In truth, the house was quite ordinary, with low walls that could be easily scaled. Yet where did this sense of safety stem from? After contemplating on his way, Lin Shu realized that this security was entirely derived from his reverence for the mages and the farm's stringent law enforcement. It seems that humanity indeed requires strict and unyielding governance to maintain decorum. Otherwise, one day, it might descend into chaos akin to Earth, leading to its inevitable destruction. As for why Lin Shu attributed the potential calamities facing Earth solely to its inhabitants, it was because he was a cultivator, one who valued the principle of cause and effect. He believed that the actions of Earth's people would ultimately draw the ire of nature itself, leading to a cataclysmic reckoning. As fate would have it, upon arriving at his doorstep, Lin Shu encountered his classmate, Niu Xiaoyong. "Did you attend class today?" "Yes, we had to. The exam is approaching, and I dared not skip." Lin Shu chuckled. "Care for some buns?" "Sure, but first, let me wash my hands." "All right." After changing his clothes and washing his hands, Lin Shu emerged to find Niu Xiaoyong already devouring his second bun. "Delicious. Why do the buns here taste better than those at home?" "Hee. What about the exam?" "Exam? Niu Xiaoyong choked slightly, taking a sip of water to regain his breath. "Phew, that almost got me. Were you asking about the exam?" "Yes. It and Amp Appo's just a regular exam, not the annual one, so there and Amp Appo's no need to be nervous." "Oh, what is the annual exam?" "Well, it takes place at the end of the dry season. After the exam, we participate in the harvest, followed by a celebration of abundance, and then the rainy season begins. It will rain for 3 consecutive months, turning the surrounding fields into vast lakes. During that time, magical beasts become quite active, so school is suspended until the dry season returns 3 months later." "Does that mean you won't have to work?" "You won't be doing farm work, but you will be working in the processing factory." Lin Shu listened intently, realizing the unique climate of this place. 12 months in a year, with 3 months of rainy season unsuitable for farming, leaving 9 months of dry season ideal for cultivation. It was indeed a fascinating climatic environment. Observing Niu Xiaoyong consume his third bun, Lin Shu noticed his eyes remained fixed on the food, even as his stomach seemed to reach its limit. In reality, food on the farm was abundant, with buns being quite inexpensive, 4 copper coins each. Lin Shu calculated that with a monthly wage of 50 silver coins, he could buy 1,225 buns, averaging over 40 a day. Niu Xiaoyong and Appo's parents were seasoned farmers, earning even more. So Lin Shu did not believe Niu Xiaoyong came merely to mooch off him. Rather, it seemed he enjoyed conversing with someone like Lin Shu. A person who willingly engages with a fool suggests he might struggle with social connections. Coupled with his frequent truancy, it was apparent he was not well liked at school. However, from his interactions with Niu Xiaoyong, Lin Shu did not find him to be an unpleasant child. Thus, he pondered why this boy felt so isolated. What about Niu Xiaomei? She and Appo's at home. I thought she might come to fetch you. Hee, my parents don't really care about me. Yesterday, it was the teacher who complained. Niu Xiaoyong scrunched his nose in discontent, yet did not further attack the teacher and Appo's actions, indicating he still held some affection for them. Why don't you attend class? I don't and Appo's like going. Those guys, they don't like me. Classmates? No one likes me. That and Appo's. That's why we are good friends, right? Xiaoyong is great. Why don't they like you? Huh. You wouldn't understand, but since I'm doing nothing anyway, I might as well tell you. Lin Shu nodded, stuffing his 5th bun into his mouth while curiously observing Niu Xiaoyong. This was the secret of being a good listener, to maintain eye contact with the speaker, encouraging them to share more. Actually, this all started because of my dad. A few years ago, when he was working in the fields, there was an incident involving a magical beast attack, resulting in 2 deaths. For some unknown reason, the families of the deceased claimed my dad was responsible. As the rumors spread, it escalated to the point where they accused my dad of intentionally causing harm. They never considered that if my dad truly did it, wouldn't the mages be able to uncover the truth? Clearly, it must have been someone with a grudge against my dad spreading lies. But everyone believed it. And my dad couldn't and Appo's explain himself, so now people generally avoid us. Niu Xiaoyong and Appo's logic seemed sound, but Lin Shu, with his rich life experience, could discern the complexities beneath the surface. He had not anticipated that such troubling events lurked within this small farm. Clearly, this was a deliberate act of slander, executed with remarkable cunning, to the point where even the mages could not unravel it. What did this imply? It suggested that the farm was far more tumultuous than it appeared. Additionally, why would they target Niu Xiaoyong's father? It must be because there was something about him that warranted such malice. If it were not a personal vendetta, then it likely involved something more intricate. Moreover, while Niu Xiaoyong and Appo's parents seemed quite ordinary, the more mundane they appeared, the more peculiar the situation became. Lin Shu promptly cautioned himself that this was not the time to delve into matters beyond his concern. Lin Shu blinked, patting his slightly swollen belly, squinting as he exhaled. Niu Xiaoyong rolled his eyes, clearly puzzled. Bored, he glanced around and suddenly spotted the dictionary and 2 books on the bed. Are you really learning to read? Yes. How many characters have you learned? Lin Shu silently counted and held up one hand. 5. Not bad. If you keep at it, even learning just 1 character a day, in a few years, you and Appo's be able to read freely. Lin Shu rolled his eyes. His single hand represented 5,000 characters, omitting the zeros. Impressive. Niu Xiaoyong leapt up and ran to the bed, reaching for the 2 books before retracting his hand and turning to Lin Shu. Can I take a look? A polite inquiry from someone asking to see another and Appo's personal belongings suggests a considerate nature. Lin Shu firmly believed Niu Xiaoyong was indeed a genuine person. Of course. Oh, these 2. This one is a required textbook for elementary school, and we are currently studying it. This one is a required textbook for middle school. We haven't studied it yet. Is it your textbook? It and Appo's my sister and Appo's. You have a sister? Yes. Where is she? Isn't she coming to the farm? No. She and Appo's studying in the city. Studying in the city? Oh, I see. Your sister is a magic receptor? She is a mage? Yes. That and Appo's wonderful. When your sister saves enough money, she will come back for you. Yes. I'll have my health checkup next year. I hope I'm also a magic receptor. If so, I can become a mage in the future, earn a lot of money, and bring my parents and little sister to live in the city. So we won't have to endure bullying in this miserable place anymore. Niu Xiaoyong's words brimmed with hope, his eyes slightly reddening, and as he spoke, his voice grew thicker with emotion. You and Oppos, LL definitely succeed. Lin Shu nodded in affirmation, realizing that the test was conducted at the age of 12. He had previously assumed that one could discern whether they were a magical receptor from birth. In reality, children in urban areas usually undergo testing between the ages of 6 and 8, as the dietary needs of magical receptors can significantly influence their physical development. Early detection allows for timely dietary adjustments, which can slightly enhance their constitution and be more beneficial for their future growth. However, in rural areas, this testing is uniformly scheduled at 12, as this age provides the most accurate assessment of one and amp, Oppos, as physical quality. Of course, if one possesses financial means, they could travel to urban institutions for testing, albeit at a considerable expense, which most farming families cannot afford. Nevertheless, I have a premonition that I am indeed a magical receptor. To illustrate, our farm sees 30 to 40 children tested each year, with at most 2 passing, and often none at all. Oh, Lin Shu nodded in agreement. Though he found the ratio somewhat perplexing, it seemed abnormally low. After engaging in light-hearted conversation for a while, Niu Xiaoyong bounced home, leaving Lin Shu to tidy up. He lit a candle and began to read, focusing on Introduction to Basic Cultivation today. The magical system comprises metal, configuration, wood, life, water, ice, fire, flame, earth, rock, wind, air, lightning, electricity, light, darkness, and soul. The occupational hierarchy includes wizard, arcane mage, warrior, alchemist, healer, and array master. Within the wizarding realm, the progression is as follows: magic apprentice, apprentice wizard, junior wizard, intermediate wizard, senior wizard, mage, grand mage, wizard, arcane mage. For warriors, warrior apprentice, apprentice warrior, junior warrior, intermediate warrior, senior warrior, martial master, advanced martial master, martial saint, combat master. Alchemists progress from levels 1 to 8, becoming a grand alchemist at level 9. Healers also advance through levels 1 to 8, attaining the title of Saint Healer at level 9. Array masters follow the same structure, progressing from levels 1 to 8 and reaching Array Master at level 9. This outlines the general occupational framework of this world, although the actual classifications are more intricate, including professions such as cultivator and breeder, which are purely auxiliary roles and thus only briefly mentioned in the text. As for the cultivation system, it is fundamentally based on the magical energy framework, which is itself rooted in the human body and amp, Oppos, as source points, meridians, and channels. The so-called source points can be likened to the Dantian in Qi cultivation, but there are 10 such points within the human body, arranged in a diamond structure of 1-2-3-2-1. The uppermost point is located in the brain, at the focal point between the eyebrows and the ears, while the middle points correspond to the 7 vital organs. The lower point corresponds to the reproductive organs, and the last one is situated at the center of the chest, unrelated to any organ, referred to as the core source point. The vertical connections between these source points are termed Jing, while the horizontal connections are called Luan. Through these source points, magical energy can be transferred to the limbs and body, with the pathways of this transfer known as Mai, and the tiny channels permeating the body and amp, Oppos, tissues referred to as Luo. The junctions of Mai and Luo are called nodes. Cultivation, therefore, entails activating these source points, establishing connections among them, and ultimately expanding this network throughout the body to create a comprehensive channel of Jing and Mai. The distinction between the warrior and wizard systems lies in the emphasis on the cultivation of Jing and source points for wizards, while warriors focus more on the cultivation of Mai and Luo, as the absolute value of warrior source points is significantly lower than that of wizards, reflecting the fundamental nature of the hierarchical system. Chapter 11. The long and winding road. As Lin Shu closed the not overly thick tome, he silently reflected on the evident divergence between the cultivation systems of Green Star and Earth, a disparity primarily attributable to environmental factors and human anatomical differences. Nevertheless, certain similarities persist. Both systems advocate for the formation of a medium within the body. On Earth, practitioners cultivate true Qi, while on Green Star, the focus is on attribute magic energy. Moreover, the structural framework of both systems encompasses nodes, meridians, and musculoskeletal processes, with the guiding force being the primordial spirit. What intrigued Lin Shu the most was the necessity of cultivating attribute magic energy. The text offered explanations, yet Lin Shu and Amp, Oppos, puzzlement stemmed from his earthly perspective. attempting to apply the principles of qi cultivation to the magical practices of Green Star. While Earth's attributes do exist, they are merely transient manifestations produced by the circulation of true qi within the human body, which theoretically maintains a balance of the 5 elements. If Green Star's magical cultivation is indeed attribute-based, does it imply that the magic recipients possess inherent attributes? The answer is affirmative. The book clarifies that the so-called physical examination essentially assesses a person's compatibility with magic energy, which could also be termed as the degree of permeation and acceptance. Typically, individuals are predisposed to accommodate only one type of attribute magic energy, with exceptions for compatible energies, such as wind and wood, which may coexist within a single individual. However, water and fire energies are categorically incompatible within the same host. Non-magic recipients, conversely, are those whose bodies reject or are incapable of accepting magical energy. As for where this magical energy resides, it is evidently contained within the source point. Lin Shu found it perplexing that the inhabitants of Green Star are limited to selecting specific attributes, yet this realization did not hinder his quest for deeper understanding of cultivation. The foundational practice for all professions on Green Star begins with meditation, a process akin to visualization, closely mirroring Earth's qi cultivation techniques. This meditation involves channeling soul energy into a designated source point, allowing it to resonate with the attribute magic energy that the body can accommodate. Subsequently, practitioners gather and store this energy until the source point becomes sufficiently robust, paving the way to establish meridians and develop a secondary source point. Repeating this process until the entire system of source points, meridians, and channels is fully interconnected. The text remains silent on what transpires thereafter, as those who reach this state are already 9th-tier powerhouses. The strength of these 9th-tier beings can be succinctly described as fully intelligent, environmentally friendly, energy-charged autonomous nuclear weapons. This elucidates the robustness and rationality of the hierarchical system on Green Star. When discussing human rights, one might as well engage in dialogue with a fully intelligent, environmentally friendly, energy-charged autonomous nuclear weapon. One can only imagine the response. Contemplating the prowess of these remarkable individuals, Lin Shu felt a deep yearning. Yet, the more he envied them, the more despondent he became, for he was a non-magic recipient, rendering the cultivation of magic energy an impossibility. Given Lin Shu's commendable primordial spirit condition, had he possessed a suitable body, following the prescribed path would assuredly have led him to join the ranks of those autonomous nuclear weapons, perhaps even as a formidable contender. However, now, hope seemed utterly shattered, and the path was blocked. Fortunately, Lin Shu's previous life as a seasoned cultivator endowed him with resilience, sparing him from psychological distortion that could have led to a warped character. He exhaled heavily as the crimson moonlight poured through the window, casting a dreamlike glow over the room's furnishings. The atmosphere was serene, and Lin Shu's sigh echoed in his heart, lingering persistently. Since this path was obstructed, he resolved to forge his own. Must one strictly tread the paths already traversed by others? Lin Shu rallied his spirits, meticulously analyzing the commonalities between the cultivation systems of Green Star and Earth. Undoubtedly, the most pivotal similarity lies in the emphasis on the primordial spirit. Furthermore, whether it is true qi or attribute magic energy, both exist as mediums within the human body. It is not the medium itself that holds power, but rather the primordial spirit that harnesses external energy through it, akin to how Earth's qi practitioners utilize true qi to manipulate the energies of the universe. Could it be inferred that qi cultivation might also be feasible within this realm? If so, what would the methodology entail? Might one employ the source points and meridian structures of magic energy cultivation? The roots of Earth's qi cultivation can be traced back to the principles of the I Ching, establishing a foundational system grounded in elemental truths. The underlying rationale is that humans are an integral part of the universe, adhering to its profound principles. Thus, the fundamental theoretical basis of qi cultivation is the cosmic order. This aligns with the cultivation framework of Green Star, suggesting that attribute magic energy could be viewed as a form of qi, a variant imbued with attributes. If there exists attribute-laden true qi, then it stands to reason that there must also be a non-attribute variant, as this conforms to the fundamental principles of yin and yang, unless this realm operates outside those laws. In fact, by excluding the prevailing magic energies within the green star magic system that most closely align with the direct application of the primordial spirit. One is left with energies that can be categorized under yin and yang properties, potentially even aligning with the Bagua. With this realization, Lin Shu's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Earthly qi cultivation is fundamentally centered around the internal organs, manifesting in symmetrical meridians. The interplay of the organs, comprising the 5 zong and 6 fu, results in a comprehensive system that connects to the skin, forming a vast supercirculatory system. This system is further integrated through the 8 extraordinary meridians, culminating in an entirely interconnected network of acupuncture points. Given that both realms adhere to the fundamental dichotomy of yin and yang, could one not devise a qi cultivation system tailored to the intricate physiology of green star and amp, Opos, S inhabitants, manifesting as a 16 regular meridian circulation system? Theoretically, this proposition is entirely plausible. However, its execution would undoubtedly prove arduous. Even with Lin Shu's formidable primordial spirit, he could not conjure this novel meridian system solely through imagination. The meridian system is not a figment of the imagination, but a genuine human supercirculatory system, a higher energy framework that integrates the body and amp, Opos, S organs, and must not be recklessly conceived. Based on Lin Shu and amp, Opos, S prior experiences in qi cultivation, he recognized that qi possesses a spontaneous, autonomous quality during its circulation within the meridians. This means that even without active practice, this supercirculatory system exists. Traditional Chinese medicine posits that when one experiences pain, it indicates a blockage. Thus, a healthy individual without ailments possesses a smoothly functioning meridian system. In other words, if one possesses the capability, they can perceive within themselves a complete, continuously circulating meridian network. The ancestors of qi cultivation did not arrive at these insights through mere conjecture. They directly witnessed these phenomena. They subsequently combined the energy of this supercirculatory system with primordial spirit energy, thereby creating the qi cultivation framework. With this understanding, it becomes clear, as long as Lin Shu's primordial spirit continues to strengthen and resonates towards the energy of true qi, there will come a day when he need not construct a meridian system, but rather discover a complete one. A glimmer of joy illuminated Lin Shu's face as he synthesized the insights gleaned from his contemplations that evening. First, the soul is an existence that transcends, thus serving as the core of all cultivation systems, necessitating continuous practice. Secondly, within the bodies of the inhabitants of Green Star, there should exist a form of supercirculation system, not merely the subsequently discovered magical energy system, but a supercirculation that exists inherently within the body. Thirdly, as long as the soul continues to strengthen and resonates towards that supercirculation, there will come a day when this supercirculation can be directly perceived. This is the path of hope for Lin Shu. Although he is uncertain about what will transpire upon discovering this supercirculation, it is certainly preferable to having no path at all. Perhaps, in due time, he might cultivate true energy. The primordial energy of this world is abundant. If he can cultivate true energy, then becoming a fully intelligent, environmentally friendly, self-propelling nuclear weapon is far from a dream. He could even surpass them, as they are all bound by attributes. Attributes define them, yet simultaneously, they constrain them. The triumph of non-attribute over single attribute is an inevitable outcome. Lin Shu pondered deeply throughout the night and realized that there is only one conclusion, one that he has been pursuing since his arrival in this world, the continuous cultivation of his primordial spirit. Thus, whether through contemplation or lack thereof, the outcome remains unchanged. Therefore, overthinking is futile. Life, in essence, does not require contemplation, but rather demands practice. Lin Shu silently smiled, placed the book beside his pillow, and lay down on the bed. He leaned forward to extinguish the nearly burnt-out candle, then settled himself quietly, taking several slow, deep breaths to calm his mind. He swiftly entered a meditative state, continuing his cultivation of the primordial spirit. Simultaneously, he intentionally focused his consciousness on the area 3 fingers below his navel, the Qi or Dantian of Earthlings. Why here? Because this is the symmetrical center of the human body. Thus, Lin Shu firmly believes that the Qi or Dantian of the Green Star inhabitants should also reside at the body's symmetrical center. Lin Shu is uncertain whether the nature of true energy in this world and body resembles that of Earth, Therefore, applying Earth's true energy resonance attributes might be inappropriate. Consequently, he did not deliberately visualize the existence of true energy, but rather observed quietly, as if there were a void where nothing existed, with Lin Shu's consciousness awaiting something's arrival. In the vastness, Lin Shu's primordial spirit gradually flowed and coalesced, with his attention at the dantian slowly merging. It felt as if his primordial spirit had relocated to the void of the dantian. Lin Shu understood that this was merely a convergence of consciousness. In reality, the primordial spirit had not moved at all, still residing somewhere within his brain. Under certain circumstances, human attention can disregard the physical distance, projecting the contents of another place into the primordial spirit. This is known as reflection. Just as the moon in the water is not the true moon, yet allows for the observation of the most authentic reality. This is the so-called and amp, opos, well moon, and amp, opos, utilizing the well moon and amp, opos, reflection to observe the world is a capability attained after the condensation of a cultivator's primordial spirit. In this state, one can avoid being deceived by illusions. What is seen is the most genuine truth, not mere imagination or sensory deception. Chapter 12. Framing. Just as Lin Shu was immersed in his soul cultivation, he suddenly heard some commotion in the courtyard outside his house. One should not assume that those in deep meditation are entirely oblivious to their surroundings. Practitioners in a state of introspection are acutely aware of their environment. It is merely a matter of whether they choose to respond to the changes around them. True transcendence does not involve shutting one's eyes and ears, but rather perceiving the world without becoming entangled in it. A genuine cultivator sees, hears, experiences, and endures without losing themselves to the distractions of the world. At this moment, however, Lin Shu could not afford to be indifferent to his surroundings, for he found himself in a precarious and unfamiliar situation that could threaten his life. In such an environment, maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance is imperative. Although his means of self-defense were limited, it did not imply that he should resign himself to fate without inquiry. Lin Shu did not hastily leap from his bed, but instead remained in a prone position, keeping his eyes closed while attentively listening to the sounds outside. It seemed something was moving in the courtyard, though the noise was faint, possibly from a small creature, or perhaps a skilled individual. After a prolonged period of silence, the commotion in the courtyard subsided. Lin Shu slowly opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. Everything appeared normal. There was no noise at the door or window, and the atmosphere was tranquil and serene. Gently, he sat up, quietly tiptoeing along the wall to the window, where he could see the brightly moonlit courtyard. However, it was now late at night, and a crescent red moon had already descended behind the house, casting shadows over half of the yard. After scrutinizing the area, he finally spotted a small creature in a corner. This creature resembled a rather plump pheasant. Lin Shu distinctly recalled that he had not raised any pheasants, and his neighbor, Xie Fucai, did not seem to keep them either. Lin Shu mused that Xie might be more interested in hunting pheasants than raising them. How then could a pheasant have appeared in his courtyard? Pheasants are domesticated birds that cannot fly well, although they can manage to hop over a low wall. If it had wandered in on its own, it would make sense, but pheasants are diurnal animals. They cannot see well at night. Although Lin Shu was unaware of this fact, he knew that pheasants were commonly seen during the day in the village and were absent at night. Furrowing his brow, Lin Shu pondered that if the pheasant was not a nocturnal creature, it likely did not enter by itself. The thought of a wild pheasant never crossed his mind, as the thick, smooth walls surrounding the farm, reaching heights of over 10 meters, would deter even magical beasts, let alone a small pheasant. Unless this pheasant was an extraordinary one, the only conclusion left was that someone had thrown it into his courtyard, presumably with ill intent rather than as a generous gift. In this unfamiliar village, it was evident that two individuals bore animosity towards him, both of whom were his immediate neighbors. It seemed that this was an attempt to frame him. Did they not fear the repercussions of a mage and Oppos's intervention? Lin Shu and Oppos's confusion soon gave way to understanding. Such a trivial matter would hardly warrant the attention of esteemed mages. Yet, through the machinations of malicious individuals, a baseless reputation could easily be established against him. When something of greater value and impact occurred subsequently, the assumption would be that he was indeed the culprit, leaving him in a predicament akin to stepping in excrement without realizing it. He was astonished by the cunning of these two individuals who had devised such a sophisticated scheme. However, this method felt eerily familiar. Shaking his head, Lin Shu dismissed the unsettling sensation. He had witnessed similar psychological manipulation employed by pretentious charlatans in his past life. Regardless, he could not believe that these two were from his homeland. If they were, it would be a disheartening revelation. After some contemplation, Lin Shu decided against disposing of the peculiar pheasant, choosing instead to return to bed and continue his soul cultivation in place of sleep until dawn. It was indeed here. Yesterday, I heard a chicken crowing in the Fool and Amp, Oppo's, yard. It must have been stolen. A familiar voice, filled with righteous indignation, reached his ears. It was Du Jianxiong. Yet how could he, not being Lin Shu's neighbor, have heard the commotion from a yard further away? I heard it while visiting Xie Fucai. Fucai. You heard it too, right? This timely clarification was met with a muffled affirmative from Xie Fucai. Bang. Bang. Is the door open? Lin Shu, are you home? Lao Zhang's voice boomed, sending vibrations through Lin Shu's ears as he fed the pheasant scraps of bun. I'm here. Lin Shu opened the door, and a throng of people surged in, causing the pheasant, which had been pecking at the remnants of bun, to flap its wings in frantic escape, raising a cloud of dust and a stray feather in its wake. Look, I told you so. Isn't that your missing pheasant? It must have been stolen by this fool. Don't spout nonsense. Lao Yang, is this your lost pheasant? Yes, I recognize it. It's missing a few black feathers from its tail. My daughter plucked them to make a shuttlecock. Who would have thought this fool would be so dishonest? Lin Shu observed silently, his expression clear and composed. Lao Jiang glanced at Lin Shu, then suspiciously at Du Jianxiong, before saying, Stop the nonsense. This is a serious matter. Lin Shu, where did this pheasant come from? I don't know. Lin Shu and Amp, Oppo's response elicited laughter from the crowd. How amusing. It's clearly a chicken you stole from Lao Yang's yard, and yet you pretend to be ignorant. Who would believe that? I certainly don't. Du Jianxiong laughed boisterously, his exuberance surpassing even that of Lao Yang, who had just recovered his lost bird. As if Lin Shu were not merely a recent acquaintance, but an arch-nemesis from a past life. Be quiet. Lao Jiang scolded. Am I speaking, or are you? You speak. I won't say anything, but everyone here has eyes. Facts are facts. Du Jianxiong pouted, feigning grievance as he stepped aside, still loudly grumbling. Lao Jiang surveyed the onlookers, whose faces displayed either skepticism or delight at the drama unfolding before them. It was easy to understand. Those who revel in chaos are rarely compassionate, and the fate of this fool was of no concern to them. They merely sought entertainment. I don't know. Did it come in by itself? I woke up this morning and found it in the courtyard, so I fed it some bun scraps. It seemed to enjoy them quite a bit. Lin Shu's response left Lao Jiang at a loss for words, while Lin Shu's clear gaze filled Lao Jiang with shame. To Lin Shu, he perhaps represented justice and support, but he felt unable to be that pillar for this fool. Old Yang, perhaps the pheasant from your home simply ran away? How could that be? Just before dusk yesterday, I counted them in the coop, and there wasn't an Amp, Oppo's, single one missing. Otherwise, I would summon my daughter to testify, to see if she had driven all the pheasants back to the nest before dark. Old Yang is a rather simple-minded man, and those of his ilk tend to take matters seriously. If he were a bit more astute and had given old Jiang some leeway, the matter could have been settled amicably for everyone involved. After all, it was merely a pheasant, worth perhaps a mere handful of coins. Now that the pheasant has been found, it would have been the perfect moment to trivialize the situation. Yet, who would have thought that old Yang is such a simpleton? You old fool, could it be that you miscounted? Absolutely not. If I were lying, I'd be a disgrace. What more is there to discuss? It must be that this fool stole it. Du Jianxiong rolled his eyes and continued to assert his point, with many nodding in agreement. At this moment, Xie Fucai spoke up. Nevertheless, he did not kill the pheasant, and it has been returned. Besides, he is just a simpleton, perhaps merely caught up in play. I propose we let the matter rest. No, violating farm rules warrants punishment. Du Jianxiong's voice rose again, and several young people nearby chuckled in support. Indeed, the farm's regulations are not mere formalities. Punishment must be administered. I say, everyone, he is a simpleton. Do we really need to quibble with a fool? What do you say, Uncle Yang? Xie Fucai's performance was quite commendable, appearing especially magnanimous. If an outsider were to witness this, they would surely think Xie Fucai was a good brother to Lin Shu rather than someone who bullied him daily. Old Yang felt somewhat awkward. He is just a straightforward farmer, living his life without offending anyone. Today, due to a moment of confusion, he had exchanged sharp words with Old Jiang. Now, seeing that opinions seemed divided, Old Yang felt at a loss. Supporting one side would inevitably offend the other. What to do? Old Jiang was also taken aback, not expecting such a trivial matter to become somewhat complicated. Moreover, it seemed that Du Jinxiong and Xia Fucai were conspiring together. Do they think me just a simple farmer, easily bullied? However, if these two were indeed behind this, unless one could summon those esteemed magicians, resolving the matter would be quite challenging. But would magicians investigate such trivialities? What nonsense is this? That wretched old Yang, those two damned fools, and that accursed simpleton. Chapter 13. Unaccountable kindness. What a commotion. What could it be about? All this fuss over a mere pheasant. How ridiculous. Who are you? This is not merely a matter of a pheasant. Slap. Slap. Du Jinxiong harshly struck his own face twice, causing the onlookers to scatter like startled golden-haired rabbits. The parting crowd revealed the speaker, a sorceress clad in men's attire. I beg your pardon. I had no idea a distinguished individual was present. Ignorance is no excuse. Please do not take offense. According to the laws of Xia, a commoner need only publicly apologize for offending a citizen, which is not deemed a grave matter. Du Jinxiong and Amp Appo's concern lay in the potential for retaliation from the sorcerers should he find himself in peril in the future. A moment and Amp Appo's delay could spell his doom. Thus, he appeared exceedingly anxious and obsequious. Observing Du Jinxiong and Amp Appo's trembling demeanor, the female apprentice sorceress cast a cold glance his way, but remained silent, turning her attention to Lao Jiang. Apprentice sorceress Wenyu. Indeed, this is the situation. A villager has reported the loss of a pheasant, and Du Jinxiong claims that Lin Shu is the thief. I am currently addressing this matter. Apprentice sorceress Wenyu, do you require my assistance? No, I am here to seek him out. Wenyu rarely smiled, her grin somewhat unsettling. If only her icy gaze could warm, it would not seem so insincere. Lin Shu looked at the apprentice sorceress, who could be deemed unattractive, wondering if she had discerned something peculiar about his soul. Logically, that should not be possible. His soul and Amp Appo's energy could not be perceived externally. Perhaps he had unwittingly revealed a clue? Although Lin Shu and Amp Appo's mind was tumultuous, his visage remained calm, adorned with a simple smile. His eyes sparkling like a pristine pool of water. You seek Lin Shu? Might I inquire what the matter is? Personal matters. Is team leader Jiang interested in knowing more? Lao Jiang awkwardly rubbed his hands together, smiling as if to appease. No. It was merely a casual remark, just a casual remark, haha. The current uproar is hardly conducive to our affairs. I have something I wish to discuss with Lin Shu before we commence work. If team leader Jiang cannot resolve this swiftly, perhaps I could offer my assistance? When you flashed a smile, undoubtedly laced with malice, directed towards Du Jinxiong. Du Jinxiong shuddered violently. Despite the sweltering heat of the drought season, the atmosphere felt stifling. If it is convenient, Lao Jiang was more than eager. Although he was unaware of what the somewhat unattractive sorceress saw in Lin Shu, her willingness to assist was most welcome. If she could provide evidence to deal with Du Jinxiong, Lao Jiang would be even more grateful. While he had means to handle these unruly youths, a straightforward punishment would be preferable. There is no need for that. After all, Lin Shu is merely being playful. I think we should let it go. We still have breakfast to eat before work, right, old Yang? Xia Fucai immediately interjected to diffuse the situation, choosing to appeal to the cowardly old Yang. If old Yang had been fearful of offending earlier, then offending this sorceress was even more unthinkable. How would old Yang respond? Xia Fucai could easily guess. Who are you to interrupt my conversation with team leader Jiang? When you interjected sternly before old Yang, who looked ready to wed himself, could speak. Startled, old Yang trembled, his grip on the pheasant loosening as it fell to the ground, now free. The frightened bird squawked loudly and dashed toward the courtyard gate. The pheasant has escaped. Quick! Chase it! In a moment of inspiration, Xia Fucai shoved Du Jinxiong, who hesitated for a moment before chasing after it. The quick-witted bystanders seized the opportunity to slip away, leaving only the quaking old Yang, mumbling incoherently, his expression a strange mask of terror. Lao Jiang helplessly glanced at Wenyu, who paused briefly before laughing lightly. These people truly do not know when to stop. How dare they play such tricks? Team leader Jiang, you have failed in your duties. I apologize. It is entirely my fault for not managing the situation well. But rest assured, apprentice sorceress Wenyu, such incidents will not occur again. Old Yang, why are you still standing there? Move, you fool. You are far more foolish than Lin Shu. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu, Kuden and Appo's T helped but smile. Lao Jiang was indeed correct this time. As old Yang was nudged toward the courtyard exit, he suddenly turned around, dropping to his knees with a thud, prostrating himself in the dirt. My lord, it is all my fault. The pheasant must have run away on its own. I failed to keep a proper watch. It is my fault. Please spare me, spare me. When you cast a disdainful glance and coldly replied, I am aware. Now be gone. Only then did old Yang rise, bowing profusely as he scampered away. Lin Shu Kuden and Amp, Oppos, T help but look at when you, impressed by her handling of the situation. This approach would prevent old Yang from suffering long-term psychological stress, which could lead to his ultimate breakdown. For someone as timid as he, harsh reprimands were necessary for his peace of mind. Such individuals could evoke both pity and disdain. However, Lin Shu certainly did not regard this as when you and Amp, Oppos, S kindness, but rather as a citizen and Amp, Oppos, S method of dealing with matters. What? You think I am unkind? Ah, what? Lin Shu was somewhat bewildered by when you and Amp, Oppos, S train of thought, not pretending to be ignorant, as he had been praising her rather than expressing discontent. When you smiled nonchalantly, I brought breakfast. She lifted a hand-woven basket, and Lin Shu then noticed that she indeed had brought breakfast. Seemingly determined to share a meal with him, Lin Shu paused, nodded, and retreated to the washroom to change. When he emerged, when you had already set out 2 servings of pearl rice and 2 plates, one with meat and the other with vegetables, alongside a pile of meat buns. Albeit they appeared somewhat different from what he was accustomed to. The buns and Amp, Oppos, skin bore a hint of green. The rice was made from pearl rice. The cold dish featured tender purple celery. The meat was sourced from a water-type magical rabbit, and the buns were crafted from green buckwheat, filled with short-horned red beef and aquatic greens. When you patiently introduced each dish, and upon her gesture with a wooden spoon indicating that he could begin, Lin Shu expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the hospitality. He took a bite of the rice, which was fragrant and sweet, delicious even without accompanying dishes. The other dishes were equally delightful, instilling a slight exhilaration and clarity of mind, an evident effect of magical energy. As Lin Shu devoured the meal without restraint, when you casually remarked, I actually know you, perhaps you have forgotten me? Lin Shu was taken aback, scrutinizing her closely and attempting to sift through his limited memories of this world, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. Ah, so you truly do not remember. Wen Yu's laughter was genuine, warm, yet when she smiled, her mouth appeared larger and her eyes smaller, accentuating her freckles, making her smile rather unappealing. I do not remember. I am your sister Lin Xuan's classmate, your senior. 3 years her senior. She was quite well known at school. I recall how she would escort her foolish younger brother to school each day, while you would sit at the school gate for hours on end, sometimes even becoming the target of bullying. Your sister would chase after those who tormented you, and her beauty, oh, she was the belle of the school, ensured that you, too, garnered a measure of fame. Lin Shu tilted his head in contemplation. A vague memory surfaced, yet he could not ascertain the veracity of Wen Yue's words. However, his personal information was not classified, and if Wen Yue wished to investigate, she could undoubtedly do so with ease. I don and Amp, Oppos, T recall. Lin Shu shook his head once more. Really? You don and Amp, Oppos, T remember me? I don and Amp, Oppos, T. Well, given my unremarkable looks, it is hardly surprising that I would escape your memory. Surely, you recall Feng Xianying? She was the belle of the 11th high school, always surrounded by admirers. You must have some impression of her. She is currently interning at the Municipal Magic Technology Development Committee in Yueling City, unlike us, who are stuck in this remote location. Lin Shu smirked inwardly. Did she think such a trivial tactic would ensnare him? Not a chance. I don't recall. He insisted, shaking his head vigorously, his mouth busy devouring a bun, eager to savor this rare treat. Observing Lin Shu's hearty appetite, Wen Yue slightly furrowed her brows, clearly not yet ready to concede. Hey, you silly boy. I am not silly. Wen Yue chuckled. A fool would never recognize their own folly. If you are not foolish, why do others call you so? Because they are the real fools. Lin Shu thought, finding amusement in the idea that others were indeed more foolish. All right then, you are not foolish. So, Lin Shu, do you wish for your sister to know about your situation? Of course I do. Very well, if I venture onto the magic network next time, I shall inform your sister of your circumstances. Great. Tell her I am doing well here, with a place to stay, a salary, and delicious meals at the cafeteria. I have even made a friend named Niu Xiaoyong, who has a sister called Niu Xiaomei. All right, I have taken note. I will also relay your sister's response back to you. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to approach me directly. I reside at room 676 in the Wizard and Amp, Oppo's, quarters at the farm center. Remember that? I remember. Are you sure you truly remember? Room 676 at the farm center. You are Wenyue, the apprentice mage. Your memory serves you well. And remember, my name is Wenyue, not Wenyue the apprentice mage. Oh, Wenyue. Chapter 14. A dangerous identity as Lin Shu watched Wenyue and Amp, Oppo's, retreating figure. A slight frown creased his brow. He could not comprehend why this Wenyue exhibited an interest in him. As for her claim of being his sister and Oppo's classmate, Lin Shu held no belief in it. If she were truly a classmate, she would have come to recognize him long ago, rather than waiting until now. However, it was quite possible that Wenyue hailed from the same city, for her deceit would be too easily exposed otherwise. Her sudden assertion of being his sister and Amp, Oppo's classmate was evidently a ploy to facilitate future encounters, laying the groundwork for her eventual intrusion into his life. Even if she was merely playing a strategic game, her foresight indicated that she was no ordinary person. During the day and Amp, Oppo's labor, Du Jinxiong and Xie Fucai were indeed assigned the most arduous tasks. Under the subtle hints from old Jiang, the others began to deliberately make things difficult for these two fools. This was precisely why Lin Shu had refrained from casting that pheasant out of his yard. Only by stirring up trouble would these two have a chance of facing misfortune. Even without the unexpected arrival of Wenyue that morning, Lin Shu would have found ways to redirect everyone and Amp, Oppo's attention to these two dimwits. They had never considered that most people harbor a hidden inclination to support the weak against the strong. Thus, those who bully someone of lesser intellect are destined to be scorned by the masses. Yet this was not sufficient. Lin Shu needed to remain cautious. As the two faced adversity, their animosity towards him would undoubtedly intensify. Next time, it might not merely tarnish his reputation, but could evolve into lethal schemes. A notion Lin Shu gleaned from the cold glares occasionally cast in his direction by the duo. As for the villagers, the honest ones continued to labor diligently. While the so-called Good Samaritans felt sympathy for Lin Shu, but refrained from intentionally complicating matters for the two miscreants. Those whose minds had been warped by the rigors of this perilous occupation shifted their previously dark satisfaction from witnessing the duo bully Lin Shu to directly targeting the two themselves. Especially since old Jiang had hinted at such behavior, and the villagers were all too eager to vent their frustrations. Lin Shu, with his clear gaze, observed the unfolding drama amidst the harmonious labor scene, feeling an indescribable sensation within. However, having witnessed such occurrences throughout his life, the emotions stirred within him were amplified now that he viewed the situation from a fresh perspective, as one within the fray. The following morning, Wenyue reappeared at Lin Shu and Oppo's home, once again bringing an abundant breakfast and engaging in casual conversation. She mentioned that she had contacted Lin Shu and Oppo's sister, Lin Wan, the previous night, informing her of Lin Shu's circumstances. Lin Wan was pleased and had entrusted Wenyue with the task of looking after Lin Shu, reminding him to exercise caution and heed Wenyue and Amp, Oppo's advice. After nearly a week apart, Lin Shu felt a surge of joy at hearing news of his sister. But he could not ascertain the truth of Wenyue and Amp, Oppo's words, hoping they were genuine. However, he dared not take her final statement at face value. Though he readily agreed with her. Are these two books yours? No, they must belong to your sister. And a dictionary? Are you learning to read? Yes. Old Jiang said it's essential to be literate. Haha, you certainly listen well. How many characters can you recognize now? Are you self-studying? Nyuxing taught me. I recognize many characters now. Wenyue chuckled, seemingly unconvinced, and made no further inquiries. Lin Shu, on the other hand, had no intention of revealing that he had memorized all the words in the dictionary. Do you like magic? Yes, magic is incredible. Indeed it is. Wenyue appeared somewhat nostalgic, though Lin Shu could not discern the source of her sentiment. Her demeanor suggested she was reminiscing, her gaze tinged with longing. Suddenly realizing something, Wenyue masked her thoughts with a smile, only to find Lin Shu fixated on the steamed bun, grappling with his fifth one. It was surprising to see this boy, shorter than himself, consumed so voraciously. During the midday break, Wenyue approached Lin Shu, who regarded her fully equipped form with curiosity, glancing at her helmet and various gear. Lin Shu noticed that Wenyue wore a pair of leather bracelets adorned with a circle of green gemstones on her wrists and 4 rings on her fingers. resembling a nouveau riche. In her hand, she held a stout staff, approximately 2 feet long and 3 to 4 centimeters in diameter. The material of the staff was indeterminate, but it appeared robust, its head engraved with intricate symbols, within which lay a large, egg-sized green gem. Noticing Lin Shu and Apos' inquisitive expression, Wen Yu squatted beside him, sipping water as she softly remarked, "This is a mage and Apos' battle attire, issued by the farm. Looks good, doesn't it, Apos? T it? Yes, it and Apos. Quite striking. Haha. The staff and rings too, along with the helmet. This entire set costs 50,000 gold coins. Quite expensive. Ah." Lin Shu and Apos' bewildered expression elicited a hint of disappointment in Wen Yu and Apos' smile. "If you had that 50,000 gold coins, you could live in the city. The annual tax for commoners entering the city is 1,000 gold coins." Oh, Lin Shu nodded, seemingly uninterested in the topic. Wen Yu glanced at Lin Shu again, noticing his attention had shifted to the black-headed sharp-beak eagle circling high above, the very creature that had nearly claimed his life. She looked up for a moment before suddenly asking, "Do you remember the last time those black-headed sharp-beak eagles attacked you?" Lin Shu nodded, regarding her with curiosity, unsure of her intent. "Do you know? The most formidable among the black-headed sharp-beak eagles are third-tier beasts, which means they are 1 tier higher than us. However, these eagles are quite timid. Once they encounter an attack, they flee. Moreover, their utility is minimal. Aside from their blood and bones, they are scarcely useful. And those components are of little value." Lin Shu felt confused, pondering what this woman was trying to convey. Observing Lin Shu and Apos' puzzled expression, Wen Yu continued, "However, the speed of a black-headed sharp-beak eagle can reach 4th-tier levels, and once they launch an attack, an ordinary person cannot evade it. Lin Shu, can you tell me why that day the black-headed sharp-beak eagle chose to attack you instead of CF Futsai, who was holding a glowing object?" Lin Shu shook his head in confusion, for he too was at a loss regarding this matter. "I've just heard, that there is something known as the curse of beasts. It is said that if a person becomes the target of a powerful beast's curse just before its death, that individual will become an active target for the beast. However, this curse is merely a legend. Even soul-based sorcerers cannot ascertain its existence. But if such a curse exists, then the cursed individual becomes highly valuable. Do you understand?" Lin Shu continued to shake his head, a chill creeping into his heart, for he realized that the cursed individual would serve as the ideal bait for capturing beasts, attracting their ire. Consider this. If you were such a cursed individual and could mysteriously evade a beast's attacks, how valuable would you be? Wen Yu smiled with a sense of pride, which Lin Shu perceived as a devilish grin. Seeing Lin Shu's astonished and perplexed demeanor, Wen Yu chuckled, reaching out to pat his head, saying, "Don't worry. Very few people are aware of this curse. Hee." "Oh." Lin Shu nodded, his eyes still clear, akin to a crystalline spring. Wen Yu, both disappointed and triumphant, nodded, turning to leave. Meanwhile, Lin Shu's heart churned as if caught in a tempest. Curse it, after all this commotion, I find myself merely the most significant and useful bait. What kind of situation is this? Although Lin Shu and Apos' eyes betrayed no particular emotion, he discreetly observed the reactions of those around him, his mind racing with thoughts. He was especially vigilant regarding the few sorcerers present. If the Apos' curse of the beasts and Apos was common knowledge, then surely there were others besides Wen Yu who harbored intentions towards him. There were many individuals on the farm more powerful and influential than Wen Yu, and it was entirely possible that he had already become a mere test subject whisked away by someone. If indeed this matter was known solely to Wen Yu, what would her course of action be? Would she sell him off for a price, or would she secretly conceal him for her own future use? 3 days had elapsed since the incident. If Wen Yu truly intended to strike, she would have acted by now. It was evident that she had her own reservations and strategies, which might explain her reluctance to act hastily. Yet, why had she chosen to disclose this matter to him today? Was it merely a test of his resolve? Or was the so-called curse of the beasts a fabrication? A ruse devised to deceive him? Perhaps she disclosed that few were aware of it simply to buy time before he uncovered the truth. What a formidable woman! Lin Shu, Kuden, and Apos help but marvel at her intentions. Clearly, Wen Yu aimed to exert pressure on him, regardless of the truth of her claims. They posed a tangible threat to Lin Shu and Apos' safety. If he were indeed in peril, he might be compelled to take action. After all, A rational person would not simply resign themselves to fate. At the very least, he must find a way to ascertain the truth of the matter. Meanwhile, when you would undoubtedly be watching his every move from the shadows. Conversely, if Lin Shu were truly a simpleton and this so-called curse genuinely existed, when you could then afford to relax and meticulously plot to possess him for herself. Lin Shu sighed. Even if the threat were real, he currently lacked the strength to protect himself, and escape was out of the question, as the outside world was far more perilous. Moreover, he had attracted the ire of the beasts. Even the pursuit of the truth felt beyond his grasp. If when you and Oppo's tactic was indeed a deception aimed at him, she had greatly overestimated his capabilities, for in terms of his understanding of this world, he was, in fact, quite the fool. Chapter 15. No schemes to speak of in light of this. Lin Shu was left with no choice but to adopt a singular approach, to disregard the matter entirely and observe when you and Oppo's reactions, thereby deducing the veracity of the situation. Should it be true, when you would undoubtedly maintain her connection with him, perhaps even nurturing the relationship further, seeking legitimate means to whisk him away, though, if it involved seduction, that could prove to be quite challenging. Conversely, if this were merely a fabrication conjured by Wen Yu to intimidate him, she would gradually lose interest in the unresponsive Lin Shu. Presently, all that remained for Lin Shu in his contest with Wen Yu was his patience. Gazing up at the blazing sun, Lin Shu took a sip of water and, accompanied by the hoarse calls of old Jiang, gradually made his way into the fields. His demeanor remained pristine, and his labor continued to embody a lively rhythm and grace. His initial farming technique had truly commenced. Standing at a corner of the field, Wen Yu slightly pursed her lips, her eyes reflecting a mixture of amusement and perplexity. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye, and indeed, Wen Yu did not persevere for long. Ultimately, she succumbed to Lin Shu and Oppo's clear-eyed determination. It appeared Lin Shu was wholly unaware of the terrifying implications of the so-called curse of the beasts, as he continued to labor joyfully. Relish the delectable meals Wen Yu provided, and enjoy the camaraderie with Niu Xiaoyou. When Lin Shu persistently requested to communicate with his sister, Wen Yu finally reached her limit. Confronting him, she displayed a rare expression of impatience. This annoyance, etched on the face of an unattractive woman, only served to enhance her perceived lack of charm. I have told you numerous times, your sister does not possess a personal magic communication terminal. She can only utilize the public network at school during the day. I am required to work during the day, and on her days off, she does not visit the school. Hence, I can only leave messages for her. If you have anything to convey, I will relay it to your sister. Lin Shu tilted his head and scrutinized Wen Yu for a considerable time. Did you truly leave a message for my sister? If you do not trust me, then cease to bother me. I am utterly fed up. Wen Yu and Oppo's freckled visage was aflame with anger as she hurled those words and turned away. From that day forth, she ceased to bring Lin Shu breakfast, leaving him to lament the absence of those delightful magical delicacies. Although he had always eaten in the company of an unattractive woman, familiarity had dulled the edges of her perceived flaws, and Lin Shu began to find her somewhat agreeable. The cooling of the relationship between Wen Yu and Lin Shu was evident, as the villagers, once possessing bright eyes and a degree of camaraderie towards him, swiftly turned to disdain. In the gaze of Xie Fucai and Du Jianxiong, there was a palpable sense of schadenfreude and malice directed at Lin Shu. Unbeknownst to Lin Shu was whether Wen Yu was genuinely angry or merely feigning it to save face. Regardless, Lin Shu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, convinced that Wen Yu and Oppo's talk of the curse of the beasts was likely mere theatrics. Yet, he could not rationalize why that black-headed eagle had relentlessly targeted him that day. It seemed utterly illogical. However, these musings would yield no answers, and in this farmstead, knowledge was exceedingly scarce. While Lin Shu enjoyed the conveniences that came with being labeled a fool, it also constrained him. After all, he could not perpetually dart to the farm and Oppo's small general store in search of tomes on magical knowledge and history. As August arrived, the crops of pearl rice had grown to knee height, and daily tasks had become relatively relaxed, consisting mainly of harvesting hay or watering and pestering the pearl rice. Furthermore, Lin Shu and Oppo's body had gradually acclimatized to this rigorous lifestyle, no longer suffering from the soreness that had plagued him nightly at the outset. He could now rest normally without resorting to meditation. Lin Shu had transformed into a darker, sturdier version of himself, and he was beginning to grow taller. As for his training, the physical conditioning was progressing smoothly. He was no longer the frail figure he once was. Having been a martial arts expert in his previous life, his physical prowess had improved significantly, making it quite easy to handle an ordinary individual. However, the formidable figures in this world were far from ordinary, necessitating that he tread cautiously. The cultivation of his spirit was proceeding normally. Such growth was not something one could gauge overnight. The increase and solidification of his spirit lacked a concrete standard, so Lin Shu remained patient, diligently practicing each day. Lastly, he turned his attention to exploring his dantian and internal energy. Occasionally, during his meditative focus, he could glimpse ephemeral, mist-like wisps in reflection. These fleeting phenomena might indeed be internal energy, though it was impossible to ascertain at this stage. Moreover, he understood that such things could not be rushed. Haste would only hinder progress, so he opted to let things unfold naturally. "What are you pondering, Lin Shu?" Niu Xiaoyong inquired curiously, noticing Lin Shu lost in thought. Clutching a half-eaten meat bun. "Nothing much. I was just contemplating where I might have seen this cold fern dish before." "Ah. It grows right by the water ditch in the fields. You need to pick the tender yellow shoots. Only those are edible after processing." "Tasty, isn't it?" These ferns had been brought by Niu Xiaoyong, who often visited Lin Shu for meals. His parents were well aware of this arrangement. Hence they always sent him with a couple of salted eggs or seasonal vegetables, which were quite delicious and offered a refreshing change from the cafeteria and Oppo's offerings. "Delicious. Next time, I'll gather some for you to take home for your mother to prepare." "Sure. By the way, tomorrow is a day off, and we won't have class. Let us go to the shopping street together. You wanted to talk to your sister, right? I can take you to the magic shop." As Niu Xiaoyong suggested while continuing to stuff his mouth with buns, Lin Shu recalled his visits to the shopping street. He knew the magic shop well. It was simply a small store where professionals purchased magical supplies. They also procured useful materials from magical beasts. Despite the farm hosting over 300 professionals, including nearly 120 mages, most of these mages were apprentices and thus lacked substantial purchasing power. As for the warriors and other professionals, they were not the wealthy sort. If they had money, who would choose to reside in such a desolate place? Isn't it forbidden for ordinary folks to enter? Yes, but it's not an absolute prohibition. If one has money, entry is permitted. How much does it cost? Leaving a voice message costs 1 gold coin for every 10 seconds. Written messages are 1 gold coin per page. Would you prefer to write a letter or leave a message? I can assist you in drafting it. And what about replies? They don't concern themselves with replies, as they do not receive payment for them. You could ask your sister to use regular mail. Although it takes a month for delivery, she would receive it nonetheless. I've been here a month already. Why hasn't my sister written to me? Perhaps next Monday, when the ferry arrives, you'll hear from her. Monday is the day for deliveries. Oh, I see. Yes, she will definitely write. For now, consider whether you want to send a magical message. By the way, do you have any gold coins? Yes, Lin Shu replied with a chuckle. The following day dawned bright and clear. In fact, throughout the entire dry season, the weather was mostly cloudless to sunny. It was precisely this climate that allowed the pearl rice in this region to flourish, attracting investors to develop the farm. Otherwise, hiring so many professionals to safeguard the farm would surely result in financial ruin. As Lin Shu, Niu Xiaoyong, and Niu Xiaomei cheerfully made their way towards the shopping street, they happened to spot a group of fully armed professionals striding out of the farm. Their carefree demeanor suggested they were not embarking on a day of labor. What could they be up to? Isn't today a day of rest? Indeed it is, which means they are setting out together for a hunting expedition to capture magical beasts. Look at those clad in dark brown anti-demon soft steel armor. Those are the warriors. Just observe the colossal blades they wield and the magical crossbows slung across their backs. They exude an impressive aura. I aspire to be like them one day, chuckled Niu Xiaoyong, filled with admiration and fascination. Even little Niu Xiaomei bit her finger in envy. Lin Shu had often seen these warriors patrolling the blue caution line of the farm, but they did not guard the fields. However, they frequently appeared around the protective walls and entrances of the farm. Typically, they were equipped with standard crossbows. But this was Lin Shu and Oppo's first encounter with them wielding such enormous steel swords, which could easily serve as shields, or perhaps that was their intended use. And those donning light green cloth armor, carrying large bundles? Healers. They are indispensable members of any hunting party or adventuring team. Niu Xiaoyong appeared knowledgeable, though his insights were merely hearsay, as he relished gathering such information. Those in gray-green magical defensive attire are magicians, Niu Xiaomei proudly chimed in, while discreetly sniffling back her runny nose. Ah, understood. The trio gazed intently as the individuals turned the corner before reluctantly pulling their gaze away. Niu Xiaoyong clenched his fist energetically, as if rallying himself, then turned to Lin Shu and said, "Let us hurry. We're off to the magical shop." "Oh, to the magical shop," Niu Xiaomei exclaimed joyfully, as if they were not merely visiting a store, but embarking on a quest to become professionals themselves. Niu Xiaoyong smiled and, with a serious expression, leaned down toward Niu Xiaomei, saying, "Remember, Xiaomei, you can only observe, do not speak, and certainly do not touch. Understood?" "Understood, brother," Niu Xiaomei replied nervously, fearful that uttering even a single word contrary to his instructions would result in being left behind, thereby forfeiting her chance to enter the mysterious magical shop and pursue her dream of becoming a magician. Lin Shu grinned, looking up at the drifting white clouds and the magical beasts soaring above them, his eyes filled with clarity. Chapter 16. The Enchanting Magic Shop. The magic shop was in a state of delightful disarray, crammed with an assortment of objects that left little room for movement. Even in the corner behind the door, there lay several seemingly withered branches. The proprietor was an elderly man, his teeth nearly all gone, who claimed to be a sorcerer, though one might question even his own belief in that assertion. Observing his hunched figure, it was hard to fathom that this seemingly decrepit individual had been here since before Niu Xiaoyong and Appo's birth. From the moment Niu Xiaoyong began to form memories, this old man had always appeared just as he did now, each time Niu Xiaoyong visited the market square to procure or deliver goods. He found himself drawn to this shop, which held a myriad of magical items, rendering it one of the most captivating places in the entire farm. Lin Shu, filled with curiosity, glanced around, occasionally tempted to reach for the peculiar items, but was met with a sharp rebuke from the old man. "Do not touch that. It's poisonous. Ordinary folks must not lay a hand on it." Lin Shu withdrew his hand, turning to regard the old man, whose voice betrayed a hint of falsehood. Upon entering the shop, Niu Xiaoyong transformed into a bashful young boy, while Niu Xiaomei darted about joyfully, leaving the old man struggling to keep pace with her tiny form. "Do not touch that," the old man exclaimed in genuine alarm. "I've warned you. I've warned you. Children must not run in my shop. That is a monster bait. If you touch it, the beasts will come for you. Do you wish to meet your end?" Startled, Niu Xiaomei shivered and quickly returned to her brother's side, timidly peeking out from behind him, her large eyes glistening with tears as she looked up at the old man with a pitiful expression. Niu Xiaoyong's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched tightly. His gaze focused on the grumbling old man. Lin Shu understood that the heart of a protective brother was burgeoning within Niu Xiaoyong. "Do not frighten my sister," Niu Xiaoyong finally erupted, his voice booming and momentarily stunning the old man. His complaints ceased as he looked up in astonishment at the siblings, his expression gradually softening, revealing an unexpected amusement. Feeling somewhat unnerved under the old man's gaze, Niu Xiaoyong cast a sidelong glance at Lin Shu, who had no intention of intervening. This was a matter between siblings, and he preferred not to intrude. I mean, my sister is still young and naive. Please, if you could gently guide her on what to be cautious about. She is well behaved and will listen. If I have caused you any distress, I apologize on her behalf." "Very well, I apologize for raising my voice. However, many items here are indeed perilous. Some are toxic, and others could bring significant trouble and danger. Thus, you must only observe, not touch. Do you understand?" Both Niu Xiaoyong and Niu Xiaomei nodded vigorously. The old man smiled, albeit revealing a mouth with numerous gaps where teeth used to be. "So, what brings you here? Were you not intending to purchase something? Yet, you are merely ordinary folk, at least for now. When I was your age, I had already begun basic meditation and martial training. The youth of today, TSK. I will become a sorcerer. No, a martial artist," Niu Xiaomei declared, bouncing out from behind her brother, raising her small hand triumphantly. The old man paused, then burst into genuine laughter. To be honest, his typically grim demeanor, coupled with the various rumors surrounding him, made the children of the farm wary of him. They either fled upon sight or bowed their heads in pretense of ignorance. Today, however, he found himself conversing with two innocent children, and it seemed to rejuvenate him. "Would you care to undergo a simple test to see if you are magical conduits?" "Really?" Niu Xiaoyong's eyes sparkled, though they quickly dimmed again. Niu Xiaomei observed her brother's fluctuating expression with confusion. "How much does it cost?" "Haha, it's quite inexpensive. Only 20 gold coins for the test, which will simply confirm whether you are a conduit or not. No further details will be provided. So, what do you say? Care to give it a try? The old man's demeanor was one of sly persuasion. But Niu Xiaoyong felt that even selling himself and his clothes would not amount to 20 gold coins. Thus he could only shake his head in disappointment. I have no money. I shall wait for the government's free health check next year. Oh, then what is your purpose here? We have come to send a letter, a magical letter. Niu Xiaoyong finally recalled the reason for their visit. The old man grimaced. Humph, 1 gold coin for the letter. Is it? Lin Shu, the letter. Oh, Lin Shu fished out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. This letter was crafted by Niu Xiaoyong. Although Lin Shu was aware it contained numerous misspellings, as long as it was legible, that sufficed. The key was to let his sister know he had friends here and was faring well. Lin Shu was convinced that whatever was said by that person named Wan Yue had not reached his sister. The old man reached out to take the letter, but his gnarled, calloused hands did not retract. Lin Shu observed closely, noticing the many small scars adorning the old man's palm, suggesting that he had indeed experienced battles in his youth. Money. Are you a fool? The old man, noticing Lin Shu's fascination with his own hand and his lack of awareness, grew somewhat irate. Lin Shu paused and quickly retrieved a small cloth pouch from his pocket, a gift from his sister to hold loose change. Naturally, there were not many coins within, after all. Carrying too much money as a fool would be a disastrous idea. Lin Shu tipped the pouch upside down, letting a few silver and gold coins tumble out. Carefully, he picked up a gold coin and placed it in the old man's palm. The old man greedily glanced at the remaining 2 gold coins in Lin Shu's possession, his face contorting into a somewhat frightening smile. I will go send the letter. You may browse at your leisure, but do refrain from touching anything, especially those bottles and jars. Inside are substances that could be fatal. As Lin Shu watched the old man retreat behind the counter, he exchanged a glance with Niu Xiaoyong, and each began to explore their areas of interest. Lin Shu had long noticed the photographs on the wall, or perhaps they should be called magical projections. The images featured various figures, and judging by their attire and the weapons they wielded, they appeared to be combatants, sorcerers, martial artists, and a few individuals with long wands, whose professions were unclear, though those clad in light green armor were likely healers. Admiring them? That is Li Jing, the most distinguished arcanist from 1200 years ago, the founder of the advanced magic school of the Tang dynasty, and the pioneer of modern magical combat theory. Impressive. And this one? That is Ben Bulio, a master alchemist from 700 years ago, known for the integration theory of magical arrays. And this one? Lin Shizhe, a soul-based arcanist from 300 years ago, the last of the Eastern continent and Amp, Oppos, soul arcanists. He passed away merely 18 years ago, and since then, there has been no soul arcanist on the Eastern continent. Only one remains on the Central continent. 300 years? How long-lived? Cough, cough, cough. What nonsense, foolish child. The lifespan of an arcanist can reach 500 years. That is common knowledge. Have you never been to school? I have, I believe. But who is this? Yao Yongzhen, the saint of healing from the Eastern continent. Also my ancestor. No wonder this painting is the largest. Nonsense. It is because he is indeed the most distinguished healer, having created a comprehensive theory of human systems that is revered as a scripture worldwide. Oh, is that not a fool? Why is he not accompanying that esteemed mage today? With a tone dripping with sarcasm, Lin Shu could discern without turning around that it was those 2 troublesome neighbors. Pretending not to hear, Lin Shu continued to observe the peculiar items in the shop. Lin Shu and Amp, Oppos, indifference infuriated Du Jinxiong. Yet what place was this? It was the most renowned oddity in the farm, so he could only glare at Lin Shu with malice before approaching the irritable, hunchbacked old man with a forced smile. Greetings, esteemed mage. We are here to send magical correspondence. This person is our colleague. He has some issues with his mind, so please disregard him. Here is the money and the letter. Thank you. The old man snatched the letter and gold coins, scrutinizing the coins closely before retreating behind the tall counter. Xie Fucai exchanged glances with Du Jinxiong, who, understanding the signal, approached Lin Shu with a sly grin, attempting to trip him as he gazed upward. However, Lin Shu suddenly halted and turned in another direction. Gritting his teeth, Du Jinxiong pushed Lin Shu forcefully from behind. Lin Shu, watch out. Nearby, Niu Xiaoyong looked up just in time to witness the scene. Du Jinxiong and Amp, Oppos, hands were already on Lin Shu and Amp, Oppos, shoulders, but he quickly retracted them, realizing that if anyone saw the altercation, he would be in trouble. Du Jianxiang wanted to pull back, but Lin Shu had other intentions. He sank his shoulders downward. Crouching slightly, and inadvertently leaned back against Du Jianxiang and Appo's knee. Du Jianxiang lost his balance and tumbled over Lin Shu and Appo's head. Crash! Lin Shu, astonished, found himself crouched before a turtle shell the size of a basin, seemingly having intended to observe it. Unbeknownst to him, Du Jianxiang was playing a trick from behind, resulting in Du Jianxiang landing amidst a chaotic heap of rusty weapons and animal bones scattered everywhere. The old man appeared amidst the disarray, his expression dark, yet a hidden amusement glimmered in his eyes. You three, get out of here at once. You are indeed a calamity. If there and Appo's nothing to do, don't come back. You two, wait until I assess the damages and compensate before you leave. I'm sorry. We will pay for it, CF Futsai replied hastily, casting a venomous glance at Lin Shu, which bore an inexplicable smirk. Lin Shu, however, remained oblivious, hastily pulling Niu Xiaoyong and Niu Xiaomei away. Chapter 17. A dangerous game. The following morning, as Lin Shu was enjoying his breakfast, Du Jianxiang splashed water all over him. Despite Du Jianxiang and Appo's incessant apologies, it was evident from his schadenfreude gaze and smug expression that his actions were entirely intentional. Lin Shu found himself puzzled as to why he was the target of such an affront. If it were him, he would have retaliated by dousing Du Jianxiang with a bowl of congee instead. It was quite strange. The old adage that unusual occurrences often harbor ulterior motives rang true. While wiping the water from his hair with a handkerchief, Lin Shu speculated whether Du Jianxiang was merely testing the rather unattractive apprentice mage, Wen Yue, to see if she would come to his defense, or perhaps he was curious about old Zhang's reaction. Lin Shu took a moment to smell the water that had splashed on him. It was simply water, devoid of any peculiar scent, which only deepened his suspicions. Old Jiang seemed to have witnessed the incident as well, but he merely shot a few fierce glares at Du Jianxiang and the snide Xiafusai nearby. However, Old Jiang did not take further action, indicating that his protective instincts towards Lin Shu had waned compared to earlier times. Onlookers observed the scene with a mix of amusement, boredom, or sorrow, reflecting the fickle nature of human sentiments. Today's task involved weeding. The group arranged themselves in a line, meticulously combing through the fields, removing weeds and capturing insects. Interestingly, the pearl rice plants attracted only one type of pest, a yellow-green insect reminiscent of a grasshopper, which the chickens particularly relished, necessitating their capture for feeding. As the fields were flooded, the leading mage refrained from walking barefoot like the farmers. Thus all the mages remained on the edges of the fields, stationed at the corners while one casually strolled along the embankment. Yet, something felt amiss today. Within less than an hour of work, dark specks began to congregate in the sky, causing even the grounded mages to grow anxious. Lin Shu noticed the lead apprentice mage frequently exchanging information with the surrounding mages and looking up at the sky. Be cautious, they are coming. What is happening? The black-headed blade eagles are launching an attack on us. Gather the personnel, prepare to retreat to the farm. It and Appo's. Too late. They've already begun their assault. Targeting Team 27. Why is it always Team 27? Don't you know? Team 27 is notorious for being cursed. Forget about that. Each group retreats separately. The farm as support is on the way. We just need to hold on for a while. Quickly, unbeknownst to Lin Shu, Team 27 had already been abandoned by the others. As for when the farm and Appo's as support would arrive, that was anyone and Appo's guess. Although this reality was harsh, it was indeed the most pragmatic choice. Attempting to rescue Team 27 could lead to the sacrifice of more farmers or mages, which was fundamentally against the principle of efficiency. The 5 apprentice mages assigned to protect Team 27 lamented their misfortune, yet there was little they could do. Utterly futile at this juncture. Everyone, the other teams will retreat first. We've heard that the farm and Appo's as support usually arrives within 5 to 10 minutes. Until then, we must hold our ground and prioritize our own safety. I repeat, prioritize your own safety. Understood. Got it. Everyone, gather around me. Yes. The mages stationed at the corners of the field disregarded the mud that stained their clothes, discarding their sun hats and gripping their staves tightly as they quickly moved to regroup with their leader. Old Jiang, have everyone lie down in place. Using the rice plants to conceal ourselves from the magical beasts. All right. Rest assured, the farm and Appo's as support will arrive shortly. We will do our utmost to divert the attention of these beasts. Understood, everyone lie down. Get down. In truth, there was no need for old Jiang's command. Everyone had already emulated one another, submerging themselves in the mud, with the timid even burying their heads deep into the mire. Lin Shu mused whether ostriches existed in this world, as their behavior was remarkably similar. A few audacious souls attempted to inch closer to the mages but were met with a magical warning, causing them to convulse and collapse into the waterlogged field, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. Before Lin Shu lay down, he cast a quick glance around, wary of the two troublemakers being too close to him, fearing they might seize the opportunity to cause trouble. Fortunately, they were a good 10 meters away. Though Lin Shu was submerged in mud, he lay on his back and noticed that the several descending black-headed blade eagles seemed to be fixated on him, making him wonder if it was merely his imagination. His mind raced with various speculations until a sudden realization dawned upon him. The rows of beast-trapping potions in the magical shop, Du Jianxiong's fall in the shop, and the water he had been splashed with this morning, it all made sense now. These two individuals were truly audacious, gambling with their lives in such a perilous game. Yet, did they not fear the repercussions of their actions? Let us not forget that mages possess countless extraordinary methods, unless they had means to obstruct any investigation. What could those methods possibly be? Lin Shu did not submerge his head in the water, but instead propped himself up with his arms, for he could not wash away the potion just yet. If they wished to play this dangerous game, he would not refuse. Let us see who would outlast whom. He had surmised the motivations behind their audacity. First, should he perish, the water in the rice field would wash away the potion from his body. Even if it did not wash away naturally, these two would undoubtedly exert great effort to assist in cleansing him. Second, they had employed a switcheroo at the magical shop instead of outright stealing the potion. Thus, they had little reason to fear that the nearly toothless old man would discover the swap. Even if the potion they sold in the future turned ineffective, no one would connect the expired potion to the switch. Of course, there were many more issues at play, but Lin Shu had no time to ponder them at present. A slight smirk graced Lin Shu's lips as he kept his gaze fixed on the ferocious black-headed blade eagles overhead while discreetly searching for the positions of the two troublemakers, who seemed to be lingering nearby, likely intending to deal with his remains should the need arise. This time, the black-headed blade eagles demonstrated remarkable coordination, dispatching 10 to confront the 5 mages. Their speed and vast maneuverability, however, did not grant them an advantage against the well-equipped apprentice mages standing their ground. Particularly in terms of attack and defense, the Eagles and Oppos assaults were rather singular in nature, and their hesitance to fly too low rendered their wind blades susceptible to interference and evasion. Conversely, the relatively slower mages displayed a remarkable degree of cooperation, with defenders focused on their protective roles, controllers honing their skills and managing the situation, and attackers concentrating solely on offense. Though outnumbered, they managed to fend off beasts of equal tier, maintaining a slight edge in the engagement. The black-headed blade eagle deftly maneuvered, leveraging its speed and elevation to engage in a clever skirmish with several mages. The scene appeared rather lively, though some of the eagles sustained minor injuries. Yet, for the time being, neither side could ascertain a clear victor amidst the thrilling chaos. Lin Shu, however, found no time to relish the rare spectacle of such fierce combat. The 5 mages had entirely forsaken the farmers in the fields. Their fates now rested solely on luck, as the sudden large-scale assault by the black-headed blade eagle made mere survival a formidable challenge. Suddenly, it was upon him. Locked on, Lin Shu widened his eyes, scrutinizing the magic coalescing within the black-headed blade eagle, fixating on the gaze of the creature that had targeted him, poised to strike. Establishing a temporary spiritual connection with the attacking eagle allowed Lin Shu to perceive the unfolding magic with greater clarity. He seemed to glimpse a mysterious and exquisite pattern that flickered momentarily just before the magic was unleashed. This ephemeral design appeared to retract, as if absorbed into the essence of the eagle, before a radiant surge of magical energy erupted around its form. This was the first time Lin Shu had observed the formation of magic with such lucidity. It became evident that the eagle and Oppos Xuanmen blade technique was not a spell that could be held. Rather, the wind blades formed during the activation process and were already en route to their target, unlike a projectile that could be crafted and then launched. The wind blade resembled a bullet fired from a gun, shot forth with a resounding Oppos, bang, and Oppos. What followed was the true manifestation of the wind blade. The prior state was merely an incomplete form. In other words, the wind blade possessed both long-range and short-range capabilities, and if the distance was too close, it could not be manifested at all. In contrast to gunpowder bullets, these wind blades could be guided, albeit to a limited extent, as excessive control would overwhelm the spiritual energy. Yet, at this moment, Lin Shu had no time to ponder whether this was merely an illusion, for the wind blade was about to be unleashed. Soul binding technique. Success. Again, illusion technique. The soul binding technique serves as the cornerstone of all mystical soul-related arts, akin to the opening move in martial arts. It is the key to breaching the opponent and oppos's spiritual defenses, paving the way for substantive attacks to follow. The illusion technique, within Lin Shu and oppos's repertoire, is an advanced mystical art that distorts the perceptions of the target and oppos's mind. Forcing something into another and oppos's soul proves challenging, yet creating a distortion is far more feasible. For instance, transforming the flicker of a candle into the sun is relatively simple, while reshaping it into a naked figure is considerably more complex. Lin Shu aimed to shift his actual position 12 meters to the right rear within the eagle and oppos's consciousness. The black-headed blade eagle, now on an attack trajectory, momentarily faltered, sensing a slight deviation from its target. Thus, just before unleashing the wind blade, it swiftly recalibrated its aim. With a sharp and oppos's whoosh and oppos's, the wind blade was unleashed, soaring through the air, almost transparent, accompanied by a subtle distortion of light and a faint hiss as it hurtled towards Lin Shu and oppos's location. Chapter 18. Harm to others. Harm to oneself. This location was precisely where Xie Fucai found himself. Was Xie Fucai fearful? Undoubtedly, he was terrified. Although he was aware that the potions capable of attracting magical beasts had already been sprinkled upon that fool Lin Shu. It was evident that the beasts were targeting Lin Shu. Yet, he also witnessed the magical beasts engaging fiercely with several sorcerers, clearly demonstrating that the beasts possessed far greater intelligence than he had anticipated. Moreover, once the magical beasts commenced their assault, would they not also turn their wrath upon the defenseless farmers? Xie Fucai truly did not know. Had he foreseen that his attempt to eliminate this fool could very well cost him his own life, he would have never undertaken such a foolish endeavor. He anxiously observed the commotion in Lin Shu and oppos's direction. Should Lin Shu fall to the magical beasts, and should those beasts then retreat? Xie Fucai must ensure he was the first to reach the scene. Under no circumstances could he allow the sorcerers to uncover any clues from that fool, otherwise both he and Du Jinxiong would face dire consequences. However, with the pearl rice in the paddy field towering above his knees, Xie Fucai was unable to catch even a glimpse of Lin Shu, let alone discern his condition or whether he had already succumbed to fear. A malicious smile crept across his face, seemingly as self-reassurance. Suddenly, an ominous sensation swept over him, sending a chill down his spine as if something dreadful was about to transpire. Stealthily, he raised his head, only to behold a distorted black-headed blade eagle. The terrifying beast and oppos's bright eyes fixated on him. Its sharp beak, robust claws, obsidian head, and gray body appeared both vividly clear and grotesquely distorted. In a moment of clarity, Xie Fucai comprehended the peril he faced. A profound fear erupted from the depths of his soul, rendering him motionless. He yearned to scream, to leap up and flee, to escape from it all. Yet, before he could act, before his mouth could even release a sound from his stiff throat, the twisted, faintly azure wind blade cleaved him in two, severing him from all jealousy, anxiety, dissatisfaction, and suffering for eternity. Boom! A massive splash erupted, the vibrations reaching Lin Shu, who stood a considerable distance away. The water surged several meters high, tinged red, mingled with black mud and green rice stalks, and some horrifying substances that resembled human remains. Lin Shu squinted slightly, but he steeled himself against the rising tide of disgust. He required a second magical beast, and another life must be extinguished. The assault by the black-headed blade eagle sent the farmers hiding in the paddy into a state of sheer terror. They dared not verify whether anyone had already perished. Instead, they concealed themselves among the rice stalks and in the muddy waters, not a soul lamenting the murkiness of the mud, only wishing it were deeper and more obscuring. Meanwhile, the busy sorcerers observed the soaring spray. The crimson hue signified calamity had befallen someone, yet none could afford to dwell on this misfortune. Their focus remained on defending against the magical beasts besieging them. It was a time for self-preservation rather than sympathy. When you felt an unsettling discomfort within her. How had she found herself worrying whether Lin Shu was in danger? When had she become so idle as to concern herself with the lives of others? Discontent surged within her. Perhaps her recent life had been too comfortable. It seemed imperative to impose some pressure upon herself. Splash! The colossal wave crashed down, leaving the field in disarray. The pearl rice plants swayed violently, yet the farmers, drenched in mud, felt a sense of relief. They had acquired additional disguises. Lin Shu ignored the turbulent muck, allowing the repulsive water to flood his neck and nose. He held his head high, fixated on the circling black-headed blade eagle. The very creature that had slain Xie Fucai now ascended, while two others seemed to simultaneously identify a target and dove downward together. Lin Shu inwardly cursed. If both attacked at once, he could scarcely guarantee the timely execution of his illusionary spell. He had yet to reach the level of splitting his focus to engage multiple targets, confined to dealing with one at a time. Without hesitation, he initiated a soul attack against one of the eagles. Soul binding spell. No, it failed. Perhaps the distance was too great, and the connection was weak, resulting in a lack of substantial tethering between their souls. Lin Shu promptly activated his second attempt. Soul binding spell. Success. Soul destruction spell. Despite its fearsome name, annihilating a soul proved exceedingly challenging, if not altogether impossible. Even when confronting magical beasts with relatively small soul energies, such an endeavor seemed futile. The soul destruction spell was essentially an enhanced version of the soul binding spell. The latter induced a tremor within the soul to disrupt it, while the former amplified the tremor's intensity and frequency, narrowing the target scope. The principle behind the soul destruction spell stemmed from an understanding of the primordial spirit. Practitioners on Earth believed the primordial spirit to be a singular entity. Though initial practitioners perceived their spirits as mist-like, such was merely a subjective experience. Those who mastered reflection understood that the soul resembled a multi-key connected polymer. Each node held countless connections to more nodes, each representing distinct memories. Thus, the strength of the soul depended on the number of nodes and connections. However, this notion also illustrated that the soul was unified. Attacking one point affected the entirety of the soul, hence the origin of the soul destruction spell. Caw! The black-headed blade eagle emitted a shriek as it spiraled from the sky, plummeting toward the paddy. Just as it seemed destined to crash into the water, the eagle suddenly regained awareness. Swiftly adjusting its body, it flapped its wings vigorously, narrowly avoiding the rice stalks, and took flight, retreating high into the air, completely disengaging from the battle. Lin Shu shook his head in silence. The moment the eagle suffered his attack, the anguish it experienced caused it to abandon its lock on him, compelling Lin Shu to interrupt his assault. Thus, the opportunity for such passive tethering to create an attack was indeed unreliable. He had no time for reflection, nor could he allow the sorcerers to grow suspicious of this phenomenon. He now faced the imminent threat of another black-headed blade eagle. Here it comes, locked on. The peculiar pattern flickered across the eagle and Appos' head, vanishing into its very soul. Lin Shu sensed it had indeed vanished within the eagle and Appos' essence. Then the magical aura erupted, and the wind blade began to form. Soul binding spell. Success. Illusionary spell. This time, it targeted a location 23 meters to his left, although somewhat distant. Illusions bore no restrictions of distance. The critical factor was whether the black-headed blade eagle could swiftly adjust its targeting of the wind blade. Hiss. Boom. Another massive splash of crimson water erupted as Lin Shu unhesitatingly submerged his head into the murky mire, vigorously shaking it a few times before holding his breath and burying himself beneath the surface. He crawled swiftly forward for several meters, maneuvering through the gaps between the pearl rice stalks, leaving behind the spot where he had just been. Caw! Caw! The black-headed raptors screeched, their cries uncertainly oscillating between celebration and deliberation. Just as Lin Shu presumed that these raptors were preparing to depart, they inexplicably abandoned the wizard and collectively swooped towards the farmers in the fields. Oh no! Lin Shu realized that these black-headed raptors were about to launch an indiscriminate assault on the farmers, a clear act of vengeance, a retribution for the injuries inflicted by the wizards. He could hardly believe how vengeful these raptors were. Although a flicker of remorse flickered within him, it was swiftly cast aside. After all, Lin Shu was not the instigator of this incident. While he had deliberately exploited his allure to the raptors, leading to the successive demise of Xie Fucai and Du Jinxiu, it was hardly fair to lay the blame at his feet. Even if Lin Shu had been aware that the water splashed on him in the cafeteria contained a potion for ensnaring magical beasts, he would have acted similarly. The villagers bore no relation to him, and he simply could not afford to concern himself with their fates. The solitary worry that gnawed at Lin Shu was the safety of Niu Xiaoyong and Apos as parents, yet he felt utterly powerless to assist them, hoping merely that fortune would favor them and they would avoid the raptors and Apos gaze. As Lin Shu and Apos' thoughts spiraled, the raptors had already soared above him. One raptor, poised to attack Lin Shu, circled in confusion after he repeatedly cast the soul-binding spell, ultimately abandoning its elusive target in frustration. Lin Shu, having cast spells in rapid succession, found this passive binding method far more arduous than his usual techniques, which relied on talismans or physical contact. This method of casting, conjured from thin air, consumed energy severfold compared to talismanic spells. Consequently, Lin Shu felt exceedingly fatigued, even slightly dizzy, an indication of his soul and Apos' overexertion. Boom, caw, boom, boom. Each sound unequivocally signified the end of a life. Those few wizards who had been distanced from the fray could only helplessly pursue the black-headed raptors, launching distant attacks that yielded no results. Meanwhile, the raptors, having skimmed over the fields, ascended rapidly, vanishing behind the clouds. At that moment, several junior wizards and a mid-level wizard arrived, hastening atop floating platforms from the direction of the farm. Alas, all they beheld was the devastation of the fields and several dismembered corpses, alongside a few gray feathers drifting down gently from the azure sky, mingling with the heavy stench of blood wafting through the air. Chapter 19. Investigation. What is your name? Lin Shu. How old are you? 18. Are you a fool? You are the fool. Your entire family is foolish. Chuckle. The young man, wearing black-rimmed glasses and a rather pale complexion, stood slightly shorter than the rest, clad in an unusual mid-length robe akin to a wizard and Apos' attire. He was the unfortunate subject of mockery from the group, currently questioning Lin Shu. He was a soul mage, a rare and novice practitioner of soul magic. Is there something amusing? Young soul mage Xuanmen asked, attempting to suppress his displeasure. There were 5 individuals involved in this inquiry, 2 staff members from the farm management committee and 3 mages. The eldest among them, the junior mage Xiao Jianfeng, waved his hand with a smile, saying, not at all. So, Meiji, can you ascertain whether what Lin Shu just stated is true? True. At this, everyone burst into laughter, including Lin Shu, who narrowed his eyes in a secretive smile. Xuanmen finally realized that the humor lay in the phrase your entire family is foolish, feeling a tinge of anger as he shot a glare at Lin Shu, who merely looked back, a mix of nervousness, curiosity, and amusement dancing in his eyes. I reiterate, the magic of and Apos, lie detection and Apos, does not serve to confirm the truthfulness of the speaker and Apos' words, but rather indicates that the speaker harbors no doubts about their own statements. It is merely their own conviction. Do you all believe that magic can discern fact from fiction? Is there no common sense among you? Apologies, that was not our intent. Another mage, Xie Shangheng, explained with a smile. We merely found this misunderstanding amusing. We did not suggest that any statement was factual. Yet, it was evident that he was merely deflecting, or perhaps he preferred to believe Lin Shu and Apos' words as the truth. Xuanmen understood well that soul mages were not well regarded. The nature of soul magic was often strange, instilling an inexplicable fear among others. This manifested in social interactions as aversion and rejection, and sometimes even attempts to suppress them. Xuanmen had been aware of this since his early days in magical studies and had grown accustomed to it, harboring no interest in engaging in such matters. He preferred to focus on completing his work diligently, rather than mingling with these petty-minded mages. Lin Shu had long recognized this individual as a soul mage. When he boldly targeted Lin Shu before reciting a spell, Lin Shu felt a jolt of fear and tension, especially upon witnessing the unfamiliar silver aura of magic. His anxiety intensified. However, he soon discerned that the mage and Apos' soul-locking ability was far inferior to that of a black-headed blade sculpture. Moreover, this unknown spell merely enveloped his head with soul energy, unable to intrude even a step. It was apparent that this mage was a novice, and the spell seemed to monitor his soul fluctuations. Thus, Lin Shu promptly concluded that this magic was a method of lie detection based on monitoring soul fluctuations. Hearing Xuanmen's comments only deepened his admiration for his own foresight. Nevertheless, countering such spells was a simple matter for someone like Lin Shu. who had delved deeply into psychology and soul energy. Manipulating specific soul waves was as effortless as consuming spinach. Noticing Yi Xianji and Apos' growing displeasure, Xiao Jianfeng jovially interjected, "All right, there's nothing more to discuss. Please continue your questioning, Meiji." Yi Xianji nodded, again meeting Lin Shu's gaze, reigniting his spell. Lin Shu accepted it calmly. "Do you know Xie Fucai and Du Jinxiong?" "Yes, they are neighbors and came here with me from Dongshan City." "Oh, are you on good terms?" "Not really. They always like to bully me." "Do you hate them?" "No, I merely dislike them." "So you thought of ways to harm them, perhaps using magical beasts?" "How would I do that?" On the morning of August 7th, yesterday morning, did you have a conflict with them in the cafeteria?" "No. It was Du Jinxiong who splashed water on me. It wasn't a conflict. They were bullying me." "Why didn't you retaliate?" Fighting is against farm rules. Old Jiang said we must not violate the farm regulations, or else our pay would be deducted." "And you didn't dare to hit them?" Lin Shu nodded. That part was true. If he were to strike them, he couldn't explain why he was so powerful, and he would face punishment. Thus, he genuinely did not dare to confront them in the public dining hall. So you went to the magic shop to buy a potion to capture magical beasts and secretly sprinkled it on them? What? No. What potion? Oh, I remember now. It was that bottle from the magic shop. That toothless old man wouldn't let me touch it. I am asking you if you sprinkled that potion on them. No. That potion is very cheap, right? I only have 2 gold coins. Could I buy it? That potion costs 10 gold coins a bottle, but you could steal. Steal? No way. I would be punished. Lin Shu firmly denied, insisting that this was not his doing. In truth, Yi Xianji and Apos' inquiries were a waste of time. The glass bottle found among the remains at the scene had already clarified the cause of the incident. Although the time reversal magic was less effective after several days, it could still ascertain that these 2 individuals were the suspects in the theft of the potion. However, Lin Shu, present at the scene, could not entirely eliminate suspicion from himself. Moreover, it was peculiar, based on their usual personalities. These 2 could not possibly be deranged enough to use themselves as bait for such a suicidal act. So, who had employed the potion they had taken? Furthermore, how did they know which potion was meant for capturing the black-headed blade sculpture? And where did the fake come from? Was there some hidden hand behind this matter? And who could that be? Thus, even with the truth in sight, the farm authorities remained resolute in repeatedly investigating all personnel from the 27th group, including the mages responsible for their protection. Yi Xianji glanced at Xiao Jianfeng, shaking his head slightly, indicating that he had found nothing. Xiao Jianfeng smiled, resting his elbows on the table and supporting his chin with his hands, watching Lin Shu with keen interest. "This is your second encounter with a magical beast, is it not?" As Lin Shu felt increasingly uneasy under the scrutiny, the middle-aged mage finally spoke. "Yes, last time, you narrowly escaped, as not even 2 wind blades struck you. How did you evade disaster this time? 7 members of your group perished, including Xie Fucai and Du Jinxiong beside you. Why did nothing happen to you?" Lin Shu blinked innocently, saying, "I cannot tell you that. I do not know. That is a lie. You must have some method to avoid detection by the magical beasts. Do you carry some magical artifact?" "No, I don and amp. Apos, T thinks so. Why can you not be certain? Everything I possess has been prepared by my sister. I am uncertain why, yet my sister is quite impoverished. Therefore, we must examine all your belongings, including what you have on you. Is that acceptable?" "Certainly. Must the purse be inspected as well?" "Indeed. Yuan and amp. Apos, T take it and not return it to me. Will you? How is it? Any progress?" Standing atop the tallest structure on the farm, overlooking its entirety, Yang Lifeng, the manager of Yuehu No. 6 farm under the auspices of Good Harvest Agricultural Products Union, takes the recent incidents of beast attacks very seriously. Good Harvest Agriculture is one of the foremost agricultural corporations in Xiagua, boasting numerous expansive farms that command a significant share of the grain market across the nation. Consequently, it inevitably attracts competitors, not only from within Xiagua, but also from other countries and even other continents, as agriculture is the bedrock of any nation. Furthermore, there is an air of peculiarity surrounding these events. It seems as though an unseen hand is orchestrating matters behind the scenes, aligning perfectly with Yang Lifeng and Amp, Apos' long-standing suspicions. Yuehu No. 6 farm has undoubtedly caught the attention of certain individuals, and the troubles may only escalate. There are no discernible clues. As if those 2 fools inadvertently applied the trapping potion to themselves. Impossible. How can you account for the source of the counterfeit potion? Old Yi has confirmed that it was their first visit to the magic shop. How could they possibly know which vial contained the potion for ensnaring the black blade sculpture? Jianfeng, we must remain vigilant. There is undoubtedly a hidden force at play here. Could it be that Lin Shugan is involved? In truth, the cup of water that Du Jinxiong had that morning was likely the potion, and Lin Shu, having grasped the truth, cunningly transferred the potion onto the two of them, subsequently using the water from the rice field to wash off the traces of the potion. Is that feasible? Hasn't an amp, Oppos, the information from Dongshan City already been relayed? Lin Shu is indeed a child with some issues, and given his age, how could he have stealthily applied the potion onto those two fools? Alas, I also recognize the improbability, yet this remains the most rational explanation. Regrettably, the abundance of spells cast at the scene has rendered time reversal impossible. Had we witnessed his behavior at the time, we would have discerned the truth. This is somewhat unfathomable. Is your suspicion of him due to the last 2 consecutive misses of the black blade sculpture? Indeed. Yang, is there any spell that could facilitate cheating during a physical examination? That is hard to ascertain. The world is vast, and magic is not exclusive to our green star. If this individual is a spy from another realm, then age would not pose an issue. Xiao Jianfeng and Amp, Oppos, eyes brightened. This line of reasoning indeed accounts for everything, yet. Chapter 20. The Secret of Magic. Where did my mind wander? Others are still at the farm, and his blood can be tested at any time. Yang Lifeng paused for a moment, then shook his head with a chuckle, dismissing the strange thought from his mind. He was no longer of an age prone to flights of fancy. Pondering over easily disprovable matters would be nothing but a waste of time. Indeed, I have thoroughly examined his body and the items he carried. He is truly a non-magic receptor, Xiao Jianfeng remarked, slightly embarrassed. All right, let us not squander any more time on him. We should focus on the counterfeit drugs. Yes. Xiao Jianfeng straightened up and replied loudly. The source of this counterfeit drug is indeed an excellent starting point, albeit a challenging one, as the quantity of that potion sold is vast, making it difficult to trace the origins of this bottle. There is also a puzzling question. Why did these two fools manage to get the potion on themselves? Was it intentional or accidental? Did they apply it themselves, or were they tampered with by someone else? This seemingly simple matter is fraught with enigmas. Upon returning home from the farm headquarters, Lin Shu closed his door with a heavy sigh and set down the large backpack in his hand. This was the collection of items that those warriors had retrieved from his home for inspection and were now returning to him. Lin Shu began to sort through the contents, one by one, finding a letter soaked in water and dried afterward. However, the ink had completely dissolved, turning into a dark blob. This letter was from his sister, received on the morning of the incident, which he had not yet had the chance to read. Lin Shu held it in his hand, studying it for a moment, then sighed softly, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. Just because these two rascals ruined the letter he had eagerly awaited, they deserved to be sent to hell. Although he was unsure if there was a hell in the Green Star, the underworld certainly existed. He tucked the unreadable letter into his sister and Oppos' book, Introduction to Basic Cultivation. The content of this book was already firmly imprinted in Lin Shu and Oppos' memory. After tidying up, Lin Shu reclined on his bed, resting his arms behind his head, silently contemplating the issues that had plagued him over the past few days. Today, Lin Shu had experienced several instances of magic being cast. The novice soul mage, due to the limited duration of his incantation, found that the effects of each spell lasted less than 10 minutes, necessitating frequent recasting. This repetitive casting of the same spell allowed Lin Shu, as the target, the fortunate opportunity to observe the entire process, from the beginning to the end. Reciting the incantation, this was a process Lin Shu had studied back on Earth. It should be a form of memory indexing, as the energy combinations involved in spells or magic are exceedingly intricate. Thus, these processes could not exist as clear, entirely separate memories. If they did, executing them would necessitate a step-by-step approach, which would exceed the speed of human cognition. Consequently, these highly complex casting processes are deconstructed into numerous memory modules, and their operation is executed by a faster yet less nuanced subconscious or lower-level thinking. These modules connect to complete a full casting process, while the incantation serves as a string of identifiers and keys to invoke these memory modules. Once the incantation concludes, the pattern Lin Shu had previously believed to be an illusion reappeared, then contracted, followed by the eruption of magical auras as the magic began to form and quickly took shape and was activated. This encapsulates the entire process of magic casting. Earlier, Lin Shu, having a foundation in esoteric arts, easily grasped this. But what was that shadowy entity? Where did it shrink away to? What connection did the burst of magical aura have with this phantom? These are the crux of understanding magic. What about techniques? What occurs after the incantation in a technique? After the incantation, the technique involves visualization or conceptualization, wherein the spirit describes the technique rapidly. Simply put, it is about recreating the effect of the technique in one and Oppos's mind. Of course, the effectiveness of a technique does not hinge on how powerful one imagines it to be, but rather on how detailed and reasonable the imagination is. Is the process of magic similar? For instance, the magic of the black blade requires envisioning a crescent-shaped energy blade, while today a soul mage surnamed Yi was visualizing a circular sensing band around his head. After this step, the technique is then applied to the targeted object, a final step that seems to align with magic as well. The only uncertainty lies in whether the process of magic casting also includes this conceptualization phase. Could it be that the shadow Lin Shu perceived was a resonance between the soul energy triggered by visualization and the magical energy in the natural world? Lin Shu could not see the shadow and magic that did not target him, but only the magical aura that formed afterward. Does this imply that the shadow is primarily soul energy? Thus, one could only see it when a certain degree of soul connection is established. Or perhaps, it is not something he perceives himself, but rather something actively conveyed to him through the soul connection with another. In that case, could this be considered the process of conceptualization, a contraction? Or perhaps it is the phenomenon of soul energy being injected into magical energy, causing resonance? Lin Shu's eyes gleamed with excitement, yet he felt a tinge of regret. Being a non-magic receptor, even if he comprehended these principles, he had no means to verify his hypotheses. Knock, knock. Lin Shu, are you back? It was Niu Xiaong's voice. A smile crept across Lin Shu's face as he sprang off the bed. His body felt remarkably good. Indeed, labor is the finest form of training. Yes, I'm here. Haha, thankfully you're back. I made meat sauce noodles at home. Hurry and eat, or it'll burn. Oh, I need to wash my hands first. Me too. Niu Xiaoyong slurped up a mouthful of noodles, licking his lips in satisfaction, then looked up and asked, "What did they summon you to the farm for?" "They were checking my health and inspecting my belongings. Looks like they still harbor some suspicions about you, huh? I didn't see it coming." Niu Xiaoyong scrutinized Lin Shu for a moment, then pretended to nod sagely. "Lin Shu, you truly are a master of concealment. The saying goes, the real expert hides their true self. Impressive. Have I grown taller? Did you notice? Haha, haha, keep pretending. Pretending at what? Nothing. Just wondering if you're sending a letter to your sister this week? I've decided to send a regular letter instead. That magic messaging is too expensive. And these gold coins might come in handy in the future. That makes sense. Still, I really want to visit the magic shop. I'll share everything I see at the shop with everyone at school, and it will surely astonish those bumpkins. You should have seen their foolish expressions. It was absolutely hilarious." Lin Shu chuckled, choosing not to tease Niu Xiaoyong further. Niu Xiaoyong, feeling a bit bored, chuckled awkwardly and continued eating his noodles. After a few bites, he looked up again. "Let us plan to visit the magic shop next week." Lin Shu looked at Niu Xiaoyong with confusion, who waved his hands in a flurry and exclaimed, "I don't mean to boast. I truly admire that shop. Besides, it seems quite disorganized there. Perhaps that toothless old Yi needs an assistant?" Lin Shu's eyes brightened at the mention of an assistant. What a splendid idea. This could provide him the opportunity to delve into the realm of magic, and perhaps even sneak a glance at the neglected tomes tucked away in the corners. He nodded vigorously. "An assistant sounds splendid. I want he asked for payment. Just help me send some letters." Lin Shu was quite explicit in laying out his terms, subtly reminding Niu Xiaoyong that in this world, affection does not come without reason. One must communicate their intentions to alleviate suspicion and foster better understanding. "Indeed, I seek to acquire more knowledge about magic, and it would be wonderful if my sister could receive a free health check." Lin Shu beamed widely, genuinely elated this time. Niu Xiaoyong also laughed joyfully, proud of his clever solution and eagerly anticipating what lay ahead. Children, after all, possess an innate sense of expectation that renders their lives far more joyful than those of adults. Lin Shu couldn't and Oppos's help but think. The sincerity of his smile deepened. The news of the sudden demise of 7 members from the 27th production team could not be concealed. In truth, no one sought to hide it. Such occurrences were commonplace on the farm, the only remarkable aspect being the unusually high number of fatalities this time. Various rumors circulated throughout the farm. with two particularly bizarre versions emerging. One tale revolved around Lin Shu, claiming that he was a fool cursed by a magical beast, which explained why the wild creatures would attack him. This calamity was said to be his doing, labeling him a harbinger of disaster. Naturally, the members of the 27th team dismissed this narrative as nonsense, as the truth was already evident. If anyone were to be deemed a calamity, it would be Xie Fucai and Du Jinxiong, for it was Xie Fucai who instigated the initial beast attack. Fortunately, both of these calamities had perished. The other version was even more fantastical, suggesting that a nefarious organization from a mysterious dimension had set its sights on the farm, intending to orchestrate further disasters to drive them away. Beneath this land lay the remnants of the fifth-dimensional war, including a colossal magic circle that held the key to unlocking a dimensional portal. The emergence of this sinister organization elucidated many of Lin Shu and Apos' uncertainties. Perhaps such an organization truly existed. This could explain how Xie Fucai and Du Jianxiong managed to devise such a cunning trap. Had it not been for his formidable spirit and magical prowess, he might have already met a gruesome end. However, once this evil organization's schemes unraveled, would they cease their pursuits? Moreover, they would likely possess a deeper understanding of the truth, meaning they would pay closer attention to him. Although Lin Shu outwardly resumed his normal life, he felt increasingly vigilant within. Danger loomed like a predator lurking in the shadows, stealthily approaching him. Lin Shu sensed the ominous presence drawing near. Chapter 21. The resurgence of danger. Lin Shu is not a person oblivious to peril. Quite the contrary. He possesses a heightened sensitivity to danger. While he cannot fathom the intentions of the farm and Apos' management, he is resolutely convinced of the existence of a shadowy hand behind the tragic figures of Xie Fucai and Du Jinxiong. However, Lin Shu is at a loss regarding the nature of this ominous influence, for his understanding of the world is exceedingly limited. Despite this, he can acutely sense the threat that this unseen force poses to him. The dilemma lies in his lack of effective means to alter his passive predicament, compelling him to remain vigilant and await the appearance of his adversaries. Much like the day he was ambushed by a monstrous creature, Lin Shu could only lie in the rice paddy, waiting for the beast to lock onto him before he could mount a counterattack. This encapsulates Lin Shu and Apos' greatest sense of helplessness and frustration. Let us not forget that this is a world steeped in martial prowess, where the identity of the shadowy hand remains an enigma. If it is indeed an organization, the implications are even more terrifying. Presently, Lin Shu can only bide his time, anticipating further encounters that may unveil more about this threat and devise a means to eradicate it at its core. Fortunately, it is evident that the farm has begun to take notice of this issue. The presence of unfamiliar individuals, often seen wandering around his small village, frequently emanating magical auras, indicates that the farm is treating the matter with considerable seriousness. Moreover, Lin Shu has observed an intriguing phenomenon among those monitoring the activities of the 27th production team. There are numerous third-tier practitioners. They often clandestinely cast perception spells, and through meticulous scrutiny of the varying hues of their magical auras, he has drawn an interesting conclusion. Particularly, upon witnessing a fourth-tier intermediate mage cast a spell, Lin Shu confirmed that the intensity of the magical aura and Apos' color correlates with the practitioner and Apos' tier. This concept is easily comprehensible. It signifies that higher-tier mages can harness and concentrate greater magical energy to perform their spells, resulting in a denser magical aura that manifests as a deeper coloration. Although Lin Shu understands that the farm is closely monitoring the machinations of the shadowy hand, he remains acutely aware that, at this stage, the hand may be more circumspect. Nonetheless, he cannot afford to let his guard down. Indeed, Lin Shu and Apos' caution proves to be far from superfluous. On that Saturday, as he returned from work, a dispute erupted between two groups of farmers near the square. The situation escalated and emotions ran high, culminating in a minor physical altercation that even involved the use of tools. Had it not been for Lin Shu and Apos' alertness, a falling hoe could have severely injured him. Fortunately, his instincts kicked in, allowing him to evade it just in time. He stood there, momentarily stunned, staring at the half-basin-sized hoe that had nearly struck him, bewildered by its origin. The audacity of those individuals was astonishing. In such a volatile situation, they dared to target Lin Shu, seemingly unafraid of being identified by mages using time reversal spells. However, after narrowly escaping, Lin Shu scrutinized the chaotic scene, realizing that even if he were to identify the culprit, it could merely be a case of someone losing their grip, causing the hoe to inadvertently fly towards him. What perplexed Lin Shu was how precisely the hoe had been aimed at him. He was certain he had detected no trace of magical invocation at that moment. Unless there exists a magic that can be activated without any accompanying aura, it is inconceivable that such an act could occur without his awareness. Though he remains uncertain about how the attack was executed, Lin Shu is now certain of the tangible existence of the shadowy hand, which is constantly watching him. Moreover, he suspects that this is not the work of a solitary individual, but rather an organized effort. Lin Shu recognizes that he does not know any of the individuals involved in the altercation within the 27th production team. These individuals have never set foot in the village where Lin Shu resides. In other words, they could not possibly be privy to the details of the incident that transpired in the rice paddy, nor could they have targeted him as a result. This implies that some organization must have disseminated such intelligence, and perhaps today's skirmish was merely a probing action. Upon confirming this, Lin Shu's emotions become complicated. He has entangled himself with a troublesome organization, which appears to have already initiated actions against him. This is undoubtedly troubling. However, compared to an individual, an organization may not always be more fearsome. Individuals can harbor grudges for years, but an organization cannot afford to let matters cool. Furthermore, every organization possesses critical vulnerabilities. The larger the organization, the more pronounced these flaws become, and the more actions they undertake, the more openings they expose. Crucially, if the farm's management realizes that this is a coordinated endeavor, they will undoubtedly intensify their efforts to uncover this organization. At that point, the organization may no longer have the inclination to pursue someone as inconsequential as Lin Shu. Yet, until the farm fully suppresses or eradicates this organization, Lin Shu must remain astutely vigilant, ensuring he does not fall prey to their schemes. Feigning surprise, Lin Shu swiftly distanced himself, observing from the crowd in an attempt to identify the individuals from the 27th team who were watching him. However, those from the 27th team seemed to take great interest in him, as nearly all of them cast glances his way, some with concern, others with curiosity, and a few with malicious glee, which left Lin Shu feeling quite vexed. Smack! A familiar force nudged Lin Shu and Appo's shoulder. It was Lao Jiang. Presumably, he had witnessed the earlier incident and sought him out for reassurance. Lin Shu, are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. Lao Jiang gave him a sympathetic look and clicked his tongue. You don't need to assemble today. Go eat first. It's nothing serious. Such incidents happen frequently. Just an accident. Taken aback for a moment, Lin Shu then nodded in relief and quickly disappeared from Lao Jiang's view, who was smiling at him. Not long after Lin Shu departed, the farm's management and warriors arrived, swiftly employing force to separate the fighting parties, bringing an inexplicable brawl to an abrupt conclusion. In truth, the perilous scene that Lin Shu encountered was not only witnessed by those from the 27th production team. Many others with keen eyes also observed it. Such a provocatively reckless act left the farm's management in shock, indicating that the organization's infiltration had reached a critical level. Even more perplexing is why this organization suddenly chose to expose itself. What could possibly motivate such a course of action? Director Yang. We have reconstructed the scene of today's events and traced the origin of that hoe. Everything points to it being an accident. The supervising mages did not detect any signs of magic being cast, and subsequent investigations revealed no residual traces of spells. Those involved have been interrogated. And it genuinely seems to be a spontaneous conflict, a mere coincidence. Yang Lifeng furrowed his brows tightly, his hands crossed over the desk, his gaze fixed on the magical network terminal before him. After a prolonged silence, he finally lifted his head and stated, the incident itself is certainly not an accident. However, the outcome may indeed be one. Alas, we are currently devoid of any clues. The key lies in understanding why they would target Lin Shu. Do you truly believe that Lin Shu, that foolish lad, had any motive to instigate such violence? Yang Lifeng's gaze sparkled with insight, while Xiao Jianfeng shook his head in bewilderment. No, absolutely not. Unless Lin Shu is closely tied to the previous incident, even then, there is no necessity for them to resort to murder. No, you are mistaken. The accident I refer to indicates that their objective may not be Lin Shu at all. How is that possible? Are you suggesting that they merely wish to eliminate someone from the 27th group at random? Indeed. This could elucidate why they managed to deliver that broken hoe directly to Lin Shu's head without any prior incantation. In truth, it was merely an accident. So, You imply they simply orchestrated an accident? Precisely. And what could their motives be? We can speculate on their intentions. Perhaps they aim to exploit this incident to further capitalize on the continuous misfortunes besieging the 27th group. You will grasp the specifics if you pay attention to the rumors circulating at the farm tomorrow. As for the second motive, it seems they intend to divert our focus inward, while their true target likely lies beyond the farm's confines. As for a third motive, I have not yet conceived one. Yang Lifeng smirked slightly, making a jest, yet Xiao Jianfeng could not muster a smile. Perhaps there are fourth and fifth motives. Until we unveil the truth, anything is conceivable, for the enemy lurks in the shadows, and we are oblivious to their identities or intentions. Such adversaries are indeed challenging to confront. Meanwhile, as Xiao Jianfeng grappled with these thoughts, Lin Shu was at home, savoring steamed buns, while Niu Xiaoyong sat across from him, incessantly expounding on the 68th scheme to persuade old Yi of the magic shop to allow them to assist. Lin Shu could not help but admire Niu Xiaoyong as creativity. To put it in the words of a past life, the boy possesses remarkable intelligence, albeit with a touch of mischief. Lin Shu listened with a smile, nodding or murmuring in affirmation to convey his attentiveness, though his mind had long since wandered elsewhere. An accident? Indeed, this is a fortuitous mishap. What else more? Everyone is well aware that it is an accident. Chapter 22. The question of character. Indeed, it was merely an accident. Once Lin Shu calmed down and pondered the matter thoroughly, he ultimately affirmed that it was simply an unforeseen event. There was no need for him to harbor an intense paranoia of persecution. The miraculous hoe that had flown towards him was neither controlled by some arcane magic nor hurled with precision by a skilled oil vendor from another realm who had undergone rigorous training. The sole explanation for this phenomenon was character. Since Lin Shu arrived in this world, he had noticed that his avatar in this realm seemed to possess a rather problematic character value, as misfortune consistently sought him out. For instance, why was it only he and those two unfortunate children who had been sent to this perilous farm in the vast Dongshan city? Why did those two unfortunate children take a dislike to him? Why did the black-headed hawk summoned by Xie Fucai turn its ire upon him? Why was it that a random flying hoe aimed directly at his head? Lin Shu found it impossible to trace the causal relationships of these events. For the adept skills he had previously employed in the art of Qi Duanjia were utterly ineffective in this realm. Even if he could barely deduce an outcome, he dared not place his trust in the results. Thus, he could only resort to the term character as a magical phrase to explain the intricate causal phenomena he could not comprehend. Once he understood this issue, it became easier to comprehend why Xie Fucai and Du Jinxiong would risk significant danger to conspire against him. It was merely that someone had discovered the animosity between these two and himself, and thus intentionally fanned the flames, aiming to create chaos within the farm. As for who perished in the process, it was of no consequence to them. Just like the flying hoe today, it mattered not whom it struck down. Ideally, it would dispatch a member of the 27th production team, thereby prolonging the disastrous fate of that group until it escalated into a more sensational incident. The true targets of these individuals were not Lin Shu, but rather the farm itself. What they sought from the farm was beyond Lin Shu and Appo's understanding. However, realizing that he was merely an unfortunate pawn in this game brought Lin Shu some comfort. Of course, he could not entirely let his guard down. Should those individuals notice the peculiar circumstances surrounding the deaths of Xie Fucai and Du Jinxiong, they would undoubtedly continue to keep a close watch on him. Furthermore, with the farm entering a tumultuous season, it was highly probable that his character value would continue to attract trouble, thus he could not afford to rest easy. Instead, he must remain vigilant and perpetually combat the misfortunes that lurked nearby. The following day was a day of rest. Lin Shu seemed to have forgotten all the unpleasantness of the previous day and set out early with Niu Xiaoyong towards the shopping street. This time, Niu Xiaoyong's little tail did not follow, for they were not merely going out for leisure. They had a serious and significant matter to attend to, and could not allow that little tail to interfere. Observing the grave expression on Niu Xiaoyong and Appo's face, Lin Shu initially intended to say something to lighten the mood. In his view, there was no need for such solemnity. However, for Niu Xiaoyong, this was a momentous occasion in his life. Lin Shu felt it best to allow him to experience it in his own way, as it would surely become one of his embarrassing yet cherished memories in the future. Upon pushing open the glass door of the magic shop, Niu Xiaoyong had become almost rigid with anxiety, prompting Lin Shu to give him a gentle shove inside. Inside the shop, there were several practitioners, seemingly divided into two groups. These individuals glanced at Lin Shu and Niu Xiaoyong as they entered. their eyes filled with disdain or scorn, before turning away and completely ignoring them. This disdainful gaze caused Niu Xiaoyong and Amp, Apos, S tension to evaporate suddenly, igniting a fierce indignation within him. Yet he could find no words to express it, only clenching his fists and gritting his teeth in silence. Old Yi looked up at the two newcomers, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before he returned to his business. The end. Amp, Apos, paralysis and Amp, Apos, scroll was indeed the most cost-effective electric magic scroll available. Do not underestimate this second-tier spell. When it came time for hunting, you would understand how a moment of paralysis could create ample opportunities for a striking counterattack. And considering the scroll and Amp, Apos, as affordability, just think, drawing a single bone from any prey could easily exchange for this scroll, making it truly worth the price. Old Yi, can you lower the price a bit more? You know that we apprentice practitioners are quite short on funds. To advance our levels, we require a multitude of items and supplies. And every single silver coin is precious to us. All right, why not? Do you think I, Old Yi, am just anyone? I have watched as batches of apprentice practitioners have grown here. In my youth, I was just like you, roaming far and wide in pursuit of my dreams. I understand. Truly understand. Haha, how about this? I and Amp, Apos, LL secretly give you this price. Sounds good, right? But you must not leak this price. Otherwise, next time at 1 and Amp, Apos, TB the same. Okay, we'll take it at this price. Please give us 10 paralysis scrolls. Congratulations. You've made a wise choice. By the way, shouldn't you prepare some insect-repellent incense? The mosquitoes and pests in the woods during this season can be quite fierce. Though they 1 and Apos, T kill you, they can be quite bothersome. What do you say? It's also at a discounted price. As Lin Shu curiously examined the shop and Apos' peculiar assortment of items, he listened to Old Yi and Apos' rapid-fire salesmanship. Observing the beaming smile that spread across Old Yi and Apos' face, he understood well how much markup was embedded in those so-called discounts. Take care, and do come again. Oh, and remember to sell me any unused items from your hunts. Hee. After Old Yi bid farewell to the last group of customers, Lin Shu and Niu Xiaoyong had already lingered in the shop for an entire morning. With the sun now high above, the heat within the magic shop began to feel stifling. At this hour, it was uncommon for new customers to arrive, as mages and practitioners would typically be out hunting. Those who remained behind would either be resting or training. Even the shopping street itself was sparsely populated at this time. I say, what are you two unfortunate children doing here? Making a nest? Old Yi inquired, eyeing the somewhat stiff Niu Xiaoyong and Lin Shu, who was tilting his head to examine a crystal. Niu Xiaoyong took a few steps forward, looking at Old Yi's head peering over the counter. Gulping hard before speaking rapidly, Old Yi. No, it's not, Old Yi. I mean, it's not that, Old Yi. Stop. You are the only one who can call me that. Just call me Old Yi, understood? Oh, Old Yi, we are here to help you. No, I mean, we want to assist you, not that. Old Yi chuckled wickedly, watching Niu Xiaoyong, who was flustered and sweating profusely, as if he were watching a monkey perform tricks. Was there even a profession for monkey shows on Green Star? What exactly do you want to say? Old Yi, I just wanted to ask, do you need any help around here? No. That is good. We are truly capable. Huh? No? How could that be? You must need help. Right? Haha. Are you the boss here or am I? I say no, and it's no. All right, you two unfortunate children, the door is over there. Remember to close it on your way out. Niu Xiaoyong, dejected, lowered his head, his expression dark as he turned to leave, but a voice halted his steps. It's free, Lin Shu suddenly exclaimed. Old Yi and Amp, Apos' arm, waving as if shooing away flies, suddenly came to a halt, and his eyes narrowed. Free? Indeed free, Niu Xiaoyong exclaimed, seizing the opportunity like a drowning man grasping at straws, his previously forlorn gaze now brimming with hope. Is it really free? Absolutely free. Niu Xiaoyong took a couple of steps forward, slightly raising his chin to gaze confidently at Old Yi behind the counter, nodding with assurance, his excitement palpable. I don't believe it. Do you have some ulterior motive? Are you trying to steal something? No. How could we steal? Niu Xiaoyong grew anxious. No good deed goes unpunished. What? I mean, you two must be up to something. Is there truly such a thing as a free lunch? There is. We do. Lin Shu hopes you can help him send a magical letter for free, and I hope one day you can give my sister a simple health checkup. Old Yi, now enlightened, nodded and cracked a smile, his eyes still squinting. I thought as much. There is no such thing as a bargain. So that's your plan. Dream on. No way. Ah, yes indeed. Lin Shu said with a smile as he looked at old Yi. Niu Xiaoyong gazed at Lin Shu in astonishment, realizing that this seemingly foolish friend had quite the cunning. Oh, what insight does this fool have? Why should it be possible? We will work for you until you deem it satisfactory. If you are not content, we will continue to help you for free. Besides, we have nowhere to go on our days off. But could you perhaps regale us with tales of wizards? Oh, so you also wish to listen to stories for free? Niu Xiaoyong nodded vigorously. Initially, it was unnecessary to voice this little desire, but Lin Shu was indeed honest, and since he had spoken up, they might as well admit everything. Is that acceptable? Old Yi scrutinized Lin Shu, who continued to beam at him, then glanced at Niu Xiaoyong, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. Old Yi stroked his chin and inquired, will you follow my orders completely? Can you manage that? Certainly. No lunches, breakfasts, dinners, or snacks, understood? Understood. Very well then. Now wipe down the counter and shelves, and take these bones and hides to the backyard, into the shade, to air out. So you agree. Get to work. Oh, wonderful. Lin Shu. Old Yi has agreed. This is fantastic. Get to work. Chapter 23. Ancient books, eh? Lin Shu, what brings you here? When you entered the magical shop and immediately spotted Lin Shu, who was diligently wiping the shelves with a damp cloth. His earnest demeanor mirrored that of his labor in the fields, exuding a harmonious grace that was oddly captivating. However, Lin Shu regarded Wen Yu and Appos as surprised with a hint of disdain, for he had seen her last week while assisting, even though she had not entered the shop. It was evident that she had noticed him, helping out. Lin Shu straightened up and turned to see Wen Yu, flashing a genuine smile that revealed his bright white teeth. The brilliance of his smile seemed almost blinding to her, prompting her to tilt her head slightly and scrunch her nose. Helping out? Did Oldie send you? Us. Lin Shu replied, pointing to Niu Xiaoyong, who had just emerged from behind a neatly arranged pile of magical beast bones. When you glanced at Niu Xiaoyong, and then back at Lin Shu, baring her teeth. You two are quite the troublemakers. Why is that? Old Yi is as stingy as they come. HM. How dare you speak like that? Old Yi and Amp. Appos. S voice boomed from behind the counter, his head peeking out as he had been counting money. Wen Yu was unfazed, adjusting her black glasses and retorting, I said you are a miser. No, not a miser, but a greedy frog, only taking in, never giving out. Uffed. Niu Xiaoyong could hardly contain his laughter, quickly squatting down to feign busyness with the bones, his shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. Meanwhile, Lin Shu continued to smile at Old Yi, unfazed. Go fetch the books from the storeroom and let them bask in the sun. I've noticed that today's young mages are increasingly lackluster. In our youth, we were so eager to learn. Just think about it. Upon entering a magical shop, the first thing we saw was unread tomes. Now, my own collection is nearly moldy, and not a single volume has been sold. Today's youth, TSK. Old Yi shook his head at Wen Yu, almost pointing a finger at her as if to emphasize his point. Lin Shu chuckled lightly, flashed another smile at Wen Yu, and turned to head towards the back door. After a couple of steps, he turned back, saying, Old Yi promised to help me deliver magical correspondence, heh. So I won't have to trouble Mage Wen Yu anymore. Wen Yu's face flushed slightly. Thankfully, he was a simpleton. She inwardly rejoiced. Really? That's wonderful. I never expected Old Yi to be a good person. I am a good person, but those who see only the bad in others are not good themselves. Hee. Do you have any deodorizing agents? We have from level 1 to 6. How many do you need? But I must warn you, they are not cheap. Deodorizing agents are popular products with high demand, and there are no discounts. Is it because I just spoke ill of Old Yi? I, Old Yi, am a firm believer in separating business from personal grievances. Business is business, and personal matters are another thing entirely. Lin Shu paused briefly outside the back door before turning to the right, where a spacious storeroom lay. Though the shop appeared small, the storeroom was quite substantial. Lin Shu swiftly emerged with a cartload of books. Though the cart was merely a metal platform, he had thought this world lacked wheels. However, due to the presence of magical energy, the utility of such purely physical objects was greatly diminished. In truth, with magical imprinting techniques and anti-mold treatments for paper, books could last centuries without deteriorating. Yet, they were vulnerable to insects, necessitating sun exposure as a protective measure for the inventory. Of course, insecticides could be used, but they cost money, while sunlight is free, and fortunately, this farm was blessed with abundant sunlight during the dry season. Old Yi noticed Wen Yu observing Lin Shu through the glass of the back door, but chose not to disclose it, finding Lin Shu to be a rather peculiar boy. He seemed foolish at times, yet his actions and thought processes were refreshingly simple and direct, lacking the guile of an adult. In that regard, he appeared somewhat naive. However, Lin Shu and Oppos' thinking capacity was not lacking. He possessed a remarkable memory. According to Niu Xiaoyong, it was a willingness to remember that facilitated his recall, indicating that Lin Shu was, in fact, a perfectly normal child. Moreover, he seemed indifferent to monetary matters. Yet Old Yi could not deceive him out of the 2 remaining gold coins, for Lin Shu had been advised by his sister to keep some money on hand. Lin Shu worked efficiently, grasping tasks quickly after a single instruction, a skill even Niu Xiaoyong lacked. In this respect, Lin Shu was an astute child with impressive manual dexterity. Watching him work was a pleasing sight. On the other hand, Lin Shu was prone to daydreaming, sometimes staring at wall photographs for prolonged periods or fixating on a magical beast skeleton, completely forgetting his purpose for being there. Moreover, Old Yi discovered that Lin Shu had a great fondness for reading. Initially, he was unaware that Lin Shu could not read upon arrival, but was astonished to learn that Niu Xiaoyong had taught him, as Lin Shu was now perusing ancient texts, books that even most mages struggled to comprehend. However, one day, Old Yi secretly observed him and realized that Lin Shu was captivated by the illustrations within, often spending considerable time engrossed in a single image, leading Old Yi to suspect that Lin Shu's intellect might not be as straightforward as it seemed. In reality, Lin Shu was deeply engaged in studying the evolution of magic, for those ancient illustrations contained a wealth of critical information, much like the foundational texts of geomancy and mysticism on Earth. Thus, the imagery was indeed paramount. When you spotted Lin Shu engrossed in a thick volume, astonished to the point of forgetting to conceal her surprise, Old Yi chuckled inwardly, causing Wen Yu to quickly avert her gaze and adjust her glasses. Here are the deodorizing agents you requested. Hee, isn't it fascinating? What? Lin Shu. Reading. And it's an ancient text, haha. Indeed, when he first arrived, he couldn't read at all. How could he grasp ancient texts so quickly? Haha, you fell for it too. I was equally shocked at first, only to find out he was merely admiring the illustrations. Wen Yu sighed in relief, though a tinge of disappointment lingered in her heart. Really? Go see for yourself. You'll understand. What else do you need? Old Yi inquired, his eyes glinting mischievously at Wen Yu. Wen Yu awkwardly pursed her lips, her gaze flickering as she pointed to a purple scroll on the shelf. Illusion scrolls, 10 of the 3rd level, please. No discounts. This item is currently out of stock. All right, no discounts, no discounts. I'll check on Lin Shu if you don't mind. After all, I'm a classmate of his sister. Go ahead, no one is stopping you. Hee. Wen Yu bit her lip in resignation, her freckles seeming to darken in color. Lin Shu was intently studying the illustrations on the pages, utterly astonished. In truth, ancient texts were not particularly difficult. Compared to Earth's ancient literature, they were akin to the Postang and Song literary style, well within the capabilities of someone like Lin Shu, who had delved into bronze and small seal scripts. Fortunately, the simplification of the Green Star script was not overly excessive. What Lin Shu beheld was not an astonishing pattern, nor something previously encountered on Earth, but rather a design with which he was intimately familiar, as it was etched upon his own being, specifically, inscribed at the very center of his heart. Lin Shu had always regarded it as an ordinary tattoo, devoid of any memories. However, upon perusing the contents of the book titled An Exploration of Ancient Sorcery, a tempest of emotions surged within him. The term sorcery was Lin Shu's own translation. It represented humanity's most direct, yet nebulous connection to the natural world. The sorcery of Earth and that of the Green Planet could not be directly compared, yet they shared astonishing similarities, particularly in their inclination toward the exploration of soul and body. Earthly sorcery served as the foundational technique for all self-cultivation and healing practices, while Green Planet sorcery also functioned as a precursor to magic and modern medicine, albeit with a lineage that could be traced back over 10,000 years. The text on this page was deemed by the author to be the most miraculous, nefarious, powerful, and enigmatic curse of all time. Aptly named the Endopos, Curse of Destiny, Endopos, the 4 Endopos, most Endopos, descriptors were sufficient to plunge Lin Shu into a state of icy dread. Lin Shu, are you reading? A sudden voice startled him, and he felt a pang of self-reproach for allowing himself to become so unguarded. It was utterly inappropriate to lose his vigilance. Even if this curse were genuine, even if it could herald his doom, what good would fear and shock accomplish now? They could not alter reality. What he needed to do was to calm himself. comprehend the situation, and gradually devise a strategy. At least, he was still very much alive. Reading. You can understand ancient texts? Ancient text? I'm examining the illustrations. When you fixed her gaze intently upon Lin Shu's eyes, which, after an initial flicker of confusion, had regained their clarity, unmarred by any impurities. Ah, this is the legendary and most mysterious curse, the curse of destiny. Do you know why it is considered so enigmatic? Lin Shu shook his head. That is because no one has been able to replicate this curse, which is why it remains a part of legend, quite renowned. Oh, impressive, Lin Shu exclaimed with admiration. Yet inwardly, he chuckled bitterly, pondering the contradiction. Who said it could not be enacted? He bore one himself, affixed within the last 18 years. More importantly, this curse manifested in pairs, never alone. A sense of foreboding crept into Lin Shu's mind. Chapter 24. Secret Art. Sand casting. When you regarded Lin Shu with an odd expression, making him uneasy. Suddenly, she extended her right hand, shaking the bracelet on her wrist, and with a playful grin revealing her pearly white teeth, she inquired, "Do you know what this is for?" Lin Shu, taken aback, shook his head. Although he could not discern the specific purpose of Wen Yu and Apos' bracelet, he suspected it was a magical artifact, likely designed for storing or amplifying magic. His limited knowledge of such matters, combined with Wen Yu's somewhat menacing visage, filled him with an impulse to either flee or confront her with a punch. Wind binding technique. With a flicker, the bracelet emitted a soft azure glow that swiftly ensnared Lin Shu, rendering him utterly immobile in the blink of an eye. In truth, Lin Shu and Apos' mind was exceptionally quick. He had clearly sensed the locking mechanism and observed the magical activation process, yet he had not made any attempt to resist. The speed was astonishing. Instantaneous magic truly was remarkable. It surpassed the speed of talismans from Earth, rivaling that of magical implements. Indeed, magical artifacts seem to exist on a similar tier. This little thing is merely for storing magic, allowing for instantaneous activation when needed. Lin Shu gazed at Wen Yu in terror, uncertain of her intentions. The cheerful demeanor she exhibited only intensified his unease, as she appeared to be a proverbial wolf in sheep and Apos' clothing, especially daunting as a woman. Even an unattractive woman could be fearsome. Do not be afraid. I merely wish to ascertain whether you possess a certain tattoo. Detection technique. Before Lin Shu could react, Wen Yu unleashed her second spell. This time, he observed more clearly as another gem illuminated during the magical activation. The previously used azure gem had dulled, losing its once pristine brilliance. It seemed her bracelet contained 6 gems, each reserving a spell for instantaneous use. Immobile, Lin Shu distinctly felt a surge of energy infiltrating his body from behind. Emerging before him, he witnessed the gentle azure glow coalescing in Wen Yu's outstretched hand, forming a small orb. He noted that her hands were delicate, in stark contrast to the ruggedness of her facial features. The azure energy swirled above Wen Yu and Apos' palm as she closed her eyes to savor the sensation, only to shake her head in mild disappointment moments later. Lin Shu was well aware that his tattoos were invisible to others during a previous inspection. Even a mid-level mage failed to detect them. Thus, he felt reassured that Wen Yu would also be unable to see the mysterious coin-sized tattoo on his chest. Disappointed, Wen Yu dispersed the azure glow and swiftly lifted the binding spell, cheerfully exclaiming, "It turns out there is none. I thought there might be a surprise. Do not be angry. I was just playing a joke." Lin Shu stared blankly at Wen Yu and Apos' unappealing face, nodding and then shaking his head in bemusement as she scampered away. As Wen Yu vanished behind the door, Lin Shu returned to his reading. Lao Yi observed Wen Yu and Apos' somewhat unnatural demeanor, avoiding his gaze, and smiled broadly with his toothy grin. "Found nothing. Were you disappointed? This child is quite peculiar, yet not particularly worthy of your scrutiny, I presume?" "Well, I am simply curious. I happen to be an alumnus of her school." Wen Yu held her head high, determined to maintain her composure. After all, no one could touch her, and her interest in Lin Shu was no longer a secret worth concealing. A fellow alumnus? That will cost you 120 gold coins. So expensive? In truth, the name Curse of Fate was bestowed by the author of an exploration of ancient sorcery. This curse originally had a name in ancient language, sandcasting. Why is it called sandcasting? Because this curse is a dual body curse, meaning that upon its completion, a mirrored tattoo will simultaneously appear on both individuals. In ancient times, the term mirror did not exist, Yet the effect of these tattoos bore resemblance to the sand molds used in bronze casting. Upon closer inspection, one would find that this tattoo is composed of countless tiny dots, making the name sand casting remarkably fitting. What is the purpose of this curse? In truth, no one knows. However, according to the author and Apo's conjecture, the effect of sand casting is to transfer all the positive fortune of one individual to another, while simultaneously transferring all misfortunes of the latter to the former. The curse of fate thus amalgamates the virtues and fortune of two individuals into one, while consolidating their flaws and misfortunes into the other. Although such a notion seems incredibly whimsical and appears entirely unscientific at first glance, Lin Shu understood that the author and Apo's hypothesis might indeed hold merit. Furthermore, in the realm of Earth's mystical sorcery, there exists a concept of altering one and Apo's, albeit at a price, the cost being the caster and Apo's own fortune. Regardless of whether on Earth or Green Star, fortune remains the most enigmatic of entities, hence. This secret art is deemed one of the most mysterious forms of magic, sorcery. Remarkably, those subjected to the curse cannot be detected by a third party, at least not by mid-level mages, further enhancing the mystique of this technique. As for why Lin Shu was so certain of the curse's authenticity, the answer was evident. His previous incarnation, or doppelganger, was a simpleton, which alone sufficed to illustrate the issue. Moreover, all the misfortunes he encountered further substantiated his poor luck. Initially perplexed, he lacked the means to deduce the cause. Now, Lin Shu finally comprehended that he had fallen victim to some arcane technique, resulting in his current plight, or perhaps even his very constitution was a consequence of this curse. Indeed, the sand casting technique was marvelously extraordinary. Despite being unfortunate in bearing this curse, Lin Shu had long since accepted the fact that his body was a non-magical vessel, and he had been diligently seeking alternative paths for cultivation. Thus, even upon realizing he had been ensnared by a cursed secret art, he did not display any outward distress. What truly unsettled Lin Shu was the realization that the person he had always considered closest and most trustworthy, his sister Lin Huan, was seemingly a genius, a bona fide prodigy. This memory remained vividly clear in Lin Shu and Apo's mind. Throughout his limited recollections, he always recalled his sister as competent and intelligent, frequently receiving accolades from others. Moreover, Lin Huan consistently excelled academically, sustaining Lin Shu solely through her meager income from various part-time jobs. Thus, the identity of the other recipient of this twin-body curse began to crystallize. Yet this revelation pierced Lin Shu and Apo's heart like a dagger. No matter how many separations and betrayals he had endured in his former life, this Lin Shu had never experienced such treachery, especially from his sole surviving kin. The emotional turmoil Lin Shu faced was likely rooted in the fragment of his soul belonging to Green Star Lin Shu. Doubt is the greatest root of calamity for an individual. Lin Shu profoundly understood this point. He was utterly unwilling to doubt his sister. Yet, the reality was painfully evident. Lin Shu endeavored to persuade himself that there must be another explanation. Even if his sister had indeed seized his fortune, it was not something she could accomplish alone. There had to be another party involved. Moreover, even if his sister had taken away his fortune, Lin Shu should not feel sorrow. If the Lin Shu of this world truly loved his sister, he ought to consider it as his way of enabling her. With this thought, Lin Shu's heart began to find tranquility. He sighed, recognizing that his own realm of understanding paled in comparison to the pure and untainted soul of this world. Lin Shu made a concerted effort to categorize his sister as a victim as well. In doing so, a formidable presence would stand behind them, a being capable of wielding such powerful secret arts. If this entity were merely an ordinary person, Lin Shu would rather submerge his own head in a ditch to drown. Furthermore, the existence of such a powerful figure implied that, even for experimental purposes, they would need to continue observing their subjects. This led Lin Shu to realize that he and his sister had become two lab mice in a cage. Everything occurring around them, including his arrival here, might indeed be part of an experiment. Regaining his composure, Lin Shu's mind became exceptionally clear. To gradually unravel these terrifying secrets, the first step was to cultivate his own strength. He must never expose his true circumstances. The more stable his situation, the safer his sister would be. Should he encounter trouble or, worse, meet his demise, his sister would undoubtedly face peril, perhaps even suffer adverse consequences due to this curse of fate. With these thoughts, Lin Shu hesitated to consider breaking the curse lightly, until he fully comprehended the truth of the situation. He must faithfully masquerade as a Gemini deity to protect his fortunate sister. This world was indeed complex, and the troubles he faced were no less intricate. Lin Shu, have you finished drying the books? Once done, go to the warehouse and fetch some deodorizing agents for me. Be careful not to drop them, otherwise you will have worked your entire life in vain. Oh, understood. Lin Shu opened the book, tilted his head to gaze at the blazing sun above, allowing that mysterious yet familiar pattern to be exposed to the fierce light. However, even the most intense sunlight seemed incapable of dispelling the chilling and terrifying aura emitted by the pattern itself. Furrowing his brow, Lin Shu forced himself to rise and resolutely turn away. Chapter 25. Taking the first step is this. Qi. Lin Shu pondered, harboring doubts. In this reflective state, what one perceives while focusing on the dantian should be objective, merely a projection of certain objectively existing phenomena within the soul. In essence, these are not figments of the imagination, but rather tangible entities. The ethereal mist-like substances before him appeared to be the amp, oppos, qi and amp, oppos. Lin Shu had long sought after an extraordinary energy residing solely within living beings. Due to its nature as a transcendent energy, qi could not be substantiated on Earth, leading to a scarcity of practitioners of cultivation. Many dismissed it as pseudoscience, oblivious to the fact that such skepticism stemmed from ignorance. Similarly, the primordial energy of heaven and earth, another form of natural superenergy, remained unacknowledged due to its unverifiable nature. Consequently, Earth has entered a dark age, evolving from an inward-focused to an outward-focused paradigm. On Green Star, however, magical energy flourished abundantly within nature and had already been harnessed by humanity. This easily discoverable and utilizable superenergy successfully masked the presence of another, less apparent form of superenergy residing within human bodies. Thus, the inhabitants of Green Star diligently pursued the magical energy cultivation system, unaware of the existence of a relatively lower energy cycle present within all individuals. Lin Shu, due to his unique constitution, was compelled to seek out this energy cycle. Had he been a natural conduit for magic, he might have readily engaged in the cultivation of Green Star's energy system rather than waste time searching for a possibly non-existent meridian system. The adage that every action has a predetermined outcome holds a measure of truth. The mysteries of fate are not easily unraveled by the average person. Lin Shu's momentary distraction shattered his reflective state, causing the visions he had just encountered to dissipate like a mirage. He opened his eyes, inhaling deeply, and silently smiled as he gradually released the joy and pressure within him. The pressure stemmed from his fears and anxieties regarding his inability to cultivate, while the joy arose from the ecstatic realization that he had rediscovered the path to cultivation. As a practitioner, Lin Shu understood that such emotions should neither be stifled nor suppressed, so he smiled broadly, attempting to channel his inner turmoil in a manner that was calm and unobtrusive. The moonlight, slightly tinged with red, streamed through the window, casting a soft crimson veil over the floor before his bed. Lin Shu gazed wide-eyed at the ceiling, and the elation and relief within him gradually receded like a tide, revealing a silver shore. In the aftermath of emotional turbulence, he discovered a figure gradually emerging in his mind's eye, his sister. Her naked form exuded an exquisite beauty, her long hair flowing softly. Above her alluring figure rested a cerulean tattoo, identical to the one adorning his own chest, as if mirrored. In his sister's tear-filled eyes, Lin Shu clearly saw his own reflection, along with the profound pain and lingering affection she felt. He sighed softly and murmured, "There will come a day when the truth is revealed. As long as I persevere, that day will surely arrive. Sister, wait for me." As the illusion faded, it felt as if a drop of water from the ether fell into Lin Shu's heart, creating ripples that spread outward. All his distracting thoughts dissolved in these circles, allowing him to re-enter a meditative state. Soon, the moonlit reflection returned, and Lin Shu quietly focused on his dantian. Before long, the faint mist reappeared, and he observed it with neither joy nor sorrow. According to the principles of qi cultivation, once qi is obtained, one must gather it, concentrating the thin energy into a denser and more potent form. Only then can it be guided by the primordial spirit through the meridians, harmonizing with the fluctuations of the elemental energies. Through continuous circulation, the internal energy gradually strengthens. This is the first step of cultivation, gathering qi. As for the second step, it would be addressed when necessary. Lin Shu and oppos. His current dilemma was that even if he could gather qi, he had no established meridians to guide it. Thus, Even with sufficient genuine qi amassed within his dantian, there was nowhere for it to flow. What Lin Shu needed most was to enhance his sensitivity to qi, enabling him to discern its pathways throughout his body before formally embarking on the first step of cultivation. But how could he improve his sensitivity to qi? After much contemplation, Lin Shu concluded that it could only be achieved through practice. Time would be his ally. Moreover, to elevate the resonance of his primordial spirit with qi, he must actively engage with it rather than merely observing it from a distance. However, this should not be rushed. Although Lin Shu could perceive qi through reflection, it remained unstable. His understanding of qi was still superficial, and the resonance was weak. Direct contact at this stage could lead to the overpowering influence of his potent primordial spirit over qi, resulting in a false manifestation of energy or qi tainted by his spirit. Certainly, in a proper cultivation process, the growth of the primordial spirit would lag behind that of qi. The essence of cultivation lies in the fusion of the spirit and qi, and as qi nourishes and regulates the body, it significantly enhances the spirit and Apos as control over it. This is the process referred to as washing the marrow and tempering the bones. Yet, Lin Shu and Apos' situation was unique. His primordial spirit was excessively powerful, and it had previously merged with a specific qi. If his spirit approached the current qi with preconceived notions, the outcome could be detrimental. The material laws governing Earth and Green Star are fundamentally different, as is the nature of qi itself. Thus, imposing his understanding of Earth's qi onto the energies of Green Star would undoubtedly yield disastrous consequences. With great caution, Lin Shu continued to observe the wisps of mist within his dantian through reflection, while simultaneously contemplating how to effectively adapt his primordial spirit to the new energies within his body without contaminating the delicate qi. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Lin Shu had been at the farm for over 2 months, and today marked the arrival of the airship bearing the mail. After hastily finishing breakfast, he hurried to the post office by the square. Unfortunately, among the batch of letters that arrived, none were from Lin Xuan. Lin Shu and Apos' hearts sank gradually. Given his sister's affection for him, it was unfathomable that she would not respond after receiving his magical correspondence. The absence of a letter implied some unforeseen circumstances on her end. The troubling aspect was that, given his current situation, there was little he could do to assist her. He could only fret in silence. He quickly composed himself, attempting to mask his disappointment and worry as he returned to his group. What and Apos' wrong? It and Apos' rare to see you looking so glum. No letter from my sister. Oh, I thought it was something serious. The chances of mail delays or losses are quite high due to various dangers along the way. Therefore, you needn't be overly concerned. Perhaps next month you'll receive 2 letters. Old Zhang's words of comfort eased Lin Shu's heart somewhat, yet the worry lingered. He managed a feeble smile and quietly immersed himself back into the group. At this moment, the group of wizards tasked with protection arrived. Lin Shu seemed to sense the essence of Wen Yue's soul power. However, when he turned to look, he could only see her silhouette, adorned with a conical hat. He pondered whether to beseech this woman for assistance in reaching out to his sister. Yet, upon observing Wen Yue's haughty demeanor, he dismissed the thought. Pursuing matters concerning his sister too fervently at this juncture could inadvertently jeopardize her safety. Since he was unscathed, it indicated that the individual who had cast a spell on both himself and his sister was still engaged in his experiments or schemes. Amidst this unease and inner conflict, time slipped away swiftly. The verdant rice fields burgeoned with plump grains, the once green ears of rice transforming into a golden hue, signaling that the harvest was imminent. The drought season was drawing to a close, and in the forthcoming 3 months, the farm would not only be encircled by floods, but would also sever all communication with the outside world, becoming a true island in every sense. On the 3rd month's postal day, Lin Shu still had not received a letter from his sister, indicating that circumstances had indeed shifted. Instead of succumbing to anxiety, he found a sense of calm. Since the events had transpired, fretting would yield no benefit. The only viable path to clarity and ultimately aiding his sister lay in one resolute action: to fortify himself with strength sufficient to command the attention of the one who had cast the spell upon him. The journey toward empowerment had but one avenue: cultivating qi. After 2 months of consolidation, Lin Shu resolved to formally commence the gathering of qi, allowing his primordial spirit to directly engage with the true qi within his dantian, fostering a new harmonious resonance of energy. In truth, this step was somewhat perilous. Initially, His plan entailed a stabilization period of 3 to 6 months before embarking on such integration. However, the loss of contact with his sister instilled a profound sense of urgency within him. Thus, he chose to take the risk, understanding that while the danger had diminished, this decision diverged from his typically prudent nature. This clearly indicated that Lin Shu's character and essence had evolved through this fusion. He was no longer the Lin Shu from Earth, at least, not entirely. He had transformed into a new entity, and now, this renewed Lin Shu would tread once more upon a path strewn with thorns, dedicated to his own growth and the salvation of his sister. Chapter 26. The arrival of the rainy season. The harvest season on the farm is not arduous. Indeed, it is quite the opposite. During the harvest, it is primarily the mages who stand at the field's edge, casting wind blade spells that effortlessly lay rows of rice, spanning approximately 100 meters, neatly upon the ground. The farmer's role is merely to gather the rice, bind it, and load it onto floating transport carts for return to the farm. The remaining tasks fall to the mages, who handle the threshing and compression of the rice stalks with remarkable ease and efficiency. Of course, dehusking is somewhat more complicated, requiring specialized magical apparatus, but overall, the act of harvesting is hardly a laborious endeavor for the farmers. Moreover, with Lin Shu's current physical prowess, daily labor no longer poses any challenges for him. Lin Shu and Appo's first gathering of qi was successfully completed. Although it was essential to meticulously consider the risks beforehand, in practice, the actual process presented no immediate dangers. Any potential issues would only become apparent when applying the qi later on. However, given Lin Shu's extensive experience, he was able to confirm that his gathering of qi felt entirely natural, without any signs of discomfort or contamination. After several days of gathering qi, the concentration of qi within his dantian noticeably increased. Due to the initially low baseline, even a slight increase became quite apparent. Once assured that his primordial spirit had not tainted the qi, Lin Shu began to control the qi with his primordial spirit, creating a qi vortex in his dantian. The purpose of this vortex is to facilitate the orderly operation of qi within the sea of qi, and due to the vortex's inherent centripetal force, it significantly enhances the efficiency of qi gathering. Furthermore, once stabilized, the vortex could operate autonomously, or as it is termed, self-operating, though it remained under the guidance of the primordial spirit, albeit not directly. The creation of a qi vortex is indeed a technical endeavor. One must not assume that a faster vortex is inherently better. Excessive speed may improperly accelerate the natural flow of qi, potentially causing severe bodily harm, while a vortex that rotates too slowly would result in diminished efficiency. Therefore, adjusting the speed of the vortex is a task that tests a practitioner and Appo's patience and meticulousness. However, Lin Shu possesses a formidable primordial spirit, capable of employing reflective observation to finely tune the vortex to its maximum sustainable speed. The most immediate manifestation of the inner qi gathering is Lin Shu and Appo's increased appetite, necessitating a higher intake of energy-rich meats. This shift prompted remarks from his friend Yo Xiaoyong, who noted that Lin Shu seemed to be transitioning from a herbivore to a carnivore. In truth, Lin Shu was most eager to explore the effects of consuming high magical energy foods in abundance, but alas, financial constraints prevented such experimentation. It seems the age-old wisdom of wealth, companions, law, and land still holds true. For the time being, Lin Shu set aside his worries about his sister. Such concerns, while disquieting, were ultimately unproductive. He endeavored to envision positive outcomes, believing that the intricacies and challenges of the magic would compel the practitioner to safeguard and nurture her diligently. It is also possible that there are observers among them, which necessitates that he remains composed and quietly strengthens his own abilities. Outside the farm, vast fields lay harvested, resembling shorn sheep with patches of golden farmland now transformed into bare, dark brown earth. Truckloads of golden rice were transported to the farm, neatly stacked into rectangular hay bales, while the rice was temporarily stored in granaries, awaiting further processing. These compressed rice stalks served both as fodder for livestock during the rainy season and as one of the primary fuels for the farm, the other being magical energy. As the rice harvest continued, the expansive square became increasingly cluttered with neatly arranged bales of rice stalks, covered with thin cloth by the farmers and protected by defensive enchantments cast by the mages to shield them from rain and wind. Days passed in a serene manner that felt almost unsettling, with dark clouds gathering in the sky and temperatures beginning to cool. Occasionally, strong gusts of wind swept through, scattering fine chaff into the air. The rainy season was imminent. Niu Xiaoyong and his classmates had completed their exams and were now on break, filling the square with children. A sight that surprised Lin Shu. He wondered where all these children typically concealed themselves. Finally, as the oppressive clouds shrouded the sky, a thunderous roar heralded the commencement of this year's rainy season, proclaiming that this land would soon succumb to the dominion of floods. Lightning danced within the clouds, appearing almost alive. Standing beneath the eaves, Lin Shu gazed upward, captivated by the blue-purple lightning that resembled serpents of electricity, swirling through the clouds and occasionally striking down to the earth with alarming ferocity, followed by a deafening crash that seemed to shake the very core of one's being, rendering the world momentarily pale and blinding. The sheer power of nature was overwhelming. The torrential rain cascaded down as if poured from above, and Lin Shu felt as though the droplets were not mere raindrops, but columns of water. The deluge streaming from the rooftop was nothing short of dramatic, creating an impression that the heavens were leaking, stirring a sense of trepidation within him. The immense volume of rainfall swiftly transformed the ground into flowing streams. Even Lin Shu's small courtyard accumulated water, revealing its slight slope towards the entrance. Water gushed from the drainage at the door, creating small whirlpools nearby. What a downpour! Lin Shu murmured, contemplating whether the farm would be submerged if this continued for 3 months. Night fell much earlier than during the dry season. After devouring 15 meat buns, Lin Shu tidied up and lay upon his somewhat damp bed. Fortunately, the temperature remained comfortable. Otherwise, adding a wet quilt would have made for a truly unbearable experience. Glancing at the pitch-black window and listening to the monotonous sound of rain and rumbling thunder, Lin Shu smirked, adjusted his head, and began to meditate. In the wisdom of Earth's cultivation techniques, it is advised that one refrain from practicing during thunderstorms. However, this guideline applies primarily to novices. For someone like Lin Shu, who had already consolidated his primordial spirit, external disturbances are mere reflections in a well, having no bearing on the essence of his meditation. Conversely, this state of calm amidst chaos enhances the effectiveness of his practice. The external turmoil serves as a whetstone for the primordial spirit. This principle explains the existence of ascetics among Earth's practitioners who harness such conditions for their cultivation. Lin Shu patiently began to gradually accelerate the previously slow rotation of his Dantian Qi vortex, and to his delight, he observed that the Qi within his Dantian was visibly increasing. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Could there be something peculiar in today's meals? Yet he quickly dismissed the thought. A cultivator possesses a keen memory for flavors, and Lin Shu was certain that today's fare was no different from usual. Then, could it be the weather? Lin Shu soon found peace within himself. Indeed, it was undoubtedly due to the heightened magical energy in the surrounding environment during the rainy season's thunderstorms that had spurred changes within the human body. Qi, an extraordinary form of energy, is fundamentally a type of energy that is simply a more advanced level than ordinary energy. Thus, within the realm of Qi cultivation on Earth, the concept of refining essence into Qi exists, where and apos, essence and apos, refers to the energy transformed from food by the human body. Naturally, energy derived directly from the natural world is also included, with thermal energy being the most evident example, although the human body possesses a rather low efficiency in converting external thermal energy. Now, Lin Shu speculated that the bodies of the Green Star inhabitants, having been immersed in magical energy for an extended period, would undoubtedly be sensitive to it, especially since the compatibility between magical energy and the human body is remarkably high. Even non-magical receptors should be influenced by magical energy. The fluctuations in Qi clearly indicated that, under the active magical energy, the physical capabilities of non-magical receptors were also improving, and it was highly probable that some magical energy could be converted into Qi. This extraordinary energy, Lin Shu gradually accelerated the rotation of his Qi, adapting to the changes in the external environment. Consequently, the gathering speed of Qi within his Dantian increased. The previously thin mist-like Qi began to transform into a milky white hue, signifying a rapid increase in concentration. Soon, Lin Shu joyfully discovered the emergence of 2 slender strands of energy, reminiscent of the spiral arms of a galaxy. He exhaled slowly, striving to calm his emotions, and cautiously examined one end of these 2 strands. These energy strands were precisely aligned with the 12O and amp, Apos, clock direction. If he were on Earth, Lin Shu would have surmised that this might represent the pathway of the Ren Meridian. However, being on the Green Star, Lin Shu had no expectations, merely harboring a sense of discovery as he slowly followed the line. Unfortunately, when he reached the center of his chest, the pathway vanished. The lower strand circumvented the perineum and split along the spine into two, continuing upward alongside the spine before disappearing at the waist. Though Lin Shu felt a tinge of disappointment, he quickly cast aside these feelings. He had at least glimpsed a portion of the meridian system, affirming the correctness of his assumptions. As long as he persevered, with his qi growing stronger and his consciousness becoming increasingly attuned to it, he would certainly uncover the complete meridian system of his body. Even with this limited progress today, Lin Shu's cultivation had taken a significant leap forward. With these two segments of meridians, the control of his consciousness could extend into them, akin to directing water through a channel, thus slightly enhancing the speed of qi accumulation. More importantly, this experience validated Lin Shu's hypothesis that a meridian system indeed existed within the bodies of the Green Star inhabitants. Chapter 27. The disturbance at the processing plant today. Our task is to sift rice. Using the sieves in your hands, we must separate the broken grains and the smaller ones, and subsequently bag the selected good rice. Do you all understand? Oh, we understand. The half-hearted response, lacking in energy, made Lao Jiang frown. The rainy season is indeed bothersome, but what troubles him more is that since the tragic loss of 7 members from their group 2 months ago, the morale has been low. Coupled with the rampant rumors circulating on the farm, strange and terrifying tales, and frequent brawls among the workers, there is an ominous feeling in the air. This oppressive atmosphere weighs heavily on everyone in Appo's hearts, filling them with unease and trepidation, leaving little room for enthusiasm. Lao Jiang resignedly waved his hand. All right, let each group get to work. With A and Appo's, Thud and Appo's, Lin Shu and Appo's shoulder remained immovable. Lao Jiang nodded in appreciation, revealing a set of yellow-black teeth. Not bad. You and Appo's, V taken on the semblance of a farmer in just a few months. Work diligently. Oh, the current workplace is, in fact, the granary, where piles of rice resemble small mountains, enclosed by wooden barriers, creating a magnificent sight. The granary is vast, and due to the dim light outside, magical illumination casts a glow from the walls, illuminating every corner of the warehouse. It can accommodate around 400 to 500 workers, and when silence falls, the only sound that remains is the soft rustling of rice being sifted, creating an unusually eerie atmosphere devoid of the usual chatter and camaraderie. Ouch! You stepped on my foot. Are you looking for trouble? I didn't end Appo's. T do it on purpose. Watch your mouth. Don and Appo's. T think I Don and Appo's. T know what you and Appo's. Re about. You and Appo's. Re no good. Fine, you want to fight, huh? Enough noise. Get back to work. Thud. You dare strike me? I and Amp. Appo's. I'll take you on. In Group 23, someone had been provoked, and a fight ensued. Lin Shu found it amusing how these two had escalated a mere misstep into a brawl, while everyone else seemed like a powder keg, ready to explode over such a trivial matter. A crowd surged forward, mercilessly attacking the unfortunate individual. However, soon, members from another group joined in, and the seemingly docile farmers transformed into a frenzied mob, eyes ablaze. The overseers and mages nearby were at a loss, witnessing the chaotic scene unfold before them. Separate them, or we will unleash magic. Smite them. With so many people, the mages dare not cast spells. To hell with it. If I'm getting hit, I'll hit back. Lin Shu quickly stepped aside, observing the escalating chaos from a distance. The fight erupted unexpectedly. Although the trigger was rather mundane, the intensity grew uncontrollably. Those mages frantically preparing spells, along with the bewildered overseers, likely failed to notice that not all mages refrained from casting spells. One mage had indeed unleashed their magic. Each mage is sensitive to the gathering of magical energy during spell casting, so in hindsight, the ability to discern whether a spell was cast relies on the sensations and traces left by that energy. Conversely, if the magic does not leave a distinct mark, determining whether it was ever cast can be quite challenging, especially when the spellcaster is a soul mage. Distinguishing whether the spell was a calming or a raging one becomes intricate. Judging by the current scene, it was evidently a spell of fury, although only Lin Shu could clearly see the mage who had performed the incantation. A smirk crept across Lin Shu's face, so there was indeed a mage involved. This should be quite reasonable. Without the participation of mages or other professionals, it is unlikely that mere farmers could have instigated such chaos. Manager Yang. There is a disturbance at Granary 4. Send someone to check. Apart from the mages and warriors guarding the defensive walls, how many can we mobilize? About 20. This is bad. There may be infiltrators among the mages and professionals. If another fatal incident occurs, how will the company explain it? Didn't we treat the last attack as an accident? You don't understand. If it weren't for the onset of the rainy season, reporters from the Magic Network and other national papers would have already descended upon us. The incidents at Farm 6 are under scrutiny, and previous accidents are being dredged up. Even the management committee has been alerted, and Yuehu City is under pressure. What do they want? Who are these people? What they want is the control of Farm 6 and possibly more farms around Yuehu. As for who they are, it's either the Southern Golden Rice Company or the Shinong Company of Datong. These scoundrels will stop at nothing. Do they value human lives so little? Yang Lifeng glanced at the indignant Xiao Jianfeng, smirking derisively. Common lives are of little value, as long as it can be justified. It wouldn't and amp, oppos, matter if the entire farm perished. The issue is that if another incident occurs, we will find it difficult to explain to our superiors. Rather than worry about the commoners, we should be more concerned about our own futures. But if one of the professionals is involved, what is there to hesitate about? Are we to wait for the Mage Council to investigate? Do you think they will speak kindly to us then? I understand. We can shift the blame onto the magical beasts. Reinforce the Western Guard. Show no mercy. If the walls are breached by magical beasts, we will resist as best as we can using the granaries. When it comes down to it, let fate decide who lives or dies. Let those who seek to cause trouble bear the blame. We are merely acting in self-defense. But, Manager Yang, the rainy season has just begun. Precisely because it has just begun, the magical beasts that appear early on are usually easier to handle. From experience, 5th-tier magical beasts rarely show up in the first month. So we still have a chance to reclaim the defensive walls. I understand. I will take action immediately. Be careful not to leave traces. Louis' squad in the west is reliable. I am aware. You can rest easy, Manager Yang. Yang Lifeng patted the fully armed Xiao Jianfeng on the shoulder. Nodding with a smile, go ahead. Once this is done, we'll find you a new place as general manager. Thank you for your support, Manager Yang. Yi Xinji was summoned out of the granary by Xiao Jianfeng. By this time, the fighting within the granary had spread to several others, and the mages, fearing damage to their tools and the granary itself, decided to expel the farmers, leading to larger crowds gathering in the square outside to fight. Of course, some individuals, drenched by the heavy rain, seemed to regain their senses and quietly slipped back home. Captain Xiao, did you call me for something? Indeed, there are matters to discuss. Xiao Jianfeng glanced at the chaotic square not far away and the mages using spells to prevent the farmers from fighting, responding with a smile. Rainwater cascaded around the brim of Xiao Jianfeng's rain hat, as if an invisible umbrella were shielding his head. What is it? I still have work to do over there. Do not rush. Your tasks there are no longer needed. With that, Xiao Jianfeng gestured towards a warrior behind Yi Xinji. Yi Xinji's heart jolted in surprise. Just as he intended to sidestep, a sharp dagger pierced through his chest, completely disregarding his standard protective gear. In disbelief, Yi Xinji lowered his gaze to the dagger's tip embedded in his chest. Magical weapon. Struggling to lift his head, he beheld the blurred figure of Xiao Jianfeng, the Mage Alliance. You were killed by a magical beast. We will naturally report this to the Mage Alliance. Are you not planning to let the magical beasts in? As the saying goes, those who play with fire must expect to be burned. Yi Xinji yearned to utter more, yet his head drooped weakly, his body gently supported by a warrior behind him, preventing him from collapsing or even shedding a single drop of blood. Xiao Jianfeng nodded in satisfaction. The warrior's strength was commendable. Take care of it. Leave no trace. Understood. Others, prepare to deal with the next one. Yes. Hidden in the corner of the warehouse, Lin Shu could not witness this distant spectacle. Yet he sensed a heavy aura of conspiracy in the air. Observing the increasing number of practitioners in the square, Lin Shu couldn't and amp, oppos, help but doubt if they were no longer guarding the defensive walls. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from the clouds, alarmingly close, seemingly just westward. Lin Shu was momentarily stunned by the thunderclap, and in that instant, he comprehended the elusive intentions of these individuals. They are truly mad, Lin Shu thought. Realizing that their magical duels were aimed at erasing evidence, even going so far as to unleash magical beasts. The lightning strike was undoubtedly a deliberate act of magic directed at the defensive wall. The consequences of the beasts breaching the farm were painfully obvious. The most unfortunate would certainly be the defenseless farmers. These brutes. A shiver ran down Lin Shu and Amp, oppos, spine as he surveyed his surroundings in confusion. The safest place was undoubtedly the granary. For as long as it remained secure, the mages would not starve during the rainy season. Without hesitation, Lin Shu stood up, intending to slip into the granary amidst the chaos. However, just as he lifted his foot, uncertainty gripped him. He turned to gaze into the misty rain, recalling that Niu Xiaoyong should still be at home, along with Niu Xiaomei. Chapter 28. The Short-Mouthed Alligator. Alas, a lightning bolt has struck the defensive wall, causing a section of the western barrier to collapse. Beasts of magic have surged in. Everyone, quickly retreat to the warehouse. The professional shall resist from within its confines. Command the guards on the surrounding walls to converge towards the plaza, and alert all personnel on the farm to gather at the warehouse immediately. Hurry. The combat team must promptly deploy to the west to delay the magical beasts. The southern wall has been breached, and a multitude of aquatic and amphibious creatures has emerged. Gather at the plaza and the warehouse. Fortify our defense within the warehouse. Bad news continues to pour in, and a palpable anxiety grips the hearts of all, especially the honest farmers. Moments ago, they were fervently engaged in battle, but now they resemble timid rabbits. Fortunately, the warehouse stands as the strongest structure on the farm. The mages and fighters, relying upon its sturdy walls, unleash spells and magical arrows from its roof and ventilation openings to combat the encroaching beasts. The torrential rain has undeniably impeded the mages and oppos casting, yet it has also restricted the types of magical beasts that can invade the farm. In such weather, only amphibious creatures capable of swimming and traversing land can penetrate the interior. Though the beasts possess a singular combat strategy, their sheer numbers and resilience pose a significant threat. Conversely, the defenders benefit from the protection of robust walls and a tactical advantage from above. However, the inclement weather has diminished the efficacy of powerful electric and fire spells. Furthermore, in the hasty retreat, many heavy weapons were left behind on the defensive walls, resulting in a somewhat insufficient offensive capability. Nevertheless, breaching the warehouse remains a daunting task for the magical beasts, as it has been fortified with magical enhancements, embedded with an energy network and magical formations within its walls. As time passes, the situation gradually stabilizes. Although the mages and oppos offensive power has waned, they still manage to effectively slay the magical beasts. If they persist, victory will surely be theirs, unless, of course, a horde of beasts emerges from the forest, or a formidable 7th or 8th tier beast appears, which would spell doom. Yet, it seems that such powerful entities have never been sighted near Moon Lake. Initially, the farmers huddled in the corners of the warehouse, paralyzed by fear, passively herded by the mages and fighters. As time elapsed, they began to comprehend their dire predicament, and thoughts of family at home brought numerous individuals to tears. The sorrow spread like a contagion throughout the warehouse, and the adjacent storage echoed with cries. The mages exchanged glances, feeling utterly helpless in the face of such despair. "Please, save my child," one pleaded, sobbing. "I beg you, noble mages, save the children. They are only 5 years old." Another echoed, "Let us out. We must rescue our children." "Silence," bellowed a middle-aged warrior, his voice reverberating through the warehouse, causing the farmers and oppos ears to ache. "Come and see for yourselves. It is not that we do not wish to save your loved ones. We simply lack the capability. Look at the multitude of beasts outside. Venturing out is tantamount to suicide. If you wish to perish, then go ahead. After all, so many have already died. What does it matter if a few more join them?" This almost callous reprimand quelled the farmer's outburst. In truth, no one dared to step outside. If there were even a shred of hope, perhaps someone might have volunteered. But everyone understood the reality. Ordinary people were as fragile as parchment against the magical beasts. The notion of rescuing children was utterly implausible. Death, however, seemed a far simpler fate. "We understand your distress. We too have families." As it stands, the magical beasts are primarily concentrated around the plaza. If the children can remain hidden and refrain from running about, the beasts will find it difficult to breach the doors. Once we have vanquished these creatures, we can gradually expel the remaining beasts from the farm. They will be safe. Murmurs of discussion and suppressed sobs filled the warehouse. But the professionals and mages had no time to attend to them. The magical beasts were advancing once more. "I spell. Anti-gravity spell. Now release it. Let it crash. Electric arrow. You must cast it on the ground before the beast. Firing directly onto the back of that water turtle will yield no results. Wind fury spell. Now." While the passage is open, unleash a volley of magical arrows. The cacophony of spells and roars filled the air, yet Lin Shu paid little heed. He cautiously evaded the beasts and Appo's gaze, stealthily making his way towards his village. Holding his breath, Lin Shu crouched in the corner of a courtyard wall, watching as a turtle, over a meter in diameter, scuttled swiftly across the path. Indeed, it was running, with its forelegs moving with remarkable agility. Hidden in the shadows, Lin Shu dared not make a sound. The farm was fraught with peril. One or two magical beasts posed little threat, but what would he do if a swarm appeared? He couldn't shake the feeling that the massive turtle was chewing on something as it passed, a foul stench wafting through the air. Its green eyes seemed to glance in Lin Shu and Appo's direction, causing his heart to momentarily skip a beat. After a moment, Lin Shu exhaled, peeking out to assess the situation. Visibility was poor, yet he could discern the magical auras around the beasts. It was evident that they were gathering their magical energy in preparation for battle, glowing like lanterns in the night despite the daylight. It appeared that 2 or 3 beasts loitered about, observing the surroundings. He noted that he was not far from Yo Xiaolong and Appo's home. Turning the corner should reveal it. He hoped the siblings were unscathed. Lin Shu sighed, regretting his impulsiveness. In this dire situation, the children's chances of survival seemed slim. He had no confidence in his ability to rescue them from a horde of magical beasts. How foolish he had been. Peeking out once more, he saw the azure auras still wandering along the path, seemingly lingering for no reason. Why were they not rushing to the plaza to engage in battle? Their kin were surely locked in fierce combat. The distant sounds of battle, punctuated by the rumble of thunder, suggested that the magical beast's advance was being thwarted. Muttering to himself, Lin Shu slowly rose, leaping lightly to grasp the top of the courtyard wall. With a firm grip, he used his legs to propel himself upward, effortlessly flipping over the wall to glance into the courtyard. In the dim light, all seemed still, save for the sound of water splashing. With a deep breath, Lin Shu wiped the rain from his face and turned, only to lock eyes with a massive crocodilian creature, 3 to 4 meters in length. Emerging from the adjacent side of the house, Lin Shu cursed his luck. How had this beast managed to hide there? What a predicament! The time Lin Shu spent working at the Old Man and Appo's magical shop was far from wasted. With his remarkable memory, he perused an extensive collection of books. And while theoretical texts may have been scarce in such a remote location, practical volumes were abundant. Consequently, Lin Shu devoted most of his reading to the introductions of magical beasts. Among them was a creature, a crocodilian entity with a mottled gray-brown exterior, exceeding 3 meters in length and weighing between 2 to 3 tons, scientifically known as the sharp-toothed short-snout crocodile. This water attribute beast excelled in biting and wielded 2 forms of magic, one being a water-based support spell called Favor of the Water God, which significantly enhanced its mobility underwater and allowed for prolonged submersion. As for its offensive capabilities, it possessed a singular spell, Water Arrow. However, one should not underestimate this second-tier magic. The prowess of the Water Arrow spell varied greatly between tiers 2 and 5. To illustrate, if the second-tier Water Arrow were likened to the force of a 7.62mm rifle, the 5th tier would equate to that of a 35mm depleted uranium round. The second tier could launch a maximum of 3 to 5 arrows at once, whereas the 5th tier unleashed a veritable deluge, capable of simultaneously firing over 30 arrows. At present, Lin Shu's understanding of the relationship between magical energy halos and their corresponding tiers was still lacking. Moreover, at a distance of fewer than 20 meters from the crocodile, it was uncertain whether its magical energy was fully activated. Thus, Lin Shu could only hope that the creature's tier was not excessively high. The short-snout crocodile, upon noticing Lin Shu, paused momentarily, its eyes betraying a glimmer of delight. Perhaps it perceived him as prey. Lin Shu observed that the intelligence of these magical beasts was remarkably high, akin to that of a young child. Could magical energy truly influence intelligence? The crocodile opened its massive jaws and emitted a low growl. Lin Shu was taken aback. Was this an instinctive reaction or a call for companions? Yet, observing the excitement in its green eyes, it was evident that it was not summoning allies. Rather, it was likely warning surrounding beasts to refrain from competing for its food. Through the curtain of pouring rain, the gaze of man and beast locked. As Lin Shu pondered, an intense surge of soul energy suddenly erupted from the crocodile, locking onto him with fierce intensity. This soul strength was evidently tenfold greater than that of the previous black-headed blade hawks. suggesting that this creature was at least a Tier 3 or even Tier 4 magical beast, though this remained a mere conjecture. In an instant, a wondrous and beautiful image, both illusory and tangible, expanded before him, causing Lin Shu's heart to race and his muscles to involuntarily tense. It was here. A resounding thunderclap echoed as a flash of lightning illuminated the skies, momentarily halting the very fabric of the world. Chapter 29. Taming. Suddenly, Lin Shu was struck by inspiration. As the illusory figure expanded abruptly, he unleashed the soul-extinguishing technique. The low-frequency roar of the alligator reverberated powerfully, causing the water in the courtyard to tremble as raindrops fell, splashing onto the surface and forming a dense, fish-scale-like wave pattern, which subsequently collided and transformed into countless tiny ripples. Then, as if interrupted for a moment, the cacophony of water filled his ears once more. Agony. Exquisite torment. Not merely from the tearing pain brought on by the chaotic magical energy coursing through his body, but also from an unbearable anguish that emanated from the depths of his soul. It was not just a matter of being torn apart. It was a matter of being crushed and distorted, an excruciating fusion of confusion and dread. Perhaps its complete designation should be the agony of losing oneself. The function of the soul-extinguishing technique is, in essence, to induce a temporary disarray within the soul. However, if subjected to prolonged interference from this technique, it remains uncertain whether the soul might descend into utter chaos. In his past life, Lin Shu had witnessed both successful and failed instances. His observations led him to conclude that it is those souls that are comparatively fragile and unstable that are prone to collapse. In other words, individuals with weak wills are more susceptible to being utterly shattered by the soul-extinguishing technique. Otherwise, most would eventually recover after a certain period following the conclusion of the technique, whether that duration spans mere seconds or stretches into days, entirely contingent upon the recipient and Oppo's own resilience. Yet now, Lin Shu could not ascertain the extent of damage his attack would inflict upon the alligator, nor how long it would take for it to recover, or if it had already succumbed to complete soul collapse, rendering any recovery impossible. Just as Lin Shu contemplated whether to seize this opportunity to flee, he was taken aback to discover that the alligator had already regained its composure, glowing ominously red. Wait. He distinctly remembered its pupils being green. How could they have transformed to red after enduring the soul-extinguishing technique? Could it be the fabled frenzy? Cursing his ill fortune, Lin Shu lamented that after just one application of the soul-extinguishing technique, the target had entered a state of frenzy, a phenomenon exceedingly rare. How unfortunate. Or perhaps it should be said that the amp, Oppo's, sands of time and amp, Oppo's, technique he had encountered truly deserved its reputation as one of the most formidable curses. In a state of frenzy, the magical beast loses its sense of pain, resulting in an explosive surge of physical prowess. The agony from excessive magical energy usage and the pain within its body are both disregarded, allowing the beast to potentially exceed its limits. Indeed, magical beasts possess source points and conduits within them, and intriguingly, these source points may solidify into magical cores upon death, rendering them highly valuable magical artifacts. Having buried its pain, the alligator glared at Lin Shu with a fierce hatred, determined to crush this foe who had inflicted upon it a suffering it had never before experienced. Locking onto its target, such a chaotic and potent soul. Yet before the tangible essence of Lin Shu and Oppo's own spirit, this intangible soul energy was rendered meaningless, unless it could consolidate these scattered energies into a nearly corporeal form. Otherwise, it would be incapable of inflicting harm upon Lin Shu and Oppo's already manifested spirit. With a breath, the mysterious and ethereal image unfurled. Lin Shu did not hesitate to unleash an even more powerful iteration of the soul-extinguishing technique, for he could only rely upon the soul tether initiated by his adversary to mount an attack. In that very moment, the connection would be severed by pain, leading to the interruption of the technique. Lin Shu had refined the soul-extinguishing technique. To be honest, it was not an advanced spell, and such a degree of refinement could be achieved by anyone well-versed in its principles. This was known as concurrency, launching multiple strands of the soul-extinguishing technique simultaneously to create resonance across several of the opponent's soul nodes, thereby amplifying the impact. Of course, while this sounds straightforward, to engage in concurrent projection of his soul energy requires a degree of mental division Lin Shu had not yet mastered. Thus, he resorted to a form of pseudo-mental division, activating the soul-extinguishing technique simultaneously within and outside a reflective surface. This was Lin Shu's inaugural experiment with this modified version of the soul-extinguishing technique, which he designated as the second-level soul-extinguishing technique per the skill classification rules of Green Star. Lin Shu understood that the dangerous creature less than 20 meters away had lost its sense of pain. However, while it had forcibly interrupted its physical pain, could the torment of its soul truly be halted? In principle, it could be, using methods akin to mental division or reflection to isolate the suffering. Yet, this would merely diminish the pain, not sever it entirely. Thus, Lin Shu was confident that his enhanced soul-extinguishing technique would impart an unforgettable lesson upon the arrogant alligator. The only question remained: how formidable was this second-level soul-extinguishing technique? Lin Shu could hardly inquire about the alligator and Apos, as first-hand experience, could he? How much more agonizing was this second experience compared to the first? Not only could the alligator not speak, even if it could it accurately gauge the difference between the two profound agonies it had endured? If possible, the alligator might prefer to respond with its array of sharp teeth. With a roar, with another roar. The alligator cried out in pain and fury, rolling about on the ground, splashing water throughout the courtyard. Compared to before, it was evidently suffering at least twice as much, for it had issued 2 cries. However, judging by the duration of its recovery, it seemed to take significantly longer. Perhaps 3 to 4 times as long. Or could it be that 1 plus 1 was indeed greater than 2? As the alligator regained its composure, the redness in its eyes gradually faded, returning to normalcy. Yet, its trembling body revealed that the earlier frenzy had inflicted substantial physical damage. And now it bore the pain resulting from that injury. This time, the alligator, whose rank remained uncertain, dared not recklessly cast magic again. Instead, it regarded Lin Shu with a mixture of confusion and hatred. Through the dense curtain of rain, Lin Shu could clearly perceive the fluctuating magical aura enveloping the alligator, its colors shifting between light and dark, indicating that its soul had not fully recovered, and the magical energy within was somewhat disordered. The two adversaries held their ground for a moment, when suddenly, a burst of azure light erupted from the alligator, which then swung its tail with a speed and agility that belied its hefty form, lunging forward with the intent to shred the 2-legged intruder before it. Lin Shu was well prepared. Who said magical beasts could only attack with magic? In his past life, he had learned that he never relied solely on a particular skill. He utilized whatever was effective and applicable, thus he remained cautious of the beast's physical assaults. All animals, particularly carnivorous ones, have an instinctual penchant for tearing their prey apart. To Lin Shu's mind, the alligator's most potent weapon should be its thick, long tail. Yet, instinctively, it first opened its jaws wide, attempting to bite Lin Shu in half. The alligator, despite its formidable exterior shielded by a layer of magical energy and its skin infused with arcane power, which had evolved over countless ages to possess remarkable defensive capabilities, was nonetheless vulnerable in one crucial aspect: its mouth, which served not only to bite but also to consume. Lin Shu slightly curled his lip, his somewhat blurred vision keenly tracking the alligator and Apos' every move. Though he had cultivated a modicum of true energy, it was of little utility at this moment, and he had no intention of employing it. However, relying on his body, resilient and powerful from months of arduous training, he knew it would be impossible to outmaneuver the beast with swifter actions. Yet, one must not forget that Lin Shu was on the defensive. The defender inherently held an advantage over the attacker, especially when endowed with a lightning-fast cognitive speed. With a swift motion, Lin Shu propelled a dark object from his side toward the alligator. In terms of velocity, this object was in a wholly different league compared to the alligator and Apos' strikes. From a lateral perspective, it appeared as though the alligator lunged ferociously at the dark mass, only to engulf it in one swift gulp. Indeed, it had consumed it, though it was merely a rather large brick, intended for paving. The origin of this brick was unknown, but it had been utilized by its owner to elevate a flower pot, the contents of which were of no interest to Lin Shu. What truly captivated him was the sight of the alligator, now choking on the brick lodged in its throat. Being choked is an excruciating ordeal, as evidenced by the alligator and Apos' frantic head shaking and its futile attempts to claw at its throat with its short forelimbs. The creature was in agony, suffering immensely. Eventually, after rolling about in distress for some time, the beleaguered alligator turned its teary gaze toward Lin Shu, who was alertly surveying the surroundings. The 3 or 4 meter long beast, stripped of its ferocious demeanor, now resembled a pitiful, innocent creature, evoking sympathy. Lin Shu grinned and cautiously stepped closer. Theoretically, such a creature, possessing a certain level of intelligence, would not resort to deception, yet one could never be too certain. Thus, he approached from directly in front of its mouth, well aware that if it were to suddenly whip its tail, he would have ample time to evade. Lin Shu crouched slightly, fixing his gaze intently into the alligator and Appo's eyes. At this proximity, utilizing their mutual eye contact could facilitate a faint connection of souls. Submit. You must submit. Lin Shu conveyed his thoughts through this subtle, soulful exchange, for the essence of the soul transcends language. The alligator nodded vigorously, clearly comprehending Lin Shu and Appo's intent. With a narrowed smile, Lin Shu pondered whether the realm of the mysterious practices contained such oaths of binding. Indeed, it did. Otherwise, how could curses exist? Chapter 30. Revenge. The eternal soul bond is a rather commonplace magical technique, simply referred to as the soul binding technique. This involves intricately linking one's own soul node with that of another, creating a resonant connection that facilitates soul interference over a certain distance. In essence, although this bond has a time limit, the practitioner can initiate the binding only when the other party is entirely unresisting during the first instance. Subsequent reinforcement of the connection can be executed at any time. The only downside is that if the other party possesses profound knowledge of their own spirit, they can easily sever this bond or even turn it against the practitioner to set a trap. Notably, this connection is unilateral. The practitioner can interfere with the other. But the reverse is not true. However, if one perceives this soul-binding technique as an absolute means of control over others, it may lead to significant repercussions. Just as Lin Shu and Appo's attacks rely on the enemy and Appo's proactive targeting to form a soul bond, the same principle applies when one uses the soul-binding technique to interfere. Caution must be exercised to prevent the other party from using the connection to launch a counterattack. Fortunately, the current subject before Lin Shu does not warrant such concern, for this creature's intellect is rather limited. Do not resist. Lin Shu gradually intensified the bond between their souls. This process was remarkably swift, as it operated purely on the soul level. However, as the bond strengthened, the passive party, the alligator, began to sense a dangerous feeling of being locked down and instinctively sought to escape it. Lin Shu sternly admonished this evasive behavior, prompting the alligator to emit a distressed sound, its head spinning, allowing Lin Shu to successfully complete the resonance of the soul nodes. A mysterious connection materialized between the man and the beast, through which Lin Shu could unleash various spells, such as the soul resonation and soul annihilation techniques. Within a range of several kilometers, though intricate illusion spells were beyond his reach. Simultaneously, Lin Shu could acutely perceive the alligator and Appo's intense emotions, particularly its current state of torment, which felt akin to a suffocating despair. Open your mouth. The alligator obediently complied, and Lin Shu reached in, stifling the foul stench of its maw, grasping the slick, brick-like obstruction within and pulling it out with force. The alligator and Appo's throat convulsed violently, likely experiencing a wave of nausea, yet this sensation was infinitely preferable to the prior discomfort. It let out a rumble of relief before suddenly widening its eyes and whipping its body around, its powerful tail frothy with white bubbles, slicing through the air with a resounding crack as it swept towards Lin Shu. Anticipating this, Lin Shu had already prepared, retreating as he pulled out the obstruction. As the alligator made its move, Lin Shu executed a nimble jump, narrowly dodging its tail swipe. The alligator, intent on continuing its assault, soon realized that Lin Shu and Appo's retaliation was unavoidable, a stark contrast to the earlier, tentative strikes. The alligator now understood that the previous pain was merely an appetizer. The true feast was upon it. With a pained roar, the alligator writhed in the shallow waters, sending waves surging around the courtyard like boiling liquid, its deep, anguished cries reverberating with a terrifying intensity. Lin Shu felt a twinge of concern that this display might attract other beasts. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a disturbance was heard at the courtyard entrance. Silence. Prepare for battle. The alligator instantly complied, realizing it had unwittingly found itself in the service of a formidable master. It emitted a disgruntled sound, turning its head toward the entrance, where a gray-green turtle cautiously poked its head out. The turtle and Appo's green eyes gleamed with excitement and greed. Its spiked shell seemingly flushed, yet upon noticing the alligator beside Lin Shu, it appeared perplexed by the scene before it. Without hesitation, Lin Shu commanded, "Eliminate it." This enormous turtle, known as the water arrow turtle, specialized in the same water-based magic as the alligator, specifically the water arrow technique. However, it also possessed the water shield technique for defense, offering a balance of offense and defense. In contrast to the alligator and Appo's speed and aggression, the turtle and Appo's strategy appeared more conservative. Yet this approach ensured the water arrow turtle and Appo's population significantly surpassed that of the alligator, a testament to the supremacy of defense. The alligator welcomed Lin Shu and Appo's command. Its pent-up frustration seeking release, and the unfortunate water arrow turtle became the target for its wrath. With a roar, Lin Shu witnessed the arcane symbols erupt. Contracting before a radiant aura enveloped the area, conjuring several thumb-sized, azure water arrows hovering above the alligator's head, a spell of sustained incantation. With a series of swift, piercing sounds, Lin Shu confirmed that the alligator he had captured was undoubtedly a fourth-tier creature, albeit perhaps at the initial stage of that tier. In contrast, the water arrow turtle appeared to be at most a third tier, a distinction easily discerned by the potency of their magical energies. The turtle and Appo's water shield could not withstand even half of the alligator and Appo's ferocious barrage, resulting in its swift demise. While the surrounding courtyard gate and walls were left battered and crumbling, the alligator let out a jubilant cry and charged forward, exhibiting agility that belied its hefty frame. Watching the alligator voraciously consume the water arrow turtle and Appo's carcass, Lin Shu felt a mix of amusement and concern. With the assistance of this fourth-tier alligator, his safety was considerably enhanced. However, the overwhelming scent of blood from the feast raised alarm bells, as it could attract even more magical beasts. As Lin Shu contemplated whether to express gratitude to the alligator, it emitted a soft rumble, quickly returning to his side and presenting its gaping maw before him, its eyes sparkling with joy and a sense of accomplishment. Upon closer inspection, Lin Shu noticed a pale blue crystal nestled in its mouth, roughly the size of a thumbnail. Exuding an exquisite beauty, Lin Shu reached out to take it, recognizing it as a third-tier magic core, reminiscent of one he had seen with Old Yi. He patted the alligator's snout approvingly, realizing that in certain respects, magical beasts could be more trustworthy than humans. "Well done. Here is a reward for you. Enjoy this." The alligator nodded eagerly, swallowing the magic core whole, as Lin Shu knew he had no use for it, and it could instead invite trouble. "Now let us depart." Lin Shu peered outside the courtyard, puzzled by the sudden absence of magical beasts that had previously roamed nearby. Unbeknownst to him, the earlier ruckus caused by the fourth-tier alligator had frightened away the lower-tier creatures, and the foolish water arrow turtle had unwittingly walked into its doom. With the alligator clearing the path, Lin Shu and Appo's progress accelerated significantly, yet he remained cautious. Previously evading magical beasts, he was now wary of human observers. If anyone were to witness him so closely associated with a magical beast, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable complications. The heavy rain continued unabated, showing no signs of relenting, leaving one to ponder how such abundant moisture could possibly ascend to the heavens. Navigating around the corner, Lin Shu finally laid eyes upon Niu Xiaoyong and Appo's residence. However, the sight that greeted him chilled his heart and ignited a tempest of anger within. Surrounding the courtyard of Niu Xiaoyong's home were over a dozen caimans and water turtles, along with what appeared to be an oversized toad, its body adorned not with warts but with sharp, grayish-green spines reminiscent of a hedgehog. This spiny creature was known as the giant bullfrog, notorious for its loud croaks and venomous quills capable of being shot out. Adept in casting water shield and poison arrow techniques, what could possibly draw such monstrous beasts to Niu Xiaoyong's abode, reducing it to ruins? The answer was painfully clear. Someone had concocted a potion here designed to attract these creatures, a malicious act of entrapment and vengeance. Yet, as the beasts ravaged the home and the rains washed away the remnants, the pungent odor began to dissipate. Lin Shu observed his caiman, noting its eyes showed no signs of distress. Evidently, the scent had vanished completely, and the creatures were preparing to depart. With keen perception, Lin Shu noticed fragments of clothing still clinging to the jaws of the beasts, a sight that pricked at his heart and ignited an unnamed fury within him, causing his body to tremble. Sensing his agitation, the caiman cast a glance at Lin Shu, then at the retreating monsters, and suddenly charged forth from the corner. No, just drive them away. With a deep, resonant roar, the Cayman and Apos' voice echoed through the empty alley. The beasts paused momentarily before turning tail in a hasty retreat. After a cacophony of noise, silence enveloped the area, broken only by the patter of rain and the rumble of thunder. Though Lin Shu harbored a desire to eradicate these monsters, he understood the natural order. Beasts kill humans just as humans hunt beasts. There was no hatred to be found in this cycle. Moreover, while his Cayman could handle one or two monsters, a widespread slaughter could provoke even more formidable beasts. Or worse, summon a horde. Despite his anger, Lin Shu remained rational. Vengeance could be pursued in due time, and his targets were not the beasts, but rather the humans responsible for framing Niu Xiaoyong and his family. Slowly, he approached the ruins of Niu Xiaoyong and Apos' home, standing there in a daze, allowing the relentless rain to wash over him. As he surveyed the devastation and inhaled the lingering scent of blood, an overwhelming emptiness enveloped his heart, leaving him in a state of profound confusion. Chapter 31. Rescued. Knock. 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 Lin Shu paused for a moment, questioning whether it was merely an auditory hallucination. He glanced around, searching with a puzzled gaze, while a bored alligator lay nearby, idly peering about. Shu, don't make a sound, listen. This time, however, the alligator disregarded Lin Shu and Apos' instructions. Instead, it swiftly scuttled over to a nearby ruin. From this vantage point, it appeared to be a storage area, with various scattered items and feathers indicating the presence of a chicken coop. Lin Shu watched in astonishment as the alligator used its forelimbs and elongated snout to quickly clear away the debris, revealing a wooden box. Clearly located within the structure and elevated from the ground, the area, despite the incessant downpour, was not excessively flooded. The alligator sniffed the air, pulled back slightly, then turned its body to push against the box with considerable effort. It slid aside to expose a smooth wooden plank, through which rainwater trickled down. Is this an underground storage room? Lin Shu's heart surged with a sudden thrill of rediscovery, mingled with a tense apprehension. Just as he hesitated, the wooden plank was gently lifted. The alligator, filled with curiosity, leaned down and peered into the gap, but due to the dim lighting, it could discern nothing within. Impatient, the alligator thrust its forelimb into the narrow opening, its sharp claws digging in, and with a forceful pull, the heavy wooden board flew into the air with a shriek. Ah, a magical beast. Help! Lin Shu grinned widely. In a flash, he dashed to the alligator's side, crouching down to restrain its snout, which was poised to roar. Simultaneously, he caught sight of the half-submerged faces of Niu Xiaoyong and Niu Xiaomei in the underground storage room. Don't shout. It's me, Lin Shu. Ah, Lin. Lin Shu, why are you here? There's a magical beast. Run. Don't be afraid. It's a friend. A friend. Yes, a friend. Come on. You two stay back and keep an eye out. If any beasts or people approach, make some noise. The alligator obediently nodded, shaking its head as it trotted away, casting a careful glance at Niu Xiaoyong. Niu Xiaoyong stared at Lin Shu, clutching Niu Xiaomei tightly. His expression was a mixture of confusion, wanting to laugh yet wanting to cry. He opened his mouth, but no words came forth, and then he burst into soft sobs, mumbling incoherently, "Mom and Dad are gone. My sister and I were home. They came back, and then we heard someone shouting. Then the magical beasts came, a whole bunch of them. My sister and I hid in the storage room. Mom and Dad, someone harmed us." Lin Shu reached out, lifting Niu Xiaoyong under his arms, and with a strong yank, pulled both siblings from the storage room, enveloping them in his embrace. He patted Niu Xiaoyong's head, reassuringly stating, I know. The danger isn't over yet. We must survive first before thinking about anything else." Niu Xiaoyong vigorously nodded, wiping away tears and rainwater that refused to dry. "What about my sister? She and Apos' frightened, tired from crying, and has fallen asleep." Lin Shu took Niu Xiaomei, checked her pulse, then removed his waterproof jacket to wrap her in it entirely. He searched the ground for some blood-stained rope, tightly binding Niu Xiaomei to his chest. Niu Xiaoyong watched in astonishment as Lin Shu deftly performed these actions. The current Lin Shu was no longer the silly giant he once was, but rather a dependable older brother. "Let us go. The magical beasts are gathering towards the square. We need to take refuge in the watchtower of the defensive wall. Alligator, lead the way, and chase away any beasts or humans you encounter." The alligator seemed pleased to escape the tedium of staying behind, responding with an excited grunt, and trotted ahead. Niu Xiaoyong hastily wiped his nose. jogging to catch up while frequently glancing at Lin Shu's serious expression. His heart was now filled with questions, causing the grief of losing his parents and the fear of the sudden calamity to diminish significantly. With the alligator clearing the path, they encountered no humans along the way. A few magical beasts appeared, but were swiftly driven off by the alligator. They managed to reach the vicinity of the defensive wall with relative ease. This was Lin Shu's first close-up observation of the wall, which was not merely a flimsy barrier, but rather a robust structure resembling a city wall. However, in the face of formidable magical beasts, even this thickness seemed inadequate, as a considerable gap, evidently destroyed by magic, was visible within sight. Stay away from the gap. Lin Shu cautiously continued along the defensive wall until, shrouded by the rain, the gap became invisible. At last, he found a staircase leading to a watchtower. The watchtower was modest, merely a shelter atop the wall for observation, lacking the rumored heavy magical weaponry, though even if it had, Lin Shu would have been unable to wield it. Though the temperature was not particularly low, Lin Shu worried that Xuanmen, soaked for half a day, might succumb to the chill. He needed to find a place to shield her from the rain, and given that this was an overrun defensive wall, it was evidently not a favored spot for the magical beasts, making it comparatively safer than within the farm. Lin Shu unfastened Xuanmen from his chest, lifting the waterproof jacket to reveal her large, dark eyes, brimming with tears and dependence. Are you cold, little sister? I'm not cold. Are you afraid? I'm not afraid. You and Amp, Oppos, Re such a good girl. Lin Shu beamed. He turned to Niu Xiaoyong, stating, right now, we can't think about anything else. We must focus solely on survival. After we live through this, we can consider other matters. Do you understand? I understand, Lin Shu. I understand too. Haha, little sister. You're so clever. Lin Shu Gij, a magical beast. Niu Xiaomei pointed at the alligator with a quivering voice. Lin Shu recognized this as an opportunity. If he could immediately alleviate Niu Xiaomei's fear of magical beasts, she would be able to face them with a calm demeanor in the future. Otherwise, the psychological shadow of her parents being slain by a magical beast would surely affect her growth. Don't be afraid. This is our friend. It's the one that rescued you and Xiaoyong. Come, touch it and thank it. Niu Xiaomei hesitated, biting her lip. Her large eyes filled with uncertainty as she glanced at Niu Xiaoyong for reassurance. He looked at Lin Shu, who signaled with his eyes, prompting Niu Xiaoyong to set aside his confusion. Slowly, he stepped forward, tentatively extending his hand to gently rest on the alligator's head. The alligator stirred slightly, causing Niu Xiaoyong's heart to race, and his body trembled, yet he did not withdraw his hand, managing to force a stiff smile. You see, it's very gentle. Niu Xiaomei felt reassured, still grasping Lin Shu's hand as she stepped closer, tremblingly extending her right hand to softly touch the alligator's moist, warm snout. A wave of tranquility washed over her, and the initial fear and hatred she harbored towards magical beasts gradually faded. Thank you for saving me. The alligator seemed to comprehend her words, nudging towards her while curiously observing the small human. All right, you can explore the surroundings. If any people or magical beasts approach, make some noise. The short-nosed crocodile emitted a low grunt and joyfully dashed out into the torrential rain, its sound gradually fading into the distance. Lin Shu removed the wet clothes from Niu Xiaomei, wrung them out, and gently dried her off, vigorously shaking the garments to rid them of excess moisture before dressing her in them again, layering a waterproof coat atop. Only then did he tend to his own damp attire, while Niu Xiaoyong silently mirrored his actions. Once everything was in order, Lin Shu settled into a corner, inviting Niu Xiaomei to sit beside him, where they nestled together for warmth, with Niu Xiaoyong leaning in as well. Noticing Lin Shu gazing vacantly outside, Niu Xiaoyong could no longer contain his curiosity. Lin Shu, are you really not foolish? Who is foolish? When have I ever claimed to be? But you've never denied it either. There's no need to. Is your illiteracy merely a facade? What for? I genuinely cannot read. As my condition has been gradually improving, I indeed struggled with my mind in my youth. Oh, I see. But how can you command magical beasts? As Lin Shu pondered how to explain, Niu Xiaoyong had already conjured a plausible answer for himself. I understand now. You are a beast tamer. Lin Shu looked at Niu Xiaoyong and smiled wryly. Perhaps, but you wouldn't comprehend. How could I not? Being a beast tamer is not a mythical profession. Though not as common as warriors, they are still frequently seen. I've heard that in the southern continent, there are many beast tamers. Are you from there? Nonsense. Look into my eyes, Black, a person from the eastern continent. Brother, you're really dense. Observing Niu Xiaomei gradually returning to normalcy, Lin Shu felt a sense of relief. The resilience of children in this world was remarkable. He couldn't tell whether to feel joy or sorrow. Having lingered in perilous places for too long, perhaps they had grown indifferent to the concepts of life and death. How do you control magical beasts? Did someone teach you? You will find out eventually, but you must keep it a secret. Can you manage that? I can. I can too. All right, I will teach you in the future. The two siblings nodded enthusiastically, though they seemed to forget the possibility that they might not be magical conduits. Moreover, wasn't Lin Shu originally a non-magical conduit as well? Could it be a deception? Lin Shu, what about you? Suddenly, Lin Shu furrowed his brow, his eyes shifting to the wall beside them, and he whispered urgently, Shu, do not speak. There's a noise. If someone comes, you two must remain silent. I will handle it. The siblings tensed immediately but nodded resolutely, and the three of them slowly rose, directing their gaze toward the wall that Lin Shu was intently watching. Chapter 32. A First Trial of Skills. Beneath the wall, there was unexpectedly a hidden door on the floor, completely imperceptible from the surface. However, Lin Shu was only slightly taken aback before coming to terms with it. It would indeed be strange if such a thick wall did not conceal a secret passage. Perhaps this hidden path within the defensive wall could lead directly to some important structures on the farm. What astonished Lin Shu even more was the person emerging from the passage, Old Jiang, accompanied by a young warrior. Old Jiang was clad in tight-fitting waterproof attire, appearing somewhat swollen, likely stuffed with various items. He carried a folded crossbow on his back and had a multifunctional knife strapped to his leg, suggesting he was preparing for an expedition into the wilderness, though venturing out at this moment was clearly ill-advised. The young warrior was also fully equipped, donned in standardized farm gear, complete with a helmet. Instead of wielding a massive weapon, he bore two short blades crossed at his waist, the hilts pointing downward, with glimmering crystals embedded in their grips, revealing their quality as formidable magical weapons. Lin Shu, Niu Xiaomei, what brings you here? Old Jiang squinted, while the young warrior cast a questioning glance at him. Acquaintances? Our people? Old Jiang shook his head. I know them. They're members of my team. They cannot be left alive. Understood. The two swiftly exchanged opinions, deciding the fate of Lin Shu and the Niu siblings. Eliminating witnesses was their only option. Old Jiang's and the warrior's actions were clearly shrouded in secrecy. Lin Shu was oblivious to their true intentions, but he was certain it was nothing benevolent. Such matters could not leave behind witnesses. Thus, the only recourse was to silence the Niu siblings. Fortunately, the farm was already in chaos, and the death of a few civilians would hardly raise eyebrows. What a surprise, Old Jiang remarked, his eyes glinting with a hint of nostalgia. Why choose to hide here of all places? Yet, it's fortunate we stumbled upon you. Had you concealed yourselves elsewhere, it could have been far more troublesome. Fear not, it will be painless. Old Jiang gestured for the young warrior to step forward. The warrior nodded, drew his right hand to grasp the hilt at his waist, and with a flick, a short blade measuring 1.5 feet in length emerged with a soft click. Golden magical energy flowed along its surface like a serene glow, a truly exquisite weapon. Magical energy can generally be infused into weapons in two ways. One being static infusion, where energy automatically permeates the weapon's patterns and surface upon unsheathing, enhancing its strength and sharpness or altering its inherent properties. The other requires the user to dynamically activate the energy, allowing for a myriad of magical effects, naturally tailored to the user's attributes and habits. Lin Shu, observing the golden luminescence on the blade, recognized it as a static infusion of gold energy, shimmering splendidly, an enchantment only visible to him, while the Niu siblings remained oblivious. Niu Xiaoyong's eyes were filled with wariness, anger, anxiety, and concern, darting between the warrior, Old Jiang, and Lin Shu, while Niu Xiaomei cowered behind Lin Shu. Lin Shu maintained his usual calm demeanor, adorned with a slight, benevolent smile, which struck Old Jiang as exceedingly peculiar. Old Jiang, what are you planning to do? Lin Shu's composed inquiry momentarily stunned the young warrior, halting his advance. He glanced back at Old Jiang, who, unaware of Lin Shu's typical demeanor, felt a disconcerting unease at the young man and Appo's tranquility in the face of imminent death, particularly unsettling for one poised to kill. What is it to you? It's none of your concern. You mustn't learn of our intentions, nor should you speak of them. You're the fool. Your entire family are fools. Lin Shu retorted, flashing a grin. Old Jiang was momentarily taken aback, incredulously amused by the exchange. Why waste words on a fool? Truly absurd. As old Jiang prepared to signal the young warrior to act, Lin Shu quipped, "Are you heading outside the defensive wall to place more demon-attracting potions? How do you know?" Old Jiang sprang up, as if his tail had been stepped on, his wrinkled face displaying shock, revealing a mouthful of blackened teeth and a silver molar where one had fallen out. "You're the fool. Your whole family are fools. How many times must I repeat it for you to believe? Fool, who are you? What is your purpose? Why do you know our plans? What is your aim in pretending to be a fool?" Old Jiang, losing his composure, bombarded Lin Shu with a flurry of questions, his agitation surprising the young warrior, who flickered between old Jiang and Lin Shu in confusion, momentarily forgetting his murderous intent. Lin Shu merely smiled faintly, extending a finger and shaking his head. "Before that, could you tell me if Xie Fucai and Du Jinxiong are the two idiots you advised? And about that bottle of counterfeit potion? How do you know? Did you plant the potion on them? How could you possibly know?" The question was straightforward. Indeed, the two fools had been indiscreet during their discussions. Simple enough. If they could switch the potions, so could I, correct? Old Jiang stared in astonishment at Lin Shu, unable to fathom that this seemingly simpleton was a master of deception, manipulating everyone at will. The pressing question was, what did he truly want? Old Jiang instinctively glanced towards Niu Xiaoyong, contemplating whether capturing him could unearth the truth. "Who are you? Are you from the Good Harvest Agricultural Company?" Lin Shu gently shook his head, his expression inscrutable. "But you are certainly not a professional. I've seen your test results. Unless they're colluding with you to fabricate them?" Lin Shu continued to smile. Old Jiang and Appo's brow furrowed deeper, his mind racing. Yet, do not underestimate old Jiang. If you believed him merely an old farmer, you were gravely mistaken. In his youth, he had been a seasoned adventurer, a former mid-level warrior. However, after sustaining severe injuries that shattered his source of power, he lost his combat abilities, becoming an intelligence operative for a certain organization, later assigned to Farm 6, where he had remained for 4 years, being a key planner for this operation. He quickly filtered through the various doubts surrounding Lin Shu, and was astonished to discover that Lin Shu was, in fact, an outsider. His motives might not even be tied to Farm 6 itself. Perhaps it was merely unfortunate that their goals had intersected, allowing Lin Shu to witness their schemes. Regardless of Lin Shu's identity, he could not be allowed to live. Even if the truth could not be extracted, silence was imperative. As for the potential complications arising from Lin Shu's death, that was a concern for later. One could not be hindered by such worries. Having navigated the complexities of life, one cannot be easily intimidated by Lin Shu's current demeanor. His intentions are transparently self-serving. Merely seeking an escape, one must not allow this fool to manipulate us repeatedly. Old Jiang, having unraveled the entire situation, felt the perplexity and agitation on his face dissipate, replaced by a sly smile that he often wore. "Ah, what a cunning scheme. We have all been duped by you, compelling us to act prematurely." Lin Shu nodded, responding, "Thus, your hasty actions appear forced, leading to the exposure of your personnel. It seems only the two of you remain. Should the farm gradually eradicate the invading beasts and reclaim the defensive walls, all your efforts would be rendered futile, only for the good company to attribute the ensuing calamities to certain individuals. Am I correct? I never expected you to be so astute. What a pity." Old Jiang shook his head in regret, a mocking grin spreading across his face as he raised his frail, blackened arm. Suddenly, the young warrior and Appo's body tensed, and he glanced sharply to his left, only to find an unyielding wall, devoid of anything but the sound of rain and thunder from outside. What? A magical fluctuation. We've fallen into a trap. Quickly, eliminate these youngsters. Old Jiang and Appo's realization struck him like a bolt of lightning as he turned in horror towards Lin Shu, who merely laughed and waved farewell, a gesture of dismissal. In an instant, a barrage of crystalline water arrows, akin to a torrential downpour, pierced through the flimsy wall, leaving behind a series of smooth, small holes. They then penetrated old Jiang and the young warrior, the relentless assault nearly shredding their bodies apart. Accompanied by the splintering of the wall and the gory display of dismembered limbs and blood, Lin Shu held Niu Xiaomei tightly in his embrace, shielding her from the horrific scene. Niu Xiaoyong, wide-eyed and petrified by the unfolding chaos, remained transfixed until the cascade of shattered corpses and sanguine mist rained down upon them. Only the overwhelming stench of blood roused him from his stupor, prompting him to turn sharply, bracing himself against the wall as he retched violently. "Little sister, keep your eyes closed." "Okay." Lin Shu approached, unfazed by the gruesome carnage strewn across the ground, a sight he had long since become desensitized to. Nevertheless, his body still reacted with an involuntary wave of nausea. Evidently, this world's corporeal form was yet to acclimatize to such brutality. Cradling Xuanmen, Lin Shu bent to inspect the scene, internally cursing his luck. He retrieved 2 magical weapons from the blood-soaked ground, grasping them firmly as he made his way outside. Urging Niu Xiaoyong, "Let us go, stop dawdling." "Oh, ugh, alligator, dismantle this outpost." Lin Shu extended his hand, allowing the rain to cleanse the magical dagger he held, as he proceeded along the defensive wall towards the west. Chapter 33. Fifth-order magical beasts. Lin Shu felt an urgent need to vacate the vicinity. For beneath old Jiang and Apos' garments lay an assortment of enticing magical potions, both liquid and solid. He had commanded the Cayman to dismantle the watchtower and had allowed the rain to wash away the remnants, as Lin Shu needed to obliterate any trace of his lethal actions. However, this very act would swiftly activate the effects of the alluring potions, necessitating an immediate departure from this perilous location. Together, the trio and their beast hurried along the city wall, with Lin Shu securely cradling Niu Xiaomei in front, while Niu Xiaoyong stumbled clumsily behind, occasionally emitting aimless sounds from his throat, clearly still dazed from the earlier shock. The Cayman, in contrast, joyfully followed at the rear, complying with Lin Shu's request to cleanse its mouth with rainwater after having stealthily indulged moments before. Upon discovering a new refuge, Lin Shu meticulously searched the area, finding no secret passages. Such passages should ideally be accessed from within. Attempting to unlock them from outside may require additional means. He instructed the Cayman to remain vigilant outside before gently placing Niu Xiaomei down. Observing the rain, which seemed to have lessened somewhat, he sighed, a shadow of concern crossing his face as he gazed toward the direction he had come from. Would the potions attract more magical beasts? Old Jiang and Apos' intent was likely to disperse these potions around the farm, luring more magical beasts to the area. If Lin Shu and Apos' assumptions were correct, old Jiang and Apos' actions were driven by both revenge and a desire to eliminate witnesses. Alas, his plans were thwarted before they could take flight. Yet, one could argue that the Cayman and Apos' haphazard assault might have inadvertently aided old Jiang and Apos' cohort. As he turned to check on Niu Xiaoyong, who was panting heavily in the corner, Lin Shu also noted Niu Xiaomei standing beside her brother, her large eyes filled with worry. She reached out to stroke her brother and Apos' damp hair, as if soothing a beloved pet, evoking a bittersweet mixture of amusement and sorrow in Lin Shu. "Come on, try to act like a man. There are numerous dangers and fears ahead that you must confront." Lin Shu and Apos' cold words seemed to pierce Niu Xiaoyong and Apos' heart, prompting him to lift his head defiantly. Clenching his small hands into fists and rising stubbornly to his feet, his gaze fixed on Lin Shu. I'm not afraid. I won't be afraid anymore. Everyone experiences fear, it's natural, but fear should not paralyze you into inaction. On the contrary, you must take steps to conquer that fear." With a swift motion, Lin Shu tossed a magical dagger toward Niu Xiaoyong, who caught it in surprise. Lowering his gaze, he recalled the image of its previous owner, stirring a wave of nausea within him. However, he refused to succumb. He gritted his teeth and tightened his grip around the weapon, locking his eyes onto the target. Gradually releasing his sister's hand, he grasped the damp hilt, pressing the spring mechanism to draw the blade, its edge glinting with a chilling light that emanated an aura of power. Lin Shu seemed to perceive Niu Xiaoyong's thoughts and smiled. "A blade does not grant strength. You may mistakenly believe it does, but that is a fallacy." "Huh, what?" "Just remember this. In time, understanding will come naturally." Lin Shu gazed at the rain, which had begun to subside. The clouds remained dense, with lightning flickering through them. Yet the downpour had lightened. Niu Xiaoyong stared at Lin Shu, finding him oddly unfamiliar, yet undeniably dependable, perhaps even more so than his own parents. "The rain is ceasing. This could spell trouble." "What trouble?" Niu Xiaoyong slowly sheathed the dagger, holding it tightly as he approached Lin Shu. Niu Xiaomei followed closely, standing beside her brother. Lin Shu instinctively took hold of her cool little hand. "Old Jiang carried many enticing potions. Have you forgotten?" "Ah, I remember now. This is bad." The undiluted potions will attract a horde of magical beasts. Lin Shu shrugged dismissively. Indeed, it is dire, but there is little we can change. We should inform them. Oh, how shall we notify them? Can we traverse through the throngs of magical beasts to reach them? And how will we address their inquiries? Are you not resentful of their abandonment? I. Remember, being a good person requires ample resources, perhaps even more than being a villain. Otherwise, one only brings harm to oneself and others. Therefore, before you pursue goodness, carefully consider whether you possess the capability. Lin Shu, I'm still not quite accustomed to this version of you. You and Apos, LL gradually acclimate. Just keep it a secret, all right? As the rain eased, the sounds of magical explosions and beastly roars from the direction of the farm square grew increasingly clear. Looking toward the perimeter of the farm, Lin Shu beheld a tumultuous expanse of water stretching as far as the eye could see. Suddenly, he noticed several dark figures emerging from the horizon where water met sky, gradually morphing into a distinct line. Moments later, a few magical beasts became clearly visible. Lin Shu gasped as he recognized their resemblance to monkeys, yet with a pair of modest membranous wings on their backs. Instinctively, he crouched down, sensing a wave of dread emanating from his spirit, a fear not his own, but that of the Cayman. The presence of fifth-order magical beasts capable of instilling such fear in a fourth-order Cayman was undeniable. Lin Shu had encountered descriptions of these creatures in books. They were known as aquatic magical wolves. Though their wings could not facilitate flight, they were adept at short-distance gliding, swimming, climbing, and leaping. With fifth-order and sixth-order beasts present, Lin Shu had discerned no higher tiers. These creatures excelled in water-based magic, wielding 4 common spells: Favor of the Water God, Water Shield, Water Arrow, and Water Tornado. The sixth order boasted an additional healing spell, Water Soothing, making them formidable opponents due to their tendency to attack in packs while employing healing and control spells. The aquatic magical wolves advanced rapidly, skimming across the water and Apos' surface, and in the blink of an eye, they breached the defensive wall. It appeared they paused momentarily at the demolished watchtower before heading straight for the square and Apos' storage area. Following closely behind were throngs of caimans, water arrow turtles, and giant howling frogs, the latter being large amphibious beasts known for their aggressive tendencies. After a considerable time, Lin Shu finally heard the sounds of battle intensifying from the square, indicating that the conflict had become fierce. Those are fifth and even sixth-order magical beasts. The farm is surely doomed. Lin Shu shook his head lightly, a hint of resignation in his voice. He had initially contemplated how to stealthily return home after the magical beasts within the farm were dealt with, but now it seemed that such thoughts were futile. Surely, the farm has numerous mages, and there are even a few intermediate mages and professionals. They should be capable of handling these magical beasts, right? There exists a profound dilemma, a significant quandary, for they cannot ascertain whether more magical beasts will arrive. What does this mean? Niu Xiaoyong blinked in confusion, unable to adapt to Lin Shu and Apos' sudden display of intellect, as his former sense of superiority dissipated. If additional 5th and 6th tier magical beasts are forthcoming, what choice would you, as the overseer of the farm, make? Niu Xiaoyong found himself at a loss for an answer, yet Lin Shu appeared resolute, awaiting Niu Xiaoyong's response. Under Lin Shu and Apos' intense gaze, Niu Xiaoyong stammered, "Retreat. Let us retreat while there is still time before the large horde of beasts arrives." To abandon the commoners to the beasts and seize this opportunity to escape? Niu Xiaoyong and Apos' face flushed crimson, but he still raised his head and nodded emphatically. An astute decision. This course of action could potentially save more lives. Though such a resolution is arduous, it is indeed the right one. The principle of survival of the fittest is a natural law, and we are presently contending with adversaries born of nature itself. Yet, there are no buts in this scenario. It is the stark reality. Or, if your conscience weighs heavily upon you, you may choose to remain and perish alongside the commoners. I merely contend that you lack the necessary ruthlessness. This approach does not guarantee one and Apos' own survival. The most prudent strategy would be to quietly escape with trusted allies now, thus allowing ample time for retreat. Leaning against the wall, Lin Shu occasionally peered at the surging horde of magical beasts approaching the breach in the defenses, his voice cold and detached, sending a chill through Niu Xiaoyong. After a moment and Apos' hesitation, Niu Xiaoyong suddenly lifted his head and gazed intently at Lin Shu. But why do you risk your life to save us? Lin Shu turned and smiled, addressing both Niu Xiaoyong and Niu Xiaomei. Because you are my friends, my family. Niu Xiaoyong lowered his head, discreetly wiping away tears. But there may also be friends among them. Very well. Do you possess the ability to save them? Niu Xiaoyong glanced at Lin Shu and Appo's beaming countenance, and then at his sister, who gazed at him with wide eyes. Dejected, he bowed his head, beginning to comprehend Lin Shu and Appo's words. Being a good person indeed requires substantial resources, extraordinary resources at that. A surge of intense desire to become stronger welled up within him. I understand. Niu Xiaoyong gritted his teeth, clutching the knife firmly in his hand, his gaze fixed upon the unseen battlefield in the distance. Perhaps there lies the unfolding of the very events Lin Shu had foreseen. Ultimately, one can only rely on oneself. Chapter 34. Awaiting the right moment. Lin Shu, however, continued to observe in the opposite direction, hoping to discern whether more magical beasts would be attracted by the potions converging upon the farm. His greater concern lay in the fact that the torrential rain had temporarily ceased. Would flying magical beasts also come sniffing around? As he contemplated this, several resounding calls echoed from the sky, their melodious tones piercing through the rumbling thunderclouds, captivating in their clarity. Lin Shu quickly grasped Niu Xiaoyong and Appo's arm and, with Niu Xiaomei, took refuge in a corner of the wall. It is known that the vision of flying magical beasts is remarkably acute. Even from thousands of meters above, they can spot a frog on the ground, let alone these three living beings, which would be considered delectable prey. Is it the Thunderbird? Lin Shu mused. At this moment, the only ones daring to fly within the clouds must surely be the Thunderbirds. The Thunderbirds, or more formally known as the lightning red-mouthed crow. Had they not crossed your path before? Oh, you refer to the great red beak. I have encountered it, but I was unaware of its lightning attributes. You didn't and Appo's see a dead one, did you? Such a nickname isn't and Appo's mentioned in any literature. Indeed, that nickname was coined by the children of our farm. Upon mentioning his friends, Niu Xiaoyong sighed, his spirits noticeably dampened. Lin Shu glanced at him but chose to remain silent. These matters were best savored at one and Appo's own pace. Life is often filled with helplessness, especially in a place fraught with peril, and Niu Xiaoyong had a long path ahead of him. Lin Shu, what is the situation over there, in the square? It is hard to say, but as you mentioned earlier, dealing with a few 5th or 6th tier magical beasts may be challenging, yet manageable. The real concern arises if the Thunderbirds join the fray. Lin Shu stroked his smooth chin, feeling somewhat disheartened. The emergence of flying magical beasts was undeniably ominous. If it were merely aquatic or amphibious beasts, he could still rely on the alligator for an escape. However, if aerial threats were present, the situation would be dire, especially with these two burdens in tow. Are Thunderbirds formidable? Well, they are only 3rd or 4th tier magical beasts. Yet their attack speed is astonishing. They are known as the best disruptors on the battlefield, capable of diverting the attention and combat effectiveness of the defenders significantly. Especially when their numbers reach a certain threshold, they become a considerable nuisance. Niu Xiaoyong lowered his head, and after a long pause, hoarsely uttered, So? There is no hope for the square? Lin Shu tightened his embrace around Niu Xiaomei, calmly responding, Did I not just mention that? Do you think the farm and Appo's leaders are naive children like you? They have likely already fled. Therefore, from the moment the aquatic magical beasts appeared, or rather, from the instant we inadvertently shattered the potion bottle on old Jiang, our fate was sealed. Was it our fault? If you wish to think so, no one will oppose you. In fact, many might hope you do, for someone must bear the responsibility. After a lengthy silence, Lin Shu continued to gauge the situation in the sky through the alligator's heightened alertness. He was convinced that a Thunderbird was surely circling above them. The distant sounds from the square remained lively, indicating that the battle was indeed fierce. Lin Shu, what should we do? Wait. For what? Niu Xiaoyong asked, bewildered. To be honest, he felt a deep sense of shame at his lack of ideas. It was at this moment that he had to concede he was still but a child, knowing nothing and unable to take action. Wait for a change. A change? Yes, a change. Is it not customary for the rains of the season to fall intermittently? While Lin Shu and his companions could not see the nearby sky from their position, they gazed at the distant, overcast heavens, which bore a foreboding aura reminiscent of an impending apocalypse, instilling a sense of despair. Indeed, Although the first month typically sees heavy rainfall, by the third month, it decreases significantly. Much in the first month? Then, would it not be even more so in the past few days? Yes. Is that important? Very important. The only thing preventing our escape is the thunderbirds overhead. I have noticed that no magical beasts have approached from the south side of the farm for quite some time. During the rainy season, how many magical beasts would typically surround the farm? Not many, just the occasional report of a few beasts appearing before being dispatched. The most I heard of was a dozen alligators. We rarely ventured out during the rainy season, so we only heard rumors. Otherwise, we would not be unfamiliar with thunderbirds. Lin Shu nodded, forming a general assessment of their circumstances. Thus, these magical beasts were likely summoned by someone with intent. Therefore, to the south, there should now exist a significant vacuum of magical beasts, at least in terms of large aquatic creatures. Without the thunderbirds in the sky, they could seize this opportunity to head south. South? Why not north? There are humans living in the north, whereas the south is a primeval forest. Lin Shu sighed. He was well aware of this fact. The issue was that while there were humans to the north, they could not return. For these three survivors, the people in the north were far more terrifying than the beasts in the south. There are people in the north. But how do you explain to them how we survive this ordeal? And what of the farm and Oppos, upper echelons who have already fled? Would they allow us to expose the truth? Remember, humans can be far more fearsome than magical beasts. Niu Xiaoyong shivered, nodding in horror. The south is not devoid of escape routes. I've seen maps in the magic shop. We can head south, then west. That leads to Han country and Oppos' territory, where there is said to be a border village that operates without oversight. We must first reach there to clear our identities before considering our next steps. Clear our identities? Yes, clear our identities. In this world, wealth can accomplish anything, including acquiring a legitimate identity. Oh, I see. So, are we waiting for the rain? Or until nightfall? It is said that thunderbirds return to their nests after dark. Suddenly, Niu Xiaoyong seemed to have an epiphany and turned sharply to Lin Shu. But then he appeared to dismiss the thought, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. Lin Shu glanced at him, a slight smile gracing his lips, choosing silence while gently soothing Niu Xiaomei to sleep. The timing of their escape was uncertain, so they should seize every moment to rest. Lin Shu slowly closed his eyes, forcing himself to enter a state of calm. Niu Xiaoyong stole a glance at Lin Shu, observing him in quiet meditation. In truth, he had initially thought of the food situation, but even if he considered it now, how could he procure food? And even if he managed to gather some, how could they carry enough? Perhaps the problems he pondered were already evident to Lin Shu. He reassured himself of this. With determination, Niu Xiaoyong clenched the magic dagger in his hand, closed his eyes, and listened intently to the sounds around him. He had to do something within his capability, starting from this moment. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Niu Xiaoyong soon succumbed to slumber. Over the past half-day, he had experienced a whirlwind of emotions, suffering, and joy. Rises and falls resulting in immense psychological pressure. His mind instinctively sought refuge and rest, especially now that he had Lin Shu, a steadfast anchor, by his side. Unbeknownst to him, the sky gradually darkened, and the rain began to fall once more, intensifying with each passing moment. Lin Shu slowly opened his eyes. After a day filled with tense battles and frantic escapes, his vital energy seemed to have become more vibrant during his cultivation, reacting more strongly to the magical energies around him. It was evident that the physiology of the green star beings, much like that of Earthlings, accumulated potential for stress responses through daily life. High-intensity activities would trigger this potential, and if effectively tempered and enhanced, could elevate the limits of one and Oppos' physical capabilities. Lin Shu assessed his condition. Aside from a slight hunger, he felt remarkably well. He first reconfirmed the surroundings with the alligator, and within its sensing range. There were indeed no threats present, not even a single living entity. The thunderbirds had evidently returned to their nests. Slowly, Lin Shu rose to his feet, inadvertently waking Niu Xiaomei and Niu Xiaoyong. The light was dim, and he quietly gestured for them to remain silent before stealthily approaching the observation hole to peer inside the farm. At that moment, Niu Xiaoyong felt his face flush. But in the darkness, no one could see him, nor was anyone paying him heed. Niu Xiaomei and Oppos' gaze remained fixed on Lin Shu, while Niu Xiaoyong gritted his teeth, reaching down to grasp the short knife that had fallen to the ground, resolutely clutching it in determination. The battle near the square raged on, and amidst the darkness, the glow of magic became more pronounced. During the day, Lin Shu could only hear the sounds of conflict. but now he could perceive faint glimmers of light. However, the sight weighed heavily on his heart, as the battleground appeared to be shifting northward. It was clear that the mages and professionals were preparing to retreat, having likely recognized their dire circumstances and waiting for the opportunity presented by the Thunderbirds and Oppos, inactivity at night. Yet, their timing for retreat seemed tragically late. The number of magical beasts within the farm was staggering. Should these creatures ensnare the retreating forces, the professionals and mages would find it increasingly difficult to defend themselves once they reached the outskirts of the farm, devoid of solid structures for support. Moreover, the path to retreat was exceedingly long. Nonetheless, Lin Shu understood the rationale behind the mages' and professionals' decisions. Rather than waiting to perish here, they might as well take a chance, perhaps uncovering a glimmer of hope. It was a pity for the civilians who had been utterly abandoned. Under the claws of the magical beasts, they were unlikely to escape unscathed. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Shu resolved to inform Niu Xiaoyong of the grim reality, wishing to dispel any lingering illusions he might harbor. The mages have scattered to retreat. We must prepare to leave as well. In the darkness, Lin Shu could not discern Niu Xiaoyong and Oppos' expression, only hearing the increasingly urgent sound of rain and the rumble of thunder outside the outpost. All right. Chapter 35. The path of escape. The night was profoundly dark, nearly obscuring all visibility. Fortunately, flashes of lightning intermittently illuminated the thick clouds above, allowing Niu Xiaoyong to discern the outline of the trees ahead, providing a modicum of reassurance to his anxious heart. Lin Shu secured the frail body of Niu Xiaomei tightly against his chest, encasing her completely in a waterproof coat, leaving only a narrow gap for her to breathe. Below them, the caiman functioned like a silent vessel, carrying the trio across the rain-soaked lake towards the south. Niu Xiaoyong silently observed Lin Shu's back, gripping his magical dagger tightly. He had just witnessed several mages and professionals pass by in the distance, vanishing into the night as they headed south. It appeared that others shared Lin Shu and Oppos' intentions. Moreover, their presence indicated that the civilians within the farm had been utterly abandoned. Not long ago, Niu Xiaoyong would have harbored resentment towards these mages, yet his feelings were now complex. While he felt a natural inclination to resent them, he also understood that it was unreasonable to expect them to sacrifice their lives for the sake of civilians when their own survival was at stake. Ultimately, one could only rely on oneself for protection. Lin Shu and Oppos' assessment was accurate. Indeed, within a certain radius, the magical beasts had congregated within the farm. The initial leg of Lin Shu's escape was progressing smoothly, and his mind was clear. He would not succumb to impulsiveness and rush into the primordial forest. Silently calculating the time, he noted that dawn was still a while away. He instructed the caiman to move westward, seeking out a large tree where it could hunt for food. Lin Shu then climbed up, supporting Niu Xiaoyong as he ascended, finding a secure branch and clearing away some venomous insects that had sought refuge from the rain. This position was stable, concealed by leaves overhead, shielding them from detection by airborne magical beasts. After ensuring Niu Xiaoyong was settled, Lin Shu released Niu Xiaomei, and upon seeing her bright, sparkling eyes, he felt a sense of peace. Xiaoyong, watch over your sister. Don't let her fall. I will find some food, he instructed. All right, but how can there be food here? Niu Xiaoyong queried. Aren't the fish in the water food? Lin Shu replied casually while fastening the magical dagger to his thigh. Niu Xiaoyong nodded in understanding, but soon found himself speechless, unable to articulate the confusion and speculation swirling in his mind. Lin Shu eyed Niu Xiaoyong in the darkness and whispered, try not to speak too loudly. Although the caiman is on guard, we cannot be too careful. Understood. Don't worry, Niu Xiaoyong assured him. Lin Shu nodded, wiped the rain from his face, and glanced at the siblings nestled together before nimbly descending. Without a doubt, there were fish in the water below, but it was night, and the murky water made it challenging to catch them, even for Lin Shu. Fortunately, he had a loyal companion in the caiman. Its fishing skills were truly remarkable, and Lin Shu realized that enlisting this little ally might be the wisest decision he had made during this uncertain escape. After selecting a few appropriately sized silverback black carp, ordinary fish primarily feeding on vegetation, Lin Shu, wary of potential parasites in the omnivorous fish of Green Star, opted for the herbivorous variety. Moreover, he understood that consuming magical beasts raw was notoriously unpalatable and could pose severe health risks. Upon Lin Shu's swift return, illuminated by flashes of lightning, Niu Xiaoyong discerned that Lin Shu held a string of fish skewered on branches, their size modest. He swallowed hard. Truth be told, He had never eaten raw fish. The inhabitants of Green Star did not have a tradition of consuming raw fish in the southern regions, while it was quite common in the northern continent, albeit not with such pungent carp. Yet, Lin Shu had no time to ponder taste. Survival was paramount. Having endured far worse experiences on Earth, eating a carp raw was a trivial matter. With deft precision, Lin Shu severed a small branch, hung the skewer of fish on it, and with a flash of his dagger, dispatched one fish with a swift stroke. He expertly scaled the fish, split open its belly, and rinsed it with rainwater. Guided by lightning and his sense of touch, he sliced the fish into fillets, setting them aside on a leaf. From his pocket, he retrieved a handful of leaves, washed them in the rainwater, and wrapped a slice of raw fish in a leaf, stuffing it into his mouth and chewing vigorously. The flavor was far from delightful, but it was passable. Lin Shu repeated this process, rolling 2 more slices and offering them to Niu Xiaoyong. The latter glanced at Lin Shu, then at Niu Xiaomei, hesitating to bring the leaf-wrapped fish to his lips. Lin Shu ignored Niu Xiaoyong and Appo's hesitation, instead handing a piece to Niu Xiaomei. She curiously accepted it, glancing at Lin Shu, who smiled encouragingly. Uncertain if she could perceive his supportive expression, she obediently placed the raw fish roll in her mouth. After a moment of chewing, her brow furrowed, but upon seeing Lin Shu, she relaxed and continued chewing diligently. Niu Xiaoyong and Appo's face flushed with shame. Even his sister understood their dire predicament, while he, as the elder brother, had failed to set a good example. He abruptly stuffed a raw fish roll into his mouth, chewing as though he were consuming the flesh of an enemy. Lin Shu nodded, satisfied. Initially concerned that the 2 children would struggle to adapt to a life of raw survival, he now felt reassured that it would not be overly difficult for them. After finishing the raw fish, Lin Shu tied both children to the branches to prevent them from falling during their sleep. The chaotic and terrifying day finally came to an end. When Niu Xiaoyong opened his eyes again, daylight had broken, and the relentless rain of the previous night had ceased. He gazed at the strange surroundings for a long moment before recalling the horrors and sorrows of the day before, alongside the sense of helplessness and exhilaration they had experienced. Awake? Let us eat something and set off, Lin Shu said casually, brushing off the insects that had crawled onto Niu Xiaoyong. Oh, Niu Xiaoyong nodded, somewhat dazed. As he disentangled himself from the tree, clearing the small bugs from his body and also freeing his sister, who was rubbing her eyes. Just as Lin Shu prepared to descend to retrieve the fish, Niu Xiaoyong suddenly inquired, Lin Shu, what are those leaves wrapped around the fish? Lin Shu grinned. They are the leaves of the linjiao plant, picked from someone's yard on the farm. Could you teach me how to make sashimi? I want to learn. Niu Xiaomei chimed in eagerly. Of course, I'll teach you soon. The culinary endeavors of the future will rely on you too, Lin Shu replied with a chuckle. Niu Xiaoyong also smiled, feeling the weight of his earlier gloom lift without him even realizing it. Before long, Lin Shu returned with several fish, guiding Niu Xiaoyong through the process of filleting them. Growing up on the farm, the children were certainly not unfamiliar with handling fish. They simply needed to learn which parts were edible and which were not. The trio shared a hearty breakfast filled with laughter and conversation. Lin Shu resecured Niu Xiaomei against his chest and returned to the back of the caiman, gradually navigating through the dim and winding waters of the forest. Winding and halting. Within less than half a day, Lin Shu sensed a growing tension in the alligator beside him, likely a result of its keen awareness of the presence of magical beasts. Regrettably, the alligator could not articulate its thoughts, nor could Lin Shu access its memories, rendering him unaware of what the alligator had discerned. However, the alligator and Appo's cautious demeanor suggested that the adversary might be formidable. There remained another possibility. Lin Shu and his companions may have inadvertently intruded upon a territory belonging to a tribe of magical beasts. These creatures possess an acute sense of territoriality, particularly the higher-tiered ones, which categorize all intruders as either foes or prey. It was prudent to anticipate a skirmish shortly. Xiaoyong, your primary task is to ensure your own safety. Understood. Although resentment simmered within, Niu Xiaoyong recognized that in the heat of battle, his focus must be on self-preservation, avoiding any additional trouble for Lin Shu. He understood that the path to becoming a true ally was still long. Lin Shu nodded in approval, when suddenly, Niu Xiaomei nestled in his arms spoke softly, Brother Lin Shu, may I watch you fight? Lin Shu paused briefly, lifting the hood that covered Niu Xiaomei's head, revealing her eager gaze as she surveyed their surroundings. Targets approached. Almost simultaneously, Lin Shu and the alligator detected the presence of their foes, the alligator through scent and soul disturbance, while Lin Shu relied upon his keen eyesight. "Position us on the nearby tree," Lin Shu directed, swiftly climbing a large branch with Niu Xiaoyong. He refrained from suggesting that Niu Xiaoyong hide elsewhere, as the threat was not singular but rather a small group. He feared that separating could lead to complications in their defense. The alligator, however, was strategically placed closer to the front, forming a primary line of defense. Do not amass too many water arrows. Gather only 3 at a time, ensuring a slight positional variance, and concentrate your assault on a single target. Once completed, shift your focus to another. Lin Shu endeavored to directly command the alligator's spellcasting to enhance its efficiency and impact. To his delight, he succeeded. From the shadowy woods, a multitude of water arrows suddenly surged forth, appearing to number in the hundreds, akin to harbingers of death, racing towards the alligator that Lin Shu had designated as the vanguard. A vast array of shimmering azure-hued magical water arrows soon engulfed the alligator. Nevertheless, the unfortunate creature managed to unleash the 3 water arrows it had prepared, though they paled in comparison to the dazzling display of the enemy and Apos' might. Yet, it did not succumb passively. Niu Xiaoyong watched in cold sweat, sensing that the situation appeared dire. Would the alligator withstand the onslaught of such a dense and terrifying barrage of magic? Chapter 36: The First Battle Silence. Lin Shu gently admonished Niu Xiaoyong. Niu Xiaoyong opened his mouth wide but uttered no sound, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and fear. A torrent of terrifying water arrows pierced the surface with a hissing sound, resembling glowing sticks accompanied by a cascade of fine white bubbles, penetrating several meters deep into the water and embedding themselves in the muddy bottom. However, this mesmerizing spectacle was visible only to Lin Shu in Niu Xiaoyong's eyes. The luminous water arrows vanished into the depths, leaving behind a trail of white streaks, while the alligator, too, seemed to evaporate into thin air, as if consumed by the very arrows themselves. Niu Xiaoyong's gasp was stifled by Lin Shu's warning. Before Niu Xiaoyong could inquire about Lin Shu and Apos' observation, less than 20 meters to the left of where the alligator had disappeared, its brown snout emerged, and 3 crystalline water arrows swiftly coalesced at the water's surface before launching themselves with great speed. Following the trajectory of the arrows, Niu Xiaoyong finally spotted several large water arrow turtles a few dozen meters away. However, one of them had already been struck by a water arrow, its head drooping as it sank, oozing bluish blood bubbles, clearly on the verge of death. The remaining water arrow turtles let out anguished cries and swiftly dispersed, preparing to encircle the alligator, while their own water arrows filled the air once more. The alligator diligently adhered to Lin Shu's commands, changing positions after each shot, brewing magic during its underwater movements. The moment it surfaced, it unleashed its power, gathering only 3 magical water arrows each time, precisely guiding them to pierce through the water shield of a turtle, ultimately striking it down with accuracy. Possessing a degree of intelligence, the alligator marveled at the efficacy of its master's strategy, realizing that it remained unharmed and expended little magical energy. This fostered a profound admiration and trust toward Lin Shu, motivating it to execute his commands with even greater resolve. Advancing cautiously, Lin Shu instructed the alligator to engage in close combat when necessary, systematically eliminating the turtles one by one. Thankfully, the alligator had become adept at Lin Shu's precise shooting and guerrilla tactics, allowing him to begin teaching it how to handle a brawl. However, the water arrow turtles were not without wits. They quickly detected the presence of several humans concealed in the trees behind them. Although they could not comprehend why the alligator refrained from attacking these potential prey, their instinct to protect their territory, coupled with their hunger, drove them to launch an assault on Lin Shu. The alligator attempted to retaliate, but Lin Shu firmly intervened, knowing that such a move would only attract more foes. With only 1 or 2 water arrow turtles present, he felt confident in handling them. "Stay behind me and avoid letting the turtles lock onto you," Lin Shu calmly instructed. Niu Xiaoyong gripped the hilt of his knife tightly, enduring his fear and battling against his uncontrollable shivering, nodding vigorously in agreement. The movements of the water arrow turtles were significantly slower compared to the alligator, a consequence of lacking the magical boon of the water god. Thus, the alligator and Apos' aggressive strikes drew the attention of most turtles, and the allocation of merely 2 turtles to confront Lin Shu was merely instinctual, devoid of any tactical acumen. Target locked. Lin Shu's prolonged spiritual connection with the alligator yielded another concealed advantage. He grew increasingly attuned to the soul vibrations of magical beasts. However, he remained unaware of this change until the turtles focused on him again, at which point he sensed a slight intensification in the connection. Although he momentarily questioned this, attributing it to the differing ranks of individuals, he had no time to ponder further. He needed to eliminate those threatening his life first. At 30 meters, Lin Shu could wait no longer. As the turtles prepared to unleash their magic, he noticed a dense light halo gathering about a meter above their shells. Soul binding technique. The sound was inaudible, but when the water arrow turtles' gathered spells shattered, it appeared as though they had been detonated from within, magical energy scattering like stardust, resembling a splendid firework display. Seizing the moment, another water arrow turtle completed its targeting and began accumulating magical energy. Soul binding technique. Another explosion erupted, sending fragments flying. But Niu Xiaoyong, unable to witness this spectacle, only saw Lin Shu, who held his sister, Niu Xiaomei, with wide eyes as if she could perceive the beauty of the magical burst, a detail Lin Shu completely overlooked. To Niu Xiaoyong, the 2 turtles seemed to have abandoned any intention of casting spells, perhaps intending to charge at him instead. He found their sudden pauses and vigorous head shakes perplexing. Xiaoyong, you take the left one. When I tell you to jump, leap onto its back and use your knife to finish it. What? Niu Xiaoyong exclaimed in disbelief, wanting to confirm whether Lin Shu was in his right mind or had lost his sanity. How could he, a child, be sent to engage in melee with a magical beast, regardless of whether the beast allowed him close? The magical water shield on the turtles would surely withstand his frail body. Yet, when he looked at Lin Shu, he found him intently focused on the approaching turtles. They drew closer. The dark, beady eyes of the turtles became distinctly visible, and every spike and scale on their bodies appeared terrifyingly clear. Niu Xiaoyong and Apos' breath quickened, his heart racing uncontrollably, feeling as though it no longer belonged to him. Heat coursed through him, and his body felt as if it were swelling, as if on the verge of bursting. Annihilation technique. Jump. Lin Shu commanded sharply, springing from a branch 2 to 3 meters high towards the water arrow turtle below. The turtle and Apos' shell bore numerous inch-long spikes, necessitating a precise leap onto its smoother back. Lin Shu and Apos' movements were graceful and exact. The turtle, engaged in hunting, suddenly felt an excruciating pain emanating from its very soul. The overwhelming agony rendered its mind blank, while its magical energy became a chaotic whirlwind of torment. This dual suffering left the turtle oblivious to its surroundings and the imminent danger. Just as it opened its mouth to scream in anguish, Lin Shu and Apos' blade swept through its thick neck with the ease of a gentle breeze. Magical weapons are indeed sharp. Lin Shu felt a lightness in his grip, as if slicing through a boneless piece of meat, effortlessly beheading the water arrow turtle. A jet of blue blood erupted forth, gushing like a powerful fountain, though its eerie bluish hue was unsettling. Turning his head, Lin Shu noticed that, inexplicably, Niu Xiaoyong's knife had failed to sever the turtle's neck. The turtle thrashed in fury, preparing to retaliate against Niu Xiaoyong, who was half kneeling on its back, one hand clutching its neck for balance. At this moment, Niu Xiaoyong had completely forgotten his fear and embarrassment. With frenzied determination, he thrust the dagger forward, both hands gripping the hilt, using his body weight to propel the blade outward. The magical short dagger pierced through the neck of the water arrow turtle, causing Niu Xiaoyong to lose his balance and tumble forward. Lin Shu, however, paid no heed to Niu Xiaoyong, instead scrutinizing the state of the water arrow turtle. Fortunately, the creature's spine appeared to have been severed, and its magical aura had entirely dissipated, rendering it incapable of further harming Niu Xiaoyong. Although it was not yet fully deceased, it no longer posed a threat. Lin Shu then turned to survey the surroundings. The remaining 8 or 9 water arrow turtles had been lured away by the alligator. His view was obstructed by the trees, but he could ascertain from the magical aura that no other beasts were present. Sighing in relief, Lin Shu leaped vigorously, grasping a nearby vine, swinging his body onto a thick horizontal branch of a tree. He deftly landed atop the branch, brushing off the slippery moss beneath his feet, and steadied himself. With his short dagger, he severed another vine and tossed it in front of Niu Xiaoyong, who had just emerged from the water. Come up. Niu Xiaoyong bit onto the vine with his mouth, using both his hands and feet to climb. Lin Shu assisted in pulling him up, and soon enough, Niu Xiaoyong was back on solid ground. How was that? You took down a magical beast. Niu Xiaoyong gasped for breath, clutching the vine with one hand while kicking the moss beneath him into the water. He turned to gaze at the colossal water arrow turtle sinking below the surface, still incredulous that he had slain a magical beast. Really, truly? Brother, it and amp, Oppos, s real. I saw it with my own eyes. You are amazing. Niu Xiaoyong grinned foolishly, unable to quell his overwhelming excitement. It was simply too astonishing. An ordinary human child had just vanquished a water arrow turtle, which was at least of the second tier. No one would believe it if he spoke of it. A legitimate frontal kill. Of course. Niu Xiaoyong had entirely forgotten the peculiar behavior of the water arrow turtle and how he had managed to overcome its water shield technique. Lin Shu chuckled softly, knowing that these realizations would come to Niu Xiaoyong in due time. The most crucial belief to instill was that magical beasts were not as fearsome as they seemed, nor were they invincible. In the distance, the furious roars of the water arrow turtles echoed, revealing that the alligator had struck again. The alligator had grown fond of this shameless tactic, effortlessly utilizing its speed advantage to eliminate the water arrow turtles one by one. In truth, this group of 12 water arrow turtles constituted a family, with the highest tier being fourth. Under normal circumstances, it would be easy to subdue 1 or 2 fourth-tier alligators. Yet now, they found themselves unable to contend with the alligator that Lin Shu had trained. Facing imminent annihilation, they emitted cries of defiance. Chapter 37. Survival in the Jungle. Lin Shu lowered his gaze to the little girl, Niu Xiaomei, nestled in his arms. Her eyes blinked innocently, devoid of fear, clearly displaying her unwavering confidence in him. With a gentle smile, he wiped the splattered monster blood from her face. Lin Shu took a moment to rest, squatting down, while Niu Xiaoyong plopped onto a nearby branch. Yet, he struggled to quell the tumult of emotions swirling within him, his gaze quickly falling into a daze, his cheeks flushed, still lingering on the heart-stopping moments they had just endured. Silence enveloped the surroundings, punctuated only by the faint rustle of insects traversing the branches. Distant thunder rumbled ominously overhead, the thick canopy above obscuring much of the sky. Through the angled leaves, Lin Shu could barely make out the dark clouds and the occasional flicker of blue-purple lightning, as raindrops began to patter down, creating a rhythmic symphony against the foliage. After a while, the alligator resurfaced in Lin Shu and Amp, Oppos, s view. Earlier, Lin Shu had sensed the creature and Oppos' vague joy, deducing that it had successfully vanquished the group of water arrow turtles. Its delay in returning must have been due to its search for the turtles and Oppos' magic cores, a delicacy it relished. The alligator swiftly swam to the base of the massive tree where Lin Shu and the others were resting, emitting a few pleased grumbles before opening its jaws to reveal a small pile of magic cores. Lin Shu marveled at how the creature managed to retrieve these cores without losing any during the process. With a gentle wave of his hand, Lin Shu signaled for the alligator to consume the cores, then pointed to the ground, prompting it to find the magic cores from the beasts Niu Xiaoyong and himself had slain. The alligator eagerly swallowed the cores before diving underwater, soon re-emerging with 3 more. Lin Shu confirmed his suspicion. A single monster could yield multiple magic cores. He selected 2 cores of similar size and handed them to Niu Xiaoyong, declaring, "These are your spoils. Keep them safe." The remaining core was tossed to the alligator, who devoured it with glee. "Let us go find a large tree in the territory of the water arrow turtles," Lin Shu remarked. "I'd rather not be soaked by the rain any longer." The alligator complied obediently, gliding silently ahead. Under Lin Shu and Oppos' guidance, the alligator located an impressively large tree, its trunk thick enough to require several people to encircle. Without hesitation, Lin Shu began to carve a hollow into a branch to shelter them from the rain and the venomous insects. Though it was still early in the day, by the time Lin Shu completed the hollow and the alligator surveyed the area, evening had descended upon the ancient forest, shrouding it in deeper shadows as the rain intensified. Lin Shu instructed the alligator to catch a few fish to quell their hunger after a day of fasting. Fearing the dangers of a fire and the possibility of drinking tainted water, Lin Shu refrained from consuming anything that might pose a risk. The idea of the alligator using its water magic to gather drinking water was dismissed as folly. Magic energy was not the same as actual water. However, Lin Shu was undeterred. Drawing from his extensive experience in wilderness survival, He knew that extracting water from plants was the most effective method, especially in a rainforest teeming with moisture-rich flora. By locating suitable plants and chewing their leaves, they could obtain the hydration they needed. As night descended, the forest echoed with a myriad of sounds, the thunder rolling in and out, flashes of light intermittently illuminating the surroundings. In this interplay of light and shadow, peculiar shapes danced upon the human retina, provoking the imagination to conjure fears of the unknown. Niu Xiaomei pressed her face tightly against Lin Shu and Apos' chest. Having come to rely on his embrace over the past couple of days, swiftly replacing the comfort her parents once provided. Once the lightning and Apos' brilliance faded, she cautiously turned her little face, peeking with a mix of trepidation and curiosity, emboldened by the warmth of Lin Shu and Apos' presence. Niu Xiaoyong, emboldened by their shared ordeal, found himself oscillating between extremes of emotion. Lin Shu understood the shift. The boy was in a state of fearless naivety, charging forward without regard for danger. Eventually, through the trials he faced, he would attain a calm perspective, a journey all must undertake, albeit with varying degrees of intensity. Some may merely suffer scrapes and bruises, while others endure near-death experiences to gain understanding. In the perilous world of Green Star, Niu Xiaoyong must embrace danger to swiftly acquire invaluable experiences for survival in such a harsh environment. Are you afraid, Xiaono? The boy paused, contemplating his feelings before resolutely shaking his head. I was terrified at first, but when you shouted, I leapt into action. Once I was on the beast's back, fear gripped me anew, but it was too late to retreat. All I could think of was defeating it. Lin Shu beamed. As Niu Xiaoyong caught a glimpse of his smile illuminated by the fleeting lightning, a wave of calm washing over him. Indeed, fear cannot simply be eradicated. Instead, we must confront it with alternate motivations, destroying the source of our fears or safeguarding those we cherish. I understand now. But you only grasp a fraction of the truth. There is much more to learn. This world is fraught with danger. Just yesterday, we began to face it in earnest, and countless threats await us in the future. Fear will always lurk in our hearts, so we must seek out a purpose that instills courage within us. Otherwise, we risk being overwhelmed. Niu Xiaoyong frowned in confusion, pondering Lin Shu's words, before finally asking, Then, Lin Shu, how do you conquer your fears? Through the desire to survive, for I have much yet to accomplish. I long to reunite with my sister and share life with her. I wish to traverse this planet, exploring its 5 continents and oceans. And I yearn to visit other realms, to witness their wondrous races and cultures. Thus, I cannot afford to stand still or be defeated by any challenge. Lin Shu and Apos' voice was calm, yet Niu Xiaoyong drew strength from these seemingly simple words. He realized that hope for the future fuels the drive to move forward. I understand. I want to become strong, powerful enough to protect those I care for, to pursue my aspirations, and to be someone my family can rely on. Hence, I shall not succumb to fear. I will fight on. I understand as well. Niu Xiaomei chimed in, looking earnestly up at Lin Shu. With a smile, Lin Shu asked, What have you understood, little sister? I want to be with my brother Lin Shu and Niu Xiaoyong, so I fear nothing. I will become strong too. Indeed. You are the brightest, little sister. You will surely become formidable. Lin Shu, I just realized something. Why didn't those 2 water arrow turtles use magic to attack us? And why did their water shields suddenly vanish when they approached us? Could it be that you possess the ability to dispel magic? Dispelling magic is a technique employed by high-level mages, particularly those of the soul affinity, who disrupt an opponent and Apos' spell-casting process or interfere with the natural energy convergence to negate spells. Lin Shu and Apos' method bore some resemblance to this, particularly aligning with the practices of soul affinity mages. However, regardless of the mage's affinity, they typically utilized magical energy to achieve their aims, while Lin Shu drew directly upon soul energy, marking a fundamental distinction in their approach. However, this topic is rather intricate, particularly when it comes to elucidating the application of pure spiritual power and the essence of the primordial spirit. Lin Shu had no intention of imparting such knowledge at this juncture. It is not an extermination technique, but rather a distinct approach, one that is scarcely known to many. You may regard it as a form of secret art. Secret art? Arcane magic, perhaps? No, it is indeed a secret art. So does it have a name? Yes, but for the time being, I cannot disclose it. We shall discuss it further once you have acquired the ability to protect yourselves. Can we learn it? Certainly. But if you wish to study under me, You must formally become my disciples and must not betray your master. Failure to adhere to this will result in severe punishment. You must contemplate this carefully." Niu Xiaoyong shook his head and said, "What is there to ponder? You are our closest kin, regardless of the circumstances. We would never betray you. Yes, Brother Lin Shu, please don't leave me. Haha, I want tea. Then, from now on, you too shall call me brother. When the time is right, we will discuss matters of the master-disciple relationship. Brother, what should we call you in the future?" Niu Xiaomei's question was somewhat convoluted, and it took Niu Xiaoyong a moment to understand. He shot her a sidelong glance and replied, "Of course, you should call me second brother." "Silly." Niu Xiaomei glared at Niu Xiaoyong, but was quite pleased as she exclaimed, "Oh, I have two brothers now." While Lin Shu was in meditation, he did not require any fixed posture. For beginners, adopting a suitable position is vital. However, Lin Shu's primordial spirit had already matured, allowing him to easily blend with the true energy within his body. Presently, he could only direct the true energy in a limited area and acupoints, rendering any specific posture entirely unnecessary. During his practice, Lin Shu quietly awoke, startled by peculiar sounds around him. Though the emotions of the short-snout crocodile were stable, indicating no immediate threats in their vicinity, Lin Shu remained curious about the splashing sounds amidst the rhythmic patter of raindrops. Upon opening his eyes and gazing outward, Lin Shu was astonished to discover that the forest was no longer shrouded in darkness. A faint green luminescence glimmered upon the water's surface. This ethereal glow appeared to emanate from beneath the water and was in constant motion. Unbeknownst to him, the rain had ceased at some point. Water pooled on the leaves occasionally dripped with a soft and amp, oppos, plink and amp, oppos, into the water below, creating ripples that made the luminescence sway, rendering it both illusory and beautiful. Tiny insects, seemingly drawn to the glow, began to gather around it, with some inadvertently plunging into the water, creating small whirlpools that swept them away. As it turned out, the luminescence originated from fish about the size of a palm, which preyed on small insects. Sometimes, in their impatience, these fish would leap from the water to capture airborne insects, the and amp, oppos, splashing and amp, oppos, sounds marking their entry back into the water. Lin Shu quietly observed these exquisite predators. As they unfurled their nets to ensnare insects, the light emanating from their heads also attracted larger predators. He distinctly saw several large fish, resonating with faint magical fluctuations, stealthily pursuing the glowing fish. This is the relentless cycle of nature. Chapter 38. The adventure in the time that followed. Lin Shu refrained from both meditation and slumber, instead immersing himself in the natural spectacle unfolding within the forest. He pondered the essence of the ethereal figure conjured during magical incantations and contemplated the next steps in his cultivation journey. At present, the range of his true qi extended vertically from his dantian, downward along the spine, passing through the perineum and ascending to the lower back, while upward it reached just above the diaphragm, not yet touching the chest. In the absence of conscious control, the flow of true qi oscillated between ascending and descending in a rhythmic manner. However, Lin Shu, possessing ample experience in qi cultivation, was aware that reversing the flow could inflict harm upon the internal organs and bodily systems, albeit it might yield a fleeting surge of extraordinary power. Moreover, judiciously directing the true qi in reverse could enhance the resilience and permeability of the meridians. It had only been 3 months since Lin Shu discovered the true qi, yet his progress was commendable. If the primary meridian were likened to the Ren and Du channels, he had successfully opened up over a third of it. If this pace were maintained, he could expect to fully connect both meridians within approximately 6 months, a speed that was undeniably gratifying. Nonetheless, Lin Shu found himself preoccupied in the immediate future, having lost the stability of a nurturing cultivation environment due to the devastation wrought by Lao Jiang and his cohorts, who had obliterated the entire farm, leaving behind a scene of catastrophe. As Lin Shu's musings faded, the tranquil night came to a close. He realized that, contrary to his initial assumptions, magical beasts were not as aggressive as he had imagined. They rarely ventured beyond their territories, and encounters with stray beasts were infrequent unless one intruded upon their domain. Isolated magical creatures typically regarded Lin Shu and his companions with a fleeting glance before retreating, perhaps intimidated by the prowess of the short-snout crocodile accompanying them. Lin Shu had initially hoped to capture a few more magical beasts for protection in this boundless forest. where the prevalence of such creatures rendered additional guardians advantageous. Conflicts arose only when Lin Shu and his companions trespassed into the established territories of others. Should they encounter a formidable adversary, Lin Shu would prefer to have the crocodile retreat first and navigate around the opponent's territory. Generally, the beasts refrained from relentless pursuit, though exceptions did exist. At this moment, Lin Shu and his companions found themselves relentlessly pursued by a substantial swarm of giant croaking frogs, numbering over 30. The largest among them measured an impressive 3 to 4 meters, adorned with a rough, reddish-brown striped pattern, distinctly different from the green-brown pattern varieties. It was evident that this creature commanded the others in their pursuit. Lin Shu harbored a particular disdain for the giant croaking frogs, as their attacks were indiscriminate. Their poisonous arrows, infused with water-based magical energy, formed a toxic projectile. While the quantity unleashed was modest, the splatter effect posed a significant threat, especially since neither he nor his companions possessed the capability to conjure magical shields, leaving them vulnerable to the toxic spray. Thus, when confronted by a throng of these frogs, Lin Shu had no choice but to retreat. The current pack, however, seemed unwilling to relinquish their potential meal, disregarding the fourth-tier crocodile in their pursuit, indicating that at least one among them was of equal or greater rank. Had this been a group of water arrow turtles, Lin Shu could have effortlessly discerned their ranks through the hue of their magical auras. However, the magical energy of the giant croaking frogs was neither purely aquatic nor easily identifiable, tainted by the interference of toxins, resulting in a bizarre bluish-green tint rather than a clear water blue. Consequently, Lin Shu found himself unable to ascertain their levels based on the spectral coloration. Nevertheless, the pressing concern was how to escape the relentless pursuers. If they were to be cornered and driven into the territory of other magical beasts, the situation would become dire. Lin Shu, aware of the need to evade the giant croaking frogs, directed the crocodile to maneuver around their territory, contemplating how to shake off or neutralize the pursuing foes. If only he had 2 crocodiles at this moment, one could facilitate their escape while the other engaged in a flanking attack, potentially exhausting the swarm of giant croaking frogs. Fortunately, the frog's speed was not excessively rapid. They had yet to be shaken off, but neither had they closed the distance. After a prolonged chase, Lin Shu found himself unable to alter this precarious predicament. The giant croaking frogs pursued with fervor, seemingly unwilling to concede. Gritting his teeth, Lin Shu resolved to take risks. Hoping the magical beasts were oblivious to the concept of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, he adjusted his course towards the Moon Lake, consciously avoiding the territories of particularly formidable beasts. Lin Shu did not feel the need to explain the notion of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf to the crocodile, yet he had to impress upon it the necessity of steering clear of excessively powerful magical creatures. An encounter with a small pack of aquatic magical wolves would surely spell their doom. Before long, the short-snout crocodile, guided by its keen sense of smell, discovered another group of magical beasts, another pack of its kind. Was there a stronger presence than itself? The crocodile could not comprehend Lin Shu's inquiry, tilting its head in confusion. Were they frightened? The emotional response from the crocodile was ambiguous, indicating both fear and a lack thereof. This suggested that it perceived its kin's combat prowess as comparable to its own. Nevertheless, this was merely Lin Shu's speculation. In truth, the crocodile harbored a somewhat blind confidence, believing that since acquiring a master, it had grown wiser and could outsmart the opposing fourth-tier kin, perhaps even besting them to become the leader of their kind. To the left, Lin Shu continually adjusted their direction, enticing the 2 magical beast groups to pursue him from different angles. It felt akin to an amusing game. Initially, the giant croaking frogs followed behind while the crocodile led ahead. Utilizing the trees as barriers and constantly changing direction, the 3 entities gradually formed a triangular formation. After running for a while longer, the giant croaking frogs suddenly realized that the 5 short-snout crocodiles were nearing their magical range. The crocodile group shared this realization, for to them, Lin Shu and his companions were intruders, just as the large assembly of giant croaking frogs were. Eliminating either group of intruders was a reasonable course of action. Thus, Lin Shu's anticipated strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf materialized successfully. At that moment, Lin Shu became aware that his legs felt somewhat numb. He glanced back at Niu Xiaoyong, who was clinging to the back of the crocodile. His face contorted in discomfort as he slowly moved his hands over the crocodile and Oppo's spiny back, evidently suffering from a similar numbness. Meanwhile, Niu Xiaomei, overwhelmed with tension, had succumbed to exhaustion and fallen asleep. Lin Shu crouched down to massage Niu Xiaoyong and Amp, Oppo's arms, which felt as heavy as lead. Yet, when Lin Shu applied pressure, it felt as though countless needles were piercing him. He bit his lip, suppressing the urge to cry out, while his breathing resembled that of an enraged bull. Lin Shu couldn't and Oppo's help but chuckle at his plight, prompting Niu Xiaoyong to roll his eyes in resignation. Let Oppo's move quickly, while they are still preoccupied, Lin Shu urged, hastily making his escape. Now is not the time to linger. Should the two factions resolve their conflict, he would inevitably bear the brunt of the consequences as the instigator. Soon, the magical glow behind them was concealed by the dense woods and intertwining vines, yet the furious roars from both sides echoed intermittently, particularly the thunderous bellow of the giant roaring frog, which was akin to the sound of thunder. Hurry, hurry, Lin Shu urged the alligator, though the creature hesitated, reluctant to leave behind the trio of young alligators from their previous group. What a splendid opportunity it was. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shu cautioned, be mindful. Don't intrude upon another and Oppo's territory. He was aware that this was a futile statement. Traversing the endless forest meant they would inevitably encroach upon the territories of other magical beasts. Lin Shu and his companions were faced with numerous challenges, and today and Oppo's predicament was merely a minor one. It was imperative for Lin Shu to alter their current situation. Otherwise, their journey ahead would become exceedingly arduous. Brother, Niu Xiaoyong called out, his voice tinged with hesitation. Lin Shu turned to see Niu Xiaoyong sitting up. What is it? Perhaps you could first secure me and little sister in a safe location before seeking out a few magical beasts. Otherwise, we shall find it difficult to proceed. A smile of appreciation spread across Lin Shu and Oppo's face. Niu Xiaoyong and Oppo's thoughtfulness was commendable. A wise individual possesses imagination, while a capable one knows how to make sacrifices. Niu Xiaoyong's ability to discern this brought Lin Shu great comfort. Can you protect little sister? I can, at least until my last breath. Niu Xiaoyong responded without hesitation, his gaze resolute. Excellent. Find a secure spot for both of you to hide. I will return shortly, hoping to seize an opportunity. If I can capture one or two more alligators, the journey ahead will be significantly easier. Niu Xiaoyong nodded vigorously, gripping the hilt of the dagger tied around his waist. After another 10 minutes of travel, Lin Shu finally chose a large tree. The alligator approached and carefully sniffed around, confirming that no magical beasts had passed this way in a long time. Lin Shu then selected a suitable spot to dig a hollow in the tree, placing Niu Xiaoyong and Niu Xiaomei inside, sealing the entrance with bark and vines, meticulously erasing any traces. After allowing the alligator to relieve itself on the tree trunk, Lin Shu swiftly retraced his steps. Chapter 39. The Battle of the Beasts. Raindrops began to fall from the sky once more, bringing great joy to Lin Shu. The torrential downpour would undoubtedly impair the senses of the magical beasts. As Lin Shu found himself at a disadvantage, the more complex the climatic conditions, the more advantageous it became for the weaker party to conceal themselves. This not only significantly increased Lin Shu and Oppo's chances of success on this venture, but more importantly, the heavy rain also enhanced the safety of Niu Xiaoyong and Niu Xiaomei, who remained perched on the large tree moments ago. When Lin Shu positioned himself within earshot of the resounding croaks of the giant roaring frogs, he instructed the alligator to set him down. He sensed that the alligator was overly excited, perhaps mirroring his own feelings of frustration from being pursued by the giant frogs. The prospect of exacting revenge was likely invigorating for it. Once released, the alligator swiftly vanished into the waters of the forest, while Lin Shu moved silently through the water, gradually approaching the battlefield. Without mentioning Lin Shu and Oppo's stealthy approach, the excited alligator adeptly glided toward the periphery of the battlefield, cunningly circling around to position itself behind the giant roaring frogs. Following Lin Shu's teachings, the alligator submerged most of its body beneath the water and found a tree for cover, where it slowly gathered 6 water arrows. Thanks to Lin Shu and Oppo's training, the alligator could now control the general trajectory of the water arrows within a limited range, though it could not perfectly lock onto its targets. However, the giant roaring frogs had a notable weakness: their thin skin. While their speed was commendable and their venom troublesome, their poor defense was a significant vulnerability. Thus, according to Lin Shu's training, The best strategy against the giant roaring frogs was to launch a close-range ambush, to avoid drawing the attention of the giant frogs. The alligator adhered to Lin Shu and Apo's previous instructions and refrained from gathering more than 6 water arrows during its close-range assault, despite the presence of its own kin distracting the frogs. The alligator, not particularly astute, would not adjust its tactics based on the situation. With the water arrows ready, the alligator suddenly emerged from behind the tree, quickly identified its target, unleashed its magic, and without waiting to see the result, submerged back into the water to change its position. The alligator and Apo's attack was remarkably successful, with 6 water arrows striking down 2 giant roaring frogs and severely wounding another. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the giant frogs were thrown into disarray, and the alligator launched a frontal strike, resulting in the loss of several more companions. In truth, the alligator's speed underwater was significantly greater than on the surface, yet wild alligators often fought in a rather simplistic manner, primarily battling in the open water. During this exchange, one of the 5 alligators had succumbed, while the giant roaring frogs had lost a total of 10, leaving them with approximately 20 remaining. The alligators possessed a far more acute sense of smell than the giant frogs. They recognized that the one ambushing the frogs from behind was the same alligator that had intruded upon their territory, although they regarded it as an invader. Their immediate concern was to deal with the giant frogs, allowing the intruding alligator to be temporarily disregarded. The giant roaring frogs, still unaware of the situation, found themselves puzzled by the sudden attack from behind. Their leader, clearly not the sharpest, had been foolishly chasing Lin Shu without realizing the impending danger. After gazing back in confusion for some time, the red-striped giant roaring frog finally turned back to command its subordinates to launch an all-out assault on the alligator in front. Water arrows and poisonous projectiles flew back and forth like the wind, creating a cacophony amidst the torrential rain, with the giant frog's boisterous croaks echoing loudly. Unbeknownst to them, their own loud calls inadvertently masked the movements of the lurking ambushers. Soon, the alligator executed a second ambush, albeit with slightly diminished effectiveness, resulting in 1 death and 1 injury. The red-striped giant roaring frog finally sensed that something was amiss. After a moment of hesitation, it dispatched 4 or 5 frogs to search the rear. Without a moment's pause, the alligator turned and retreated, seeking opportunities for precise ambushes. By the time the giant frogs realized that the attacker was an alligator, the 5 tasked with searching the rear had already been annihilated by Lin Shu's alligator. However, the dying roars of the frogs alerted the red-striped giant roaring frog to the presence of an enemy behind. Now caught between 2 threats, it hesitated. During this moment of indecision, Lin Shu's alligator managed yet another successful ambush. This time, emboldened, it gathered over 20 water arrows at close range, thanks to Lin Shu and Apo's tactical guidance. Despite being wary of the ambusher behind, the timing of Lin Shu and Apo's magical activation coincided perfectly with the frontal assault of the alligator. As the giant frogs scrambled to evade the incoming water arrows, they unwittingly fell into Lin Shu's trap, suffering devastating losses. 7 frogs perished in a single magical attack. The alligator was overwhelmed with excitement and wished to roar in triumph, but Lin Shu had strictly forbidden any sounds during combat, fearing the punishment of severe reprimand. The alligator merely spun in place, joyfully opening its mouth and shaking its head, yet remained silent. From a distance, Lin Shu, concealed among the trees, found the spectacle amusing while also gaining a deeper understanding of these magical beasts. In many respects, they were far more innocent and endearing than humans. With only a few giant roaring frogs remaining, the red-striped giant roaring frog surveyed the water, now tainted with blood and littered with the corpses of its kin. And fury consumed it. Goa, Goa. The tremendous croaking reverberated through the air, yet the alligator had already submerged its head beneath the water, oblivious to the sound. The few alligators lingering some 60 to 70 meters away were momentarily stunned by the noise, and Lin Shu himself was unfortunate enough to be affected. Fortunately, as a skilled practitioner of spiritual cultivation, he adeptly detached his spirit from his senses, maintaining clarity amidst the chaos. He had not anticipated that the red-striped giant roaring frog possessed such a sonic attack. The sound wave attack of the red-striped giant roaring frog had some effect. At least 4 of the alligators in front suffered a blow, and it seemed that one had fallen. Meanwhile, the red-striped giant roaring frog swiftly turned and pursued Lin Shu's alligator with remarkable speed. This agility surprised Lin Shu and made him realize the frog and Apos' intelligence was indeed questionable. If it had such speed, it could have easily abandoned its companions to chase down the alligator in the water, yet it squandered that opportunity, leading to its imminent demise. Thus, sheer strength alone was insufficient. One must possess the wisdom to match it. Submerge. Full speed, come to my side. Lin Shu promptly issued the command. In a one-on-one confrontation, his alligator would likely not stand a chance against the red-striped giant roaring frog. This creature was fast, possessed formidable magical abilities, and its venomous magic could quickly incapacitate the alligator. Furthermore, the frog appeared to be no less than a fourth-tier beast. Therefore, Lin Shu resolved that it would be more prudent to join forces with the alligator to bring it down. The red-striped giant roaring frog had evidently detected the alligator and Apos' movements and pursued it relentlessly. While its swimming style appeared somewhat comical, lacking the grace of the alligator, its speed was undeniable. Ascend, gather 3 water arrows, and continue forward. Await my command to attack. Lin Shu urged the alligator urgently, while simultaneously drawing a magical dagger from his side. With a swift motion, he sent the dagger hurtling through the dense curtain of rain, aimed directly at the red-striped giant roaring frog 30 meters away. Although Lin Shu and Apos' attack was somewhat abrupt, the giant howler frog possessed exceptional visual acuity, particularly in dynamic scenarios. Upon noticing an object soaring toward it, the red-patterned giant howler frog gracefully executed a swift kick, artfully carving an arc to evade the assault of the sharp blade. Simultaneously, it identified the source of its ambush, the short-snout crocodile, positioned over 60 to 70 meters away. Such distance rendered the probability of a successful strike rather low. However, Lin Shu was within a range of less than 40 meters, albeit at a slight elevation, yet still within the high hit probability zone. Thus, the red-patterned giant howler frog, utilizing its rather ineffectual head, resolved to eliminate the adversary perched upon the tree before pursuing the crocodile. Decelerating, it pivoted, preparing for an attack. Here it comes. Locking on. In truth, the locking on procedure could occur post-magic accumulation, especially for spells that allow for sustained chanting. Yet, all beings, including animals, instinctively favored pre-locking over post-locking, particularly when the target lay within sight. This habitual inclination inadvertently afforded Lin Shu a more extended opportunity to execute his assault, as his crocodile had been trained to rely on post-locking, significantly reducing the time required for targeting and minimizing the likelihood of magical interference from foes. The red-patterned giant howler frog remained oblivious to these intricacies and was unaware that the most effective means to confront the imminent threat was through the use of non-targeted area spells. Thus, its tragic fate was sealed. Soul Extinction Spell. Attack. Whoosh. The initial roar of the red-patterned giant howler frog was abruptly stifled, as 3 water arrows from the crocodile struck its head with pinpoint accuracy, creating 3 transparent orifices that pierced through to the brain. The white matter and dark crimson blood splattered and flowed amidst the rain. Lin Shu exhaled deeply, his taut body and mind relaxing as he turned to survey the distant battlefield, which appeared to be reaching its conclusion. First, I shall retrieve my dagger. Then eliminate the remaining crocodiles, just one will suffice, to lure it here. The short-snout crocodile hesitated momentarily but proceeded to comply. Lin Shu found himself perplexed. What was the source of the crocodile's slight reluctance? Was it a desire to seek the magical core of the giant howler frog first, or an aversion to slaughtering its kin? Chapter 40. Establishing a harem, the short-snout crocodile obediently submerged itself to retrieve the dagger. There was no doubt about it. The dagger and Apos' magical energy fluctuations made it easy to locate. However, after handing the dagger to Lin Shu, the crocodile lingered stubbornly, seemingly reluctant to follow Lin Shu and Apos' orders. Lin Shu found it perplexing. Do you not wish to kill your own kind? The crocodile appeared dumbfounded, indicating that the concept of kind did not exist within its understanding. Do you not want to slay the short-snout crocodiles? This time, the crocodile comprehended, nodding and shaking its head simultaneously. The emotional signals transmitted through their spiritual bond revealed a sense of agitation and urgency, indicating that the situation was more complicated than it seemed. Lin Shu, confused, realized it would be more prudent to act rather than speculate. Then act freely. I shall wait here. This delighted the short-snout crocodile. which whipped its tail and plunged into the water, swimming far away in the blink of an eye. Lin Shu watched, bewildered, questioning what the creature intended to accomplish. Upon reaching the battlefield, the short-snout crocodile found that only a few giant roaring frogs remained. These magical beasts fought fiercely, unwilling to retreat strategically. However, the reality was that the giant roaring frogs could not outrun the short-snout crocodiles, especially the remaining few, which were all under the third rank. Thus, turning to flee would only lead to their swift demise. Their sole hope lay in their leader defeating the ambushers and coming to their aid. Yet, to their despair, the figure that returned was not their familiar leader, but a few well-known water arrow spells. Without hesitation, the short-snout crocodile dispatched the last giant roaring frog and charged towards the remaining 3 short-snout crocodiles. The trio attacked without a second thought, all being fourth-rank creatures, capable of formidable strength, as evidenced by their territorial dominance deep within the forest. Unfortunately for them, their opponents were trained in tactics, representing a qualitative difference akin to soldiers facing thugs. While fists may not prevail, armed with weapons, the thugs would surely perish. In a 1-to-3 confrontation, Lin Shu's short-snout crocodile was bound to win. Employing guerrilla tactics, Lin Shu's crocodile flawlessly eliminated an already injured opponent and then roared triumphantly. After a brief consultation, the remaining 2 short-snout crocodiles surprisingly chose to cease fighting. After all the commotion, it turned out they were merely 2 younger sisters of the same species. According to the habits of short-snout crocodile clans, families are predominantly male-led, with young males expelled to fend for themselves once they mature. Thus, with all the male members of this clan perished, Lin Shu and Oppos, as crocodile successfully assumed the role of patriarch. Upon seeing the 2 younger sisters join the fray, Lin Shu initially paused, but soon grasped the situation. His crocodile had taken a liking to the sisters, hence its reluctance to follow his earlier command. The excitement it had displayed earlier was likely in anticipation of these 2 females, revealing its more primal instincts. Unlike Lin Shu and Oppos' calm demeanor, the 2 short-snout sisters immediately adopted combat stances upon spotting him. Just as Lin Shu and Oppos' crocodile was about to intervene, he halted its actions. At a distance of less than 30 meters, Lin Shu stood on a branch above the water while the 2 sisters, positioned a body length apart, simultaneously locked their gaze upon him. The magical energy gathered, forming an ethereal projection. Just as their magic was about to coalesce, Lin Shu activated his soul annihilation technique, too, in rapid succession. He had tested the effects of this technique on the short-snout crocodile before and had frequently employed it during recent battles. Although it demanded a considerable amount of soul energy, it remained Lin Shu's most effective means of defense, compelling him to master this technique. With a resounding roar, the 2 short-snout crocodiles convulsed and sank into the depths. Given that they breathed through lungs, Lin Shu worried whether they might drown before the pain subsided. He quickly instructed his crocodile to dive down and rescue them. Realizing that even if his crocodile bore him no grudge, he would still regret failing to save them. Moments later, bubbles surfaced, and the 3 short-snout crocodiles emerged from the water. Yet, the 2 sisters still seemed defiant, prompting Lin Shu to beckon them forward again. This time, however, Lin Shu and Oppos' crocodile asserted its dominance, threatening the 2 sisters with a combination of bites and tail whips. Eventually, the 2 yielded, recognizing their place in the hierarchy. Lin Shu proceeded to cast the soul bond technique on each sister. This time, they refrained from executing a close-range assault, as that would have resulted in yet another unforgettable lesson. Let us scour the battlefield, and then we shall depart. The short-snout crocodile, satisfied with the outcome, led the 2 sisters, now also jubilant, to search for the corpses of the giant roaring frogs. After spending time with the short-snout crocodiles, Lin Shu understood that they did not consume the carcasses of magical beasts due to their unpalatability. However, they would eat regular animals and humans who were not influenced by magic, implying that only the taste of non-magical beings was deemed satisfactory. They did, however, consume magical cores, and if a human possessed a magical core, they would certainly partake in it. Occasionally, the short-snout crocodiles would nibble on fruits from plants, which Lin Shu had tried and found quite enjoyable, though he was unaware of their identities. Regrettably, he had not encountered any literature on jungle flora at the impoverished old Leaf and Oppos' magic shop, which was to be expected, as magic shops seldom stocked mundane botany or geography texts. As for Niu Xiaoyong and his siblings, they had not studied relevant knowledge. as it was said to be part of the curriculum in secondary school. In accordance with their customs, the short-snout crocodiles first presented the collected magical cores to Lin Shu. He examined the largest azure core before discarding all of them for the 3 crocodiles to consume. Presently, Lin Shu had no use for such items. If he were to journey to the legendary Tang Kingdom and Apos' border village, possessing too many of these could incite envy among others, making him wary of hoarding what others deemed valuable. However, this act of generosity garnered him considerable loyalty from the short-snout crocodiles. Thanks to Lin Shu and Apos' exceptional memory and the keen sense of smell of the crocodiles, they successfully located the large tree where Niu Xiaoyong and his sister were hiding. Upon seeing Lin Shu accompanied by 2 short-snout crocodiles, their faces lit up with excitement. Niu Xiaomei even jumped upon the backs of the 3 crocodiles, displaying no fear whatsoever. "Brother, now that we have 3 short-snout crocodiles, we should give them names. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient to call them." Niu Xiaomei and Apos' suggestion was rather constructive. Lin Shu pondered and realized that without names, directing them would be challenging. That and Apos' a valid point. "This fellow shall be named Xiaoqiang, while these 2 females will be called Daniu and Erniu." Though the names may seem pedestrian, their popularity was undeniable, and Niu Xiaoyong and Niu Xiaomei readily agreed. Lin Shu broke into a sweat, relieved that his naming ability sufficed for his younger siblings. As for the short-snout crocodiles, they were oblivious to the meanings of Xiaoqiang, Daniu, and Erniu. To them, it sufficed to distinguish between the different syllables to understand whom their master was addressing. In reality, Lin Shu communicated with them through their spiritual bond, rendering names unnecessary. However, for the sake of convenience, especially for Niu Xiaoyong and Niu Xiaomei in commanding the 3 creatures, it was prudent to assign names. Through a profound connection of souls, Lin Shu swiftly made these 3 individuals comprehend which name corresponded to whom. After a long day of exertion, Lin Shu himself felt hunger pangs, and it was needless to say that Niu Xiaoyong and Niu Xiaomei were equally famished. However, both of them dutifully refrained from mentioning their hunger. Lin Shu instructed Xiao Chong to catch a few fish, and soon, Niu Xiaoyong and Niu Xiaomei collaborated to transform the catch into exquisite sashimi. They also gathered several fruits to quench their thirst. Lin Shu then directed Xiao Chong, Niu, and Niu to patrol the vicinity while he continued to enlarge the hollow in the tree, preparing a resting place for the night. The day and Apos' labor had indeed been quite strenuous. The rain ceased as nightfall approached, with occasional droplets cascading from the leaves. The water in Apos' surface shimmered with gentle ripples, and the surroundings were enveloped in tranquility, punctuated only by distant thunder, the chirping of unknown insects, and the occasional calls of wildlife. Xiao Chong had already set off to commence his duties, while Lin Shu and Niu Xiaoyong sat within the tree hollow, gazing at the nocturnal spectacle of the jungle. The luminescent fish illuminated the water, and the insects danced in the air, creating a vibrant and enchanting scene that left the 2 children in awe. "Brother, why do those glowing fish avoid approaching our tree?" Niu Xiaomei inquired. "Ha, my clever little sister. It is because the scent of Xiao Chong surrounds this tree, deterring them from coming near. Did you not notice that even scorpions, poison frogs, and other insects seldom appear around us? This is all due to the lingering scent of Xiao Chong on us," Lin Shu explained. "Is that so?" Niu Xiaoyong exclaimed in realization. "How did you know that, brother?" "By reading," Lin Shu replied with a smile. The trio fell into a moment of silence until Niu Xiaoyong shifted his somewhat numb bottom and asked, "Brother, how long will it take us to reach the village in Tang country?" "I have no idea. I've only seen it on a map. As for the distance and the time it will take, how could I possibly know? We shall find out once we arrive there." Lin Shu chuckled, his optimistic demeanor infecting Niu Xiaoyong and Niu Xiaomei, prompting smiles to bloom on their faces. "In order to ensure that both of you maintain sufficient stamina, and to provide a solid foundation for your elder brother, I have decided to train you both starting tomorrow." "Really? That is wonderful. It will be quite challenging, you know. We and Apos, we're not afraid of hard work, right, little sister?" "Yes, not afraid at all." Lin Shu tightened his embrace around his little sister, smiling as he said, "Yes. In the future, my little sister will undoubtedly be the most formidable." Chapter 41. The 5-animal play of another world. Draw in your abdomen. Keep your chest tucked in, with your legs slightly bent and arms wrapped around as if cradling a heavy, soft water pouch twice the width of your waist. Maintain this posture for 10 minutes. Lin Shu meticulously corrected Niu Xiaoyong and Appo's stance while explaining the key points to the two of them, not expecting them to fully comprehend, but merely to remember. The initial training is simply a process of forming bodily memory. What do you mean by and amp? Amp, Appo's, and amp. Amp, Appo's. This is merely the beginning. Later, you must sustain this position for half an hour until you can effortlessly assume it. Look, even your younger sister performs better than you, and you call yourself a brother. Have you no shame? Niu Xiaoyong received a light tap on the back of his head, but only dared to mutter in discontent. She is both light and supple, making it naturally easier for her. Speak less and focus on experiencing the sensations of your body. Pay attention to how your muscles maintain balance and grasp the natural rhythm of their subtle vibrations. Do you understand? Under the pouring rain, the two children commenced their first training session. Should any of the Huaxiao people on Earth witness this, they would undoubtedly recognize it as an improved version of the five-animal play. The physical condition of the green-skinned beings appeared superior, with enhanced coordination and resilience in their muscles and bones compared to humans. Thus, Lin Shu extended the duration and difficulty of the five-animal play. Yet the objective remained the same, to strengthen their vital energy and fortitude. However, observing the children's learning progress, it became evident that this level of difficulty was still insufficient. Soon, they would need to advance further, not only in strength and resilience, but also in the fine control of their muscles. Given their potential, Lin Shu was eager to extract every ounce of it. Once Lin Shu had prepared breakfast, he allowed Niu Xiaoyong and Niu Xiaomei to rest. By this time, they had already practiced 2 movements. They would practice 2 movements in the morning and 3 before setting up camp in the afternoon. Yes. Come and eat, little sister. Are you tired? Come here. I'll give you a massage. I'm not tired, brother. Niu Xiaoyong cast a jealous glance, but could only chew on his sashimi while rubbing his own limbs and back. In truth, he was quite fatigued. The sweat mingled with the rain, concealing his exhaustion, but he anticipated that he would awaken sore the next morning. After helping Niu Xiaomei with her massage, Lin Shu instructed Niu Xiaoyong to lie on a branch. Under the curious gaze of Xiao Chang and others, he proceeded to massage Niu Xiaoyong once more. Without this, Niu Xiaoyong would surely struggle in tomorrow and Appo's training. Remember the techniques I use for massage so that you can help each other relax later. If you cannot effectively relax, you want to be able to move fluidly tomorrow. Oh, brother, does this training have a name? Indeed, this training method is derived entirely from the forms of animals, mimicking their movements, hence it is called the five-animal play. The five-animal play? What is its purpose? Can it enhance magical attributes? I wonder if it possesses such a function. Lin Shu said with a teasing tone, causing Niu Xiaoyong to widen his eyes in astonishment. Then the five-animal play is a method to strengthen bones and flesh. In other words, it improves physical quality. As for magical energy, it might be beneficial. Being physically robust is never a disadvantage, right? After all, it makes one less prone to illness and enhances agility, which is greatly advantageous for survival in the wilderness. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, but you need not concern yourself with the matter of magical receptors. Focus on perfecting this first before considering anything else. Lin Shu blinked at Niu Xiaoyong, whose expression gradually shifted to one of realization. He suddenly stared wide-eyed at Lin Shu, clearly having made a connection, while Niu Xiaomei remained oblivious to the implications of their conversation. Then, brother, this method, is it not a powerful secret art? Why doesn't anyone else practice it? If even ordinary people can do it, then given Niu Xiaoyong and Appo's limited experience and knowledge, his deductions were commendable. However, if the truth emerged that Lin Shu was a non-magical receptor who also happened to be a beast tamer, he would undoubtedly become a coveted specimen in the eyes of the entire magical world or a target for extermination by mages and practitioners alike. In short, the consequences would be dire. That is precisely why it's a secret art. Furthermore, who says everyone can practice it? Speaking such words may lead to great misunderstandings. So we must not utter them carelessly. Otherwise, we might all end up as subjects for dissection. Niu Xiaoyong and Niu Xiaomei shivered at the thought and nodded vigorously. Do not worry. You both shall not encounter beast taming just yet. First, focus on strengthening your bodies, and in the future, I will ensure you both attend a magical academy. What about you, brother? Me? What of me? My body will gradually recover. Lin Shu's statement was not mere whimsy. It was a reality. Observing the puzzled expressions of Niu Xiaoyong and Niu Xiaomei, he smiled and explained, your brother lost his magical receptor due to special circumstances. So with the passage of time, it may gradually return. This should be easier to understand. Niu Xiaoyong shook his head in bewilderment. This explanation seemed inconsistent with the Lin Shu he knew, yet it also bore a semblance of plausibility, leaving him somewhat confused. As long as others believe it. That is sufficient. Niu Xiaoyong suddenly grasped the implication, nodding vigorously. Right, brother was affected by an injury, which impacted his magical receptor, including his head. And now he is gradually recovering. Niu Xiaomei also nodded in agreement, endorsing this explanation. Although she did not fully comprehend the conversation between her brothers, she understood one thing. Whatever her brother stated was the fact she needed to remember, regardless of its authenticity. In truth, Lin Shu was subtly implanting psychological suggestions in the two children. After countless repetitions, even if a soul master were to assess their testimonies in the future, they would never uncover that it was merely a fabricated memory. After breakfast, the refreshed Xiao Chong led the way, while Daniel carried the three siblings onward. Lin Shu's direction was southwest. If they continued along this path, they would reach the Moon Lake region, then veer west along its edge. According to the map, after traveling for another 10 days to half a month, they should find the free village nestled at the forest's edge. Lin Shu's character was commendable. Despite their efforts to avoid the territories of formidable magical beasts, encounters were inevitable. Lin Shu was grateful for his foresight, had he not captured 2 alligators in advance. Today's journey would have been fraught with difficulty. The deeper they ventured into the forest, the more formidable the magical beasts they encountered. Today, they stumbled upon a swarm of jumping fish. Though these creatures were only first tier, with their leader being merely second tier, their sheer numbers constituted their primary survival strategy. Moreover, jumping fish swam swiftly and could leap and glide across the water's surface. Although their skills were singular, the dense barrage of water arrows forced Lin Shu's group to retreat in disarray. Yet, compared to the surrounding magical beasts, this group was relatively weak. Lin Shu instructed Xiao Chong and Daniel to take turns providing cover, repeatedly harrying the school of jumping fish, utilizing the environment and various tactics. Ultimately, after both of them sustained injuries, they managed to lure out the leader of the jumping fish. With a decisive strike from Xiao Chong, the entire swarm scattered in chaos. Xiao Chang and Aaron Yo bore no heavy burdens physically, yet their bodies were marred by numerous injuries. The recent battle had indeed taken a toll on them, however. The remarkable self-healing abilities of magical beasts, particularly those of the water and wood types, proved advantageous. After consuming the limited magical cores they could find and resting for a night, both Xiao Chong and Aaron Yo regained their health. Nevertheless, Lin Shu chose to remain in place for an entire day, allowing the two K-mans the opportunity to recover to their prime condition before continuing their journey. During these 2 days, Niu Xiaoyong and Niu Xiaomei had nearly mastered the foundational techniques of the first 2 forms of the 5-animal play. Their diligence and perseverance brought Lin Shu great satisfaction, perhaps a testament to their resilience born from enduring considerable hardships. Having grasped the basic movements of the 5-animal play, the next step was to cultivate their forms. Once their forms were perfected and their energy abundant, they would then advance to the training of their spirit, not referring to the primordial spirit, but rather to the quintessence of the 5-animal play. Only when their essence was fully developed could they consider their practice complete. However, it is essential to note that the 5-animal play has no pinnacle. One may practice it indefinitely. Activities such as tilling the earth or gutting fish could also be deemed expressions of the 5-animal play. In essence, it represents a theory. Understanding its core allows any labor or movement to be transformed into its practice. As for whether the 5-animal play could facilitate the formation of magical receptors, Lin Shu remained uncertain. Although it is theoretically beneficial to enhance physical fitness, he could not discern a direct correlation between physical attributes and the formation of magical receptors. Furthermore, if physical fitness were indeed a direct influence on the creation of magical receptors, one would expect the Green Star to prioritize foundational physical training. Yet this was not the case in practice. Lin Shu's confidence in believing that Niu Xiaoyong and Niu Xiaomei were both magical receptors stemmed from his observations. Whenever Xiao Chong cast spells, both Niu Xiaoyong and Niu Xiaomei, being in proximity, exhibited varying degrees of entanglement with magical energy, displaying phenomena akin to attraction or repulsion. Although subtle, the frequency of such occurrences made them discernible. Lin Shu himself, however, experienced no such phenomena. In this comparative analysis, Lin Shu could reasonably conclude that these two siblings fortuitously possessed the qualities of magical receptors. Could this be a divine compensation for the tragic fates they endured? The nature of causality is often enigmatic. In the grand tapestry of fate, Lin Shu found himself traversing the cosmos to meet them, driven by a willingness to embark on perilous adventures for their sake. Thus began a journey fraught with danger, yet also one rich with the potential for a remarkable life filled with trials and tribulations, destined to unfold into a glorious odyssey. Chapter 42. Only Enemies. No friends. The rainfall was gradually diminishing, a fact that Lin Shu had keenly observed. Although the rain still fell intermittently, at times heavily and at others lightly. Glimpses of blue sky occasionally broke through the clouds. The water levels in the forest had noticeably decreased, revealing more low-lying vegetation above the water and Oppo's surface. However, traversing the ground remained impossible due to the myriad of swamp traps. Thus, riding on the back of the large creature was evidently the more prudent choice. Nevertheless, the lowering water levels had also slowed the advance of the alligators, consequently diminishing their ambush effectiveness. This compelled Lin Shu and his companions to exercise greater caution, compounding their predicament. As the rain lessened, more magical beasts that had sought refuge in tree hollows began to emerge. Over the past few days, Lin Shu and Oppo's group had encountered numerous creatures such as the phoenix tail insect, the azure tree python, and the wolverine. Fortunately, these solitary beasts retreated upon sighting the small team, sparing Lin Shu and his companions from numerous confrontations. Suddenly, an indication of battle caught Lin Shu and Oppo's attention. He halted the hesitantly moving Chong amidst the dimly lit woods, where the reflections from the pooling water accentuated the magical luminescence that could be observed from several kilometers away. Lin Shu discerned the ongoing conflict before Chong and Oppo's keen sense of smell could. To the left, by that large tree, ascend to the branches. While you few proceed 100 meters ahead and conceal yourselves in the water, he instructed decisively. The intensity of the magical light was increasing, suggesting that this unknown conflict was advancing towards their direction. Lin Shu was reluctant to hastily alter their course. A careless misstep could lead them into the territory of dangerous beasts. Rather than rush, it was wiser to assess the situation first. Moreover, Lin Shu and Oppo's decision was influenced by the tempo of the battle. Observing the rhythm, he noted that the number of combatants on both sides was limited. If he could deftly maneuver to avoid direct confrontation, the path ahead might offer a brief respite. Lin Shu, accompanied by Niu Xiaoyong and cradling Niu Xiaomei, chose not to ascend to higher ground. His observations indicated that the combatants seemed to be distancing themselves from the water's edge. Thus, he led the two children to hide closer to the water and Oppo's surface. Niu Xiaoyong, far from exhibiting excessive curiosity towards the combatants, gripped the short dagger at his waist, steadying his breath and remaining silent, patiently awaiting Lin Shu and Oppo's commands. The two children were rapidly maturing in this perilous environment. Here they come, be alert, Lin Shu whispered, then fell silent. Niu Xiaoyong felt a twinge of nervousness. However, he had grown accustomed to such situations, often finding himself in a position to confront magical beasts. He understood that trusting Lin Shu was paramount. The rest entailed responding to Lin Shu and Oppo's directives, wielding his dagger to eliminate any threats to their safety. Bang! Roar! Bang bang! Lin Shu and Oppo's gaze narrowed as a humanoid figure emerged amidst the magical glow, hovering in midair. Indeed, it was a person clad in battle attire, a mage. Though the distance and their back turned to Lin Shu made identification impossible, the likelihood was high that this individual had fled from a nearby farm. The reason for their flight in this direction could mirror Lin Shu and Oppo's intentions, or perhaps implicate them as one of the architects of the farm and Oppo's disaster. With this thought, Lin Shu squinted, swiftly diverting his gaze, utilizing reflections from the water and Oppo's surface and intermittent glances to monitor the mage and Oppo's movements. Though this caution may have appeared excessive, mages possessed heightened instincts, particularly regarding magical energy fluctuations and soul force. Hence, Lin Shu was prudent to avoid maintaining prolonged eye contact. Soon, the adversary of the mage came into view, a rare forest gibbon, possessing dual elemental attributes of wood and wind. Its tier ranged from 2 to 6. with legends whispering of seven-tiered specimens. The gibbon was not akin to Earth and Amp, Oppos, gibbons. Rather, it was a creature with elongated limbs, adept at leaping through the trees. Yet its visage bore a grotesque countenance, filled with brutish features and menacing eyes. The mage's equipment appeared commendable. The enchanted boots alone were of significant worth, while the frequent bursts of magic indicated a wealth of magical gear at their disposal. To Lin Shu's astonishment, the mage wielded an exceedingly rare, dark magic, their aura radiating a deep purple hue. It became evident that the magical luminescence he had perceived was, in fact, emanating from the gibbon, whose spells combined blue wind and green wood elements, crafted by the same creature, or rather, its claws. Estimating the magical aura, Lin Shu surmised the gibbon S tier to be around 5. The mage, though retreating steadily, did not exhibit signs of defeat, suggesting their tier was likely equal to or slightly below that of the gibbon, at least tier 4. Thanks to human ingenuity and the aid of tools, engaging a beast one tier higher generally posed no challenge for those below tier 7. After observing for a while, Lin Shu discerned the reason behind the mage and Oppos' evasive maneuvers. The forest gibbon proved a formidable opponent, exhibiting remarkable agility that made it difficult to target, especially within the confines of the forest, leveraging wood magic to manipulate the trees. The gibbon effectively disrupted the mage and Oppos' magical locks. This practical ability endowed the gibbon with formidable defensive capabilities within the woods. Lin Shu further deduced that if the mage lacked flight capabilities and could only hover near the ground or leap between trees, they would inevitably fall victim to the gibbon and Oppos' controlling spells. Thus, the mage and Oppos' choice to remain airborne, while taxing their magical reserves, afforded them protection from the gibbon and Oppos' ambush tactics. On the other hand, the gibbon's wind-based attacks were somewhat monotonous, restricted to a control spell and a wind blade technique, both of which struggled to ensnare a nimble mage in flight. Consequently, the gibbon appeared increasingly agitated, perhaps due to its inability to secure a decisive strike or its dwindling magical energy, leading to an anxious demeanor. It was conceivable that the dark mage and Oppos' strategy was to outlast the gibbon from the outset. As for the rationale behind employing such a cumbersome approach, it was likely that the mage was of tier 4, rendering their offensive capabilities insufficient to penetrate the gibbon's defenses. Yet, the mage persisted in their assaults, primarily utilizing artifacts for offense, sporadically unleashing dark spells whose effects Lin Shu could not discern. Dark magic was notoriously enigmatic. Spells such as weakness, aging, blindness, and stun were often known only to the caster, leaving onlookers, unless well-versed, in the dark about their true nature. It is precisely for this reason that shadow mages tend to be solitary, akin to soul mages. These unconventional sorcerers are often regarded with caution by their peers. No one is inclined to draw too close to them, which consequently renders these mages somewhat eccentric. However, among mages of the same affinity, there exists a stronger sense of camaraderie. Each time the mage unleashed an attack, Lin Shu perceived it as a dark sphere hurtling through the air at a relatively swift pace. In response, the gibbon, as if its tail had been stepped on, nervously cast spells upon the surrounding trees, harnessing the growth of branches and vines to obstruct the black projectiles. Concurrently, the gibbon moved with agility, occasionally casting levitation spells to enhance its aerial speed and dexterity. It was evident that this gibbon had endured the harsh repercussions of such magic. Otherwise, it would not have exhibited such an exaggerated reaction. Meanwhile, the mage executed spells leisurely, sometimes exploiting the gibbon and Oppos' prolonged airborne state to trigger a rapid response reserve spell, leaving the gibbon in a flustered frenzy, unable to counter the mage, who floated effortlessly in midair. From the very beginning, Lin Shu harbored no intention of intervening. In this perilous locale, he was devoid of allies, surrounded solely by adversaries. Thus, had he chosen to assist, he would undoubtedly have opted to aid the gibbon. However, judging by the gibbon's appearance, it was evident that this creature was no benevolent entity. Lin Shu surmised that should he extend help, he might end up as its lunch. Consequently, Lin Shu resolved to remain a mere spectator, awaiting an opportune moment to make his escape once these two had moved on. Alas, despite Lin Shu and Oppos' well-calculated strategy, his misfortune reared its head once more as the mage, seemingly oblivious to his presence, retreated in Lin Shu's direction, a scenario he could not permit. Xiao Chang, attack the human. Dainyu, Yu, launch successive ambushes. Afterward, swiftly relocate and prepare for the next assault. Lin Shu and Apos. S decision was swift, almost instinctive, as he issued the command for a surprise attack. Suddenly, several ethereal blue water arrows emerged ominously from the surface not far behind the mage, swiftly maneuvering to circumvent the obstructing trees, and with a whoosh, they sped toward the mage's back. A beautifully executed ambush. Chapter 43. Better not to meet as the sorcerer hovered in midair, poised to be pierced by several magic water arrows unleashed by the small creature. He suddenly sensed danger and plummeted downward. This abrupt acceleration rendered the small creature's targeting utterly ineffective, causing the water arrows to sail through the dense foliage and into the sky. While the small creature swiftly submerged into the water, the sorcerer, seemingly aware of the threat, turned his head to scan the surroundings and swiftly maneuvered laterally, using the trees as shields against the stealthy attackers behind him, leaving the two sisters with little opportunity to strike. What astonished Lin Shu was that in that fleeting moment when the sorcerer glanced back, he recognized her. This sorcerer was an old acquaintance, previously known only as a second-tier wind mage, but now transformed into at least a fourth-tier shadow mage. It appeared this individual was far from simple. This former comrade, now adversary, was the apprentice sorceress, Wen Yu. In an instant, Lin Shu rendered a death sentence upon Wen Yu, for she posed the greatest threat to him. Her deliberate concealment of her identity surely harbored ulterior motives, and now that he had uncovered her secret, he had become a liability in her eyes, an existence that must be silenced. Thus, for both Lin Shu and Wen Yu, they were two entities that should not coexist. Indeed, they could be termed as mortal enemies. Lin Shu, for the moment, held the advantage of knowledge, as Wen Yu remained unaware that her identity had been exposed to him. The small creature and Apos' family was the one taking action, allowing Lin Shu to maintain his disguise. However, it seemed that Miss Wen Yu was not in a hurry to flee, which was a source of considerable frustration for Lin Shu. Her tactics were astutely executed, effectively utilizing the trees to seek out her hidden foes, thereby elevating the difficulty of launching a surprise attack. Lin Shu understood Wen Yu and Apos' rationale. After all, he too would worry about inadvertently stumbling into the lair of formidable magical beasts. It was only reasonable that she would think likewise. The fact that Wen Yu had been retreating in this direction suggested that she had previously traversed this path, since she had also originated from the farm. Their routes would likely overlap. What further disheartened Lin Shu was the realization that the tree he had chosen was likely a crucial passage for Wen Yu. Otherwise, she would not have retreated without hesitation along this path. He regretted not having exercised greater caution, considering retreating a distance before reassessing the situation. Currently, Lin Shu and Apos' predicament was quite dire. Perhaps Wen Yu and Apos' eyesight was poor enough not to notice him, but could the long-armed ape be oblivious? Let us not forget that the small creature could discern the scent of prey from several kilometers away, even if the long-armed ape and Apos' sense of smell was not as keen. It would hardly fail to detect a human presence within mere dozens of meters. Lin Shu and Apos' initial plan was that even if his group were discovered by magical beasts, they would not easily shift their enmity onto him, the mere passerby. However, if he remained on the inevitable path of the beasts, the outcome would be uncertain. The long-armed ape might very well take the opportunity to eliminate several of its adversaries. With a swift thought, Lin Shu commanded, "Small creature, big sister, little sister. Seize the opportunity to ambush the long-armed ape. Target the beast pursuing the humans." Why the change in strategy? It was simply because ambushing the cunning Wen Yu seemed far too troublesome, and it was likely that she would discover Lin Shu and Apos' presence or be detected by the long-armed ape before a successful ambush could be executed. Opting to ambush the long-armed ape would direct matters elsewhere. As long as the long-armed ape fell, Wen Yu would have no reason to actively seek out the three elusive crocodiles, which would only invite trouble for herself. A rational individual would choose to flee while the two groups of magical beasts were engaged in battle. And that was precisely how Lin Shu rationalized his decision to shift from ambushing Wen Yu to targeting the long-armed ape. The small creature, without questioning the reasoning, obediently followed Lin Shu and Apos' commands, as it was only concerned with matters relating to its own sustenance and well-being. Under the leadership of the small creature, the two crocodile sisters had also developed a habitual response. Upon receiving Lin Shu and Apos' orders, they executed them with greater swiftness than the small creature. For the small creature was aware that Lin Shu could negotiate on certain matters, while these two Navi sisters remained blissfully ignorant of such privileges. Thus, the three cunning crocodiles swiftly redirected their focus onto the unfortunate long-armed ape. When Yu unleashed another dark magic attack against the suspended long-armed ape, compelling it to utilize a wood-based spell to find a foothold, the small creature activated its magic. Cunningly, it had positioned itself within a mere 40 meters, waiting for the opportune moment when the long-armed ape initiated its spell before launching 5 magic water arrows in a surprise assault. The long-armed ape roared in anger, its furious gaze locking onto the small creature, but it had already submerged into the water, swiftly retreating. To evade this sudden ambush, the long-armed ape had no choice but to leap again, utilizing a wind spell to alter its trajectory in a desperate attempt to regain its footing. At that moment, Yu also astutely seized the opportunity, unleashing a momentary electrical spell. Although the spell's offensive power was not exceptionally formidable, it sufficed to temporarily paralyze the long-armed ape, and that fleeting moment was enough to seal its fate. For the two sisters and Appos, ambush followed closely behind. The sound of piercing strikes resonated beautifully in Yu and Appos' ears as the pale red blood splattered in the air. The once formidable and cunning beast that had pursued her for over 10 kilometers now fell like a ragged sack, crashing into the muddy waters below with a tremendous splash. Yu heightened her vigilance, yet the anticipated follow-up attacks did not materialize. The surroundings fell silent once more, and the eerie, dark forest concealed the lurking assassins. Now, Yu found herself hesitating, uncertain whether to advance or retreat, as these aquatic magical beasts that had ambushed the long-armed ape seemed to encircle her, watching her intently, poised to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. When Yu glanced up at the sky, there were no signs of impending rain. She dared not ascend beyond the treetop canopy, for without rain, the skies belonged to flying magical beasts, especially within the perilous depths of this primordial forest, where the heavens were an untouchable domain. Yet, in her already exhausted state, could she escape the encirclement of this group of aquatic magical beasts once more? Furthermore, having passed through this area just that morning without encountering any insidious aquatic creatures, how could they have appeared in such numbers within half a day? Yu, with her exceptional intellect, found herself wavering, her brow furrowed deeply, her chest heaving from rapid breaths, making her freckles all the more pronounced, while her dark pupils flickered with an eerie blue light. Suddenly, a faint yet expansive magical aura radiated outward from Yu, and although Lin Shu was unaware of its nature, he could surmise from the spell's pattern that it was likely a wide-ranging detection spell. Indeed, this is the intermediate dark magic known as shadow vision. In truth, such detection magic exists in nearly every magical school, utilizing the principle of resonating magical energy to survey the surrounding environment. Generally speaking, shielding spells can effectively counteract this type of detection. For instance, the air-based bubble spell and the dark-based shadow techniques. Of course, this is under the premise of equal levels. If the levels are insufficient, it equates to self-exposure. However, Yu's primary concern was to confront magical beasts, which, unlike humans, are typically not as cunning and do not consistently employ shielding spells. Moreover, even if they do, if their levels are inadequate, she can still detect subtle traces. Yet, Yu initially sought to observe the distribution of magical beasts around her, only to stumble upon a startling revelation that nearly caused her to plummet from the sky. There were indeed individuals lurking nearby, 3 in total, 1 large and 2 small. Who were they? How did they come to be here? Why did these magical beasts not assault them, but instead targeted her? Upon swiftly resolving these 3 queries, Yu promptly classified them as beast tamers, which aptly explained the current mysteries, including the previous ambushes on her and the long-armed ape. It was clear that these tamers wished to avoid any encounter with her and conceal their presence. In that fleeting moment, Yu grasped the entire sequence of events. No wonder it is said that when the Creator takes something from you, it invariably compensates with another. The cleverness of this unattractive woman is truly commendable. Having unraveled the intentions of the 3 beast tamers, she reflected on her current predicament and their merciless ambush. Suddenly, a new idea emerged. Traversing this vast rainforest, the truth is that even with her intelligence and ample preparation, she faced considerable challenges. Perhaps, with the assistance of these beast tamers, the journey ahead would become significantly easier. "Come forth, I see you," she called out. "Though you attacked me earlier, in this perilous forest, we are devoid of friends. Yet, I now find myself presented with a dilemma. Perhaps we could communicate, which might prove beneficial for all. Lin Shu sighed, pondering the myriad of peculiar abilities possessed by mages, which are truly difficult to defend against. His mind raced with calculations, envisioning ways to combat Wen Yu and bring about her demise. However, the answer eluded him, for Lin Shu was utterly unaware of what magical skills Wen Yu might possess or what instant spells she had in reserve. As a half-hearted pseudo-tamer, accompanied by two utterly inexperienced children, directly challenging a dark magician of at least the 4th tier, especially one of such opulent equipment, was an utterly unreliable endeavor. Chapter 44. Partners with Hidden Motives. Niu Xiaoyong looked up at Lin Shu, who was currently preoccupied with the fear of being discovered by Wen Yu and potentially facing her sudden assault. Lin Shu found it challenging to ensure he could evade Wen Yu's instantaneous magic. Additionally, there was the matter of Xiao Chong and Daniu, who were still 100 meters away. He needed them to draw closer to provide him with adequate protection before he could confidently confront Wen Yu. Lin Shu shook his head, signaling Niu Xiaoyong to remain silent, adopting an air of mystery to buy time while commanding Xiao Chong to hasten towards him. However, Wen Yu was no fool. On the contrary, her intelligence was almost inhuman. "Oh, you wish to stall for time? I shall not be so accommodating," Wen Yu declared, already conjuring a dark purple orb of energy in her hand, poised to launch it towards Lin Shu's direction. Lin Shu refrained from peeking out, instead relying on the reflections on the water and Appos' surface to gauge the imminent activation of the magic. Instinctively, he pulled Niu Xiaoyong in front of him, using his own body as a shield while keeping his gaze firmly on the water beside him. The dark purple orb was rapidly approaching, and several water arrows were also intercepting it. Unfortunately, the outcome left Lin Shu disheartened, although the two types of magic interfered upon contact. They did not block the attack as he had hoped. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he should have captured a couple of water arrow turtles. They possessed the water shield technique. Alas, it was too late for regrets. Lin Shu could only blame his limited understanding of this world and his near-zero experience. While he had known from his previous life on Earth that one should equip themselves with shields and companions in games, adapting to this magical era proved more challenging than anticipated, leading to critical lapses in his judgment. The black orb detonated behind the tree where Lin Shu had taken refuge. Clearly, the magic could not penetrate the tree, yet it exploited the principle of splatter to attempt to harm its target through the explosive dark magic energy. This attack was primarily a warning, likely non-lethal, which is why Lin Shu refrained from diving into the water with his younger siblings. Another reason Lin Shu deduced that Wen Yu would not inflict serious harm upon him stemmed from her battle with the gibbon. It was evident that if her magical assaults were truly potent, she would not have been chased around by that creature. Given the energy-storing, instantaneous items she carried, she should have been capable of effectively dispatching her foe. The sole reason she had failed to eliminate her opponent was that her proficiency in dark magic lacked lethal skills, and her capacity to unleash spells from other elemental schools was severely restricted. One could not expect a dark mage to wield equally powerful magic from other schools. In fact, the spells contained within her energy-storing items of different elemental types could only be activated at 2 tiers lower than her own, and no higher than the 6th tier. Spells beyond that were impossible to cast cross-elementally, with the exception of single-use chain reaction items, even if they were of the same elemental type. She could only activate magic items of 1 tier above her own, again, single-use chain reaction items being the exception. Therefore, Lin Shu was quite confident that when used dark magic lacked high damage capabilities. Moreover, she was likely a wind mage, but regrettably, her wind magic was also too low in tier to unleash high damage spells. Had she employed such magic moments ago, Lin Shu would certainly have leaped into the water to evade it. In an instant, the black magical aura erupted, and Lin Shu distinctly observed the dark energy reflecting off the water's surface, with some penetrating the tree trunk behind him. However, this energy could not permeate human flesh, leaving Niu Xiaomei sandwiched between Lin Shu and Niu Xiaoyong, largely unaffected. Niu Xiaoyong, however, swayed and fell to one side. Lin Shu quickly tightened his grip around him. Niu Xiaomei's eyes were filled with urgency, yet she bit her lip in silence, tears welling in her eyes but refusing to spill. Lin Shu could clearly sense the effects of the dark magic. At a critical moment, he severed his 5 senses and decisively utilized his spiritual perspective to observe the sensations in his body. The dark energy seemed to manifest as a wave and infiltration, interfering with the nervous system and brain. Niu Xiaoyong appeared as if he had been forced into slumber, not hypnosis, but genuine sleep. Lin Shu exhaled a sigh of relief, relentlessly jabbing his sluggish mind with his spiritual energy. This experience bore resemblance to the initial melding of his soul fragments within this realm, so he did not feel out of place. Simultaneously, he hastened the flow of his qi through his dantian and several acupoints, causing his previously slowed energy to surge suddenly. Clearing his mind, Lin Shu was pleasantly surprised. It seemed his qi had a pronounced annihilating effect on magical energy, at least against dark magic. Regrettably, his qi remained exceedingly feeble and insignificant, of little practical use. However, you did possess some assets. Daniu and Ernie continued to launch successive sneak attacks on Wenyu. She was compelled to evade their persistent assaults rapidly. Yet, when she sought to retaliate, she found that the ambushing Cayman had already slipped away. How cunning these magical beasts were. All right, I was merely testing the waters, harboring no ill intent. That attack was simply a standard sleep spell. It would not inflict harm. Please cease your actions, for it would be wise for us to converse. Otherwise, I shall be forced to take lethal measures. You may escape unscathed, but your companions will undoubtedly perish. Lin Shu silently sighed. Wenyu was indeed astute. Her recent attempt had gleaned much information. In truth, Lin Shu shared a similar perspective. While Wenyu may not be able to harm him significantly, he could not ensure the safety of both Niu Xiaoyong and Niu Xiaomei. Thus, he needed to reassess the situation and contemplate a more prudent resolution rather than recklessly attempting to eliminate Wenyu. You should not have compelled me to meet you. The wisest course of action would have been for you to turn and leave. Alas, it is too late now. Lin Shu lamented from behind the tree. Wenyu was taken aback. That voice. Lin Shu, she exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that the attacks from the magical beasts had ceased. She floated quietly about 50 to 60 meters away, peering through the dimly lit forest towards the source of the voice, though she could see nothing. If you choose to depart now, I shall pretend not to have seen you. Likewise, you may act as though you have not seen me. Wenyu hesitated momentarily, then resolutely shook her head, gritting her teeth. Indeed, it is you. You are the first to have eluded my gaze. No, I shall not leave. I cannot traverse this forest alone. I admit I have underestimated the magical beasts within. Furthermore, I surmise you have also misjudged the dangers this forest harbors. Moreover, you are accompanied by these two burdens. If I am not mistaken, they are your friends, the Niu Xiaoyong siblings. Lin Shu could not help but admire Wenyu and Oppo's sharp intellect, which only intensified his desire to eliminate her. You are indeed clever, but I do not perceive a need for your assistance. What could a mere fourth-tier dark mage, who is nothing of consequence, possibly contribute? Besides, your concealed identity at farm number 6 suggests you harbor secrets best left undisclosed. Otherwise, there would be no reason to flee in this direction. Consequently, knowing your secret, you likely wish to silence us to eliminate any witnesses. Lin Shu, who would have thought you could feign ignorance? Yet you are indeed a remarkably clever individual. Nevertheless, it is quite advantageous, as conversing with an astute person is far simpler. That being said, I must confess, I lack the confidence to traverse the forest alone and reach the Tang Kingdom. I presume you share a similar desire to conceal your identity, hence our objectives align. What is even more fortuitous is that we hold each other's vulnerabilities, which undoubtedly facilitates our collaboration. I trust you comprehend that while you may employ these magical beasts to eliminate me, I am resolute in my belief that I could, before that occurs, slay the two children you protect. Now you face a choice. Shall we continue this alliance, each holding the other's leverage? Or will you forsake the two children under your care to vanquish me? Lin Shu cast a glance at the resolute Niu Xiaomei, who remained undeterred by the surrounding discourse. Firmly placing her faith in him, Lin Shu beamed at her with satisfaction and then turned his gaze to the slumbering Niu Xiaoyong. Were he awake, he would undoubtedly relinquish his choice to Lin Shu without a moment and Oppo's hesitation, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. At that moment, Lin Shu felt an unfamiliar warmth blossom within him, a stirring of his spirit, though this was not the time for reflection. He gently patted Niu Xiaomei's head with his vacant right hand and spoke. You have prevailed, yet let us establish some ground rules. Very well, I concur. First, before we exit the forest, we are partners and must not harm one another. Agreed. And this partnership must extend to the two children, who deserve equal treatment. Especially in times of peril, you must uphold the bond of companionship and not abandon them. Understood. Secondly, I am not obliged to respond to inquiries that do not pertain to the safety of all. Agreed. Now, for the next clause, command must reside with me. That is unacceptable. It must be a matter of negotiation. You and I shall deliberate, and if we encounter disagreement, we must persuade one another. Is this acceptable? Persuasion requires time. I am in no haste. Are you? No. Then that clause is passed. A smile blossomed on Wen Yu and Amp. Oppo's face, yet it seemed more unsettling than reassuring. Akin to a smiling fox, exuding an eerie aura. You must not increase the number of magical beasts. That is not an option. I must continue to amass them to ensure our safe passage out of the forest. Wen Yu furrowed her brow. This stipulation served as a test. It became evident that Lin Shu could indeed bolster his ranks of magical beasts. A wave of relief washed over her. Grateful that his creatures had yet to grow powerful enough to obliterate her in an instant. Otherwise, she would have forfeited her bargaining power entirely. That is untenable. Your continued augmentation of magical beasts poses a threat to me. Should that be the case, you must surrender one child into my custody. Chapter 45. The Assault of the Shadow Beast. In response to Wen Yu and Amp. Oppo's request, Lin Shu refuted without a moment and Amp. Oppo's hesitation. Impossible. Am I to hand them over to you? Becoming your leverage against me? Is that not the case already? Wen Wei replied with a smug smile. Lin Shu could only smile wryly. Her words rang true. Even though the two children were nestled in his embrace, he remained powerless to shield them completely. It was a disquieting reality that he had no choice but to accept. Very well, Nyuxing, you shall be responsible for their care. No way. I want to take that girl with me. Lin Shu found this peculiar. Did it truly matter? Even if Nyuxing was older, wiser, and stronger, armed with a sharp magical dagger, he posed no threat to Wen Yu, even in her proximity. Wen Yu seemed to sense Lin Shu and Oppo's hesitation and promptly explained, regardless, I dislike being so close to a boy. Besides, Don and Amp. Oppo's, do you find it a bit awkward to be holding a girl all day? Not at all. I want and Amp, Oppo's, waste my breath with you. Let that girl stay by my side, and I shall refrain from interfering with your continued capture of magical beasts as assistants. But to be frank, you currently have at least 3 magical beasts, right? What level are you? How can you control even more? Lin Shu was taken aback. Truth be told, while he had read about the profession of beast tamers, there were no specific descriptions, leaving him entirely ignorant of how they were classified. From Wen Yu and Amp. Oppo's tone, it seemed the classification of a beast tamer was related to the number of magical beasts they could control. Lin Shu and Amp. Oppo's silence led the astute Wen Yu to misinterpret his intentions, assuming he was deliberately concealing his rank. Little did she know, he simply had no answer. Sometimes, clever individuals can deceive themselves. As Wen Yu cautiously observed their surroundings, she slowly circled around the large tree where Lin Shu was hidden, maintaining a distance of several meters. This distance was twofold. Wen Yu was wary of Lin Shu's potential close-range attack. Generally, beast tamers were quite capable, and she needed to afford him some space to prevent any undue tension that might lead to misjudgment. Days later, Lin Shu encountered Wen Yu and Amp. Oppo's unappealing visage once more, a face that now filled him with intense disdain, almost wishing to obliterate it. Let your magical beasts reveal themselves. I know they are surrounding you. You should understand that my magic splash is quite formidable, so refrain from unnecessary actions. I won't do anything excessive. I fear what you might do instead. I can assure you, your instantaneous magic cannot control me. Feel free to test it. Lin Shu and Amp. Oppo's assertion was not deceitful. In fact, instantaneous magic required targeting, or how could its direction be controlled? The reason he had previously succumbed without resistance was simply to avoid exposure. Unless Wen Yu employed area spells, she could not possibly lock on a Lin Shu and Amp. Oppo's activation of magic. However, Wen Yu was unaware of this crucial detail, mistakenly believing Lin Shu possessed a means to evade or interfere with her magic. Such matters were not uncommon. Mid-level mages, levels 5 to 7, could interfere with novice mages, levels below 5, a basic tenet. Numerous methods existed to counter magic. For instance, the magical dagger in Lin Shu and Amp. Oppo's possession could, if wielded correctly, negate physical spells. Even spells like wind binding could be countered by the dagger, albeit requiring exceptional skill. Wen Yu was oblivious to Lin Shu and Amp. Oppo's capability to disrupt her spellcasting or nullify her instantaneous magic. regardless of the method. If she lacked absolute confidence in taking Lin Shu down in one blow, she would not act recklessly. Should Lin Shu resort to a desperate mindset, it would be a Pyrrhic victory for her. Wen Yue valued her life too much to take such risks. Otherwise, she would not have ventured to collaborate with Lin Shu. Nyuxing stirred, slowly opening his eyes, momentarily dazed. He quickly grasped his predicament and struggled to rise from Lin Shu's embrace, casting a puzzled glance at Wen Yue, his expression rife with confusion and concern. Lin Shu estimated that Nyuxing had been rendered unconscious for nearly 10 minutes by the magical splash. The spell itself was quite formidable. The area of the magic splash had likely covered a 10-meter radius, characteristic of a typical area damage spell, and not of low rank. Oh, you and Amp, Oppos, reawake. Quite prompt. I must say, I was just reminiscing with Lin Shu, and I've decided to join your little team. For the time being, we shall be comrades. And I will personally look after your sister, hee. Wen Yue and Amp, Oppos' smile was far from pleasant, while Nyuxing disdainfully curled his lip, a myriad of confusion and dissatisfaction on his face. Nevertheless, he chose to trust Lin Shu. Despite his ignorance of the events that transpired while he was unconscious, Lin Shu's consent left him with no objections. Yes, I have reached an agreement with Mage Wen Yue. Until we leave this perilous forest, we are temporarily allies. Your sister and Amp, Oppos' safety is now her responsibility, and you will remain by my side. Do you understand? Understood, brother. Ah, he calls you and Amp, Oppos, brother, and Amp, Oppos. My gamble appears to have been a wise one, hee. Nyuxing shot Wen Yue an annoyed glance, while Lin Shu merely chuckled nonchalantly. Learning from one and Amp, Oppos' mistakes is a virtue. There is no need to lament what has already gone awry. Oh, TSK, what a good brother you are. By the way, where's your sister? You aren't just an imposter, are you? What if your sister is unaware of this? Lin Shu smiled and replied, I am indeed Lin Shu. Wen Wei ground her teeth. This fool was indeed clever. Revealing nothing of his circumstances, it seemed she needed to exert effort on the two children. Yet, whether she knew or not was of little consequence, perhaps merely a means to satisfy her curiosity. If the opportunity arose, Wen Yue felt compelled to silence these three witnesses. Otherwise, her identity would be at risk. Lin Shu gently set Nyuxing down. She glanced at him, and he nodded affirmatively. Nyuxing beamed at Lin Shu, then grinned at Nyuxing before leaping on to Erniu and Amp, Oppos' back. Erniu carried Nyuxing down to where Wen Yue stood, who cautiously settled onto Erniu and Amp, Oppos' back, her expression tense. Wen Yue quickly yet gently pulled Nyuxing into her embrace, her anxiety and unease dissipating. With this little girl as her talisman, she believed Lin Shu would not dare to act recklessly. Truth be told, Wen Yue was uncertain of the extent of Lin Shu and Amp, Oppos' abilities. She had exerted her utmost against him, yet he seemed impervious. Moreover, the three magical beasts revealed thus far were all rank 4 beasts, capable of executing Lin Shu and Amp, Oppos' commands flawlessly, their combat prowess far exceeding that of ordinary wild magical beasts. In fact, Wen Yue considered her chances against these 3 beasts to be far from certain. Who would have thought this foolish boy was, in fact, a hidden talent? Now, Wen Yue could only rely on Nyuxing as a shield to restore balance, feeling both unwilling and resentful. Well, the matter is settled. Let us continue our journey. Wen Yue gently held Nyuxing while tightly gripping her wand. Lin Shu noticed a myriad of colorful magical energy gathering around Wen Yue. It seemed the previously utilized storage equipment was recharging automatically. Lin Shu had to admit, this was indeed quite advanced. Lin Shu was just about to nod in agreement when a shadowy surge of magical energy flickered past his eye. Instinctively, he turned towards a large tree situated 30 to 40 meters away. The area beneath its shade appeared unusually dark, where one would expect nothingness. Yet, Lin Shu sensed an ominous presence, as if someone were watching him intently. A chill ran down his spine. This sensation bore the hallmark of being observed, raising the unsettling possibility that an invisible entity lurked beneath the tree and Amp, Oppos' shadow, perhaps a magician employing concealment magic. When you noticed Lin Shu's sudden fixation on an apparently empty patch of shade, his expression growing increasingly grave. Initially, she assumed it was merely one of Lin Shu's tricks. But soon she discerned something amiss. It genuinely seemed as if something was there. Is there something there? Lin Shu nodded, albeit uncertainly. It appears so, but I cannot be certain. Lightning arrow. A crackling blue-white bolt surged towards the shadow, striking the trunk of the tree with a resounding thud before piercing through and exploding in the muddy ground behind it. The outcome confirmed that the area was indeed devoid of anything tangible. Just as when you prepared to exhale in relief, she noticed Lin Shu and Oppos' gaze darting rapidly, as if tracking an elusive target. Earlier, he had felt a faint presence in that shadow, but at the moment when you initiated her attack, that presence had stirred, its magical aura now distinctly visible. The pale blue hue emanating from it appeared to be of the wind attribute, so faint that had it not been moving swiftly, Lin Shu would have struggled to discern it against the background. Lin Shu felt a surge of anxiety. Was there truly a fourth-tier magical beast lurking beneath him? Alongside a fourth-tier magician? The magical beast's rank was undoubtedly significant. Lin Shu deduced that the entity was indeed a beast rather than a human, based on the volume enveloped by the magical aura, which was decidedly smaller than that of Xuanmen, likely a slender beast no taller than 2 meters. Moreover, Lin Shu was certain that one of its attributes was wind. A beast of approximately 2 meters with a wind attribute. Could it possibly be a shadow beast? Its secondary attribute was an Oppos, chi, and Oppos, the advanced form of wind, employing air-based invisibility techniques to mask its presence and magical fluctuations. Such creatures were rare and exhibited potent offensive capabilities, typically ranging from tier 3 to 7. This presented a significant predicament. Xiao Chong, prepare 6 magical water arrows, adjusting their trajectory according to my. When you exclaimed, astonished to witness one of the short-snout crocodiles beginning to conjure magic. Lin Shu raised a hand, yet emitted no sound or magical energy. How was he controlling the magical beast? This was indeed perplexing. Could it be through soul-based magic? Yet, Lin Shu exhibited no magical fluctuations. Was it truly possible to command a magical beast with mere gestures? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. Chapter 46. The forceful kill when you stood dumbfounded, gazing at the bizarre scene before her. Niu Xiaoyong and Niu Xiaomei, accustomed to the extraordinary, found nothing amiss in Lin Shu and Oppos' inexplicable manner of commanding the magical beasts. On the contrary, they believed that such was the way a beast master should operate. This was the essence of coolness. Lin Shu and Oppos' fingers moved with precision, directing 6 magical water arrows that hovered above the head of the caiman at his feet, their trajectory subtly aligning with the direction when you could only vaguely perceive. Meanwhile, the caiman itself began to gather magical energy, amassing a formidable array of over a dozen water arrows, poised to strike at the unseen mysterious beast. When you prepare to control the magic, what is the maximum area of control you can achieve under the assumption of your highest capability? When you paused, contemplating whether this entire affair was a conspiracy, what was Lin Shu up to? Was he merely testing her limits, perhaps seeking an opportunity to eliminate her? After all, why had Lin Shu been the only one to assert the presence of a beast, while no attacks had been forthcoming? She had yet to confirm the existence of any beast nearby. This is the dilemma of the intelligent. They often indulge in fanciful thoughts. Fortunately, Wen Yu was not one to be easily swayed by idle musings. She quickly resolved that, regardless of the truth, it was wiser to err on the side of caution for her own safety. Silently, she tightened her grip on Niu Xiaomei, who looked up at Wen Yu with curiosity, mistaking her concern for worry, and offered a reassuring smile that made Wen Yu and Oppos' cheeks flush slightly. Stasis spell, 5-meter square range, can be maintained. Excellent. Prepare the spell. Indicate when ready. Understood. Wen Yu swiftly murmured the incantation, and soon, a sphere of purplish-black light, approximately the size of a head, emerged above her outstretched palm. Lin Shu, albeit unable to turn to look, caught a glimpse of the glowing sphere from the corner of his eye. This dark magic was indeed a nuisance. The appearance of the spell was always a murky orb, making it nearly impossible to discern its nature. It seemed that dark mages favored such cryptic methods, hence their unpopularity. All right. Lin Shu nodded silently, and unexpectedly, he waved his left hand. The magical water arrows, once stationed above the caiman, suddenly shot forth with a swish, leaving Wen Yu momentarily stunned and deepening her understanding of Lin Shu and Oppos' cunning. It turned out that Lin Shu had been deceiving his opponent all along. The true assault was being executed by the very creature that had been overlooked. When you cast the spell, even if when you were not the sharpest. She now comprehended Lin Shu and Oppos' tactic. He had cleverly utilized the area of attack of the magical water arrows to create an opening for her control magic, without needing detailed instructions. When you observed with clarity as she employed the wind element shield spell to block and deflect the magical arrows. Indeed, a mid-tier magical beast lurked nearby, and Lin Shu and Apos, as keen senses had detected this hidden threat. The shadow beast was notorious on Green Star for its ferocity, primarily due to its exceptional stealth and silent magical assault capabilities. Yet, when you found it peculiar that this shadow beast exhibited such restraint, evading rather than attacking outright. In truth, the shadow beast was not intimidated by Lin Shu's protagonist aura, which instead seemed to provoke it. The beast, having just attempted an ambush, had been spotted by Lin Shu. Although Wen Yu was the first to engage, Lin Shu had hoped the shadow beast would target her, possibly leading to her downfall. Unfortunately for Lin Shu, his plans were thwarted by his own character. In the face of the strongest curse in history, his intellect faltered. The shadow beast fixated on Lin Shu, yet despite being a rare mid-tier creature, its intelligence paled in comparison to that of humans. Thus, when the shadow beast dedicated itself to delivering a lethal blow, it found itself repeatedly thwarted by Lin Shu and Apos' resolute counterattacks. From the soul-binding spell to the annihilation spell, the shadow beast endured several painful encounters, yet it could only grow increasingly enraged without discovering a means to counter Lin Shu and Apos' tactics. Engaging in physical confrontation was out of the question. The shadow beast and Apos' physical prowess was woefully inadequate. Should it charge at Lin Shu, even a mere strike from Yo Xiaoyong could spell its demise. The creator had bestowed upon the shadow beast unparalleled stealth and assassination abilities, but had simultaneously stripped it of defensive capabilities and physical resilience. With a soft and Apos, bang, and Apos, when you and Apos' stasis spell detonated, illuminating the surroundings. In that moment, Lin Shu clearly perceived the shape of the shadow beast and Apos' shield, resembling an eggshell, indeed, a form that conformed to the principles of natural mechanics. When you felt a twinge of disappointment, she possessed a clearer understanding of her magic, and despite the energy being blocked, even a trace of penetration seemed insufficient to significantly affect a mid-tier shadow beast. However, reality often defies logical assumptions. Practice remains the ultimate test of truth. The shadow beast had indeed fallen victim to Lin Shu and Apos' strategy. Under Lin Shu and Apos' guidance, Xiaochang accurately pinpointed the shadow beast and Apos' position. It harbored a deep disdain for this elusive creature, which had evaded its sharp senses. Thus it was particularly diligent in unleashing its magical attack. The 6 magical water arrows struck the same point in succession, a tactic designed to break through defenses. Even if the opponent wielded a robust mid-tier magical shield, enduring multiple strikes from a 4th-tier spell at a single location would prove overwhelming. In truth, the shadow beast felt wronged. The potency of the 4th-tier magical assault was undeniable, and its precise strikes significantly enhanced the effectiveness of the magic. Yet, this alone was insufficient to breach a 5th-tier magical shield. Nevertheless, the shadow beast had already suffered from dark magic and Apos' onslaught. The shield spell was indeed formidable, capable of blocking most energy penetrations. However, elemental magic exhibits varying degrees of resistance against other attributes, often described in terms of mutual enhancement and suppression. Air, in particular, offers diminished defenses against light and dark, and is weakest against soul magic. Thus, when you and Apos' 4th-tier stasis spell had indeed impacted the shadow beast and Apos' spellcasting capabilities, diminishing the shield and Apos' effectiveness and reducing its mobility. Crucially, in the very instant the shadow beast was attacked, it was struck by Lin Shu and Apos' annihilation spell. Otherwise, how could when you have accurately targeted the magical arrows at the creature and Apos' shield? When all these factors converged, the shadow beast and Apos' fate was sealed. Xiaochang's magical water arrows pierced through the air shield, allowing more dark energy to seep in and further weaken the shadow beast's shield capacity. Ultimately, the final magical water arrow penetrated the shadow beast and Apos' defenses, effortlessly impaling the fragile creature. The lively girl called out joyfully, swiftly propelling herself forward. As the shadow beast perished and the protective barrier dissipated, a creature resembling a large gray weasel materialized before the four of them. Lin Shu, with his keen eyesight, noticed the wing membranes between the creature and Appo's fore and hind limbs. The shadow beast must have been leaping and gliding among the trees, skillfully utilizing wind magic to maneuver through the air with such agility. Rather than fixating on the shadow beast, Lin Shu directed Xiao Chong to prepare spells once more, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, wary of the possibility that there might be more than one shadow beast present. When you cautiously clutched Niu Xiaomei, pondering who Lin Shu's cautious demeanor was intended to deceive. If there were indeed multiple shadow beasts, the individuals and magical creatures here would have likely perished long ago. Fortunately, only this relatively mild-mannered, or perhaps somewhat foolish shadow beast had appeared. As for the magic Lin Shu was currently preparing, it seemed more likely to be aimed at himself. When you shot Lin Shu a sidelong glance filled with mockery, while Lin Shu appeared oblivious, continuing to observe the surroundings with vigilance. When you couldn't help but feel exasperated by Lin Shu's thick skin. In a short while, the girl had located what she sought, opening her mouth wide and presenting it to Lin Shu. It was Lin Shu's first encounter with a magic core the size of a thumb, glistening with vibrant colors, resembling an extraordinary treasure that shimmered enticingly. He lifted it to admire for a moment before tossing it to the girl for her enjoyment. Wen Yu's mouth fell agape in astonishment, her gaze fixated on the airtight fifth-level magic core that the girl swallowed with a gulp, leaving her at a loss for words to express her feelings. "Do you realize the value of that magic core?" she exclaimed. "Huh, the magic core? Of course I know. 2 gold coins for a first level, 10 for a second level, 50 for a third level, 100 for a fourth level. As for the fifth level, I'm not quite sure." "Why?" When you scrutinized Lin Shu's composed demeanor, at a loss for what to say. Given his awareness of the preciousness of magic cores, how could he so casually feed them to a magical beast? It is well known that a magical beast consuming cores of a different attribute would derive no benefit whatsoever, at most enjoying the taste. This prodigal child, sigh, it doesn't end amp, Appo's, matter. Could you please have your magical beast cease the spell? It would be best not to indulge in such petty grievances in the future. I and Appo's, am merely on guard. Why be so sensitive? Being overly sensitive won't do. There's still a long way to go. Lin Shu chuckled. Niu Xiaoyong turned to stifle a laugh. And when you nearly tumbled off the short-nosed crocodile in exasperation. This was indeed a stark contrast to Lin Shu's previously naive and honest image. Chapter 47. Intrigue. Lin Shu instructed Xiao Chong to retract the prepared magic, and Wen Yu let out a discreet sigh of relief. However, Niu Xiaomei remained closely pressed against her, acutely aware of Wen Yu's subtle actions. Nevertheless, Niu Xiaomei chose to remain silent, merely smiling mischievously with pursed lips. After concluding a series of battles, Lin Shu conferred with Wen Yu and decided to continue along the path she had previously taken. After all, the obstacles along that route had been eliminated, rendering it relatively safe for the time being. As for the later appearance of the shadow beast, it was likely drawn there by the fierce confrontation between Wen Yu and the long-armed ape, suggesting that this creature was a solitary one. According to Wen Yu, shadow beasts tend to be solitary due to their challenging reproductive habits, which results in a limited population. Were these cunning beasts easy to breed, they would undoubtedly become a primary target for human hunters. If humanity were to engage in a serious conflict with shadow beasts, they would have been driven to extinction long ago. Although the shadow beast and Appo's air shield technique is formidable, humanity and Appo's counter-reconnaissance methods in warfare should not be underestimated. However, such costly tools are not easily accessible to everyone and require skilled users. Moreover, within the realm of wild magical beasts, few can wield powerful concealment spells like the air shield. Those that can are typically of a higher caliber. Thus, although Wen Yu and Appo's identity appears shrouded in mystery, and she does not seem financially constrained, she has not prepared any extravagant items. In the forests surrounding Moon Lake, despite the abundance of magical beasts, none possess extraordinary prowess. Otherwise, Wen Yu would not have dared to traverse the southern rainforest alone. Although it ultimately proved to be a misguided choice, traveling atop Xiao Chong's family was decidedly effortless. Lin Shu observed that the magical items on Wen Yu were still replenishing their energy. While he was uncertain of the exact charging time required for magical energy storage devices of varying ranks, it was evident that the process would not be brief. Upon returning to the location where Wen Yu encountered the long-armed ape, Lin Shu quickly discovered its lair. While he had little interest in acquiring wealth, Wen Yu was quite intrigued. During Lin Shu and Apos' preparations for a meal, Wen Yu soared up a particularly large tree with Niu Xiaomei to search for the ape and Apos' nest. However, upon her return, Lin Shu noticed her displeased expression, suggesting that she had found nothing of value. While Lin Shu was unaware of the long-armed ape's collecting habits, he had observed that many magical beasts preferred to consume valuable items rather than hoard them. One cannot expect beasts to take an interest in magical devices or collect magic cores for decoration. Lin Shu believed that many tales from adventure stories and magical shops were largely fictitious. Acquiring wealth from a beast and Apos' lair would be far more feasible by capturing younglings. Nonetheless, Lin Shu found adult beasts to be more useful. He lacked the luxury of time to wait for younglings to mature, as the growth period of magical beasts is not short. Niu Xiaomei, spotting the sashimi Lin Shu had prepared, eagerly rushed over to eat, only to be abruptly halted by the alert Wen Yu, who grinned and teased, her thick eyebrows dancing amusingly. Don and Apos, T-Run, you and Apos, re my talisman, the ballast of our little team. Hee hee. Oh, I forgot. I and Apos, am just a bit hungry. Yes, I know, I am hungry too. But are you certain these are edible? They don't smell too fishy, do they? Niu Xiaoyong rolled his eyes at Wen Yu, snatching a piece of rolled sashimi and chewing it vigorously, producing a series of crunching sounds that made Wen Yu frown. The sashimi was, after all, Niu Xiaoyong's handiwork, and he was reluctant to share. It is a bit fishy, but it and Apos' best not to cook anything. Magical beasts have an exceptionally keen sense of smell, and we Wuden and Apos' want to attract them. If you don't wish to eat this, feel free, but absolutely do not cook anything here, or you can forage for fruits yourself. I have little knowledge of plants and cannot discern what is edible. As Lin Shu munched on his food, he casually replied while extending a piece of sashimi to Niu Xiaomei. Wen Yu hesitated but ultimately decided against consuming the fishy morsels, opting instead to scan the surroundings. Soon, she spotted her target and returned with a collection of fruits of various colors filling her waist pouch. This is called purple plum. It's very sweet and is the best wild food in the southern rainforest. It not only replenishes substantial moisture, but also restores stamina and a small amount of magical energy. Lin Shu caught the purple fruit tossed his way. The fruit, roughly the size of a child's fist, resembled an earthbound berry. He inhaled its scent, committing its aroma to memory, but had no intention of tasting it. Instead observing Wen Yu quietly. TSK. Such stinginess. And you call yourself a man. Are you afraid I'll trick you? I'll eat it in front of you. With that, Wen Yu took a purple plum, biting into it with vigor, causing a trickle of purplish-red juice to run down her chin and neck. She quickly wiped it with her sleeve, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, accentuating her freckles. Niu Xiaomei swallowed, eyeing the fruit in Wen Yu's hand with longing. Lin Shu extended the fruit he held to Niu Xiaomei, reassured that since Wen Yu had eaten it, the fruit posed no lethal threat to humans. If it were harmful, Wen Yu would certainly have intervened. Niu Xiaomei joyfully accepted the fruit and took small bites, her expression one of sheer delight, prompting Niu Xiaoyong to feel envious. Lin Shu and Apos' gaze shifted to Wen Yu and Apos' pouch, where at least two more types of fruit remained. Noticing Lin Shu and Apos' interest, Wen Yu produced a thumb-sized, oval green fruit. This is called thorn jujube. It can stave off hunger, but it doesn't taste great and should not be eaten in excess as it can be hard to digest, leading to weakness. Lin Shu nodded, taking the fruit, sniffing it briefly before tossing it back to Wen Yu. She scoffed derisively and retrieved the final, quirkiest fruit. Resembling a plump cat and Apos' paw covered in fuzz, albeit in a yellowish-green hue, appearing quite peculiar, yet intriguing. This is called tiger paw eggplant. It tastes exquisite and can rapidly restore magical energy. It is a rare delicacy, cultivated in some farms around major cities, and is quite expensive. Most mages would hesitate to indulge. Wen Yu spoke with a hint of pride, her eyes gleaming with a touch of arrogance, especially when she mentioned most mages, as if to convey that she was not an ordinary mage but a distinguished, powerful, and exceptional one. Lin Shu squinted slightly, receiving the fist-sized fruit, inhaling its fragrance before smiling faintly and returning it to Wen Yu. Since it is so precious, you should keep it for yourself. Wen Yu appeared somewhat disappointed, yet more bewildered. What, have you tried this before? No. Then don't you wish to try? Not in the slightest. In truth, Lin Shu was not entirely disinterested. However, even if he were to sample it, it would certainly not be at that moment. When he had taken the fruit, the small creature, Xiao Chong, which had remained by Lin Shu and Amp, Oppo's side, displayed signs of aversion. Clearly, if the fruit were truly delicious and beneficial for restoring magical energy, magical beasts like Xiao Chong would surely relish it. Even if the flavor did not suit their palate, as long as it could quickly restore magical energy, magical beasts would likely not resist. The reluctance exhibited by Xiao Chong towards this peculiar fruit suggests that there is indeed something amiss with it. When you, observing Lin Shu and Oppo's resolute refusal, could not help but feel an intense curiosity. She could not fathom where Lin Shu discerned the problem, unless, of course, Lin Shu was fully aware that this fruit should not be consumed in such a manner. Niu Xiaomei, having heard tales of the fruit's rarity and delectable taste, found her gaze drawn irresistibly to the tiger claw eggplant. Lin Shu, amused, watched Wen Yu, eager to see how she would dissuade Niu Xiaomei from her desire for the tiger claw eggplant. Older sister, I want to eat it. Wen Yu hesitated momentarily, but then calmly elucidated the mysteries of this strange fruit. This fruit cannot be eaten in that way, or one would fall into a deep slumber for an entire day. It must be soaked in red salt before consumption. Oh, then I shall not eat it. Niu Xiaomei blinked at Wen Yu, whose face remained composed. Lin Shu regarded Wen Yu and Oppo's unruffled demeanor with admiration, pondering her remarkable composure in the face of such a trap, unflinching and undoubtedly impressive. In truth, Lin Shu had somewhat unjustly accused Wen Yu, unlike him, who was perpetually preoccupied with thoughts of eliminating Wen Yu. She, while harboring intentions of harm towards Lin Shu and the others, recognized that now was not the time. If she were to eliminate Lin Shu and his companions, she would still be confronted with the insurmountable challenge of escaping the rainforest. Particularly, Lin Shu's formidable combat prowess revealed during the confrontation with the shadow beast underscored the importance of collaboration in Wen Yu's mind. Thus, the incident involving the tiger claw eggplant was merely Wen Yu's means of asserting her influence or playing a prank, with no intention of actually killing Lin Shu. Wen Yu, let us camp here tonight. It seems rain is imminent. Wen Yu tilted her head, peering through the dense foliage above, just as a rumble of thunder echoed from the sky. With a thoughtful glance, she replied, "Very well, my sister and I will prepare a tree hollow, and you may stay below." Lin Shu nodded, setting off to find a suitable spot for digging a tree hollow. Meanwhile, Wen Yu secured her wand in the belt at her waist, retrieved a dagger from her calf, and, accompanied by Niu Xiaomei, ascended to seek an appropriate location for their excavation. Chapter 48. The Wind-Running Violet Martin brother. This woman is truly detestable, Niu Xiaoyong murmured softly, exerting himself to dig into the tree trunk along the marks Lin Shu had carved. His gaze occasionally drifted upward. "I heard that," Lin Shu retorted playfully. "Be careful, or I shall kick your behind." "That wretched, ugly woman," Niu Xiaoyong muttered even more quietly. Lin Shu chuckled and casually tossed a piece of damp wood he had unearthed downwards. Xiao Qiang, resembling a small dog, eagerly extended his neck to seize the wood, tossing it into the water with a flick of his head. The wood sank momentarily before resurfacing, and the large girl swam over obediently to retrieve it, paddling away with the piece in her mouth. Raindrops began to fall from the sky, prompting Lin Shu to hasten his movements. Occasionally, pieces of wood would descend from above, accompanied by the delighted laughter of Niu Xiaomei. Lin Shu understood the source of Niu Xiaoyong and Oppo's ire. It was not merely due to Niu Xiaomei being taken hostage, but also because Wen Yue and Oppo's appearance had obstructed Niu Xiaoyong and Oppo's practice of the five-animal play, intensifying his frustration. "Come on, we must work quickly. Rain is imminent, and I do not wish to be soaked to the bone. As for your grievances, they bear no substantial consequence, so refrain from complaining." Niu Xiaoyong paused momentarily, then nodded. "Oh, understood. Do not speak ill of others behind their backs. It is quite unbecoming, especially for two men such as yourselves. Do you not feel ashamed?" Wen Yue and Oppo's clear voice drifted down amidst the raindrops. If one were to judge solely by her voice, one might assume her to be a great beauty. Alas, a glance at her face would deliver a heavy blow to such an illusion. As dusk approached, Lin Shu and Niu Xiaoyong took refuge in the hollow they had excavated. Lin Shu used his finger to write on Niu Xiaoyong and Oppo's palm, conveying his plans and instructing him on how to cooperate. Niu Xiaoyong and Amp, Appo's eyes sparkled, prompting Lin Shu to feel a twinge of concern. This boy and Appo's indifference to life seemed rather excessive. One would expect him to hesitate, at least momentarily, before casually taking a life. Nonetheless, Lin Shu was indeed eager to eliminate Wen Yue at once. Nightfall presented an opportune moment. It was essential to remember that Lin Shu did not require traditional sleep at night, while Wen Yue, as a mage, needed to meditate to fully recuperate. During meditation, especially at lower levels, her responsiveness to external stimuli would be notably dulled, and Lin Shu intended to exploit this chance. Of course, a key aspect would be convincing Wen Yue that he was fast asleep, which constituted the crux of Lin Shu and Appo's discussion with Niu Xiaoyong. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Wen Yue and Appo's capabilities as a mage. She possessed a vigilance artifact that enveloped Lin Shu in a faint glow, compelling him to sigh in resignation and abandon his plan to ambush her. It was truly astonishing how resourceful mages could be. This area was guarded by a fixed-range magical alert device that served no other purpose. It would sound an alarm upon detecting any living entity. Initially, Lin Shu considered using the alligator to distract her, but Wen Yue had astutely set the monitoring radius just beyond Lin Shu and Appo's feet, ensuring the alligator could not approach. Lin Shu attempted to move at a painstakingly slow pace, but even inching along at the speed of a worm triggered the alarm. After enduring several cold jibes from Wen Yue, Lin Shu ultimately resigned to his fate. Conversely, Wen Yue and Appo's thoughts became more active as she pondered potential mischief. However, she could not devise any effective method to confidently control Lin Shu. The critical point was that during her previous test, she remained unaware of how Lin Shu had withstood her dark magic. Thus, in their mutual frustration, the night passed peacefully. In the morning, Wen Yue was met with an angry glare from Niu Xiaoyong, to which she responded smugly with a silly face, utterly lacking in charm and rather frightening instead. After a breakfast of fruit and raw fish, this peculiar group officially commenced their first day of travel. Wen Yue and Niu Xiaomen rode atop the large girl, while Lin Shu and Niu Xiaoyong were mounted on the smaller one. Xiaoqiang took the lead, scouting the path and determining their direction. The rain from the previous night continued into the morning, showing no signs of abating. However, the downpour was light, ideal for magical beasts to venture out in search of food, which impeded Lin Shu and his companion's pace. Having traveled for less than an hour, their route twisted and turned. Lin Shu's objective was straightforward, to sneak past the edge of the magical beast's territory. However, the territories of magical beasts were not strictly static. They frequently shifted based on the outcomes of their conflicts, with many areas overlapping. Thus, while this approach was somewhat cunning, it could not be sustained indefinitely. Indeed, Lin Shu soon found himself at an impasse. From Xiaoqiang's reaction, it was clear they were surrounded. Now, they could only choose the lesser of two evils. This location was likely close to the Moon Lake, implying the magical beasts here were of approximately 5th-tier rank, none of which were to be trifled with. After careful deliberation, Lin Shu opted for a territory inhabited by non-aquatic magical beasts. How did Lin Shu discern that this was the domain of non-aquatic magical beasts? The answer was simple. Magical beast territories are typically marked by scents and other indicators. While Lin Shu could not perceive the scents, Xiaoqiang could accurately locate these markers. The markers in the vicinity were positioned high on the branches, indicating a tree-dwelling species. Upon observing the traces on the trees, Lin Shu noted the signs of animal activity were quite small, suggesting that the creatures residing here were relatively diminutive. Regardless, selecting smaller creatures was advantageous, as they were more adept at defense, especially in this terrestrial environment. Large animals relying solely on brute force would place Lin Shu, riding atop the alligator, at a disadvantage. Conversely, small magical beasts capable of establishing a territory in such a perilous environment were undoubtedly formidable, possessing their own unique abilities. What those abilities were would only become apparent later. Lin Shu's experience in the jungle was rather limited. He had gleaned only basic knowledge from non-specialized texts, while Wen Yue, as a mage, lacked the means to deduce the nature of their adversaries from various subtle clues. The only certainty she had was that the area to their left was likely the territory of aquatic magical wolves. This territory might host more than one beast, at least two, each about a foot tall, with 2-inch claws and purple-brown fur resembling tree bark, likely of the wind element. Wen Yue, The mage pondered, what type of magical beast could this be? Lin Shu's observations were meticulous. By examining the various traces on the trees, he realized that these markings were intentionally left by the magical beasts, allowing Xiaoqiang to easily locate them based on scent. Wen Yue watched Lin Shu's actions with astonishment, her perception of him slowly shifting. She could not fathom how he accurately identified these traces. Anything mysterious elicits curiosity, particularly a woman's insatiable curiosity. Well, the possibilities are numerous. It could be a venomous leaf monkey, a black-backed sparrow, or a wind-running violet martin. Just how many possibilities are there? Many, at least more than 10. Lin Shu sighed in exasperation. The biodiversity of Green Star seemed excessively abundant, merely among magical beasts of this size, color, and attribute residing in the southern rainforest. There were already countless varieties. If a comprehensive compendium of Green Star's magical beasts were to exist, it would likely fill an entire room. Very well. Then prepare for battle at any moment. Xiao Yong is ready to fight, and Wen Yu, whatever happens, ensure the safety of our little sister. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Humph, is it merely to silence me that you come? Rest assured, I shall not afford you the opportunity. I intend to make your life a ceaseless torment until I can extinguish your voice. Of course, such sentiments will remain unspoken by Wen Yu, merely swirling in the recesses of her mind. Fret not. I too hold affection for our little sister. Do not cast me as a heartless villain, for I am a good person. Lin Shu furrowed his brow, feeling a churn in his stomach. This fellow and amp, Oppo's audacity knows no bounds. Just as he was about to retort sharply at Wen Yu, the scout, Xiao Chong, suddenly emitted a snort not far ahead. They are coming. Take cover behind the tree. Let us stand back to back. Excellent. So swift. Just as Lin Shu positioned himself against the tree trunk, he spotted three orbs of blue light hurtling toward them at an astonishing speed. Lin Shu hastily instructed the three K-mans to prepare their spells. But he soon realized the futility of his efforts. The enemy's speed was far too great for them to lock onto. These three orbs, though modest in size, approximately 2 feet in diameter, were indistinguishable to the naked eye, appearing as high-velocity magical projectiles. They ricocheted off tree trunks, altering their trajectories incessantly. Strangely, these orbs emitted no sound despite their rapidity, merely the whisper of wind rustling through leaves. Before long, the three orbs encircled the great tree where Lin Shu stood, refraining from immediate attack, instead darting around the trunk as if scrutinizing their intruding prey. It is the Windrunner Marten. It possesses but a single offensive spell, the Wind Blade technique, which is typically unleashed only in close proximity. Furthermore, its claws can serve as melee weapons, reaching a maximum rank of 5, characterized by remarkable speed but average physical strength. When you fixated intently on the darting Windrunner Martens, hastily and sternly relaying the creature and amp, Oppo's traits, clearly harboring a deep-seated apprehension towards them. Chapter 49. Bitter Battle in Truth. Even without Wen Yu and amp, Oppo's introduction, Lin Shu had a recollection of the wind-chasing weasel, having come across its depiction in books. The magical energy of beasts, akin to that of humans, originates from a source point, and it is inherently easier for magical beasts to condense magic cores, thereby enhancing their capacity for energy storage. In other words, the quantity, size, and quality of these cores directly influence the magical energy reserves of the beast. Consequently, smaller beasts face an inherent disadvantage, as their diminutive bodies can only accommodate smaller cores. This observation, while somewhat intuitive, is not entirely conclusive. Indeed, even among fifth-tier beasts, those with smaller cores may not necessarily exhibit a significant deficit in energy during combat. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that being smaller correlates with having less magical energy, which can indeed affect the outcome of a battle, provided, of course, that the opponent can prolong the fight until the magical energy is exhausted. This assumes that, in such circumstances, the beast opts to fight to the last rather than flee. Before Lin Shu could further contemplate why these wind-chasing weasels preferred not to unleash their wind blades, one of them lunged directly at him, initiating a probing attack. It was astonishingly swift. While observing the weasel and Oppo's agile movements, Lin Shu had already noted its remarkable speed, so swift that his eyes struggled to keep pace. He had to anticipate its landing point ahead of time, adjusting his gaze slightly in advance to match its velocity. However, when the weasel launched its attack, its speed seemed to increase even further. Almost instantaneously, a blue sphere infused with a dark sheen filled his vision, leaving no transition from a distant presence to a sudden, overwhelming blur. Lin Shu barely managed to tilt his head aside in time. With a sharp swoosh, a wind blade grazed Lin Shu's cheek, embedding itself into the trunk behind him. The scorching gust and splintered bark caused a stinging sensation on his skin, accompanied by an eerie sound that resonated like the scythe of death. Lin Shu was taken aback. Had his reflexes not been quick enough, he might have lost half of his head. Truly, these creatures were ferocious. His cheek throbbed, the sensation a reminder of the high-velocity airflow that had lacerated his skin. With no time to tend to his wound, he swiftly pulled Niu Xiaoyong behind him, shielding him with his own body. He immediately commanded Xiao Chong to move to the side, while instructing the three K-mans to gather a significant amount of magical water arrows. Aim towards his left, and when you and Amp, Oppos, S right. The sheer volume of water arrows created by the K-mans was indeed formidable. Even though the K-mans could not lock onto a target, if they unleashed their magic at the moment the wind-chasing weasels attacked, the weasels would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Their speed rendered them incapable of drastically altering their trajectory mid-leap. With trees at their backs and the K-mans blocking one direction, the options for the three weasels to attack were significantly reduced. When Yu and Amp, Oppos, S spells were indiscriminate, while Feng Jiwen wielded a blade in his right hand. However, Niu Xiaoyong quickly handed his knife to Lin Shu, who deftly grasped a magical dagger with his left hand. Lin Shu heard Wen Yu's hurried incantation as one weasel vanished from his sight, clearly having targeted Wen Yu for an assault. Lin Shu swiftly turned to assess the damage from the wind blades behind him. Their penetration power was lacking. Even if dozens of wind blades struck simultaneously, they would likely not destroy the large tree. He commanded Niu to carry him closer to Wen Yu, reasoning that if he did not need to worry about being struck from behind, the two could shield each other from an attack direction, thus staying close was prudent. The sound of the weasel slicing through the air was both eerie and terrifying. Sleep spell. Lightning arrow. One was a chanted spell, the other instantaneous. Wen Yu unleashed her magic toward the charging weasel in an instant. However, the cunning creature seemed to have anticipated this, deftly altering its trajectory and evading the lightning arrow before swiftly retreating, executing consecutive leaps and turns as if wholly unperturbed. Lin Shu found this rapid shudder quite intriguing, yet there was no time for contemplation. Another weasel had capitalized on Wen Yu and Amp, Oppos, S moment of casting and was now leaping towards him, the violet sphere darting past his vision and heading straight for Niu Xiaomei. Lin Shu and Oppos, S heart skipped a beat. With a quick flick of her right wrist, Wen Yu produced a gleaming dagger, positioning it in the weasel and Oppos' path. If the creature persisted in its attempt to harm Niu Xiaomei, it would inevitably collide with the sharp blade. Reluctantly, the weasel chose to retreat. But retreat did not imply inaction. The weasel adjusted the trajectory of its wind blade slightly, directing it towards Wen Yu and Amp, Oppos' wrist holding the dagger. In response, Wen Yu lifted her dagger, barely managing to pierce the wind blade with its tip, causing it to dissipate with A and Amp, Oppos, pop, and Amp, Oppos. However, the high-velocity shockwave still lacerated Wen Yu and Amp, Oppos' wrist and hand, blood streaming forth. Cowering beside Wen Yu, Niu Xiaomei bit her lip, tears glistening in her large eyes yet refusing to fall. Wen Yu paid no heed to her own injured wrist, instead shoving Niu Xiaomei behind her while casting a sharp glare at Lin Shu, signaling him to stay back. Lin Shu offered an awkward smile, indicating for Niu to halt approximately 1.5 meters away from Wen Yu, separated by a stream of water. This distance made any sudden offensive on Lin Shu and Amp, Oppos' part considerably more challenging, yet it allowed him to cover a significant angle of about 30 to 40 degrees, thereby alleviating some of Wen Yu and Amp, Oppos' burden. After these two probing assaults, the three wind-chasing weasels temporarily ceased their attacks, appearing to confer amongst themselves while leaping within a confined space and emitting high-pitched squeaks. Wen Yu took a moment to catch her breath, instructing Niu Xiaomei to retrieve a potion from her waist pouch to apply to her wounded right hand, in order to prevent excessive blood loss. Niu Xiaomei moved swiftly, soon completing the task and earning a smile from Wen Yu. At this juncture, the three weasels, having concluded their brief deliberation, initiated a new wave of offense. This time, they collectively targeted Lin Shu, perhaps believing that attacking Wen Yu would entail greater risk, whereas striking the evidently defenseless Lin Shu would bear less consequence. Adhering to the principle of picking the softest target, they opted to confront him first. Lin Shu swiftly recognized the weasel's and Oppo's intent. All he could do was offer a bitter smile. One weasel would distract Wen Yu, while the other two advanced on him. Reluctantly, Lin Shu summoned his spiritual essence, the wind-chasing weasel swiftness. Meanwhile, Ernyo's magical water arrows sealed off a 60-degree angle, allowing Lin Shu to focus his attention solely on a frontward range of 120 degrees. Here they came. Wen Yu was astonished to observe Lin Shu effortlessly positioning his short blades, one high and one low, crossed over his chest, while subtly shifting their direction. Through his magical vision, Wen Yu could discern that the wind chaser martens were also continuously altering their trajectories and the positions of their wind blades. Unfortunately, upon closing in, the wind chaser martens ultimately had to abandon their attack, as Lin Shu and Oppo's dual blades effectively sealed off their paths. Before they could eliminate Lin Shu, they risked being cleaved by their own speed. From Lin Shu and Oppo's perspective, the movements of the wind chaser martens had transformed into a series of animated frames, a mere illusion created for the convenience of his brain's processing. The unprocessed segments in between allowed for significant savings in cognitive and reaction time. Yet this fragmented vision felt quite disconcerting. Without extensive training, one would find it nearly impossible to adapt. Due to this visual disjunction, Lin Shu and Oppo's movements appeared discontinuous, which struck Wen Yu as exceedingly bizarre. She mistakenly believed it to be an extraordinary secret technique, one with astonishing effects that she had never witnessed before. Indeed, Lin Shu was shrouded in mysteries that piqued her curiosity immensely. At that moment, Lin Shu was entirely preoccupied and oblivious to Wen Yu. If she had chosen to strike then, she might have been able to subdue him, but the cost could have meant their mutual demise. Thus, Lin Shu opted to disregard Wen Yu, a decision that ultimately proved prudent. Wen Yu was acutely aware that she had the opportunity to take action. When facing a single wind chaser marten, she indeed possessed sufficient strength. However, if Lin Shu, her formidable ally, were to falter, she would be utterly incapable of contending with 3 wind chaser martens, or even 2, for that matter. The martens seemed to grow increasingly anxious, chattering amongst themselves in a series of urgent squeaks. Whether they attacked in succession or simultaneously from above and below, they had allowed Lin Shu the time to adapt. He could now effectively thwart one of the martens' assault paths with a single blade. Meanwhile, Lin Shu still had the capacity to channel his true energy and accelerate his movements, enhancing his sensory perception, increasing his cognitive processing speed, and improving his muscle reaction capabilities. Even a slight enhancement could provide Lin Shu with a greater advantage in countering the wind chaser martens. In that moment, both sides found themselves in a stalemate. The martens' cries grew increasingly fervent, laden with a sense of frustration and fury. Initially, Lin Shu paid little heed to the sounds. But when he noticed Xiao Chong frequently glancing into the distance, a sense of unease washed over him. It dawned on him that these 3 creatures might be summoning reinforcements. Chapter 50, Reinforcements. Life and Oppo's law dictates that when one begins to fret about situations escalating into greater troubles, they invariably spiral into more dire circumstances. Lin Shu had to concede that this adage held remarkable accuracy, particularly for someone whose moral worth had long dwelled in the negative. The precision of this life principle surpassed 99. He glanced at Wen Yu in the distance. Her complexion was ashen. Although they were not yet defeated, victory seemed elusive. Both Lin Shu and Wen Yu lacked effective means to counter these swiftly moving adversaries. In the long run, they might force their opponents into retreat through sheer attrition. However, if the enemy were to summon even a single reinforcement now, it would bring catastrophic consequences to their precarious balance, and the casualties would undoubtedly be Wen Yu, Lin Shu, and the 2 unfortunate children, rather than the Windrunner martens. What to do? Wen Yu's voice trembled slightly, her eyes betraying a mix of anxiety and an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Lin Shu felt a shiver. Why was there such a fervent desire? Did she possess a strong ambition or goal? I believe we should draw closer, Lin Shu uttered, his gaze fixed resolutely on the opponents darting about before him, determined not to afford them an opportunity. Just then, a familiar yet alarming cry echoed from afar. It was evident that the Windrunner martens had indeed summoned reinforcements, and they were drawing near. Come closer, Lin Shu commanded in a low tone. Though his movements faltered momentarily, distracted by the distant sound, or perhaps by his own words. This slight lapse was instantly seized upon by the Windrunner Martins, who had been relentlessly attacking him. Simultaneously, the Martin that was restraining when you launched a fierce assault. Their coordination was remarkably seamless. Otherwise, survival in such perilous circumstances would have been improbable. Be careful. Blinding spell. This time, when you opted for a less energy-consuming blinding spell. Through recent observations, she had noted the Windrunner Martins and Amp, Oppos, strong reliance on vision, prompting her to select this more efficient spell to conserve mana. The Martin charging it when you veered off course, its aura pulsating violently as it resisted the effects of the blinding spell. Yet, Lin Shu had no time to ponder this intriguing occurrence. Two Windrunner Martins surged towards Lin Shu, one above and one below, assaulting him from both directions. In his fragmented vision, he could only discern their movements through the overlapping auras, but now Lin Shu faced a pressing issue. Due to his earlier hesitation, his left-hand blade was not positioned in time. He was compelled to thrust his right-hand blade downward to seal off the vulnerable area on his lower right side. However, this maneuver left his upper body, including his head, exposed to the enchanted dagger's defense. When you caught sight of this horrifying situation and was struck with dread, yet there was no time to activate her magic. Among her stored spells, casting any projectile magic would be too late. Only one spell remained that could resolve the immediate crisis, albeit it was meant for her own survival. With gritted teeth, she prepared to invoke the shield spell from her necklace, but Lin Shu was already leaning his head to the left, urgently whispering to her, "No. Lure the enemy into a trap." When you and Amp, Oppos, S heart raced at these words. Lin Shu was taking a risk to entice the enemy, attempting to eliminate one opponent before reinforcements arrived, thereby averting their seemingly inevitable demise. A chill coursed through her. In this critical moment, Lin Shu had made a decisive choice. It was not only clever, but also resolute. To have a teammate with such a complicated relationship was not necessarily a blessing. In the blink of an eye, the Windrunner Martin charging at Lin Shu, now merely 10 meters away, suddenly veered left with alarming speed, the swift turn producing a sharp, piercing sound as it sliced through the air. Meanwhile, the second Martin appeared to decelerate. Lin Shu recognized this as a prelude to the opponent and Oppos' turning maneuver after completing their attack. However, before that could happen, the Martin and Amp, Oppos' Windblade would surely cleave Lin Shu and Amp, Oppos' head in two. Both of Lin Shu and Amp, Oppos' blades were crossed before his chest, while the shockwave from the Martin and Amp, Oppos' charge rushed toward him, whipping his hair back and forcing his eyes shut against the onslaught. In that moment, he surrendered to the inevitability of fate, closing his eyes as if awaiting death. Suddenly, a small creature, previously unnoticed, sprang into action. This creature had been waiting for the perfect moment when a Windrunner Martin could not evade. Timing was crucial. A single failed strike could mean no second chance. As the Martin believed it could deliver a fatal blow to Lin Shu, it found itself unable to change course. Under Lin Shu and Amp, Oppos' command, the small creature unleashed its might. The Windrunner Martin watched in horror as a glimmering water arrow approached from below. It desperately attempted to evade to the left, but it was too late. The water arrow easily penetrated the Martin and Amp, Oppos' magical aura. Although the beleaguered creature struggled to activate its defensive shield, the sheer speed of the arrow, combined with the Martin and Amp, Oppos' own momentum, resulted in a catastrophic collision. The water arrows struck true, tearing through its body with brutal efficiency. The now lifeless Martin continued its trajectory, colliding with a tree trunk behind Lin Shu, exploding upon impact like a blood-filled balloon, splattering a gruesome mix of red and white across the bark. Some fragments lodged into the trunk, while others rebounded, embedding themselves in Lin Shu and Oppos' neck and scalp. His right cheek was splattered with blood and fur, leaving a gruesome mark. When you gasped in horror, the scene was nothing short of macabre, sending chills down Lin Shu's spine as he felt death brush past him. Niu Xiaoyong, unable to see clearly, noticed the strange remnants on the tree trunk and the gruesome debris that had fallen upon Lin Shu. His heart raced with anger and resentment. Meanwhile, Niu Xiaomei witnessed the entire event unfold. For a fleeting moment, she believed the Martin had successfully struck Lin Shu, until a cloud of blood mist erupted before her eyes, causing tears to stream down her face, blurring her vision. "Do not relax." Lin Shu and Amp, Oppos' voice pierced through the chaos. and Xuanmen and Amp, Oppos, as heart surged with hope. As if emerging from an abyss, an explosion of joy filling her being, compelling her to cheer quietly. The remaining two Windrunner Martins let out mournful cries. Their exceptional dynamic vision had kept them from colliding at such high speeds, allowing them to witness their companion fall into the trap and meet its gruesome fate, igniting their fury and amplifying their hatred. Lin Shu exhaled slightly, but when you urged urgently, the potion. Just as Niu Xiaomei reached for the potion to hand to Niu Xiaoyong, Lin Shu shook his head. No time for that. We must deal with the Martins first. As they spoke, two blue halos re-emerged in the distance. Lin Shu and Amp, Oppos. S heart skipped a beat, but he soon realized that these two were significantly slower than the previous three. As they drew nearer, Lin Shu could clearly discern that the color and size of these halos were inferior to those of the trio, indicating that they were either of a lower tier or younger Windrunner ferrets. 2. When you exclaimed, these two are of a lower rank and slower in speed. We still have a chance. Let us take down the two smaller ones first. Oh, all right. When you hesitated for a moment before readily agreeing. Unbeknownst to her, she began to accept Lin Shu and Amp, Oppos' command. It seemed that Lin Shu's initial desire for authority was indeed justified. When you despondently realized that she was outmatched in every aspect by Lin Shu, the only leverage she had over him was the apparatus she possessed, which made Lin Shu wary. Without the presence of the Niu siblings, she might have been dispatched by Lin Shu long ago. The four Windrunner ferrets conferred among themselves, chattering excitedly before leaping around in search of an opportunity. Perhaps they believed that the prey had not noticed the two weaker ones, and thus sought to capitalize on this chance to eliminate the intruder who had slain their companion. Chirp, chirp, hiss hiss. This time, three ferrets launched a coordinated attack on Lin Shu, while a lower-tier creature occupied Wenyu. The ferrets aimed to concentrate their superior numbers to first subdue Lin Shu, whether due to his previous slaying of their comrade, his seemingly vulnerable demeanor, or perhaps the subtle influence of Lin Shu and Oppos' character value. As for the true culprit behind the death of their companion, the alligator, the Windrunner ferrets appeared to conveniently overlook it. Lin Shu understood perfectly that they had recognized the alligators were following his command, and that the alligators posed no threat to the ferrets. The real danger stemmed from himself, their commander. In this regard, the intelligence of the Windrunner ferrets was indeed commendable. The ferret strategy was not without merit. However, after some time of adaptation and the positional changes of Lin Shu and Wenyu, Xiao Chong was once again able to block an angle, thereby narrowing the attack surface available to the ferrets. Simultaneously, Lin Shu's movements became more fluid and efficient. Although the number of attackers had increased by one, this particular ferret was rather ineffectual, and Lin Shu could easily handle it with minimal attention. In contrast, the one attacking Wenyu faced imminent danger, as Lin Shu had discreetly commanded Xiao Chong to target this particular ferret. Should this ferret make a misstep or be distracted by Wenyu, it would soon fall prey to Xiao Chong's lethal strike. The scales of victory were subtly tilting in favor of Lin Shu and Wenyu. Chapter 51. The thoughts of the younger sister. If Lin Shu could comprehend the intentions of the wind-running weasels, he would realize that the three weasels currently attacking him were filled with frustration. At times, they noticed that Lin Shu and Amp, Oppos' movements lagged slightly, seemingly presenting an opportunity. However, they hesitated, fearing it was yet another trap. By the time they confirmed that the three short-snout crocodiles posed no threat, they had already missed their chance to strike. This was a paradox. The weasels could not fathom Lin Shu and Oppos' strategy. This was a tactic favored by seasoned fighters, known in military terms as a feigned retreat, which could also be applied in psychological warfare. Tragically, the weasels had never studied the art of psychological combat, underscoring the peril of ignorance. Thus, Lin Shu found it even easier to deal with the three weasels than with the previous two, as the surrounding weasels were engulfed in doubt. This hesitation was a fatal flaw, given the weasels' rapid attack speed, and their indecision ultimately bore bitter fruit. They should never have allowed Lin Shu to allocate more of his focus to commanding his magical beasts. The blinding spell. As always, Wenyu executed the blinding spell with an almost fixed rhythm to counter the weasels and Oppos' assaults. The weasels and Oppos' attack frequency was swift. The interval between two strikes was barely sufficient for Wenyu to prepare her magic. It was not that the weasels did not desire to attack more rapidly, but Lin Shu had chosen a location where the trees were sparse, resulting in the weasels having to leap further to gain momentum, thus limiting their attack speed. The previously faster weasel had forced Wen Yue to use an energy-storing item in a moment of urgency, but this one posed no such challenge, allowing her a brief respite. The wind-running weasel continued to veer to the right, its magical aura flickering rapidly. However, this time, it failed to complete its maneuver successfully, and trouble was imminent. Suddenly, a barrage of magical water arrows appeared in its flight path. The weasel had grown complacent, focusing solely on the nearby Xiao Chong and Daniel, neglecting the actions of Air Nyo, who was responsible for Lin Shu and Apos' right flank. Lin Shu had accurately calculated that the three weasels had either completed their attacks or had entered their attack trajectory, commanding Air Nyo to strike at the weasel that was ambushing Wen Yue. Although the angle of attack was not ideal, only resulting in a flank strike, it was sufficiently unexpected. By the time the weasel realized what was happening, it was already too late. A scene of carnage unfolded once more. The dense water arrows collided with the weasel and Apos' air shield, shattering it effortlessly. The subsequent arrows tore through the weasel's fur, the sharp air slicing it apart, transforming it into a grotesque mass of flesh and bones, which crashed into a nearby pond with a resounding splash. Squeak! The remaining weasels let out a chorus of furious shrieks. However, as they leaped in haste, the tone of their cries became strangely comical. Previously, when Niu Xiaoyong heard these sounds, he felt a surge of fear and tension, even a hint of despair. Now, however, those cries struck him as amusing. The three wind-running weasels quickly retreated to a distance of about 100 meters, ceasing their frantic movements to huddle together as if discussing something. After a few more squeaks directed at Lin Shu and the others, they abruptly turned and vanished. Gone. Not far, I presume. Wen Yue instinctively inquired, and Lin Shu responded reflexively. Wen Yue then embraced Xuanmen and took to the air, maintaining a cautious distance of over 2 meters from Lin Shu as she watched him warily. Lin Shu smiled wryly, slowly crouching down to set aside his dual blades, signaling to Niu Xiaoyong to assist with his wounds. Niu Xiaoyong shot Wen Yue a disdainful glance, rolling his eyes before carefully extracting the bone fragments from Lin Shu's back and neck, using water to cleanse the area. Lin Shu splashed water on his face to wash away the blood, revealing a rather alarming injury. Xuanmen, the healing potion. Niu Xiaoyong called to her. Xuanmen glanced at Wen Yue, who awkwardly returned to Daniel and Apos' back. Xuanmen smiled at Wen Yue and handed the potion to Niu Xiaoyong, who quickly took it and began applying it to Lin Shu's wounds with meticulous care. The wounds healed rapidly, the pain dissipating without leaving a thick, numb sensation. It was evident that this was a high-grade healing potion. Touching the scar on his face, Lin Shu sheathed his blade, returning Niu Xiaoyong's weapon as he remained vigilant. Surveying the surroundings. These creatures are likely planning to ambush from the shadows. What should we do? We cannot afford to linger here indefinitely. Lin Shu grinned, his eyes gleaming with cold determination. No worries. They are down to merely 2.5. I have adapted to their speed. As long as I can detect them slightly earlier, they will not succeed. Wen Yue narrowed her eyes. Lin Shu was indeed formidable, a born warrior capable of swiftly learning and evolving in combat. Every flaw of the enemy could become a target for him, while the weaknesses he revealed often served as traps. He was not merely human, but a combat machine. Wen Yue instinctively tightened her hold on Xuanmen, who looked up at her with a strange feeling stirring within her. In that moment, Xuanmen seemed to sense Wen Yue and Apos' fear, concern, and a hint of admiration and reluctance. Yet it was far removed from the initial desire to confront Lin Shu. Xuanmen felt inexplicably relieved, perplexed by her own emotions. Her small brow furrowed in contemplation. When Wen Yue noticed, she assumed it was because she had inadvertently hurt Xuanmen and offered an apologetic smile. Seeing Wen Yue and Apos' warm smile, Xuanmen found it endearing rather than unpleasant. Though she was small and innocent, she possessed a keen sensitivity to the emotions of others. She understood that Wen Yue genuinely cared for her, no longer merely viewing her as a shield. However, she began to worry about her brother and Apos' intentions. Suddenly, she found herself hoping that he would not harm this woman. The woman did not seem as wicked as her appearance suggested. In fact, her heart was tender, despite moments of sensitivity and cruelty. Thus, Xuanmen began to grapple with this dilemma. As they continued their journey, they needed to adopt a close formation, protecting the two younger ones in the center. Wen Yue insisted that even Lin Shu must remain within the reach of her short blade, temporarily setting aside his wariness. Wen Yue too was conflicted. She understood the importance of this arrangement. But what if Lin Shu suddenly turned violent? Sister, you can bind me to your back. Xuanmen suddenly proposed, surprising Wen Yue. After a moment of astonishment, Wen Yue broke into a warm smile. All right, let us do that. Lin Shu glanced at Xuanmen with surprise, but said nothing, continuing his tasks. He took the magic core from Xiao Chong, examined it briefly, and tossed it back, instructing Xiao Chong to catch a few more fish. Niu Xiaoyong shot a fierce glare at his sister. His lips moved as if to speak, but no words came forth. His eyes were filled with confusion and reproach. Xuanmen pouted and turned to snuggle against Wen Yue. Sister, I want some fruit. All right, let us get some fruit for the little sister. Wen Yue cast a triumphant glance at Niu Xiaoyong, who, filled with indignation, muttered something under his breath. Lin Shu, with his keen ears, caught the words traitor and similar sentiments, which amused him greatly. He was perplexed as to why Niu Xiaomen had suddenly become affectionate towards Wen Yue. Perhaps it was due to Wen Yu's injury sustained while rescuing Niu Xiaomen during the recent attack. The moral compass of children is rather simplistic. If one treats them with genuine kindness, they will reciprocate wholeheartedly, even if the motives behind such kindness are not entirely pure. However, Lin Shu did not share in this naive perspective. Although Niu Xiaomen had developed a certain bond with Wen Yue, Lin Shu felt no such connection. Thus, should he choose to act, he would do so without hesitation. As for Niu Xiaomen, he could find an opportune moment to communicate with her, explaining matters afterward. There was no alternative, for their safety was paramount. The four of them quickly consumed a modest meal to replenish their energy. Once again, Xiao Chong led the way, while the Niu and Air Niu moved closely together. The route they took had been meticulously calculated by Lin Shu, designed to complicate any ambush attempts and minimize angles of attack. The three Windrunner sables had not strayed far, lingering nearby and seizing opportunities to launch several failed ambushes. In Lin Shu's eyes, their magical auras were as conspicuous as lanterns in the night. The notion of ambushes was laughable. After several fruitless attempts, nearly falling into Lin Shu's trap, the Windrunner sables finally conceded defeat, trailing behind at a distance, chattering noisily as they watched Lin Shu and his companions gradually depart from their territory. In the afternoon, the rain intensified. After vanquishing a jungle gibbon, they set up camp within its territory, now not far from Moon Lake. Wen Yue, with Niu Xiaomen, soared to the treetops and beheld the vast expanse of Moon Lake to their left along their path. On the map, Moon Lake appeared as an irregular blue shape, but standing at its edge, Lin Shu was struck by its boundlessness. In reality, the entire rainforest resembled a grand lake, yet the surface of Moon Lake lay unadorned, devoid of any trees. The dense forest served as the lake's embankment, while the smooth surface shimmered with white scales, vast and ethereal like the ocean itself. Chapter 52. Gazing at the Moon Lake, the night had deepened considerably, yet the rain had quietly ceased its descent from the heavens. The realm of the forest was never truly lonely. Occasionally, it would conceal its vibrancy from outsiders. Countless small creatures and insects ventured forth, seizing the respite from the rain, driven by survival instincts or other motives. Life, it seemed, was perpetually averse to solitude, thriving until the moment it succumbed to oblivion. Lin Shu silently opened his eyes, awakening from his meditative state. He adjusted the rotational speed of the mist-like vortex within his dantian. The intensity of recent battles had significantly accelerated the growth of his vital energy. While this bolstered his potential, excessive strain on his qi could lead to premature fatigue. Moreover, he noticed a rising appetite, which was ill-suited to his current circumstances, as procuring food remained a challenge, with the variety dwindling to a monotonous few. In human society, the dangers of inefficient, high-consumption development were well known. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, few paid heed to this issue. Drawing energy from the external world was not as daunting as it might seem. However, a long-term, indiscriminate consumption of energy could unwittingly diminish one and amp Oppo's capacity for energy control, fostering a crude approach to cultivation that, over time, could lead to irreparable consequences. After all, the path of human cultivation is not easily retraced. Lin Shu had learned this lesson in his previous life. A crude approach to cultivation hindered progress. Thus, in the early stages of his training, he resolved to refine his methods and solidify each foundational aspect. Even in the face of imminent danger, he was unwilling to jeopardize his groundwork for the sake of speed. Taking a moment to assess his physical condition, Lin Shu smiled in satisfaction before glancing at the deeply slumbering Niu Xiaoyong, who lay curled up nearby. He chuckled softly, tilting his head upwards. Despite the trees obstructing his view, he could almost envision the sight of two girls sleeping peacefully just a few meters above the tree hollow. With care, he maneuvered around Niu Xiaoyong and Apos' limbs and emerged from the den. At that moment, Wen Yu was also roused by the magical alert, gripping her black wand tightly. Her vigilant eyes scanning the dim shadows of the trees, ears perked for any sounds below. Lin Shu descended the tree slowly, noting that the small creature he had summoned had silently glided to his feet, bearing him towards a grand tree directly opposite Wen Yu and Apos' hollow. Under her watchful gaze, he swiftly ascended to the highest branch, steadying himself against the trunk as he gazed towards the moon lake. Wen Yu exhaled in relief and set her wand aside. Squinting at Lin Shu, who was several meters away, the forest was illuminated by various luminescent entities, glowing plants, insects, and even bioluminescent fish, rendering the night not entirely devoid of visibility. Conversely, when looking upwards, the clouds obscured the sky, casting a dark abyss overhead, evoking a disorienting sensation of an inverted world. From his perch, Lin Shu felt this disorientation acutely. The myriad of luminous beings dancing across the surface of the moon lake resembled a boundless starry sky, while the heavens above remained shrouded in darkness. This stark contrast left him feeling dizzy and slightly nauseous. He sighed softly, marveling at the splendor and mystery of nature, which often inspired profound reverence and an insatiable curiosity. Perhaps this was humanity and Apos' driving force to forge ahead. Wen Yu floated silently into the air, hovering not far from Lin Shu. He admired her, recognizing the true magic in her ability to defy gravity. What a splendid sight. Insomnia strikes, so why not take a look? Lin Shu quietly remarked. Wen Yu, ever vigilant, confirmed the positions and movements of Xiao Chong, De Niu, and Air Niu before nodding. Indeed, it's beautiful. However, the longer I gaze, the more nauseous I feel, as if the world has flipped upside down. I too find it a bit dizzying. They chuckled, conversing like close friends. Yet, beneath the surface, each harbored thoughts of eliminating the other. Lin Shu, you are shrouded in mystery. Is that why you cannot allow me to live? As I pose a threat to you? Everyone harbors secrets they wish to keep hidden, do you not? Indeed, perhaps we could mutually safeguard each other's secrets. Is that possible? If revealing your secret would ensure your demise, I would do it in an instant. But such an outcome would not only seal your fate, but would also expose your secrets to the world. The crux lies in the fact that my two companions could inadvertently reveal my location at any moment, while you can vanish without a trace. If I am not mistaken, your current identity is surely a fade. Even your appearance may not be genuine. When you fell silent for a moment before speaking hoarsely, that is merely your conjecture. I believe we can swear an oath to one another. An oath? Are you referring to a wizard and Apos' vow? I am no wizard. Moreover, I cannot be certain of your status as one. How could I possibly not be a wizard? This world has dimensions beyond our own. Your identity as a wizard cannot be solely determined by your ability to wield magic. Would you care for me to inspect you thoroughly, inside and out? You, scoundrel. Well, you would never consent anyway. I was merely jesting. Is that so scandalous? In truth, you may have contemplated eliminating the three of us, but your capabilities are limited. Thus, your greatest dilemma lies in how to escape safely from my presence, while mine involves pursuing you without harming the two children. Lin Shu candidly laid bare the situation facing both parties, causing Wen Yu to frown and inwardly lament her decision to meet Lin Shu. Yet, had she not met him, she might have already fallen victim to the beasts. The current predicament left her uncertain whether to feel fortunate or regretful. Let my sister accompany me. Impossible. How can I trust that you Wuden and Apos' eliminate her first and then betray me and Xiaolong? I care for my sister. I would never harm her. Empty words. Who cannot speak beautifully? Wen Yu fell silent again, realizing that there was no foundation of trust between them. In such a state of mutual distrust, compromise seemed utterly unattainable. After a long pause, Wen Yu turned to Lin Shu and asked, "Have you heard of the soul oath?" Lin Shu furrowed his brow in thought and shook his head. No. When you bit her lip, this oath originates from an ancient dimension, reputed to be the most primal form of soul magic, perhaps even witchcraft. Its efficacy is beyond doubt. The parties involved use blood as a catalyst and a magical array as a medium, forging a robust bond of soul interdependence. Should either party actively violate the oath, they will face magical retribution. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, finding the sorcery quite intriguing. He deemed it sorcery because if this spell were to directly affect the soul, it could not merely be classified as magic. It could only be witchcraft or Taoist arts. Moreover, from Wenyue and Amp, Oppos' description, this was an ancient sorcery originating from another dimension. Since it was declared as sorcery, it could only be sorcery. Unless there existed a similar cultivation system akin to that of practitioners somewhere within this realm. Lin Shu was not concerned about the ineffectiveness of this sorcery. If it were ineffective, Wenyue would not have presented it as a means of salvation. Furthermore, whether it would yield results could easily be verified by his attempt to harm Wenyue. Thus, the astute Wenyue would not resort to deception. What troubled Lin Shu was the possibility that this sorcery might possess alternative uses. Perhaps he could be betrayed without even realizing it. No side effects? That was questionable. The parties bound by the vow would involuntarily attract each other, and if one were to die unexpectedly, the other would suffer severe repercussions, essentially rendering them incapacitated. Incapacitated? Indeed. They would lose the ability to perceive magical energy. Lin Shu's curiosity intensified, although every form of soul-related magic was remarkably wondrous. The mere removal of the ability to sense magical energy seemed excessively extraordinary. It was akin to creating a virus program precisely tailored after comprehending the complete code of the soul. Could this even be possible? Lin Shu found himself somewhat lost in thought. Perhaps, within this boundless expanse of space and time, there existed many seekers of ultimate secrets, much like how the methods of cultivation were the legacies left by these explorers. Perhaps this sorcery was also a precious inheritance from those ancient seekers. Seeing Lin Shu remain silent for an extended period, Wenyue felt a twinge of regret. Had she known better, she would not have broached the subject. In truth, this soul vow was essentially a curse intended for lovers, and the mere mention of it made her feel uneasy. The idea of becoming lovers with Lin Shu filled her with a sense of dread and nausea. Wenyue tried to reassure herself with thoughts of survival, patiently waiting for Lin Shu and Oppos' response, but when he remained uncommunicative, she finally erupted. "You are such a worrywart. Is it so difficult to just give me a straightforward answer? Let me think it over. I can and Oppos' rule out the possibility that you might be concealing something within. What if I end up being deceived? I would be at a loss. I and Oppos am tired. I and Oppos am going back to sleep." Wenyue watched as Lin Shu swiftly vanished amidst the dense foliage, leaving her feeling utterly frustrated and at a loss for words. The tension in her chest was unbearable. This person, how infuriating he was. Chapter 53. Deadlock. Walking along the Moon Lake is an exceedingly perilous endeavor, as Lin Shu perceives. For the lake and Oppos' vast expanse harbors a multitude of aquatic and amphibious magical beasts. Moreover, the territorial instincts of these creatures are feeble, making encounters with roving beasts likely. Wenyue shares this sentiment, but shortly after they adjust their course northward, deviating from the lakeshore, they encounter their gravest peril since entering the forest: 2 aquatic magical jackals. These jackals seem to be in search of a desirable territory. In other words, they are outcasts expelled from their family. Typically, such divisions among aquatic jackal clans are rare and occur only during the breeding season when male contenders vie for dominance, leading to the expulsion of the defeated. The reasons for the expulsion of these 2 jackals remain a mystery to Lin Shu and Wenyue, as outsiders to the Moon Lake rainforest. Even if the jackals sought a confidant, it was evident that these 2 humans were unsuitable targets for their grievances. However, as vessels for venting their pent-up rage and satiating their hunger, they were indeed appealing. One jackal is 5th tier, while the other is 4th tier. As magical beasts of both water and wind attributes, the water element holds greater significance in their skill repertoire, with wind serving merely an auxiliary role. Lin Shu possesses an acute ability to classify water-based magical creatures, having encountered numerous such beasts along their journey. The climate of this rainforest is particularly conducive to the life of water-based magical beasts. Explorations of the southern rainforest reveal that among the myriad magical species, fire-type creatures constitute less than 1,000th, while water types exceed 50%. The jackals are formidable creatures, exhibiting high intelligence and, disturbingly, the ability to cast healing spells. A single misstep could render it nearly impossible to defeat a beast of equal tier, particularly since Lin Shu, Wenyue, and the small family of Xiaoqiang lacked the means to breach the fifth-tier jackal's water shield. The situation has indeed reached a dire juncture. Wen Yu, how much weight can you carry while flying normally? Lin Shu inquired, his expression grave and tone urgent, as the two jackals closed in. An adult and Oppo's weight. For instance, yours. Are you suggesting we abandon the two little ones and flee together? Wen Yu replied with a calm demeanor, tightening her grip on Niu Xiaomei. Niu Xiaomei gazed up at Wen Yu without uttering a word, while Niu Xiaoyong cast a disdainful glance in her direction, biting his teeth, but remaining silent. His focus shifting to the two jackals, now entangled with Xiaoqiang and Dainyu a few hundred meters ahead. Initially, the jackals had anticipated easily dispatching the two alligators that had suddenly surfaced from the water before leisurely dealing with the humans. However, they soon discovered that the alligators were cunning, employing dives and the surrounding trees to disrupt their targeting and thwart their attacks. After a brief skirmish, the jackals swiftly devised a strategy. They would concentrate their efforts on eliminating one before turning to the other. Thus, they divided their forces. Yet Xiaoqiang and his wife managed to regroup, simultaneously assaulting the fourth-tier jackal, forcing it to retreat and create an opening to continue their struggle. Lin Shu understood that the alligators could not hold out for long, and even adding another one would likely yield the same outcome. Consequently, the pressing matter was not how to achieve victory, but how to survive. Upon hearing Wen Yu's response, Lin Shu furrowed his brow slightly and spoke in a low voice. Take Xiaoong and retreat immediately. Wen Yu was momentarily taken aback, glancing incredulously at Lin Shu. Although she knew he valued the Niu siblings, everyone has their limits. Lin Shu's unwavering insistence on sacrificing himself led Wen Yu to perceive him as self-serving. When it came to his life, he had no justification to trade his chances for those of the children. Thus, her earlier question was not a deliberate provocation. If Lin Shu truly agreed with her, the children would undoubtedly perish. What was there to provoke? Even if it was to undermine Lin Shu. A man of such intelligence and decisiveness would certainly possess an unwavering resolve. How could he be so easily shaken? However, Lin Shu and Oppo's words astonished Wen Yu. He had almost reflexively cast aside a greater opportunity for survival in favor of the Niu siblings. Brother, I wanted Oppo's. Tigo? Before Wen Yu could speak, Niu Xiaoyong vehemently opposed. Niu Xiaomei nodded vigorously, her eyes pleading as she looked at Lin Shu. You have no right to say that, not now. Wen Yu asserted, urging them to flee. Remember, if you cannot wait for me, follow Sister Wen Yu. You must ensure with your lives that her secrets remain undisclosed. Wen Yu smiled wryly, realizing that Lin Shu was still providing the last shred of assurance for the two children. If she were indeed the cold-hearted person he imagined, no guarantees from those children could save their lives. Had this situation arisen before last night, Lin Shu might have preferred risking the children's lives rather than entrusting them to Wen Yu. However, their conversation had led Lin Shu to recognize that Wen Yu was not inherently a bloodthirsty individual. She was willing to sacrifice her emotions to preserve her life. Not solely driven by fear of death, Lin Shu believed she had responsibilities to fulfill. In that context, Wen Yu had not chosen to threaten Lin Shu with Niu Xiaomei's life, but sought alternative means to resolve the predicament, indicating that she would not harm Niu Xiaomei without justification. You truly have faith in me. There is no other option. Unless you are confident in slaying these two jackals, cease your prattling and leave at once, or I may still have one last chance. Wen Yu was no clingy individual. The circumstances were painfully clear. 2 individuals and 3 beasts could not hope to defeat the jackals, making flight their sole recourse. With a deep gaze at Lin Shu, she clenched her teeth, swiftly hoisting Niu Xiaoong beneath her arm, taking to the air, skimming just above the surface of the water as she veered around a large tree. Seizing the moment when the jackal's line of sight was obstructed to escape rapidly, Lin Shu glanced back, crouching and leaping to grasp a damp tree branch, deftly flipping onto the large tree, while Dainyu submerged with a few bubbles, hastening to assist the beleaguered Xiaoqiang and Dainyu. Under Lin Shu's guidance, Xiaoqiang maneuvered the 2 jackals towards Lin Shu and Oppo's position. He was now all in. Should Xiaoqiang's family meet an unfortunate end, Lin Shu would share their fate. Rather than being picked off one by one, it was better to coordinate with Xiaoqiang's trio for a desperate strike, perhaps leaving room for survival. What were Lin Shu's prospects for survival? Alternatively, what were the challenges he faced in this audacious counterattack? First, would the jackals shift their focus to Lin Shu, thus affording him the opportunity to set up Xiaoqiang for a decisive strike? Secondly, if both jackals were to target Lin Shu simultaneously, Could he execute his spell effectively while being ambushed by a 5th tier and a 4th tier beast of remarkable speed? Furthermore, would the 5th tier magical beast be susceptible to the soul-extinguishing spell? What if the jackals opted for claw attacks over magical assaults? Understanding these factors reveals just how minuscule Lin Shu and Appos' chances truly are. The most advantageous opportunity for Lin Shu arises from the 4th tier demon hound that is attacking him, utilizing magical assaults, and coincidentally exposing itself within the striking range of the 3 creatures. A somewhat lesser opportunity presents itself through a 5th tier demon hound, whose soul may be disrupted by the soul extinction technique, consequently destabilizing its magical shield. However, it too must be vulnerable to the strikes of the creatures. In summary, this is not merely an 1/8 or a 1/16 of a chance. Rather, it requires an intricate convergence of numerous possibilities for Lin Shu to grasp even the slightest prospect of survival, potentially a chance of mere fractions of a percent or even in the thousands. Lin Shu is not one to succumb to fate, for destiny does not dictate passivity. Rather, it demands a proactive approach grounded in thorough understanding. Otherwise, one ceases to be human and becomes akin to stone. At this moment, Lin Shu must endeavor to transform these minuscule probabilities into a singular opportunity, a definitive possibility, converting uncertainty into inevitability. With a heightened sense of urgency, Lin Shu engages his intellect, meticulously calculating the relative positions of Xiao Chang and the 2 demon hounds, striving to position himself advantageously while ensuring that Xiao Chang can appear at the opportune moment. This task is exceedingly challenging due to 2 uncontrollable factors, both the swiftest and most unpredictable variables. Additionally, the surrounding complex environment, including the trees and the depths of the water, complicates matters further, as does the movement trajectories and speeds of Xiao Chang and the others, determining where to lure the enemy or to turn. The positioning of the demon hounds and their potential landing spots. At this moment, Lin Shu's face flushed, his breath quick and shallow, his body nearly paralyzed with tension. His vision narrowed to focus solely on the rapidly moving targets and the distribution of trees around him, while all other senses seemed to fade into oblivion. He was entirely absorbed, dedicating all his mental and physical resources to this crucial calculation of life and death. In his past life, Lin Shu was adept at calculations. A practitioner of the mysterious arts would undoubtedly delve into the intricacies of Xuanmen Dun Jia, which, at its core, is a complex calculation filled with numerous variables. However, those calculations were not time-sensitive and could be approached leisurely, whereas the current computations allow for no delay. Any slight miscalculation could cost him his very life. Chapter 54. United efforts with a fierce roar, Xiao Chang cried out once more. In truth, all 3 alligators bore wounds. Yet the ferocity of the beast seemed only intensified by their pain. Fortunately, Lin Shu's frequent and icy commands curbed the rage of the 3 alligators. Otherwise, Xiao Chang and his kin would have surely succumbed to madness. Should such a frenzy arise, the 3 creatures would have faced certain doom. Xiao Chang maneuvered around a towering tree, halting to prepare a spell. 6 magical water arrows. Danyu submerged, stealthily gliding between 2 great trees, poised for an attack. Erniu aimed directly ahead, ready to strike, then dove to the left to retreat. Under Lin Shu's intricate series of commands, the relative positions of the 5 magical beasts shifted continuously. Lin Shu's mind felt as if it might combust from the strain. His face flushed, and his eyes were bloodshot, presenting a rather terrifying visage. Xiao Chang, attack, he directed, moving straight ahead before veering right to disengage. Danyu attacked, submerging to the left, while Ernie readied the maximum number of magical arrows, targeting straight ahead, adjusting to Lin Shu's altitude. Here it comes. Without hesitation, Lin Shu raised his hand. With a swift motion, the magical dagger in his left hand sliced through the air, aiming directly at the 4th-tier aquatic beast, the waterborne magical wolf. This beast had just hooked its long arm around a tree trunk, elegantly swinging around it, pursuing Xiao Chang, who was leaving traces upon the water and Appos' surface. The foolish alligator remained oblivious, its wounds betraying its position. However, before the wolf could gather magical energy for a water arrow attack, a sharp magical dagger suddenly appeared before it. The wolf gasped in horror, releasing its grip and swiftly darting sideways to evade the oncoming dagger. It spread the membranes between its limbs, summoning a shimmering azure magical aura to quickly activate a wind-based spell, altering its gliding trajectory to seek refuge. Simultaneously, The wolf and Apos' furious gaze fixated on Lin Shu, who stood defensively on a nearby branch, dagger in hand. With a piercing screech, the wolf propelled itself off the chosen tree trunk, launching towards Lin Shu. It had locked onto its target. A surreal, explosive image erupted, unleashing a magical attack, soul annihilation. Lin Shu unhesitatingly cast the spell, but the immense strain nearly overwhelmed him, leaving him momentarily dizzy. Yet, his spirit remained steadfast, coldly observing the effects of his magic. Disregarding the approaching fifth-tier aquatic wolf, which had just emerged from behind a tree about 40 meters to his right. With a blood-curdling scream, the fourth-tier aquatic wolf was struck. Simultaneously, Erniu unleashed a torrent of magical water arrows upon the now disoriented beast. The distance of several dozen meters did not deter the wolf's desperate roar, but its attempt to conjure a water shield spell was far too slow. By the time the fifth-tier wolf began to gather its magical energy, Erniu and Apos' arrows had already found their mark, turning the wolf into a sieve before it could recover from the assault of soul annihilation. Retreat, Lin Shu commanded. Ignoring Erniu and Apos' exclamations of joy, he prioritized evading potential retaliation from the fifth-tier aquatic wolf, which was now enveloped in a magical water shield, its body riddled with transparent holes and spewing blood. Witnessing its companion's dire state, the fifth-tier wolf howled in a mix of rage and sorrow. The lifeless wolf plummeted into the waters below the forest, a crimson rain falling from its body, drawing a swarm of daring scavengers that churned the surface into a frenzy. The remaining wolf emitted another roar, using its legs to propel itself towards Lin Shu. Remarkably, it had no intention of employing magic, opting instead to claw at Lin Shu directly. Lin Shu gazed fixedly at the charging wolf, his expression devoid of emotion, focusing intently as he adjusted the angle of his magical dagger. Were he allowed to ponder, Lin Shu would undoubtedly feel fear. Confronting a magical wolf head-on seemed an insurmountable challenge. Yet, the events unfolded in a mere instant. Lin Shu and Apos' spell rendered the fourth-tier wolf briefly incapacitated, only for it to be swiftly executed by Erniu. The other wolf lunged in retaliation, and within 2 or 3 fleeting seconds, Lin Shu had no time to contemplate his next move, his focus entirely on the wolf and Apos' magical shield. After countless battles with magical beasts, Lin Shu knew well that his dagger could breach magic. However, simply deflecting the magic with his dagger would not suffice. He needed to strike at the energy nodes of the spell, such as the center of a wind blade or the focal point of energy accumulation before a spell was cast. As for area spells, they were beyond his reach. Now, Lin Shu aimed to dismantle the fifth-tier wolf and Apos' shielding spell. Shield spells are not entirely impenetrable, while some, like the air shield, offer high levels of protection. Water shields are not absolute barriers. Prolonged isolation would suffocate those trapped within. Thus, these energy shields are composed of points and lines, layered to form a robust defense. Yet, consider this. Could a magical beast inherit such a complex structure through genetics? Could humans conceive such an intricate, chaotic point and line configuration with their minds? Clearly, this is implausible. Shield constructions follow discernible patterns. Once the pattern is identified and key points are struck, the shield is compromised. Nevertheless, the speed of the fifth-tier wolf was formidable. In such a brief span of 1 or 2 seconds, Lin Shu's desire to dismantle the wolf's magical shield seemed unrealistic. Yet, even the slightest chance remained. Xiaochang, attack. The attempt was futile. A fourth-tier magic could not breach a fifth-tier shield unless the wielder's magical energy was depleted. The notion of using magical arrows to strike the nodes of the water shield was even more improbable. Not only did Xiaochang lack the finesse to control the water arrows to such precision, but Lin Shu also could not pinpoint the exact strike location to relay to Xiaochang. In truth, Lin Shu himself was unaware of the water shield's weak points. With no alternatives, he resolved to wield his magical dagger toward what he deemed an appropriate target. The outcome would soon reveal itself. The wolf's form suddenly loomed larger in Lin Shu's vision, filling his entire field of sight. In that moment, nothing else existed apart from the wolf. Its swift approach was breathtaking. Lin Shu discerned the wolf's features, the flowing fur, its black paws with sharp claws, the fearsome expression, and its menacing fangs. Even the grime between them was vividly apparent. Yet, most striking were the wolf's brownish-yellow eyes, tinged with red. Why, in its pupils? Could he not only see his own reflection, but also another figure shimmering with a purplish-black glow? Could it be Wen Yu? What was she doing back here? As Lin Shu contemplated, he swiftly wielded his blade, his gaze fixated on the approaching demon hound. Suddenly, a jarring impact plunged him into darkness, leaving him somewhat disoriented. His body feeling surprisingly weightless. It dawned upon him that he was indeed suspended in midair. As his vision began to clear, he realized that his physical resilience allowed him to regain control after the violent collision. The demon hound appeared to be retreating. No, perhaps it was he who was receding, for the towering tree was also moving backward. Lin Shu quickly assessed his physical condition. Aside from a slight dizziness, he felt no other discomfort. However, it was evident that the current predicament stemmed from the fierce impact he had just endured. Could it be Wenyu? Lin Shu could not fly, nor could he maneuver like the aquatic demon hound, which was soaring backward, unfolding its membranous wings and harnessing wind magic to adjust its trajectory. Yet he could alter his own posture and instruct Xiao Chong below to catch him. Originally, Lin Shu had intended to plunge into the water if his strike failed, using submersion as a means to evade the demon hound and continue the struggle. As long as the demon hound unleashed its magic upon him, Lin Shu would seize the opportunity to vanquish this formidable foe. However, when Yu and Oppo's sudden appearance disrupted this plan. Her timely intervention and the magic she promptly invoked evidently spared Lin Shu from direct harm by the demon hound. Yet, her presence also hindered him from executing his tactics. As she remained airborne, poised to endure the impending assault from the demon hound, Lin Shu could not allow her to be slain, even though the moment was ripe for such an act. Yet, he could not bring himself to commit such an atrocity. To do so would transcend the limits of humanity. Despite having lived 2 lives, and having once regarded life and death with indifference as a cultivator, he remained human, and that was irrefutable. Be careful and dodge. Lin Shu called out to Wenyu, warning her of the potential retaliatory strike from the demon hound. Alas, his warning came too late. From the corner of his eye, he witnessed the demon hound and Oppo's magical aura erupting, swiftly coalescing into a multitude of water arrows, which surged forth alongside the demon hound and Oppo's leaping form, aimed directly at Wenyu and Oppo's slender figure. Chapter 55, The Choice in Midair. Which direction allows for the swiftest descent? The answer is downward. Without hesitation, Wen-wei plunged downwards, as if to dive directly into the water. However, she was well aware that the water beneath her was shallow. At that moment, Lin Shu cautioned her about the shallowness of the water. Wenyu halted abruptly at the water and Oppo's surface, yet the cunning water-dwelling demon hound unleashed its magic in parts, with a portion of its spells trailing after Wenyue's figure. Wenyu did not cast any magic of her own, for her spells could hardly withstand the 5th-tier water arrows, and her life-saving 5th-tier shadow shield had already been exhausted while protecting Lin Shu. Wenyu bitterly smiled, never expecting that one day she would sacrifice herself for someone who might take her life at any moment. What a fool she felt. If her father were to learn of this, he would surely chastise her severely. Yet, perhaps she would never see her father again. Desperately, Wenyu began to move sideways, believing she should at least struggle, for she truly did not want to die. There were still many things left undone. Meanwhile, Lin Shu had landed on the back of the little strong, adjusting his posture just in time. Harnessing the powerful momentum, he leaped with vigor, thrusting Wenyu into the water. Splash! The water arrows from the demon hound pierced the water beside them, sending up a spray of water and mud. Both Lin Shu and Wenyu were drenched in muck, but Lin Shu held Wenyu tightly. Dazed, she had yet to comprehend the situation. Her thick glasses were nowhere to be found, and she choked on the muddy water, sputtering it out, splattering Lin Shu's face, which was already smeared with filth. Little Strong quickly swam over, biting Lin Shu's calf and yanking him toward the deeper waters. The splashing waves obscured the vision of the demon hound, which was attempting to regain its bearings. Lin Shu and Oppo's senses were momentarily disoriented by the abrupt turn, yet his hearing remained intact. Amidst the cacophony of splashing water, he heard Wenyu and Oppo's startled scream, which rang loud and clear in his ears. Shortly after, he also heard Little Strong and Oppo's anguished howl, indicating that the valiant creature was once again under assault from the demon hound. Lin Shu turned with great effort, seeking the demon hound above, but the water and Oppo's spray still clouded his view. He noticed that Wenyu and Oppo's body felt somewhat limp in his arms. Though he could not dwell on that now. Locked on, Lin Shu suddenly realized. Soul Extinction Spell. Without a second thought, he unleashed 2 soul extinction spells. Big Girl, Little Girl, attack. Squeak. Splat, splat, gurgle. Lin Shu swallowed a mouthful of dirty water, his feet vigorously treading the water while one hand clutched Wen Yue tightly. With the other hand, he struggled to swim upward, just in time to see the unfortunate demon hound pierced through its water shield, with 2 arrows striking its abdomen and thigh. Though not fatal, blood poured forth from the demon hound. Squeak, squeak. The demon hound roared in rage. But Big Girl and Little Girl had already sunk beneath the water. Infuriated, the demon hound and Apos' eyes turned red, teetering on the brink of a berserk state. At that moment, Lin Shu emerged from the water, and the demon hound immediately redirected its wrath toward him. It seemed to have forgotten that its attempt to cast magic on Lin Shu had led to its unprecedented suffering and the shattering of its magical shield. Its companion had perished due to its own magical assault on Lin Shu. However, fury often clouds one's intellect, and at times, Lin Shu's integrity proved quite reliable. It was preparing to attack. Would it fly? No. Don't move. Lin Shu tightened his embrace around the gently squirming Wen Yue and hurriedly replied, maintaining his buoyancy while keeping a watchful eye on the demon hound's spell casting, simultaneously issuing commands to the nearly frenzied little strong. Wen Yue obediently focused her large eyes on the demon hound, which was channeling magic in their direction, while she coughed delicately, discreetly spitting out the mud from her mouth, evidently having ingested a fair amount of contaminated water. Locked on. The soul binding was complete. The strange, ethereal patterns expanded and contracted, and then a brilliant azure magical aura erupted forth. Soul extinction spell. Soul extinction spell. Attack, Little Strong. The relentless barrage of high-intensity calculations, coupled with successive violent clashes and repeated spellcasting, caused Lin Shu and Apos' mind to spin. He was compelled to hasten the rotation of the energy within his dantian, feeling the searing pain and heat as his qi tore through his meridians. Bang, bang. A series of magical water arrows failed to penetrate the demon hound and Apos' water shield. Yet the creature was roused by Little Strong and Apos' attack, snapping it back from the depths of its soul and Apos' agony. Although it missed the chance to retaliate against Lin Shu, it did not sustain further injury, and its previous wounds began to mend. Lin Shu and Apos' heart sank. This 5th-tier water demon hound possessed formidable soul strength. The consecutive soul extinction spells had failed to deliver a decisive blow, and its soul resilience was rapidly increasing. The first hit had shattered its magical shield, but the second had not even breached it. This was troublesome. Yet even if his efforts seemed futile, Lin Shu could not afford to surrender. The demon hound once again utilized the trees for a maneuver. Lin Shu and Apos' right hand swiftly glided through the water, attempting to adjust his angle to observe the demon hound and Apos' trajectory. Magic, Wen Wei whispered, straining to lift her wand and begin chanting a spell. Lin Shu anxiously watched the demon hound preparing its magic, when he suddenly felt his spirit tightly intertwined with Wen Yue and Apos' soul. Wen Yue seemed to sense something odd as well. However, her limited knowledge of soul studies left her bewildered by the sudden, harmonious connection they experienced. Lin Shu understood the phenomenon. It was due to their shared resolve against a common foe, the demon hound. Their spirits resonated with one another, and as Wen Yue infused her magical energy into her spell, it amplified through the magical energy, creating a brief resonance between their souls, thus forming a profound bond in that fleeting moment. Do not cast yet. Just keep it locked on. Lin Shu commanded softly, then desperately began to cast the soul extinction spell. Wen Yue had no time to question Lin Shu and Apos' reasoning. She could only choose to trust him. Almost immediately, she understood his intent as her magical energy began to pulse peculiarly. To her astonishment, it was a form of fluctuation she had never encountered before, yet its rhythm was grand and powerful, evoking feelings of awe and reverence. Wen Wei realized that Lin Shu was utilizing her magical energy to cast a spell, but she was unaware of the nature of the spell. Was it a beast-taming spell, specifically designed to subdue magical beasts? The reason why Wen Yue held such thoughts was due to the sudden, piercing scream of the soaring demon wolf, which bore an expression of excruciating agony, as if it wished for nothing but to escape its suffering. In this moment, there was no need for Xiao Qiang to intervene. Nor did Lin Shu have the time to command him. All of Lin Shu's spiritual energy was concentrated on the demon wolf. This marked the first occasion since arriving in this world that he wielded his magical abilities with such abandon. Although he had borrowed Wen Yue's demonic energy and spiritual capacity, it still felt akin to scratching an itch through thick socks. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to render the fifth-tier demon wolf incapable of controlling its own body. The magical shield vanished, and the now uncontrolled demon wolf crashed into a nearby tree trunk, causing the sturdy tree to sway and emit a resonant thud accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. Blood gushed from its mouth and nose as the demon wolf plummeted to the ground, landing with a resounding splash in the water. Do not harm it. Lin Shu halted Xiaoqiang and his family, who were poised to tear the demon wolf apart. Though Xiaoqiang was seething with rage, he restrained himself from attacking. Niu obediently swam beneath Lin Shu and Wen Yue, lifting both of them above the water's surface. It was then that Lin Shu realized he was still tightly embracing Wen Wei, who was curiously observing the demon wolf struggling and writhing after being bitten by Xiaoqiang. Lin Shu shifted his left hand, only to find it positioned awkwardly on Wen Yue's prominent right breast, gripping it firmly. No wonder Wen Wei had felt weak all over just moments ago. However, upon seeing her current muddy and disheveled state, Lin Shu found any inappropriate thoughts dissipating. Though he could not help but appreciate the sensation. How does it feel? Wen Yue inquired, glancing down at Lin Shu's hand. Embarrassed, he loosened his grip, flexing his somewhat stiff fingers, only to be misunderstood by Wen Yue, who bit her teeth in frustration. Indeed, the sensation is remarkably pleasant, Lin Shu replied naturally. Although it seemed like a compliment, his nonchalant demeanor provoked a sense of disdain in Wen Yue, leaving her at a loss for words. Scoundrel, humph. Oh, it was merely a coincidence. I shall take care of this demon wolf first. Wen Yue turned away, grumbling to herself as she began to clean the mud and grass from her body, yet she stole glances at Lin Shu. The demon wolf had clearly suffered a broken arm, its bones protruding through its fur, blood seeping from its orifices in a pitiable sight. The incapacitated creature was clutched by Niu and Xiaoqiang, each carrying a portion of its body, preparing to rend it asunder. Lin Shu stepped closer, gazing into the demon wolf and Oppo's murky, bloodshot eyes, which indicated that the recent blow had not only inflicted spiritual pain but also caused a concussion. He intently fixed his gaze upon the demon wolf's eyes, placing one hand upon its head as Wen Yue widened her eyes in scrutiny. Submit or perish. The demon wolf's facial muscles twitched, seemingly attempting to snarl, yet could only move half its face, resulting in a comical grimace. Humph. Accompanying me will make you stronger. I shall ask you one last time. Submit or be torn asunder by my two beasts. The demon wolf locked eyes with Lin Shu for a moment, the spark of intelligence gradually dimming in its gaze. Under Lin Shu's tense scrutiny, it finally closed its eyes, indicating its submission. Lin Shu let out a discreet sigh of relief, casting a glance at Wen Wei, who was watching them without restraint. Shaking his still dizzy head, he began the soul-binding ritual. Chapter 56. Healing Arts. Having hoisted the severely injured magical beast onto the back of the larger creature, Lin Shu soon realized that Xiaoqiang's condition was not much better than that of the magical hound. His body was riddled with penetrating wounds caused by magical water arrows. Fortunately, Xiaoqiang and Oppo's thick skin had spared his vital organs from severe injury, although he had lost a considerable amount of blood. His remarkable recovery abilities ensured that he would not perish imminently, though complete restoration would prove challenging. Lin Shu hastily mended the hound's severed limb and instructed the now somewhat rejuvenated creature to cast a healing spell upon him, planning to tend to Xiaoqiang and his family afterward. Having such a healing magical beast was indeed a boon, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. Wen Yu quietly observed from the side, cleansing the mud from her body with water magic, then using wind magic to dry herself. How did you return? Lin Shu inquired, finally having reset the hound and Oppo's broken bones. As he watched the hound cast a healing spell on him, he sighed in relief and settled onto Niu and Oppo's back, glancing at Wen Yu, who was busy smoothing out her wrinkled clothes. Wen Yu turned her head, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile. Lin Shu understood instantly that his disheveled appearance had elicited her amusement. His face was likely smeared with mud and blood. However, he was unconcerned with his appearance and had no intention of tidying up. All he desired was to rest and alleviate the dizziness and fatigue plaguing his body. Wen Yu waved her hand in front of her nose, shifting back a bit. Lin Shu caught a glimpse of her and hesitated slightly before redirecting his gaze to the hound, which was rapidly recovering from its injuries, while inquiring how many more healing spells it could cast. To Lin Shu and Oppo's surprise, the hound could manage only 2 or 3 more spells, even in its peak condition. It would not exceed 8 uses. It turned out that the healing spell was exceedingly draining on magical energy. My younger sister sent me, Lin Shu explained. It occurred to me that if you were to perish, the rest of us would likely not survive either. Therefore, it was prudent to temporarily remove them from the battlefield and return to join forces against the magical beasts. Luckily, I did just that, did I not? Lin Shu shrugged and replied without looking back, perhaps. When you and Amp, Oppo's voice involuntarily elevated by an octave, but she quickly caught herself and lowered her tone. Do you truly believe that? Perhaps. ISN and Amp, Oppo's, it true that all that has not transpired is still a possibility? Am I mistaken? Or do you expect me to be grateful for your decision and thus owe you a debt of gratitude? Humph. I never anticipated that such a cold-blooded individual would comprehend the notion of human kindness. When you killed the real Lin Shu and took his place, did you ever consider what human kindness is? Have you forgotten? I saved your life just now. Do you expect my gratitude and for me to carry a burden of indebtedness? I never expected you, a cold-hearted person, to grasp the concept of human kindness. When you was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter, waving her hand dismissively. All right, let us consider it mutually cancelled, shall we? Of course. The hound used its remaining healing spells, one for Xiao Chong, one for Niu, and the last for itself. Lin Shu casually washed off the mud from his body and applied a bit of ointment to his face and arm wounds. Had it not been for the need to prevent infection, he might have even skipped the ointment, considering they were in the forest and conserving resources was paramount. The group slowly retreated, with Wen Yu taking the lead to fetch the two children. Upon seeing Lin Shu again, Niu Xiaomei was so overjoyed that tears welled up in her eyes, yet she held back from rushing towards him, as Wen Yu had not released her. Niu Xiaoyong silently approached Lin Shu, sizing him up from head to toe. Lin Shu smiled and handed him the short dagger he had retrieved for Xiao Chong, which Niu Xiaoyong accepted quietly, gripping it tightly before carefully securing it at his waist. He then turned his gaze toward the hound, which was crouching on Niu's back. The hound was not particularly robust. When standing, its legs reached only to Lin Shu and Amp, Oppo's chest, and its arms hung just below its knees. Its fur was a tawny brown, with sparse hair on its face. In repose, it appeared less menacing, though it was certainly not benign, its slightly yellowed eyes gleaming with a wild light. At that moment, it curiously regarded the two human children. Niu Xiaoyong was somewhat apprehensive, thus refraining from attempting to pet it, while Niu Xiaomei stared wide-eyed, seemingly fascinated by the hound. Brother, what is its name? It hasn't an Amp, Oppo's been named yet. Let an Amp, Oppo's call it Monkey Head from now on. Monkey Head, but it and Amp, Oppo's a water-type hound. It should be Hound Head instead. When you scoffed, having mocked Lin Shu and Amp, Oppo's naming prowess ever since learning the names of the three short-snout crocodiles. Brother. Sister is right. How about we call it Little Hound? The hound rolled its eyes in discontent. Though it did not comprehend human language, it disdained that particular syllable. Conversely, it found the sound of Monkey Head somewhat acceptable. Naturally, this acceptance stemmed from its begrudging tolerance of Lin Shu and Amp, Oppo's naming, as it did not regard other humans as formidable enough to warrant submission or respect. See, it likes being called Monkey Head. All right, it shall be Monkey Head. Fine. But is Monkey Head injured? It has a lot of blood on it. Oh, it just bumped into a tree. It's nothing serious. It can use healing spells. And by tomorrow, it will be lively again. Lin Shu replied casually, smiling to reassure his concerned younger sister. Although the hound could not comprehend Niu Xiaomei and Amp, Oppo's words, it sensed her genuine concern through her innocent eyes and expressions, and it couldn't and Amp, Oppo's help but develop a fondness for her. Indeed, magical beasts, like other animals, tend to appreciate those who sincerely care for them. Their emotions are simple and direct. Later that night, the rain began to fall again, though lightly. Lin Shu ceased his cultivation of internal energy. During the fierce battles of the day, he had pushed his dantian to rotate wildly, inadvertently causing damage to his meridians, leaving him with a dull ache in his internal organs. Therefore, his primary objective that night was to mend the injuries to his meridians. A process that was straightforward, allowing them to heal naturally. The concept of natural healing does not involve hastening or slowing the flow of internal energy, but rather enhancing its permeability through a form of vibration, which would expedite the repair of the meridians. This would be an exceedingly difficult task for one untrained in the arts. However, for an experienced practitioner, it was relatively simple. Although Lin Shu was unaware of the precise form of vibration his body favored, it mattered not, as long as he understood the method. He could mimic the Hound and Apos' healing spell. In fact, the healing spell proved equally effective for humans. Having observed the Hound perform several healing spells, Lin Shu understood that he could not discern the mechanism of its efficacy merely by sight. Nevertheless, he noted that during the healing process, the magical energy vibrated in a remarkable rhythm. Unlike the tremors produced by the wind-riding marten resisting dark magical attacks, this vibration was gentle and soothing, alternating in speed. Thus, with his prior experience in rain-soaked healing techniques, Lin Shu naturally concluded that this rhythm, even if not the essence of the healing spell, would undoubtedly benefit the human body. Thus, in the treatment of meridian injuries, Lin Shu naturally attempted to employ this vibrational method first. It proved that Lin Shu's conjecture was indeed correct. The emergence of this melody bestowed a distinctly comforting and soothing sensation. Subsequently, when Lin Shu combined this with the oscillatory techniques previously used in qi healing, he discovered something quite extraordinary. From a certain perspective, these two methods resembled a relationship akin to that of a fundamental frequency and its harmonics. The vibrational form of the aqua technique from Green Star served as the fundamental frequency, while the qi healing technique from Earth manifested as a harmonic derived from this fundamental. In other words, the aqua technique was somewhat simpler and more primal, whereas the Earth and Apos' method was more intricate and precise, albeit consisting of fewer elements. Lin Shu was astounded. Could it be that these two realms shared some inexplicable connection? However, such a secret of this magnitude was beyond Lin Shu and Apos' current grasp. Even if he were to uncover it, it would bear no significance. Moreover, the very fact that he had traversed from Earth to this place suggested a mysterious link between the two worlds. When the time was ripe, this secret would surely reveal itself, and Lin Shu felt no urgency. The immediate priority was to resolve the issue of qi healing. Given that the Earth and Apos' technique was more precise and represented a harmonic form, albeit lacking certain elements, it would suffice to harmonize the excess components of the aqua technique according to the same principles. Thus, a spell named Healing Technique was created, or rather, discovered. As for its efficacy, Lin Shu had no means to ascertain, for this spell could currently only take effect within his own meridians or on the tissues nearby. Beyond that, further data remained elusive. Nevertheless, it was, after all, a new spell. At that moment, rain began to fall, and Lin Shu had just completed the treatment. Opening his eyes and gazing outside the tree hollow, he noticed a monkey perched on a nearby branch, having fashioned a net from twigs and vines, sound asleep while maintaining a water shield. This monkey was indeed remarkable, capable of sustaining the water shield for an extended period. Could its magical energy consumption truly be so minuscule? The answer was, of course, negative. The monkey had only activated the water shield in response to the rain. One could only blame Lin Shu for not preparing a hollow for it. Lin Shu's movements evidently startled the monkey, which was a rather sensitive creature. The monkey turned its head towards Lin Shu, who conveyed through their soul connection that all was well. Yet, the monkey lifted its gaze skyward. A gentle voice resonated above. Lin Shu, I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 57. Approaching the destination, both Lin Shu and Wen Yu were drenched in rain. However, Wen Yu's combat attire appeared impervious to moisture. She wore a narrow-brimmed dome hat, and seeing Lin Shu's disheveled state, she struggled to suppress her amusement. What's the matter? The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, as the rain had driven away the luminous insects and fish that usually thrived at night. The forest was truly a realm where one could not see their own hand. Yet, at the center of Wen Yu and Apos' chest hung a small object emitting a milky white glow, a magical item that provided continuous illumination through light and magical energy. However, Wen Yu dared not brighten it too much. It merely allowed her to discern her surroundings vaguely. Thus Lin Shu could not see her expression, but he could catch a glimpse of her bright eyes. There, he perceived a hint of playful mockery, leading him to think that Wen Yu was rather juvenile, as if she had achieved a significant victory simply by witnessing his drenched condition. If she knew that Lin Shu was merely a paper tiger, easily dispatched by a single spell, one could only wonder if that would infuriate her to the point of bleeding. Wen Yu pursed her lips. I believe we should have a serious discussion. The events that transpired today may recur tomorrow, the day after, and every day thereafter. If we continue to harbor such extreme distrust towards one another, we may never escape this rainforest. Lin Shu chuckled softly. It is not a matter of desire, but of capability. Can you trust me? Because I cannot trust you. You remain a threat to the lives of the three of us. How can you alleviate my distrust? Wen Yu fell silent, the rain pattering rhythmically upon the leaves. The monotonous sound revealing a mysterious cadence, perhaps a form of celestial music. The oath I mentioned last time she started, but halted halfway. Truth be told, she was not particularly keen on using that method to dissolve the life-and-death relationship wrought by their extreme distrust. Lin Shu smiled broadly and seated himself on a tree branch, seemingly intent on discussing the matter thoroughly. Wen Yu felt a pang of regret. Had she known, she would not have broached the subject. However, this time it was Wen Yu who misjudged the situation. Lin Shu had no intention of agreeing to the oath, but was rather curious about it. Have you ever witnessed this soul oath being performed? Yes, I have seen it with my own eyes and conversed with those involved. I can personally attest to its efficacy. Then, did that person inform you of the side effects of the oath? Not exactly. I was already aware of those side effects. As for that individual, I inquired about them, but he did not respond because he could not ascertain whether his feelings for the oath's subject were a result of the oath itself. In fact, he denied that the oath was the cause. Wen Yu and Oppo's response puzzled Lin Shu. Then why do you believe that such side effects genuinely exist? Wait, I see. The two individuals you mentioned are actually a couple, aren't they? Wen Yu chuckled, evidently pleased with Lin Shu's perceptiveness. Lin Shu's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Was the oath specifically designed for couples? While couples on Earth merely spoke their vows, those in this world utilized tangible soul oaths to enact them in earnest. Could it be posited that this oath is, in essence, a voluntarily undertaken interlinking curse? Lin Shu pondered. He was somewhat familiar with interlinking curses from Earth, known as entry oaths, which were used by ancient sects to bind their disciples. Breaching such an oath would result in severe punishment. Though Lin Shu had never witnessed one firsthand, yet he had studied interlinking curses, which were likely a construction of relational structures within the primordial spirit. In other words, the oath itself established a structural component of a particular part of the soul, akin to a block in a building constructed from many such blocks. The entry oath could very well be a component of cultivating the primordial spirit, with all abilities and knowledge acquired being intrinsically linked to this oath. Should the oath be broken, the foundation of that part of the primordial spirit would vanish, leading to devastating consequences for the soul nurtured from that foundation. Is this so-called soul oath akin to that? He mused. Or is it more potent, capable of directly attaching to or permeating a critical structure within the soul, thereby becoming an integral part of it? Though this notion seemed fantastical, given his journey from Earth to the realm of Green Star, coupled with the perilous sand-turning curse he bore, the existence of such a soul oath could not be dismissed. I presume this soul oath is not a form of soul magic? Not at all. Anyone with magical energy can perform it. And what if one lacks magical energy? Lin Shu could not reveal to Wen Yu that he was, in fact, a non-magical being. Such a revelation could necessitate drastic measures against her. So it was best to keep that secret. Wen Yu paused, her thoughts drifting to the Niu siblings. Could it be that Lin Shu intended for Niu Xuanmen to substitute for him in the oath, thus avoiding unnecessary emotional entanglements? This was indeed a viable solution. Surprised that Lin Shu was considering her feelings, Wen Yu cast him a grateful glance and quietly remarked, "It has nothing to do with being a magical being. As long as someone activates the array, the soul oath pertains to the essence of the soul, not magic. It should be considered witchcraft." Oh, I see. In the darkness, Lin Shu's voice drifted lazily, tinged with uncertainty. In truth, he was using these descriptions to pinpoint and analyze the soul oath. Wen Yu, filled with anticipation, awaited his next words. Is there no distance limitation to this oath? Wen Yu shook her head slightly, somewhat disappointed. None whatsoever. Oh, I understand. Could it also entail other tangible side effects? For instance, an enhancement in magical tier or an acceleration in spellcasting speed? Wen Yu hesitated. Though unsure of the significance of Lin Shu's inquiry, she pondered carefully and shook her head. It seems not. The books do not mention this. Nor did I inquire about such matters. Lin Shu responded with an "oh" before lapsing into silence. Wen Yu sensed something amiss. What was Lin Shu's intent in questioning these matters? I say, what exactly are you trying to achieve with these questions? Huh? Lin Shu jolted back to awareness, suddenly regretting his carelessness. Oh, I was just curious. Just curious? Yes, precisely. What of it? Wen Yu clenched her teeth, her voice strained. Then what do you truly think of my proposal? What proposal? Oh, you mean the idea of binding ourselves with a soul oath? I think it's best to dismiss it. It sounds rather peculiar, as if it were meant for couples. Let us not pursue it. Lin Shu shook his head vigorously. And though Wen Yu's face darkened, the night concealed it from him, leaving her untroubled by his notice. Very well. Consider yourself fortunate. Hey, don't go. Although your proposal lacks credibility, in light of your sincerity, I shall reluctantly attempt to place my trust in you this once. Naturally, I hope you refrain from actions that might lead to disappointment. Regarding our mutual adversaries, our intentions remain aligned. Furthermore, you must acknowledge my capacity to lead this peculiar team. Henceforth, you are to obey my commands unconditionally. Fear not. I shall not issue directives that would place you in a compromising position. For I do not wish to give you the impression that I harbor ulterior motives. Well, that is to say, I am not scheming against you. In any case, you understand the gist of it, do you not? When you found herself bemused, she had initially believed that Lin Shu could be somewhat communicative, but it had become evident that he was indeed insufferable. I am well aware that you remain an insufferable individual. After uttering this, when you turned and departed, leaving Lin Shu in a state of astonishment, pondering whether an agreement had truly been reached. Regardless, it would be prudent for both parties to approach their exit from the forest with honesty and mutual trust. Although Lin Shu had acquired a waterborne magical beast as his companion, the uncertainties that lay ahead were insurmountable. Thus, a greater degree of preparation and strategy might very well prove life-saving in critical moments. Despite the absurdity of their conversation that night, the dynamics of their relationship indeed shifted. While Wen Yu continued to cling tightly to her shield in everyday scenarios, during combat, she would proactively arrange the two children and stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Shu. Throughout these encounters, Wen Yu had saved Lin Shu's life on several occasions, just as he had rescued hers, yet the specifics had become a blur. Consequently, they opted to refrain from discussing such matters, each focusing on their own responsibilities and thoughts. Eventually, amid Niu Xiaomei's growing reluctance to part and Niu Xiaoyong's mounting dissatisfaction, Lin Shu and Wen Yu discovered traces of human activity within the woods, signifying that they were nearing the forest and Appo's edge. In truth, Lin Shu had surmised this fact from the increasingly feeble magical beasts they had encountered in recent days. Now, they had merely acquired concrete evidence. Thus, the relationship between Lin Shu and Wen Yu, which had previously begun to thaw and develop a tacit understanding, suddenly became fraught with tension. Each felt as though an immense weight had been placed upon their chests, rendering them breathless and uneasy. In such an atmosphere, night descended upon them. Chapter 58. Until we meet again, the night was enveloped in stillness, with the gentle patter of raindrops resonating against the leaves and pooling water, creating a symphony of nature's melodies. As the rain began to lighten, the creatures of the forest eagerly emerged. Ethereal glimmers of pale yellow danced upon the water's surface, while azure sparks flitted through the trees. Lin Shu, nestled within a tree hollow, rested with closed eyes, his spirit wholly attuned, merging into a state of serene unity. The external world refracted through him like a mirror, unperturbed by the corporeal realm, allowing his essence to exist independently. Only in such a state could one truly perceive the body and its surroundings, accurately sensing the state of the spirit and fostering its continuous growth. During cultivation, Lin Shu was most sensitive to the world around him. Yet this sensitivity arose from an objective, third-party perspective, devoid of any direct assault on the body that might distort external information. Suddenly, he sensed a faint ripple of magical energy above him. Lin Shu recognized it as the presence of Wenwei and Niu Xiaomei. The magical disturbance was subtle and wind-based, indicating no ill intent from Wen Yu. Nevertheless, he maintained his vigilance. They had ventured to the northwestern edge of the southern rainforest, where no beasts posed a threat to Wen Yu's departure, as their interdependent relationship had abruptly unraveled. What Wen Yu intended remained a mystery to Lin Shu, just as he was uncertain of his own course of action, perhaps believing it best to remain passive. Despite Wen Yu holding certain secrets about him, the shared peril they had faced in the forest rendered Lin Shu incapable of extinguishing the life of someone with whom he shared a peculiar bond. As a practitioner, he inherently understood the presence of karma, with the most crucial aspect being the recognition of one and Appo's actions by the heart, indicative of the soul and Appo's stability. If Lin Shu could not face the act of killing Wenwei with tranquility, even if he were to force himself to do so to eliminate an imminent threat, he would ultimately be confronted by the repercussions of that deed, which would be both severe and devastating since he could not endorse his current behavior, potentially leading to a collapse of his soul in critical moments. Thus, Lin Shu found himself in a state of conflict. Wen Yu too experienced a similar turmoil. But her dilemma did not revolve around whether to kill Lin Shu, as she subconsciously felt incapable of such an act, especially after Lin Shu had acquired the monkey head. Her concern was whether to abduct Niu Xiaomei. Failing to do so could lead to two outcomes. Either Lin Shu might silently pursue and mercilessly eliminate her, or in the future, he might expose his identity under certain circumstances for personal gain, jeopardizing her mission. However, abducting Niu Xiaomei would sever the bond between the child and her brother, and Wenwei found it unbearable to betray the trust of a child so deeply devoted to her. After a long night of inner turmoil, Wenwei ultimately made a resolute decision. She would depart. Before doing so, she felt compelled to leave some information for Lin Shu, perhaps intentionally wishing to awaken him with the act of inscribing a message in magic, so that when he prepared to confront her, she could seize Niu Xiaomei, thus framing it as an act of necessity rather than intention. Humans often deceive themselves, consciously or unconsciously, and Lin Shu was no exception. He remained still, quietly observing Wenyue's movements above him. Soon, the magical fluctuations ceased, replaced by the familiar aura of Wenyue and Apos' levitation device. The monkey, resting outside the hollow, stirred slightly, prompting Lin Shu to hesitate before allowing it to maintain its guard. Wenyue, sensing the monkey and Apos' movement, paused just under 5 meters away from Lin Shu, aware that if he opened his eyes, he could see her legs through the hollow. She hovered, uncertain whether to hesitate or wait, perhaps testing and observing, fearful that Lin Shu might feign ignorance of her departure, only to strike when she had moved to a safe distance, ensuring Niu Xiaomei's life would no longer be in jeopardy. Neither moved. The monkey remained in its slumber. The rain continued to fall, a cacophony of sound that seemed to fill the entire world, unsettling Wenyue further with each drop. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, then, with a determined grimace, accelerated into the distance. Wenyue's flying device was not particularly swift. As a practitioner of third-tier wind magic, she could not increase her speed significantly. She understood that Lin Shu could command the previously alert monkey to pursue her within minutes, and even if it could not kill her, it could ensnare her, leaving her vulnerable to the lurking crocodiles. Unbeknownst to her, Wenyue's heart raced uncontrollably, an unfamiliar sensation that surpassed any fear or worry she had faced before. It was a feeling of grievance, an overwhelming sense of sorrow that led to tears cascading down her cheeks, mingling with the raindrops that splattered upon the darkened forest floor. The weight in her chest released with each tear, her vision blurred as the shadows of the trees danced before her, while the bioluminescent insects twinkled like distant stars. Her mind fell into oblivion, unable to process her thoughts as intense emotions surged forth. Without realizing it, Wenyue found herself in a vast, dark wilderness, raindrops striking her face. Suddenly aware that she had exited the thicket, having encountered no peril, she abruptly turned, gazing back in the direction she had come. Noticing a hint of azure on the horizon, was that sunlight? It seemed the rainy season was drawing to a close. Her gaze descended to the shadowy forest, her expression rich with memories, before she abruptly wiped her eyes and smiled brightly. "We will meet again, I swear." Amidst the intertwining branches, Lin Shu stood upon a thick limb, with the monkey perched beside him, its wide eyes curiously scrutinizing the darkened woods ahead, pondering what could possibly capture its master's attention. After a long while, Lin Shu smiled, a blend of relief and self-mockery gracing his features. "Oh well. Fate must remain unknown to be intriguing, and trust is essential for warmth between souls. Brother, has sister truly left?" Niu Xiaomei asked through her tears, still clinging to hope. Niu Xiaoyong silently smiled. Had they not been in the perilous rainforest, he would have shouted in exultation. "Yes, she has departed. Every gathering must come to an end. Perhaps she will visit us again in the future?" "Maybe," Niu Xiaomei replied. "ISN and Apos. T had said that parting is merely a prelude to reunion. I never want to see that ugly woman again." Niu Xiaoyong protested loudly, while Niu Xiaomei pouted and struck her brother's arm, tears streaming down her face. Lin Shu smiled gently and shook his head lightly, saying, "She is not an unattractive woman. An unattractive woman would not possess such a confident gaze." "Ah? Are you suggesting that fellow is wearing a false face? Indeed, when she stands before you in the future, you may not even recognize her." "I will definitely recognize her." "Absolutely," Niu Xiaomei declared loudly, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Throughout their journey, they encountered no magical beasts. Feng Jiwen turned their direction southward, and soon they beheld the edge of the forest. The terrain here was evidently elevated, Although the ground remained damp, patches of grass-covered slopes and meandering streams began to come into view. All right, this shall be our stopping point. Xiao Chong must part ways with us now. What? Why, brother? This time, it was Niu Xiaolong who felt reluctant, although he had been exhilarated upon exiting the forest. The thought of leaving behind the Xiaochang family filled his heart with a profound sense of loss and sorrow. Niu Xiaomei clung tightly to Xiao Chong's head, weeping uncontrollably. They are amphibious creatures, ill-suited for a prolonged existence on land alongside us. The monkey can accompany us, but his family cannot. Moreover, magical beasts rightfully belong in the forest. Were it not for our need for the monkey and Apos' assistance, I would not even bring it along. Their presence could potentially endanger their lives. After contemplating this, Niu Xiaoyong and Niu Xiaomei ceased their debate, reluctantly bidding farewell to Xiao Chong. The Xiao Chong family also felt a twinge of sadness. Yet a beautiful life in the forest awaited them. They belonged to the forest. Thus, after a heartfelt farewell, Xiao Chong, accompanied by his 2 wives, ultimately vanished into the woods. Brother, do you think we will meet Xiao Chong again in the future? It is perhaps best that we do not. I have severed my ties with them. Should we meet again, it could lead to a life-and-death confrontation. It one and Apos' happen. It's certainly one and Apos' Niu Xiaoyong declared resolutely. Oh, there are strangers. Come quickly, I see a magical beast. A magical wolf. Run for your lives. A voice, initially brimming with bravado, soon turned frantic from behind the bushes on the slope, startling the 3 siblings. Remember, we are siblings now. From this moment onward, you shall temporarily bear the surname Lin. Oh, I understand, brother. I am Lin Xiaomei. Chapter 59, The Border Village Fool. Didn't you see someone by the magical beast? It must be tamed. Amidst the scolding voices, a team of 6 seasoned professionals clad in combat attire emerged from the thicket. The one being berated was presumably the flustered individual from earlier. Lin Shu cast a quick glance over the group. Among them was only one mage, discernibly a 3rd-tier lightning mage by the magical aura surrounding him. The remaining 3 were warriors, accompanied by a sniper and a scout. This was Lin Shu and Apos' first encounter with a sniper. Their identity easily inferred from the magical crossbow slung across their back. In Farm 6, there were no snipers among the warriors, as the guard squad was solely designed for the defense against magical beasts, ensuring the safety of the villagers. Thus, they did not employ such roles, which were more suited for wilderness combat. Leading the group was an older warrior, identifiable by the shield and hand axe he bore. His cold, emotionless eyes spoke of a battle-hardened veteran, a true survivor of the harsh world. Who are you? Where do you hail from? And where are you headed? His voice was gravelly, his gaze piercing into Lin Shu and Apos' eyes, exuding an invisible pressure from his demeanor and body language. Lin Xiaoyong and Lin Xiaomei felt a wave of intimidation, but such tactics were utterly ineffective against Lin Shu. With a clean smile, he replied, "We come from the north, bound for the border village. My siblings and I seek to start anew there." The warrior was momentarily taken aback, surprised not by Lin Shu and Apos' calmness but by the sincerity and innocence reflected in his demeanor, which naturally instilled a sense of trust. The older warrior quickly interpreted Lin Shu's words, perhaps with a touch of overanalysis. The surrounding men observed the trio with varied expressions, some curious, others skeptical, and a few with ill intentions. "Kid, the border village is no amusement park. It's not a place for children." A voice laced with malice cut ahead of the shield warrior and Apos' response. Lin Shu recognized that this was the individual who had first spotted them. Humiliated by his earlier blunder and ridiculed by his companions, he had evidently redirected his ire towards Lin Shu and his siblings, resulting in a decidedly unfriendly attitude. Moreover, the border village lay in a remote area, where the influence of national laws was minimal, and the presence of magical beasts rendered the wilderness lethal. The casual loss of life was so prevalent that few would notice when individuals disappeared from the world. His words were laden with a veiled threat to his companions. "Silence. Upon our return, you will no longer accompany us." "Why? What have I done wrong?" "You have erred in many ways. This team is under my command, not yours. Your abilities do not align with your rank, and thus, I have decided to dismiss you." "Any objections?" The shield warrior and Apos' response was icy and devoid of emotion, his tone mechanical. "Fine. If you don't want me, then I shan't serve you any longer. I'm leaving now, and you lot better watch out." Lin Shu felt an unjust burden settle upon him. He had done nothing to warrant such animosity. This was utterly absurd. However, the memory of the dark red mark on his chest brought forth a sense of resignation. The shield warrior glanced at the retreating scout, then nonchalantly turned back to his companions, satisfied with the outcome. He focused on Lin Shu, saying, "This man harbors grudges. You must be cautious." "Thank you. Could you kindly direct us to the village? Continue southward, and you shall soon see it. May I inquire about your profession? As you can see, I am a beast tamer. Monkey head, come here." Lin Shu beckoned, positioning the monkey in front of him. "Say hello to everyone." "Eek." The monkey responded with a lackadaisical grin, revealing the pearly whites that Lin Xiaoyong had polished to a shine, resembling more of a taunt than a greeting. Among the five, one timid warrior instinctively took a step back, reddening in embarrassment before hesitantly stepping forward again, seemingly wishing to scold the magical beast, yet lacking the courage, rendering the scene somewhat comical. Lin Xiaomei and Lin Xiaoyong struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces flushed. "A fine magical beast, 5th tier, I presume?" "Yes, indeed. This is Monkey Head. Keep your beast in check. Injuring someone in the village could lead to severe consequences. Thank you for the warning." Lin Shu expressed his gratitude and, along with his siblings and Monkey Head, continued on their way. The monkey turned back one last time, grinning at the shield warrior. "Boss, why not deal with them? If we could capture that magical beast, we'd be set for at least 2 years. Shut up. If you want to die, do it away from us. Can you comprehend how this beast tamer brought 2 children from the north? Can we? Don't be deceived by that boy's seemingly harmless demeanor. The most troublesome individuals are often those who appear innocuous. Yet I fail to see what makes them formidable." The lone mage finally interjected. The shield warrior gazed at Lin Shu and his siblings, who had already begun ascending the hillside. 3 children crossing the forest southward is proof enough. Do you think they could capture a 5th-tier magical beast on their own? What does that imply? It suggests there may be a more powerful ally or family backing them. They ventured into this perilous territory either to evade enemies or for training. In either case, provoking them would lead to trouble. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. It's better to avoid unnecessary conflict. Humph, not completely foolish yet. To survive longer in this world, one must stir up less trouble and utilize that brain of yours packed with nonsense. As they crested the hill and navigated around a vast expanse of farmland divided by thorny red berry bushes, they soon caught sight of a cluster of substantial buildings nestled against the mountainside. At the foot of these structures, fortifications had been erected, utilizing the terrain to create layered walls, complete with small openings for weaponry. Following the broad mountain path, the trio soon arrived at the village's entrance. As the rainy season had not fully abated, the fields lay fallow, and the road outside the village bustled with professionals eager to test their luck at the forest's edge. The peculiar trio drew curious glances from passers-by. 2 warriors in combat attire guarded the village entrance. Upon noticing Lin Shu and his siblings, their unfamiliar faces immediately piqued their interest. "Halt! State your identity and purpose." "I am Lin Shu, and these are my brother Lin Xiaoyong, my sister Lin Xiaomei, and my beast tamer Monkey Head. We intend to settle in the border village." "Settle?" "Yes, for the long term. I understand what settling means. Where do you hail from?" Never mind. That was just a casual inquiry. Those who come here need not disclose their identities, but they must adhere to the rules." Lin Shu beamed, nodding vigorously. "Rules are excellent. With rules, there is no chaos." Initially, the somewhat arrogant gatekeeper caught sight of his companion discreetly gesturing to him from beside a tree. Instantly, his demeanor softened considerably, and a faint smile graced his lips. Indeed, adhering to the rules makes everything easier, doesn't it, Oppos? It? So, might we trouble this esteemed guard to enlighten us about the regulations here, as we are quite uninformed? Certainly, since I have no other pressing matters at hand. Our border village is governed by an elected village council, which establishes the rules that we abide by. Detailed regulations are inscribed on the stone wall adjacent to the central market of the village. I shall summarize the essence for you. Fundamentally, the spirit of the laws of our Tang kingdom reflects our village and Oppos' regulations. Furthermore, it is imperative to dutifully pay transaction taxes during business dealings. While the annual residence tax is 50 gold coins per person, one may purchase a residence from others or acquire land from the village council to construct their own dwelling. Naturally, locations nearer to the upper echelons are more affordable. However, generally speaking, a ready-made house suitable for 3 individuals would cost around 200 to 300 gold coins. Lin Shu listened attentively, occasionally nodding in agreement. "Are there any purchasing shops here?" he inquired. "Indeed, but to be frank, the prices are—" "I understand," Lin Shu interjected. Is it not strictly forbidden to harm or engage in brawls according to the laws of our Tang kingdom? Of course. Hence you must take good care of your tame beasts. The guard replied. I see. And where might I find the locations for purchasing a house? If you and Appos are not in a hurry, I can take you there after my shift ends. I could earn a referral fee, which would save you from being taken advantage of in unfamiliar territory. That would be splendid. Additionally, I wish to sell some items after such a long journey. We cannot possibly carry cash with us. Haha, understood, understood. Although Lin Shu was unsure why the guard had suddenly become so amiable, he speculated it must relate to the presence of the monkey, as the two guards likely possessed keen eyes to recognize its rank. After a brief wait on a stone bench, the guard cheerfully approached Lin Shu, who was astonished to see that he had changed out of his combat attire, indicating that such uniforms were not for personal use. It appeared that the village maintained a rather strict management system. However, having rules was far preferable to the absence of them, regardless of who established those rules. Haha, let us proceed. I will first take you to the shops. There are 3 prominent magic stores here, and their prices are fairly similar. However, I am quite familiar with the owner of the Yi family store, so we might obtain a slight discount. That sounds excellent. May I know your name, esteemed guard? Oh, how remiss of me. I am Yang Jinwu. You are Lin Shu, correct? Is this name acceptable? No problem at all. We shall call you Brother Yang from now on, and I hope for your continued guidance. Haha, certainly, certainly. Chapter 60. The new siblings in the small village despite its name. The border village referred to as Small Village appeared to house a larger population than the farm where Lin Shu once resided. The bustling slopes, constructed along the mountainside, were alive with the comings and goings of people, likely influenced by the rainy season. The village was built against the mountains, with most residential structures closely hugging the terrain. Many houses seemed to be only partially completed, with some lacking exteriors entirely, their doors opening directly onto the stone walls, reminiscent of cave dwellings on earth. Lin Xuanmen and Lin Xiaoyong craned their necks, their eyes sparkling with vibrant curiosity and energy, while Lin Shu engaged earnestly in conversation with Yang Jinwu, gleaning substantial information through seemingly casual inquiries. The origins of the border village dated back long before the unification war of the Tang dynasty, and during the turmoil of the war, many individuals sought refuge here for varied reasons, leading to the village's expansion. Today, the inhabitants, numbering nearly 20,000, each had their own motivations for residing here, with a significant number drawn by the magical beasts of the surrounding forests. Consequently, the village saw an influx of 40 to 50,000 outsiders annually, although most would arrive only after the conclusion of the rainy season. Given its remote location, bordered by southern rainforests to the south and east, the village held little military or economic significance. Unlike the plains of the Xia kingdom, the mountainous terrain proved unsuitable for cultivating high-value crops, while the forests teemed with magical beasts. A traditional sanctuary for trials and hunting lay over 1,000 kilometers to the north, offering a richer variety of creatures, unlike the predominantly water-based beasts found here. The village's power dynamics were controlled by 3 organizations: the ancient Tang Commercial Alliance, the Tang Martial Artists Guild, and the local Yang family, the original rulers of the village, of which Yang Jinwu was a distant descendant. Due to this affiliation, Yang Jinwu had secured a position as a guard, though his demeanor suggested he held little sway within the Yang clan. As they ascended the moss-covered steps, the view suddenly broadened, revealing a small square that was surprisingly vibrant for a mountain village. Measuring approximately 150 meters wide and 200 to 300 meters long, the square was dotted with several vendors, indicating it served as an open-air market. This was the villagers' gathering place, where important meetings convened, bustling with activity despite its modest size. Typically, it functioned as a free market, though visitors were reminded to pay taxes at the nearby tax office upon leaving. Lin Shu turned to see a sign for the border village tax office hanging at the entrance of a building on the left, its bronze plaque weathered with age. Yang Jinwu then indicated a 3-story stone building ahead, explaining that it housed the village administration, where matters such as property purchases, residency registration, education, marriage registration, and dispute arbitration were handled. Lin Shu paused, realizing the necessity of such institutions for a community of 20,000 residents. He smiled warmly at Lin Xiaoyong and Lin Xiaomei, who were filled with excitement at the prospect of continuing their education. However, Lin Xiaoyong wore a troubled expression, struggling to return to normalcy after his exhilarating experiences in the jungle. Indeed, our schools are quite commendable here, though secondary education requires traveling to other areas. Yang Jinwu noted. Understood. I shall personally educate my siblings. It is a family tradition, Lin Shu replied, eliciting an understanding smile from Yang Jinwu. Over there, the bustling center is the Martial Artists and Oppos Guild. If you wish to undergo a magical aptitude test, you may do so there for a fee. No need. My siblings have already been tested, Lin Shu responded. Oh, what levels did they achieve? Yang Jinwu inquired, then quickly added, forgive my curiosity. Lin Shu chuckled, not at all. My brother is at level 3, while my sister is at level 5. Yang Jinwu and Oppos' demeanor shifted slightly, but he quickly masked it with flattering remarks that caused Lin Xiaoyong and Lin Xiaomei to blush. Typically, official tests only provided evaluations up to level 3, with advanced assessments reserved for those deemed to possess potential. The advanced tests were tiered, with evaluations reaching up to level 6 indicating magical aptitude. Given Lin Xiaomei's young age of 6 or 7 and her level 5 assessment, it suggested she might very well attain the highest level by the time she turned 12. This revelation hinted at the extraordinary nature of the trio, prompting Yang Jinwu to feel fortunate for not having offended them and to consider the rewards for reporting such intelligence. This trio is indeed a stroke of luck, he mused, his expression betraying a hint of flattery as Lin Shu continued to inquire about the village. See, the shops line both sides of the street to the north. This is the main thoroughfare into the village. Without needing Yang Jinwu and Oppos' guidance, Lin Shu discerned two main entrances to the village, one comprising broad steps adjacent to the village administration, which branched into numerous paths, resembling a colossal centipede, and the other, a stone-paved road winding through shops on both sides. A glance around revealed the most opulent establishment appeared to be an inn, followed closely by a tavern, with a magical goods shop and various other supply and craft stores lining the several hundred meters of street. These are relatively larger shops. Smaller stores are scattered throughout the village, providing daily necessities and food, Yang Jinwu remarked. Lin Shu looked up to see a sizable platform halfway up the mountain. Yang Jinwu, noting Lin Shu and Oppos' gaze, smiled. That is the school, ideally situated for students from both the upper and lower sections of the mountain. Lin Shu nodded, gesturing toward a cluster of houses tightly knit together, their architecture uniform. Is that the territory of your Yang clan? Yes. That is the old village where many of the Yang family reside, although there are some outsiders as well. We distant branches lack the privilege to dwell there. Yang Jinwu replied, his tone tinged with envy. Lin Shu smiled gently. Which establishment is the Yi family's magical goods shop? We should attend to our business first and familiarize ourselves with the village later, as we plan to settle here. Indeed, this way, Yang Jinwu chuckled, leading the trio into a seemingly ordinary but spacious shop, far larger and tidier than old Yi and Oppos' store at farm number 6. The shop was distinctly divided into two sections. One side featured a row of bright, open crystal counters and shelves, while the other housed an antiquated wooden counter. Predictably, Yang Jinwu led Lin Shu toward the wooden counter, leaving the unfortunate monkey to remain in a wooden enclosure by the side door, a precaution to protect the valuable merchandise from any inadvertent damage caused by guests and Oppos' magical beasts. Shopkeeper Xiao Yi, I and Oppos' VE brought a customer. Ah, Xiao Wu, thank you. And what do I call this young guest? You truly look youthful. Emerging from behind the counter was a jovial middle-aged man with a round face. Lin Shu was puzzled as to why he was referred to as Shopkeeper Xiao Yi, but he assumed there must be a reason for it. Hello, I am Lin Shu, a beast tamer. This is my brother Lin Xiaoyong and my sister Lin Xiaomei. We have come to sell some items. Welcome, welcome. What do you intend to sell? Lin Shu glanced at the shopkeeper, who radiated a 4th-tier magical aura, and the magical equipment he wielded. His curiosity piqued. Magic cores. Magic cores indeed. Wonderful. We have been struggling to acquire them lately. I will certainly offer Mr. Lin the best price. With a cheerful demeanor, shopkeeper Xiao Yi produced a silver platter, approximately 30 to 40 centimeters in diameter, lined with a layer of off-white velvet. Lin Shu, however, was not swayed by the shopkeeper's pleasantries. He merely smiled and refrained from engaging further, instead reaching into his tattered bag to retrieve 2 items. One was a book-like object wrapped in waterproof cloth, which Lin Xiaoyong recognized as 2 books belonging to Lin Shu and Oppos' sister. This fact assured him of Lin Shu and Oppos' identity. The other item was a small bag, also fashioned from waterproof cloth. Lin Shu untied the strings of the bag and poured its contents onto the silver platter, producing a series of faint, crisp sounds. The platter was soon adorned with a dozen or so magic cores, varying in size and hue. Some sky blue and others lake blue, appearing crystalline and radiant. Shopkeeper Xiao Yi and Appo's eyes narrowed, a flicker of concealed astonishment crossing his features, while Yang Jinwu nearly gasped in surprise, hastily covering his mouth with one hand. This collection of magic cores was undoubtedly worth thousands of gold coins. Though the value was secondary, the striking sky blue core, the size of an egg, shimmering as if infused with living water, was assuredly a core of 4th tier or higher. It seemed that the magical hound was indeed of 5th tier or above. If these magic cores were indeed the spoils of Lin Shu's endeavors, the identities of the 3 individuals bore intriguing implications. Chapter 61. Settling in the small village, is this a 5th tier magic core? The shopkeeper, Xiao Yu, donned a pair of white cloth gloves seemingly produced from thin air and delicately picked up the most vibrant and deeply colored magic core, scrutinizing it under the light that streamed through the shop and Appo's entrance. It should be, but ISN and Appo's it for you to determine? Lin Shu and Appo's response, though somewhat naive, pointedly underscored a truth. Xiao Yi, taken aback, glanced at Lin Shu, only to be met with his clear, innocent gaze, prompting a flicker of confusion within her. Was this young man genuinely simple-minded, or was he a shrewd veteran cloaked in modesty? Yet, given his age, it seemed improbable he could be the latter. Nevertheless, Xiao Yi, well-versed in the ways of the world, knew that appearances could be deceiving. She had encountered a thief even younger than him who had spent a decade in his craft, exhibiting a remarkable cunning. However, the purity in this youth and Appo's eyes was too profound. Even the most seasoned trickster could hardly mask their intentions so effectively. Oh, I apologize for my lapse. Truth be told, in this small village, we hardly receive any 5th tier magic cores throughout the year, as the hunters around here are not particularly. Well, you understand. With that, Xiao Yu subtly cast a glance at the curious monkey at the fence by the door. Lin Shu feigned ignorance and turned his attention to Lin Xiaomei and Lin Xiaoyong, who were exploring the store and Appo's other sections. Is it all right for my sister to check over there? He inquired. No problem at all. Feel free to browse and select at your leisure. Xiao Yu replied with a chuckle. At that moment, the shop was devoid of many customers. A young female attendant approached Lin Xiaoyong and his sister, offering enthusiastic assistance. Though Lin Xiaoyong had no intentions of making a purchase. Shopkeeper Xiao, we've come to settle here from the north. Brother Yang mentioned you are the most trustworthy around, so please set a fair price for these items. I trust you, and we will be dealing with you frequently in the future. Very well, Mr. Lin. In that case, I shall not hold back. There are a total of 13 magic cores here, 1 5th tier air core, 3 4th tier air cores, 4 4th tier water cores, and 5 3rd tier water cores. Based on our prices, the 5th tier core is worth 800 gold coins, the 4th tier cores 80 each, and the 3rd tier cores 40 each, totaling 1,560 gold coins. I will add an additional 40 to round it up to an even 1,600. How does that sound? Lin Shu smiled broadly, not bothering to haggle. Given his unfamiliarity with the area, he was willing to accept a minor loss, especially since these magic cores had been freely acquired, far overshadowed by what had been consumed by Xiao Chong and the monkey. Deal. Is it possible to receive cash? Understood. Not a problem. I will pay you 200 in cash first. Little Wu will take you to settle in, and then the village office can issue you an account card. We don't have much cash on hand, so I appreciate your understanding. Not an issue at all. We will leave 3 4th tier magic cores with you for now and return shortly. Excellent, excellent. Lin Shu successfully received a small pouch of coins, which jingled pleasantly as he shook it, a sound that captivated Lin Xiaoyong and Lin Xiaomei. However, the contents of the pouch soon diminished. The annual head tax for the 3 of them was 150 gold coins, followed by the purchase of several new outfits to replace their tattered clothing, and a meal with Yang Jinwu, leaving Lin Shu with merely 20 gold coins. The cost of living here was indeed steep. Brother Yang, I wish to inquire about the housing prices in this area. If we lack sufficient funds to buy, is renting an option? Yang Jinwu, having just savored a delicious meal, replied cheerfully, a simple earthen house costs around 200 gold coins. Including the price of land, 500 gold coins should suffice. If you purchase the land yourself and hire a mage for construction, you could save between 100 to 120 gold coins. but it would take 2 to 3 days. After contemplating, Lin Shu remarked, then it would be better to buy an existing property. However, wouldn't a remote location be rather perilous? I do have 2 children to consider. That said, our village hasn't encountered magical beasts in over a decade. Moreover, there is a lookout on the mountaintop that would raise the alarm should any beast approach. As long as the location isn't too secluded, there shouldn't be significant issues. I can assist you in finding a relatively favorable spot, though it may cost 50 to 100 gold coins more. Would that be acceptable? Lin Shu nodded with a smile. That sounds perfect. After finishing their meal, Yang Jinwu hailed a nearby child, giving him a copper coin to find someone. Shortly thereafter, a shrewd-looking man descended the hillside steps, readily greeting Yang Jinwu from a distance. Xiao Wu, over here. Come along. I'll take you to see the houses. Coming. Yang Jinwu responded loudly, gesturing for Lin Shu to follow. Let us go. Xiaoyong. Lin Shu called out as he held his sister's hand, beckoning to Lin Xiaoyong, who was engrossed in a staring contest with a group of children nearby. Oh, I'm coming, he exclaimed, the last part of his sentence directed at the envious glances cast upon the short blade at his waist by the other boys. This is Lin Shu, who just moved to our village. These are his siblings, Lin Xiaoyong and Lin Xiaomei. This is Yang Jinshan, my cousin, who specializes in brokering large transactions. If you ever need to buy or sell anything substantial, he's your man. With the Yang family backing you, it's safe. Lin Shu instantly grasped Yang Jinshan's role. He was evidently a key figure within the Yang family, involved in significant transactions for the entire village, perhaps even serving as a commercial representative. Lin Shu smiled and nodded, of course. What exactly does large transactions entail? Are we talking about the monetary value? Not quite. It refers to items that are difficult to handle, such as illicit gear and the like. Lin Shu understood, realizing that this seemingly tranquil mountain village harbored its own complexities. Indeed, settling here was straightforward, with identities easily fabricated, and beyond the village lay the primordial forest, where dangers lurked unseen. Oh, I see. If the need arises, I shall certainly seek your assistance. Ah, good to hear. How old are your siblings? My son is about the same age as your brother. Xiaoyong is 12. And Xiao Mei is 7, just at the right age to start school. 12, you say? Unfortunately, there is no magic vocational school here, but there are regular academic options. Is your brother a magic receptor? Yes, a level 3 magic receptor, but we possess some family heirlooms, so not attending vocational school is no issue. Oh, that is wonderful. Family heirlooms, you say? That is quite impressive. Indeed. Lin Shu feigned ignorance towards the probing inquiries, opting instead to maintain an air of inscrutability. Rather than fabricating a narrative himself, he preferred to let others weave their own tales, creating an intricate web of truth and deception that would leave all parties perplexed. As they conversed along the way, the astute Lin Shu quickly discerned that Yang Jinshan was no ordinary individual. His conversational finesse hinted at considerable experience. Perhaps he bore other responsibilities within this village, yet when faced with Lin Shu, Yang Jinshan found himself at a loss, receiving only deliberately misleading or oblique information that led him to erroneous conclusions, some of which were glaringly false. Yang Jinshan believed he had gained profound insight into Lin Shu, when in fact, it was merely a fade crafted by Lin Shu and Apos' design. Soon, Lin Shu arrived at his abode, a conventional cave dwelling with a simple rain awning at the entrance. The exterior featured a modest courtyard, flanked by neighboring households within a few meters on either side, and additional residents above and below. Living here should mitigate concerns about monstrous incursions. After all, it was unlikely that such creatures would specifically target his home. Nevertheless, Lin Shu privately acknowledged that if a beast were to attack, it would undoubtedly choose his residence. He found the house quite satisfactory, comprising 3 rooms, a toilet, and a kitchen, all equipped with running water, though magical connectivity was regrettably absent. The layout included a living room flanked by 2 bedrooms, each with a window facing south, while the courtyard spanned over 20 square meters, enclosed by chest-high walls constructed of rubble and reinforced with magic. This dwelling had previously housed occupants who, upon acquiring wealth, had opted for a larger residence, thus necessitating the sale of this one. The courtyard still bore some cultivated vegetables. Lin Xiaoyong and Lin Xiaomei joyfully dashed about the rooms, their excitement palpable. Observing his children, Lin Shu felt a warm swell of affection. The sensation of reclaiming a home was profoundly comforting. Yet, a fleeting thought of his sister pierced his heart, causing a subtle tremor in his chest. and a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes, which Yang Jinshan caught sight of, nodding inwardly, recognizing that this child was indeed extraordinary. In truth, few who settled here were devoid of complexity. Lin Shu and Amp, Appo's standards for habitation were modest, and his siblings shared the same perspective. To them, this was a vast improvement over their previous shelter. Ultimately, the small house was acquired for 560 gold coins, marking the establishment of a new home for Lin Shu, Lin Xiaoyong, and Lin Xiaomei in the southern frontier village of Yangzhong City, within the Jiangnan province of the Great Tang Kingdom. That night, a report detailing the profiles and assessments of the three siblings appeared on the desk of the tri-party oversight personnel in the border village. It chronicled their experiences from the forest and Appo's perils to the evening when Lin Shu took his younger siblings to procure furnishings and necessities. The report noted, Lin Shu, origins unclear, suspected descendant of the Lin family from a northern province, characterized by simplicity and a trusting nature, profession, beast tamer, rank unknown, possessing a fifth-tier magic beast. A male and Appo's, monkey head and Appo's, of approximately 10 years, noted for its formidable attacking prowess. Younger brother Lin Xiaoyong, age 12, both identified as magical receptors, brother at level 3, sister at level 5, practicing ancestral cultivation techniques. Continued observation is advised. Chapter 62. Tranquil days, stand still and sheath your dagger. You are heading to school, not to hunt beasts. Save your hunting for Sunday. Lin Shu, crouched in the courtyard, gazed at the blue-feathered parrot in its iron cage. Upon hearing the footsteps of two children, he spoke without turning. The Lin siblings had been in the border village for over 10 days now. The rainy season had finally come to an end, and the sun re-emerged in the sky. The gray curtain of rain had left only a few remnants drifting through the heavens, occasionally stubbornly blocking the sun's rays. But they were soon reduced to nothingness under the sun's heat. Lin Xiaoyong could not fathom how his elder brother knew that he had concealed the dagger beneath his clothes. He had not even turned around. With his head hung low, he trudged back into the house. This discomfort stemmed from his own guilt. Had he not hidden the dagger, he would not have betrayed his anxiety through his footsteps. Today, Lin Xiaomei donned a dress of beige fabric adorned with pink flowers, her two pigtails slightly askew, a testament to Lin Shu's novice craftsmanship. With a deer-hide backpack slung across her shoulder, she squinted her large eyes and silently smiled at her brother's retreating figure, appearing quite endearing. Goodbye, brother. We're off to school. Goodbye, little blue. Lin Xiaomei called out cheerfully as Lin Xiaoyong emerged after stowing away the dagger. Lin Shu turned, revealing a radiant smile, and waved back, saying, Be careful on the road. Don't bully anyone at school, and come home early after class. Understood, Lin Xiaoyong mumbled, dejectedly gripping his sister and Appo's hand as they meandered away. Lin Shu watched them exit the courtyard, disappearing beyond the walls. He then stood up, observing them ascend the steps to the left until they vanished behind a small tree. He shook his head in disbelief. Such days were extraordinarily beautiful, so blissful that they nearly made him forget the lurking dangers and the profound conspiracies entwined with his soul. Settling in the border village, Lin Shu and Appo's foremost thought was to send the children to school. On one hand, it was beneficial for them, and on the other, it represented a natural necessity for any family. If he appeared overly cautious, it might raise suspicion. As for training in the 5-animal play, it would not consume too much time, and the children were still far from the realms of refining their qi and spirit. Thus, acquiring cultural knowledge was undoubtedly prudent. Moreover, Lin Shu began imparting the principles of the way of heaven to the two, for this was the essence of cultivation. The Green Star people also possessed their own philosophy of cultivation. However, they focused solely on enhancing human capabilities, failing to perceive humanity as an integral part of nature. They remained at a rudimentary stage, treating the soul and the body as equals, with many sects erroneously believing the soul to be a component of the body. Such flawed theories ultimately confine human imagination within mere flesh. In contrast, the theory of the way of heaven on earth posits that the soul is on par with the way, viewing it as a manifestation of the way itself, a personalized expression of it. Thus, cultivation is the pursuit of self, the quest for origins, and the comprehension of the entirety of the way. Therefore, having resolved to educate his younger siblings, Lin Shu was determined to instill a proper worldview in them from the outset to prevent them from being influenced by other perspectives, which would be difficult to amend later. Of course, in some respects, This transformation process itself is a form of cultivation, albeit one ill-suited for Lin Xiaoyang and Lin Xiaomei. Having arranged for Lin Xiaomei and Lin Xiaoyang to attend school, Lin Shu sought employment for himself. He discovered that the village offered a variety of occupations, yet lacked high-end projects. There were no magic instructors, nor establishments for professional advancement training, and not even a place for basic beast taming. Beast taming is a lucrative endeavor, as many professionals desire one or more magical beast companions. While many magical beasts may not possess remarkable strength, their value can often surpass that of some professionals when utilized correctly. For instance, the blue-feathered parrot before Lin Shu, a first-tier magical beast, contributed little beyond its feathers for alchemical use. However, it possessed a unique skill, magical detection. This timid parrot, emblematic of cowardice, could cast a detection spell with a range of 1 kilometer, enabling it to sense danger from afar. Its magical detection was low energy, allowing for over 30 uses per day. This trait rendered the parrot akin to an inexpensive, sustainable, low-energy magical detector, making it a boon for adventurers. Although magical shops offer various detection magical tools, portable detectors capable of sensing up to 10 kilometers, identifying objects with a magical energy index exceeding 0.1, where 1 is the energy strength of a first-tier mage. These tools are either costly or limited in usage, requiring users to supply their magical energy. In outdoor expeditions, every bit of magical energy is invaluable, sometimes even life-saving. Hence, having a blue-feathered parrot in an expedition team would be advantageous. Consequently, Lin Shu set up a sign at the market, offering basic beast taming services for 10 gold coins. Basic beast taming does not equate to fully training a magical beast for use. Rather, it involves ensuring the beast will not flee and can initially accept its owner's management. To achieve full command over a beast, one must seek a higher-tier beast tamer, allowing the beast to attend beast schools and learn to recognize human commands. However, prior to entering such schools, basic taming is essential. Moreover, transporting untamed beasts to the city incurs significantly higher costs. Lin Shu found it curious that there were no basic tamers in the village. Eventually, Yang Jinshan informed him that there were indeed some, but they were all individuals of considerable power, largely refraining from public business. Basic taming is time-consuming, and they prefer to acquire and train beasts themselves for sale in the city, thereby earning more. The villagers did not oppose Lin Shu's endeavor to tame beasts. After all, no matter how skilled he was, he could not disrupt their beast acquisition business. Furthermore, a thriving market was beneficial for the border village. Thus, Lin Shu officially embarked on his career as a beast tamer, although he spent most of his time reading. Through his relationship with the proprietor of the Yi family magic shop, he borrowed books for a mere gold coin for 10 volumes, not an exorbitant price. Crouching down, Lin Shu observed the blue-feathered parrot before him, which was scarcely larger than a pheasant. Although timid, it was not so fearful as to perish from fright. In truth, this creature, which Lin Xiaomei had named Little Blue, had already grown somewhat braver. When it first arrived, it had banged against the cage in terror upon seeing a monkey, appearing to be on the brink of madness, though it was merely frightened. Lin Shu leaned closer to the cage, fixing his gaze on Little Blue's eyes. "Will you submit?" Little Blue nodded vigorously, eagerly approaching Lin Shu, attempting to preen his hair with its beak to demonstrate its loyalty. However, Lin Shu, not being a parrot, had no such inclination. Lin Shu smiled broadly, realizing that this blue-feathered parrot, aside from its timid nature, possessed a hidden characteristic. It could tell lies. He wondered whether this trait was unique to this particular bird or a commonality within its species. Its earlier behavior had seemed genuine. Yet he knew that if he were to open the cage, this creature would undoubtedly take to the skies without a moment and Oppo's hesitation. It had done so once before, only to be shot down by the water arrow of the monkey. Fortunately, the monkey had not aimed for a vital spot, and thanks to its healing abilities, the parrot had narrowly escaped becoming a meal for the 3 siblings. Lin Shu licked his lips, causing the blue parrot to chirp in fright. Retreating to the corner of its cage, trembling in terror as it gazed at him, he bared his teeth in a grin and rose to walk into the house. Estimating that after a few more days of this treatment, the parrot would surely become submissive. Behind a thicket a few hundred meters away, a faint azure light flickered. Lin Shu had long been aware of the numerous watchers surrounding him since his arrival, at least 3 or 4 groups. However, since he was not engaged in anything particularly remarkable, he thought they could continue to observe him if they wished. The only aspect that piqued their curiosity was Lin Shu and Oppo's daily training sessions with Lin Xiaoyong and Lin Xiaomei in the yard. But such family martial arts were common on Green Star, and there was nothing to be concerned about. As for the identities of these observers, Lin Shu could easily speculate. It was precisely this understanding that made their scrutiny seem innocuous. Yet, the presence of a fourth group was puzzling. Did this small village harbor a fourth power? After a brief exploration of the house, Lin Shu emerged, carrying a chair in his left hand, a thick tome titled Introduction to Magic Circles tucked under his arm, and a large cup of tea in his other hand. This had become his daily routine. He settled beneath the grand golden maple tree planted by the wood mage, comfortably sitting on the chair while perusing the book and sipping his tea. The monkey hung upside down from a branch, its curious eyes fixated on the intricate and bewildering patterns depicted in the book. Though the monkey could not comprehend these designs, Lin Shu found himself equally perplexed yet strangely nostalgic, without understanding the source of this peculiar sentiment. Chapter 63. Hunting is not for survival. Lin Xiaoyong cherished Sundays the most, for they spared him from attending classes. However, it wasn't that he disliked education. Rather, during his time on the farm, it was the peculiar treatment from classmates that dampened his enthusiasm for school. Contrary to the notion that he was a poor student, Lin Xiaoyong was, in fact, quite diligent, driven by a desire to rectify the unjust perceptions others held about his family. Unfortunately, the outcome was often disheartening. Now, in this quaint border village, he had forged a new family with Lin Shu and his younger sister, a bond he treasured deeply. Yet, in his innocent mind, he believed his primary focus should be on enhancing his magical prowess. Since his brother had declared him a level 3 magic receptor, he felt compelled to delve into the study of magic. Surprisingly, his brother discouraged this pursuit, insisting instead that he broaden his cultural knowledge and practice the peculiar 5-animal play daily. Ouch! Lin Xiaoyong exclaimed softly, clutching his head as he turned to see his little sister stifling her laughter, her big eyes squinting into crescent shapes. He then shifted his gaze to Lin Shu, who calmly instructed him to concentrate on observing the movements of a white-striped leaf monkey, noting the differences and similarities with their practiced 5-animal play. Embarrassed, Lin Xiaoyong offered a sheepish grin. As he fidgeted with the hilt of his short knife, Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, sensing his eagerness for combat. The reason Lin Shu took the 2 children into the forest each week was not for sustenance. Should that be the case, he could hunt more efficiently alone. Instead, he aimed to acclimate them to this perilous yet exhilarating lifestyle, instilling a sense of vigilance and drive within them. Furthermore, he wished for them to witness the wonders of nature, the flora and fauna, so they could gain insights into the world. Understanding that every detail in life serves as nourishment for a cultivator and Oppos's growth. Lin Xiaoyong and Lin Xiaomei diligently observed the 2 level 1 leaf monkeys about 50 to 60 meters away. Since Lin Shu had requested their observation, they knew they would be queried about their insights upon returning home. Failing to articulate their observations would result in stern punishment, such as an hour of horse stance or reading historical records for an hour. This habit of observation had begun deep in the rainforest, where, despite their initial confusion regarding the purpose of observing their surroundings, they complied, trusting their brother and Oppos's guidance. After all, he was a tamer, and perhaps these lessons prepared them for future endeavors. Yet, Lin Xiaoyong was puzzled by his brother and Oppos's insistence that Lin Xiaomei was a level 6 magic receptor destined to become a mage. Why, then, was she involved in these activities? Could it be that his brother and Oppos's assertions were misleading? Was he not a magic receptor himself? Shaking his head anxiously, Lin Xiaoyong dismissed the perplexing thoughts that sprouted like wild grass in his mind. While his brother might deceive others, he would never mislead him or his sister. He was undoubtedly a magic receptor. Lin Shu observed Lin Xiaoyong and Oppos's distracted demeanor with amusement as he shook his head and clenched his fists, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind. It seemed that a punishment awaited him tonight. Suddenly, the 2 monkeys screeched in alarm, discarding the wild fruit they had been grasping, their forms darting away amidst the rustling leaves, quickly vanishing from sight. Oh no, they and Oppos's escaped, Lin Xiaomei lamented, clearly disappointed as she had been enjoying the sight. Did they sense something? They appeared frightened just now, Lin Xiaoyong speculated, feigning cleverness. However, Lin Shu rolled his eyes, knowing that in the forest, those intermediate magical beasts were masters of concealment, capable of evading detection, except by him. Nonsense. Someone is approaching. Really? Lin Xiaoyong's face flushed with embarrassment as he cast a furtive glance at his sister, who rolled her eyes and swiftly nestled against Lin Shu. He wrapped his left arm around her, turning to survey the area behind him, gradually straightening his posture. It's them. Heh, this time we shall see where you flee. The trio of siblings was quite wealthy. Lin Shu recognized the intruders not by sight, but by their voices. One was a scout he had encountered upon entering the forest. Zhou Degui, are you certain? Of course. Who else would dare to bring 2 children into this forest? By the way, where is your magic hound? What an Oppos. That's the point of hiding a level 3 beast. How could you ascertain it is level 3? I consulted Old Lee from the guild. He mentioned the likelihood of it being level 3, at most level 4. We have 2 level 4 fighters, so dealing with this magic hound should pose no challenge. Especially since a solitary hound is no more than a dog. At this point, Lin Shu discerned 3 figures approaching, with another mage standing 30 meters away. Apart from the uninspired scout, there were 2 warriors and 1 mage, a level 4 fire warrior and a wind mage, alongside a level 3 earth warrior. Their vigilant stances revealed their information. What caught Lin Shu and Oppos' attention, however, was a sniper over 100 meters away, a level 3 shooter aiming a crossbow at his forehead. The prickling sensation of danger was palpable, even without visual confirmation. Lin Shu gestured for Lin Xiaoong to step back slightly, ensuring his short knife was poised for defense. Observing Lin Shu's readiness, the leading fire warrior scoffed disdainfully, scrutinizing the siblings before sneering at Zhou Degui. Is this the best you can muster? You still want us on board? 500 gold coins, you'd better not renege. Otherwise, even with your cousin as the village's martial guild steward, you won't escape unscathed. This minuscule guild is only taken seriously by fools like you. Huh, fear not, we won't go back on our word. We've sold our house for far more than that, Zhou Degui retorted defiantly. Bah, only scoundrels like you would engage in such dealings. Enough of this. We're not benevolent souls. You'll learn your lesson today. Remember not to offend those who you shunti. The last remark was directed at Lin Shu, who regarded the warrior with a calm gaze and nodded. You are not from this village. Does that matter? Even if we were, without solid evidence, what can you do? Besides, this is the southern rainforest, teeming with magical beasts. Countless souls are devoured by them each year, and soon, you 3 siblings may very well join their ranks. The warrior grinned wickedly, his black long knife performing a flowing dance in the air. Lin Shu's eyes flickered. This was the first time he had witnessed a warrior showcasing their elemental techniques. The knife's flourish glinted with a red magical aura, forming a crescent shape, suggesting it was likely an elemental skill capable of mid-range attacks. Wait, I wish to ask Zhou Degui a few questions. The warrior turned his head, raising his hand to signal, swiftly making a series of gestures. Lin Shu stifled a laugh, realizing he was inquiring about the sniper's surroundings. All right, but first, where's your beast tamer? Out hunting in the woods, he hasn't returned yet. Lin Shu answered honestly, asserting that he had not told a lie. Indeed, the monkey head had ventured into the forest to hunt. The warrior nodded, resting his large blade upon his shoulder, and took a slight step back. Meanwhile, another warrior shifted laterally, positioning himself for a side attack, complemented by the mage on the right, who was already prepared, along with the distant sniper. Lin Shu now found himself targeted by 4 seasoned assassins. Zhou Degui, is it? I recall that we bear no grievances against one another. Why then? Do you seek to condemn my siblings and me to death? This inquiry was somewhat superfluous, for Lin Shu was acutely aware of Zhou Dagui's motives for wishing him harm. The question was, in truth, posed for the ears of Lin Xiaoyong and Lin Xiaomei, to provide them with a more visceral understanding of human nature. Heh, is that not obvious? Surely you Haven and Amp, Oppos, forgotten the incident when you thwarted my plans? Moreover, killing you would be profitable. Your house could fetch 600 gold coins. Ha. Is that not sufficient reason? Fool, do you truly believe additional justification is necessary? Is it required? Truly unnecessary? Absolutely unnecessary. Lin Shu chuckled, revealing his pearly white teeth and those clear, bright eyes. He nodded and remarked, Xiaomei, do you comprehend? Some individuals will trample upon the lives of others for trivial matters, convinced that no rationale is necessary. Others, such as them, will disregard human life and interests for mere monetary gain. Their so-called justification is simply wealth. Fundamentally, these individuals are deluded by their own might, and in essence, they are no different from beasts. Indeed, they may be even worse. For while beasts never disguise their actions, these humans feign righteousness. Thus, the most terrifying and shameless entities in this world will always be humanity. Remember this. Understood. Lin Xiaomei and Lin Xiaoyong responded in unison with clear voices. Excellent. Now, my esteemed guests, your task is complete. You may proceed to your demise. Lin Shu's cold voice, paired with his clear gaze and unblemished smile, left the four present momentarily stunned. The most experienced fire element warrior, in that instant, felt a chill of fear. He abruptly turned to glance back at the sniper's position, while simultaneously channeling his magic, propelling himself forward with great force, and bellowing, "Attack!"